Ancient 1 Chapter 494 to Chapter 548. Li Yunxiao instantly noticed his abnormality and said in a low voice, "Did you think of something?" Yuan Gaohan opened his mouth and moved it a few times, as if he wanted to close it and make a sound. However, other than a few gurgling sounds, no sound came out. Li Yunxiao slapped his head and said, "Hurry up and say it." Yuan Gaohan suffered a heavy blow, but he couldn't care less about whether it was inappropriate or not. He said in shock, "I remember a piece of information. It's the research information of a peak rank 9 arcane master from 10,000 years ago. But it's never been taken seriously, because the theory inside is too absurd. Now it seems like it's actually true." Li Yunxiao scolded angrily, "Can you stop talking nonsense? Just tell me the content." Yuan Gaohan calmed himself down and began to speak. That peak rank 9 arcane master made an unimaginable conjecture about the ancient astral wind. He believes that the time for sealing the wind is to artificially create a true soul. In other words, the seal is actually a breeding pen, trying to use elemental energy to refine a true spirit. However, no one knows if it succeeded in the end. After the tribe was abandoned, the seal and the gale were left alone and evolved into what it is now. You said that this crocodile is an artificially created true spirit?" This time, it was Li Yunxiao's turn to open his mouth and look at the crocodile in shock. It was still swallowing the surrounding gale. Yuan Gaohan looked at him and smiled bitterly, "Isn't it unbelievable? True spirits are born from the purest energy in the world. In other words, they are nurtured by heaven and earth. No one would think that they would be artificially created. Because of this material was not taken seriously. If not for the esteemed status of this senior, it would not have been kept in the Holy Realm. Before coming to the ancient desolate land, in order to understand more about this place, I flipped through all the information before seeing it. At that time I snorted and thought that the senior's head was in water. I never thought that it was true." Li Yunxiao looked at the crocodile and was completely speechless. He said embarrassedly, "Does this true spirit have intelligence? After he finishes devouring the primordial gale, will he want to devour us?" He felt that the current situation was even worse than when the universe divine monument had collapsed. He was actually facing a god. Even at the peak of his previous life, it was a dead end for him. Genryu said, "This crocodile is not an immortal state warrior. It's probably because it hasn't been completely manufactured yet. Due to your interference, it appeared as a semi-finished product." Right now, he was devouring astral winds wantonly, probably to perfect his body. "But I feel that it should be lacking a lot. It's not so easy to create a god realm." "Whatever. We'll run when the astral wind weakens." Li Yunxiao slowly perked up. He had just consumed a large number of medicinal pills and recovered a portion of his strength. He was slowly accumulating essence. Even if this crocodile wasn't an immortal state warrior, to be able to devour astral winds like this, it was at least at the 9th rank. Furthermore, it had a terrifying elemental body. Just like Little Green, it couldn't be suppressed without the arch energy. Yuan Gaohan was also prepared to run. His body started to flicker. Although he looked terrible, he gradually calmed down and was circulating some kind of cultivation technique. Just when the astral winds thinned to a certain extent, Li Yunxiao's body suddenly emitted the bright moon divine light. He rushed into the distance first. Yuan Gaohan was shocked and angry at the same time. Then, he turned into a ray of light and rushed behind Xianxia. At this moment, whoever was one step slower might end up dead. When the crocodile reacted, it would definitely be the unlucky one. Li Yunxiao had calculated the degree of attack of the astral winds. His supreme tyrant body, bright moon divine body, and the damaged devil sky battle armor could withstand it for a while. As long as he gritted his teeth and rushed out of the astral wind zone, he would be safe. Yuan Gaohan didn't have any confidence in his heart. He knew that he would definitely die if he stayed behind. Moreover, he was angry that Li Yunxiao actually ran in front of him. He roared at the back, "You brat, you have no sense of brotherhood. You didn't even say a word and ran away by yourself." Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Old Yuan, stop pretending in front of me. What you wanted to execute just now was a short distance teleportation, right? But the astral winds covered a large area. Therefore, you needed to accumulate your strength and fight with all your might. If you executed it and instantly left this damn place, would you remember to inform me? Yuan Gaohan was shocked. How did this brat know everything? Only a few people knew about his teleportation secret art. He shouted angrily, "Of course I would bring you along with me. Now that you made the decision to run away, you have messed up my entire plan. You are harming others and yourself. Hurry up and stop. Wait for me." Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered with him. They were all old foxes. The words that came out of their mouths could only be complaints and annoyances. Yuan Gaohan was also aware of this. He wasn't slow and caught up with Li Yunxiao in a short while. The two of them rushed into the zone where the astral winds were wreaking havoc at almost the same time. Just as they entered, they immediately felt the origin of the wind element. Li Yunxiao's bright moon divine radiance was directly nibbled away. After rushing for tens of meters, the radiance was almost completely gone. Although the Devil Sky battle armor was damaged, it was still around his body. When the bright moon divine radiance was completely devoured, the devilish aura automatically rushed out and revolved around him. But it still couldn't effectively resist the erosion of the astral winds. He could only grit his teeth and rush forward with all his might. He hoped that he could rush out of this godforsaken place before his energy was exhausted. Yuan Gaohan's situation was even worse. He could only circulate his mental energy to open up a true space around his body. But the consumption was extremely shocking. After rushing for a short while, his body became dazed, and his face was filled with horror. "Oh no, run quickly. That thing is coming." Zhenryu's voice suddenly sounded in his soul. Li Yunxiao looked in the direction of the voice, and his body instantly turned cold. That crocodile's entire body seemed to be made up of astral winds. It was unknown when it had stopped swallowing and spitting out astral winds. It turned into a hurricane and flew over. Although the surrounding astral winds were thin, under the influence of the crocodile, it also began to rotate. The resistance instantly increased, and Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan were indescribably miserable. "It's over. We are really going to die this time. Master Duan, I'll have to trouble you to say a few good words to the Dharmakaya so that I can escape this calamity." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and teased. He felt that the power of the astral winds had instantly become many times stronger. He could not even control his own body, let alone rush out. Duan Yu, who was in the Universe Divine Monument, also sensed the situation outside. He quickly shouted like a chain gun, "You are destined to be the reincarnation of a cockroach, the undefeated legend, the great man who descended from the heavens, the golden sun, the unparalleled handsome man. You will definitely be able to rush out of the wind successfully and escape successfully." Just as he finished speaking, Li Yunxiao immediately lost control of his body and was sucked into the tornado created by the crocodile. He could not control himself at all. Yuan Gaohan was not much better off. He was also sucked into the tornado. He shouted continuously, but it was of no use. The entire sky above the ancient desolate land turned into a hurricane. It hung there for 10 minutes before it gradually became smaller. All the wind collapsed inward and gathered together, revealing the true body of the crocodile. It stopped in the sky. The crocodile opened its eyes, revealing a bloodshot gaze. It opened its mouth and let out a breath. Immediately, it spewed out an overbearing power of astral winds. Its 4 legs slowly crawled in the sky, descending toward the ruins. The entire night sky became clear again, and there was no longer any wind. At that moment, the 3 bright stars, Feng Lang, Yu Fu, and De Quan, finally separated from a straight line and moved according to their own trajectories. On the ruins, the crocodile opened its eyes and crawled for a while. Then, it closed its eyes again and lay there as if it had fallen asleep. The places that it crawled past turned into fossils and slowly turned into dust. After Li Yunxiao was sucked into the tornado, he channeled all his vital energy into the devilish sky armor, hoping that he could hold on for a while longer and live for another second. Just as he could not hold on any longer and was filled with despair, the power of the astral winds suddenly disappeared. He plunged down from a height of 10,000 miles. What's going on? The sky was completely gray, and one couldn't see the sky and earth clearly. Li Yunxiao's body allowed itself to fall. Previously, when he was resisting the astral winds, he had already exhausted all his energy. Right now, he couldn't gather any vital energy at all. In just a short moment, another ray of light fell like him. It was Yuan Gaohan, and he seemed to have lost his energy as well. He didn't have the strength to fly. The two of them fell straight down just like that. After an unknown period of time, they finally landed on the ground. With a boom, they smashed out two giant pits, causing yellow sand to fill the sky. This place was actually a desert. Pooey, pooey. Li Yunxiao desperately spat out the sand in his mouth. His entire body was submerged in the sand, and it wasn't easy for him to squeeze his head out of the ground. He felt weak all over, and he fell into a deep sleep just like that. After an unknown period of time, he finally woke up. It was still a gray scene in front of him, and it was indeed a wasteland. Not far away, there was a faint light on the ground. He looked over and saw that it was Yuan Gaohan. Yuan Gaohan was different from him. He was a soul body, and if he couldn't continue to absorb external energy, he wouldn't be able to recover his energy. In other words, he could only get weaker and weaker. In this gray haze, not to mention vital energy, there wasn't even any light. The elixirs on Li Yunxiao's body had long been emptied like beans. Now, he stumbled and supported his body as he walked forward. When he came to Yuan Gaohan's side, he realized that Yuan Gaohan's situation was extremely bad, and he might dissipate at any moment. "Hey, brother Yuan, are you alright?" Li Yunxiao went forward and kicked him a few times. Seeing that there was no reaction, he muttered to himself, "He is most likely dead. Since that is the case, I can't waste it. I will directly absorb it into my soul-devouring gonfalon." Swish! Yuan Gaohan's body instantly bounced up from the ground. He stared at Li Yunxiao with a furious expression and roared, "You goddamn bastard, you actually want to absorb me." Yuan Gaohan's face was full of fear and anger. His eyes were spitting fire, and the light on his body flickered non-stop. It was indeed a sign of great exhaustion, but when he heard that he was going to be taken in, he was scared awake. Li Yunxiao smiled, "A person's potential is infinite. If I don't suppress it, how can it be stimulated? I am afraid that you will vanish into thin air." Yuan Gaohan's face was cold. How could he believe him? He still looked at the soul-devouring gonfalon warily and snorted, "Stay away from me." Li Yunxiao smiled and spun the soul-devouring gonfalon a few times in his hand before putting it away. The fear of the soul-devouring race was too strong for a soul body. He looked around gloomily, "Old Yuan, let's work together and think of a way to leave this damn place. Where do you think this is?" Only then did Yuan Gaohan start looking around. His expression suddenly changed as he cried out involuntarily, "An independent space?" Li Yunxiao nodded, "That's right. It should be an independent space, but we don't know where it is. There is no energy, and we can't see any bright moon or stars. It should be a sealed independent space." Yuan Gaohan's face immediately turned ugly. In this kind of space, unless one had the power of Emperor Wu, who could shatter the void, it would be hard to get out. If he had the power of starlight, it would be fine. He could cultivate here peacefully, and when he broke through to rank 9 spirit power, he would naturally be able to break through the void. But the entire sky was dim, not to mention starlight, there was not even a bit of energy. It's a bit strange. There is no energy in the air. Even if it is a dead space, it will not dissipate so cleanly. And we were transported here by the astral winds, so there must be an exit. Li Yunxiao was puzzled, and immediately voiced out his thoughts. Yuan Gaohan was also stunned for a moment, but felt that it was very reasonable. The two pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reason. Finally, Li Yunxiao said, "Let's go ahead and take a look." When we came in, there was no feeling of traveling through space. It seems to be connected to the ancient desolate land. Yuan Gaohan suddenly thought of a possibility and said in shock, "Do you think this is the time law that sealed the primordial astral wind?" Li Yunxiao smiled and shook his head. "Absolutely not." Seeing the puzzled look on Yuan Gaohan's face, he smiled and explained, "This is a desert. Look at the sand. There are no traces of strong wind sweeping through it. It's as if it has been here for thousands of years. If the primordial astral gale had been sealed here, there would definitely be traces on the sand. Yuan Gaohan heaved a sigh of relief. If he was sealed by the laws of time, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he broke through to the 9th level. Li Yunxiao took out a Tiger King war chariot, and the two of them boarded it. The chariot transformed into a ray of light as it flew through the air. The vast expanse of yellow sand was dark and gloomy, and there was no exit or hope in sight. The atmosphere on the Tiger King war chariot became heavier and heavier. The two of them had gloomy faces. After flying for several hours, it was still the same scenery. Only the person who created the independent space knew what was going on inside. Only the heavens knew how vast it was. Furthermore, some living independent spaces, due to losing control, would continue to expand, and finally develop into an independent world, which was even more boundless. Hey, this independent space can't be boundless, right? Yuan Gaohan finally couldn't help but ask. Originally, with his status as a Tier 9 alchemist, it should be the other party asking him, but he realized that Li Yunxiao's patience seemed to be even better than his, so he couldn't help but speak first. Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy, he didn't say a word, and his face was expressionless. Hey, I'm asking you. Yuan Gaohan pushed his palm over, and said angrily, can you show some respect to your senior? Only then did Li Yunxiao turn his face, and said with an extremely ugly expression, we might really be finished, this should be an illusion that spins in place, without the strength of Emperor Wu, don't even think about leaving, why do you all like to do this? He had just come from the demon plane, in the mirror, he was also constantly spinning in place. Illusion? Yuan Gaohan's heart suddenly jumped, he also seemed to have thought of this possibility, his gaze focused down, and he began to observe the surroundings. But there was only endless yellow sand, there was no reference, and he couldn't see anything at all. He said in a deep voice, if it is an illusion, with my 8th layer starlight soul body, there is no reason why I can't sense it. Li Yunxiao stopped the Tiger King war chariot and landed on the yellow sand. Only then did he walk out of the chariot. Looking at the dark sky, he said in a serious voice, this can only mean that the person who set up the formation is extremely skilled. However, this is only my conjecture, and it is the best conjecture. The worst situation is of course that this independent space expands infinitely. If it is an illusion, there is still a glimmer of hope to break out, if it is an infinitely expanding space, then it is really over. Yuan Gaohan also understood this, with a heavy expression, walked to a place not far away from the Tiger King chariot, sat down cross-legged, and began to use some kind of technique. Golden light fluttered around his body like butterflies. He had no source of energy to replenish, every time he used a technique, it was a huge consumption, but there was no way out, stagnating for a long time would be even worse. Li Yunxiao also didn't disturb him, he knew that this was a very powerful soul technique, it allowed the soul to merge with the surrounding environment, perceiving all the laws and power of heaven and earth, the most taboo thing was to be disturbed. Very soon, Yuan Gaohan slowly opened his eyes, and said in a deep voice, sure enough, there is indeed an array here, I can feel the baleful qi in the surroundings, this yellow sand also seems to be an illusion. Li Yunxiao said, can you break it? Yuan Gaohan's soul power was far above his, if even Yuan Gaohan couldn't do anything, then he didn't have any hope. Yuan Gaohan glanced at him, and said, that array has experienced thousands of years, it is already damaged, but it still makes my heart palpitate. I can't break it by myself, I need your help. Li Yunxiao said suspiciously, me help you? Big brother, you are an 8th level starlight soul body, talking about breaking arrays, I can't even touch you. Yuan Gaohan said, you also saw, my soul power hasn't reached the 8th level, did you swallow the Heaven Pivot Mind Nourishing Pill earlier? Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes, and said coldly, brat, your eyes are very sharp, a pity there is only one. Yuan Gaohan frowned, and said, then it will be troublesome unless. When he said this, he became a little hesitant, as if it was a little inconvenient. Li Yunxiao said, what do you want to say, at this time, unless you want me to pick up the soap, I will agree to anything. Yuan Gaohan shuddered and felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at Yi Futian with fear, then revealed a serious expression and said with difficulty, unless you use the golden soul slave in the soul-devouring Gonfalon to cooperate with me. But if you do that, your golden soul slave will be severely injured, and it might even disappear. The soul slave was the core of the soul-devouring clan, basically, as long as the Gonfalon existed, the soul slave would exist, and if the Gonfalon died, the soul slave would die. If they offered the soul slave, it was no different from killing them. So when Yuan Gaohan said this, he was also very nervous, afraid that Li Yunxiao would fall out with him. As expected, Li Yunxiao's face turned cold, and he said coldly, "Do you know how important the soul-devouring Gonfalon is to me?" Yuan Gaohan felt the chill on him, and immediately said embarrassedly, "Of course I know, but, at this time, if we don't try, we will all die." Li Yunxiao's face was cold, and he said resolutely, "Losing the soul-devouring Gonfalon, living is worse than death." Disappointment flashed in Yuan Gaohan's eyes. Although this result was disappointing, it was not unexpected. He said bitterly, "In this way, if we can't open this illusion array, we can only quietly wait to die." But, Li Yunxiao's face softened a little, and revealed a pained expression, "But we can't just wait to die like this. As a Holy Region Rank 9 alchemist, if you can compensate me a little, I am still willing to offer the soul-devouring Gonfalon. After all, I can still distinguish which is more important and which is less important." Yuan Gaohan was stunned, and then immediately said with joy, "As long as you can take out the soul-devouring Gonfalon, everyone can successfully escape from here. What do you want? Just say it." Li Yunxiao looked at him and said, "Really?" Yuan Gaohan was about to agree, but suddenly thought that the person in front of him did not seem to be that simple, and immediately stopped his impulse. He frowned, "Tell me what you want first." Li Yunxiao revealed a trace of a pure smile and said, "Losing the soul-devouring Gonfalon is almost impossible to make up for my loss, especially this is a golden soul slave. You should also know the relationship between the two. So to me, any compensation is like a drop in the bucket, right?" Yuan Gaohan furrowed his brows and nodded slightly. Evidently, he agreed with what he said. And Li Yunxiao took a deep breath and sighed, "And although I have not known you for a long time, you more or less have some misunderstandings about me. Even if we escape from here, I dare not go to the Holy Region with you to ask for compensation, the loss might be even greater, don't you think so?" Yuan Gaohan snorted coldly and said, "What do you mean by misunderstanding, you?" Li Yunxiao waved his hand and directly interrupted his words, Okay, the misunderstanding cannot be cleared up in a few words, anyway this is the situation. I will definitely not take out the soul-devouring Gonfalon for nothing. How about this, why don't you exchange 100 or so ancient scripture meanings with me? Huh? Ancient scriptures? 100? Yuan Gaohan took a deep breath, his face changed greatly and said angrily, "What do you think those ancient scriptures are? Do you think they are erotic novels that are everywhere on the street? They can easily write a few hundred to 1,000 words. Then how much do you want to give?" Li Yunxiao rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "I have already offered my golden soul slave, you just explain a few scriptures, there is no loss to you. Who is losing, who is worth it, you think about it yourself. Otherwise, there is no need to talk, when your 8-layered starlight soul body dissipates, with just a few ancient scriptures, can you still return to the 9th rank? Can you still stabilize at the peak?" Yuan Gaohan's face instantly turned ugly, Li Yunxiao's words poked at his weak spot. The other party was a small fry of the soul-devouring race, it was not a big deal if he died. But he was different, he was a 9th rank alchemist of the Holy Region, how could he easily die? Yuan Gaohan's face alternated between green and white, extremely conflicted. No matter what, he could not give up on his 8-layered starlight soul body, otherwise his cultivation would fall back to the 8th rank, no matter what, he could not accept it. But divulging the profound meaning of the ancient scripture was also a great crime, once discovered by the sacred region, even he could not bear the responsibility. Li Yunxiao's heart moved, as if he had guessed his difficulties, probing, could it be that the higher-ups? Yuan Gaohan's eyes revealed fear, his heart extremely heavy, he gritted his teeth and said, "State another condition, I can agree to anything else. Even if it's a 9th rank profound artifact, I can." His words suddenly stopped, only to see Li Yunxiao take out a small bell and play with it in his hand. With his eyes, naturally, he could see that it was a 9th rank profound artifact, and not an ordinary 9th rank profound artifact. This bell, Yuan Gaohan's mouth opened wide, both eyes emitting light. Li Yunxiao casually kept it and said, "What bell? Continue negotiating, why did you say 9th rank profound artifact just now?" Yuan Gaohan's throat was dry, he shook his head and said sadly, "Nothing. He was silent for a while, finally made up his mind, gritted his teeth and said, I can teach you the profound meaning of one word, but you must swear not to teach it to anyone else. Only one? A layer of anger appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. He snorted and said, I've already given you this golden soul slave that is linked to my life, yet you actually recite an ancient scripture to me. Do you have any shame? Anyway, I don't want to live without my soul slave, let's all die together. Yuan Gaohan was stunned speechless. In his opinion, revealing the profound meaning of an ancient scripture was already a great crime, yet the other party did not care about it at all. But thinking about it, his words made sense. If a member of the soul-devouring race lost his soul slave, it would be no different from him falling to the 8th rank. Then too, Yuan Gaohan gathered his courage, stretched out 2 fingers, his arm trembling. 20. Li Yunxiao blurted out with a resolute expression. He shouted coldly, not one less. 20. Yuan Gaohan's eyes almost popped out as he roared, I know far less than 20. You're too much. What do you think this is? Each of the scriptures passed down from ancient times contains its own rules. If you can study 1 or 2 of them in your lifetime, you will benefit immensely. Li Yunxiao said coldly, then how many do you know? Yuan Gaohan was furious. He snorted and said, it's none of your business how many I know. 3 at most, no more. Otherwise, we'll all die together. He was so angry that smoke was rising from his body. His soul body flickered incessantly as it was being consumed rapidly. Li Yunxiao saw that he was almost at his limit, so he said awkwardly, all right, 3 it is. What a loss. If I wasn't forced into a dead end, I wouldn't have agreed. He currently only grasped a total of 7. Including these 3, it was only 10. But his understanding of these scriptures should be able to reach a whole new level. And Yuan Gaohan himself only grasped 4.5. The 5th one was still blurry and he seemed to understand it. If he knew that Li Yunxiao already grasped 7, he would probably explode and kill him. Give me the soul slave first. Seemingly afraid that Li Yunxiao would go back on his word, Yuan Gaohan insisted on getting the soul slave first. His attitude was extremely firm and he refused to give in. Li Yunxiao was not afraid that he would go back on his word. He directly handed the soul-devouring gonfalon to him and said, without the soul slave, I can't cultivate this cultivation method in the future. This soul-devouring gonfalon is also useless. I'll give it to you. Humph, who wants your soul-devouring gonfalon? Yuan Gaohan took it and checked it with his divine sense. It was indeed a golden soul slave. Moreover, it was full of soul power. It was very good. Only then did he feel relieved. Looking at Li Yunxiao's calm expression, he felt a little strange and couldn't help but ask, after losing the soul-devouring gonfalon, how do you plan to cultivate? Do you take the cultivation method of soul fusion? That should be the best choice. Li Yunxiao said impatiently, it's none of your business. Take the thing and hurry up and teach me the 3 ancient scriptures now. Yuan Gaohan nodded slightly. He was also a man of his word. He carefully kept the soul-devouring gonfalon and revealed a helpless expression. He let out a few long sighs and then began to explain. The origin of the ancient scriptures can no longer be investigated. Because their shape is like a tadpole and when they emit the power of rules, they shine with golden light. Therefore, many places are also called the tadpole golden scripture. The number of existing scriptures is very limited and very few people have the ability to study them. Li Yunxiao also knew this basic knowledge, but he didn't interrupt him this time. Instead, he let him continue bit by bit. Yuan Gaohan continued, actually, the sanctuary and the soul transformation sea realm have been doing statistics on these words for a long time and have also studied them. But it's a pity that even if there are alchemists who can master some of these words, there is no good way to pass it down. In other words, these words can't exist in the world. Therefore, even the sanctuary and the soul transformation sea realm don't really master many of them. Li Yunxiao suddenly asked, then how many of these words are there in total? Do you have statistics? Yuan Gaohan frowned and thought for a while before saying, there might be thousands of them. Thousands of them. Li Yunxiao was shocked and almost jumped up in shock. He said in disbelief, how can there be so many? The power of rules contained in these words was very powerful. Being able to learn a few was already a great benefit. If he could master thousands of them, then, he didn't even dare to imagine it. Yuan Gaohan also had a bitter smile on his face. He saw through his thoughts and shook his head. Don't think about it. These things shouldn't exist in the world in the first place. They aren't something that ordinary people like us can covet. Li Yunxiao didn't say anything. The few scriptures he had learned added up to several hundred words. Many of them were repeated. It seemed that there should be many other divine arts in this world. If he wanted to completely understand them, he didn't know if he could do it in this lifetime. Yuan Gaohan composed himself and said, "Next, I'm going to teach you 3 ancient scriptures. Watch carefully. I'll only explain the main points once and demonstrate it once. I said I would teach you, but I didn't guarantee that I would definitely teach you. Perhaps with your talent, it's very possible that you won't be able to learn them in your lifetime." After he finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment. Thinking of Li Yunxiao's talent, he didn't even believe his own words. Li Yunxiao didn't answer. Instead, he raised his mind to the most concentrated state and started to listen to Yuan Gaohan's explanation. This was the first time he was being taught this kind of thing. In the past, he had always comprehended it himself. There was still a certain difference between the two. Yuan Gaohan had read through many materials of predecessors in the divine sanctuary. He had great advantages and insights in all aspects of understanding. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed as he listened. He constantly raised all kinds of questions. Yuan Gaohan was stunned and even more shocked. Many questions that Yuan Gaohan himself didn't think of were raised by Li Yunxiao. He also sank into deep thought. He talked and listened. At first, it was just him explaining alone. Now, it became the two of them discussing. Yuan Gaohan also slowly adapted from the initial shock. They discussed each other like 2 old friends. Both of them benefited greatly. Initially, he only had a smattering of knowledge about the 5 scriptures, but through the continuous conversations, he received great revelations and became much clearer. Li Yunxiao's gains were even greater. Those 3 characters seemed to be in extremely common existence. They had appeared in the Fuxian methodologies that he had seen before. Immediately, his understanding of the Fuxian methodologies deepened. All kinds of doubts were suddenly cleared up. His mind gradually became clear. Even though it was only 3 characters, the research that was derived from it was endless. The two of them sat in the middle of the yellow sand. They talked and comprehended. Finally, when they completely understood those 3 characters, Yuan Gaohan wasn't willing to say anything more. Even though he had also benefited greatly. But when he thought of how he had recklessly imparted the profound meaning of the ancient scriptures, he still felt a lingering fear. When Li Yunxiao saw that he really couldn't dig anything out of it, he finally gave up. He sat down cross-legged and entered into comprehension. After an unknown period of time, he finally comprehended everything he had learned. Yuan Gaohan was secretly shocked as he watched from the side, especially the look of enlightenment on Li Yunxiao's face, which made him feel even more terrified. It took him more than 10 years to learn these 3 characters. He forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "Young man, although I don't know what your name is, I know that you're a very good person. But are you willing to join the sanctum? I can guarantee that as long as you are willing, the resources you obtain will be several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times greater than the soul-devouring race." He wanted to rope in such a monstrous talent, and he even wanted to rope him in at all costs. Otherwise, this lad would be too terrifying, and in a few decades, the whole heavenly martial arts realm would have to bow down before him. Li Yunxiao smiled in satisfaction. "Let's leave this damned place first. If we can't get out of here, then everything will be for naught." Yuan Gaohan didn't know whether he was being perfunctory or not, so he continued, "Moreover, your soul-devouring Gonfalon will be destroyed soon. If you stay in the soul-devouring race, you won't be able to practice to the highest level. As long as you follow me to the sanctum, there will be many cultivation methods more powerful than soul-fighting techniques waiting for you to choose." "Okay, I will think about it seriously. Old Yuan, let's start breaking the formation," Li Yunxiao urged. He didn't look like he wanted to think about it at all. Yuan Gaohan sighed slightly. If such a talent couldn't be used by the sanctum, then he couldn't become an enemy. At the crucial moment, it was necessary to eliminate him directly. Although the sanctum ruled the world on the surface, it did all kinds of shady things in the dark. He said regretfully, "I hope you can think about it carefully." After he spoke, Yuan Gaohan took out the soul-devouring gonfalon, and the fingers of his right hand changed continuously, putting runes into it. After a short while, the soul-devouring gonfalon shone brightly. He shouted loudly and flew into the sky, fluttering in the wind. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly. A moment ago, what Yuan Gaohan had used was the soul-devouring gonfalon. It seemed like he had done a lot of research on the soul-devouring race's techniques. The soul-devouring gonfalon fluttered in the air. Golden light shot out like the sun, bringing some light to the dark world and warming one's heart. A golden soul slowly unfurled inside. Its expression became a little sluggish as it looked around in a daze. Yuan Gaohan frowned and said, "What's going on? This gold-level soul slave doesn't seem to have any intelligence?" Li Yunxiao knew that it was because Xianxia Tian had died and the soul slave had lost its master, causing its intelligence to dissipate. He said with a mouth full of nonsense, "I used a secret technique to advance to the gold level. Otherwise, with my power as a 4-star martial arts ancestor, do you think I can refine a level 9 gold-level soul slave?" Yuan Gaohan thought about it and felt that it was true. In the beginning, he had always found it strange. The other party was only a 4-star martial arts ancestor. How could he have a level 9 soul-devouring gonfalon? From the looks of it, it didn't seem powerful. He started to feel a little regretful for being threatened by the other party and getting so many precious things out of him. However, now was not the time to think about these things. He gave a loud shout and formed a strange seal with his hand. A golden tadpole rune appeared in his palm and he grabbed at the gold soul slave. This golden tadpole character was one of the 3 that he had just imparted to Li Yunxiao, and it represented an extremely strong power of the rules. Yuan Gaohan was very proficient in using it, and it was obvious that he was very familiar with it. The seal entered the body of the soul slave, which had a blank look on its face. The golden light instantly melted and spread throughout its body, causing the originally faint gold color to turn into a rich gold. The soul slave immediately cried out in pain. It sounded like a crow's bones had been crushed. It made one's hair stand on end and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with doubt. He didn't know what Yuan Gaohan wanted to do. He looked very agitated and didn't seem like a pervert who liked to torture people. "You must be very curious about what I want to do, right?" Yuan Gaohan revealed a proud expression. He suddenly realized that he could make Li Yunxiao unable to see through his actions. He felt very accomplished and smiled happily. "I want to completely destroy the soul slave and refine it in reverse, turning it into the most primitive soul power." Li Yunxiao was shocked and said in shock, "Refine it in reverse? Could it be that lord?" Yuan Gaohan was startled. His eyes burst with a bright light as he shouted, "Shut up! How can you call out that lord's name directly? Since you even know that lord, could it be that you are Han Yinshan's son?" He suddenly regretted his arrogance and closed his mouth, not daring to say anything more. If he revealed the situation of that lord, it would be a great sin that he couldn't absolve himself of even if he died 10,000 times. Bang! Yuan Gaohan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He screamed and looked at Li Yunxiao angrily. "What are you doing? Sneaking up on me?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "You are Han Yinshan's son. Your whole family is Han Yinshan's son. You." Yuan Gaohan was at a loss for words. He said angrily, "Anyway, don't talk to me anymore. Don't disturb me while I'm casting the spell." After saying that, he immersed himself in casting the spell, not daring to be distracted at all. Li Yunxiao's expression was uncertain. As expected, he didn't speak anymore. However, his eyes were much more solemn. The so-called reverse refinement was an act of reversing the process of refinement. It had always been a difficult problem in the world of arcane refinement. For example, you could refine 18 kinds of materials into a sword, but you couldn't revert the sword back to 18 kinds of materials. Therefore, the arcane refinement world had always believed that the process of arcane refinement was irreversible, but in the long river of history, there had never been a lack of peerless geniuses. There were still many arcane refiners who were very interested in reverse refining and had accumulated a lot of information over the long years. Although reverse refining had not been completely realized, it had an indelible effect on the development of the path of arcane refinement. Many strange techniques and secret techniques had been created. Right now, Yuan Gaohan was doing one of them. Moreover, he had directly integrated the ancient golden runes into the spell. It was clear that his achievements in this field were not shallow. The golden soul slave in the air wailed in pain for a long time before its voice gradually weakened. A faint golden light spread out from the soul-devouring gonfalon. The soul slave slowly lost its form and melted into a ball of pure energy. Li Yunxiao felt a faint chill in his heart. If this kind of reverse refining secret technique could refine the soul slave back into its original form, then what about the soul of a normal person? Could it also be refined into a ball of energy? If it was possible, then what was the difference between the soul-nourishing pill of the soul-devouring race? They both refined the soul and absorbed the energy within. Yuan Gaohan looked at the ball of energy and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He said, "This energy is too mixed. It isn't pure and is not suitable for absorption. But I can't care too much about it now. I'll just make do with it for now. With this ball of energy, I should be able to temporarily break through to the 9th layer soul body and break the seal." With a loud shout, he jumped up from the ground and rushed forward. The soul slave, which had completely turned into a ball of energy, flew towards him. The two immediately fused together. Yuan Gaohan's body was surrounded by a faint golden energy. It flowed continuously and was like a coat made of water film, covering the surface of his body. "Go further away. Watch me break the seal of this place." Yuan Gaohan felt a large amount of soul power being replenished. He immediately let out a heroic laugh and flew into the air. A golden light shot into the sky like a firework. Following which, a huge golden light spread out and condensed into a palm print in the sky. It stopped for half a second before it started whistling down. This palm technique was not fancy at all. It was the most common airstrike palm among alchemists. Different from the palm energy condensed by martial artists using yuan qi, this airstrike palm was completely condensed by spiritual power. Using spiritual power to compress and distort space, creating a powerful destructive force. This palm energy itself was not destructive. Many alchemists who were not strong liked to use this simple method of attack. Li Yunxiao also felt that the surrounding space had started to shrink towards the center under the huge golden palm print. A strong spatial force was pressing over, and his body glowed with the faint yellow light of the supreme tyrant body as he retreated. Rumble. The yellow sand in the sky was squeezed towards the center of the palm print. Everything in the surroundings looked like a mirror. It was constantly changing. All the space rapidly disappeared under the palm, and the surrounding scenery changed. As the space vibrated, 7 huge stone pillars rose from where the two of them stood and continued to grow. There were all kinds of patterns carved on the stone pillars. There were also huge chains connecting the 7 pillars from head to tail. As they rose, they made clanking sounds. Both of them were frightened by this sudden change, and both of them retreated backwards. What made the two of them even more shocked was that there was a tall tower in the middle of the 7 huge stone pillars. It was so tall that it reached the sky. The 7 stone pillars were huge enough. However, in front of the tall tower, they were merely guardrails. This change happened in just a few breaths' time. The two of them were completely dumbfounded. Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan were both experienced and knowledgeable people, but at this moment, the pagoda and the stone pillars still gave them an incomparably shocking and majestic feeling, so much so that they couldn't look straight at them. The two of them were stunned for a while before they slowly regained their senses. Yuan Gaohan was the first to swallow his saliva and said with difficulty, "What is this thing? The aura it emits is too evil. It gives me goosebumps." Li Yunxiao was still alright. His experiences far surpassed that of Yuan Gaohan's. After his initial shock, he quickly calmed down. He flew one round around the giant pagoda before returning to his original spot. He said in deep thought, "This illusion, and even this space, it's extremely likely that it exists to seal this ancient pagoda." Yuan Gaohan was shocked. He said in shock, "The tool charm emitted by this ancient tower is so strong. It seems to be a top-grade level 9 tool charm. Not only this ancient tower, but also these 7 pillars have level 9 tool charms. They are connected from end to end, forming a formation. The evil aura inside is so strong that it makes me shiver when I approach it. Li Yunxiao's face became more serious. He had already discovered that there was some energy surrounding the ancient tower. It was getting stronger and stronger. It was the black demonic energy. Gulp, Li Yunxiao swallowed his saliva and said seriously, we might have caused a big trouble. Let's see if there is any place we can go out of here. If I am not wrong, there must be a very powerful person sealed in this ancient tower. Look, the demonic energy is increasing. It seems it is accumulating energy. Demonic energy? Yuan Gaohan was also shocked. He stared at the black energy in shock. His face was even more unsightly than Li Yunxiao's. He said in disbelief, it is really demonic energy. How is it possible? How can there be demonic energy in the realm of heaven martial arts? Li Yunxiao was surprised. He said, do you know something? Yuan Gaohan turned his head around and looked at him. He said bitterly, what else can I know? Demons were a powerful race in ancient times, but they were annihilated along with the long river of history. Just like those true spirits, we can't see any true spirits anymore. Don't tell me that I'm going to see a demon today. Li Yunxiao said, didn't we see a real spirit crocodile? Yuan Gaohan said, is it possible that this demon was created by them? In the past, the experts in this place didn't only create real spirits, but also created demons? He felt that this idea was absurd, but what he saw in front of him proved something. Li Yunxiao said that crocodile could have been created by them, but this demon couldn't have been created by them. It must have been suppressed here by the experts in this place. As you said, not only the ancient tower, but also the 7 pillars are rank 9 magical artifacts. Li Yunxiao stepped forward and observed the patterns on the pillars carefully. Some parts of the patterns were damaged, which revealed the silver inside. It seemed to be some kind of metal. He stared at the silver and started to think. It seemed he wanted to confirm something. He reached out his hand to touch it. A bone-chilling feeling spread through his body, as if his soul was going to be frozen. Wow! Northern Cold Star Iron. It's actually Northern Cold Star Iron. When Li Yunxiao discovered the material of the pillars, he was shocked even more than if his soul had been frozen. He was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. What? This is Northern Cold Star Iron? Are you kidding me? Yuan Gaohan was also shocked. He hurried forward to examine the pillars carefully. He took a few deep breaths and felt that he couldn't even stand steadily. He stared blankly at the 7 towering stone pillars, which actually contained a 9th-tier material that was hard to find in the world. As long as it was the size of a fist, it could be used to refine 9th-grade magical weapons. Li Yunxiao quickly calmed down. He stared at the pillars in a daze, his eyes full of complicated emotions. Although these 7 pillars were only the cores, they were already incredible. They were even more luxurious than the heavenly illuminating imperial gold he had seen before. No wonder the natural treasures in the realm of heaven martial arts are getting rarer. It turns out that our ancestors mined them without any restrictions. Yuan Gaohan scolded a few times in a stern voice before revealing a look of wild joy. He circled around the 7 pillars and looked them up and down. If it wasn't for the cold air, he would really want to go up and take a few bites. What should we do now? Li Yunxiao suddenly asked calmly. It seemed that he wasn't affected by the 7 pillars at all. What should we do? Yuan Gaohan was stunned for a moment before he said, we'll take it one step at a time, but we must take these 7 pillars with us. His eyes were filled with greed and joy. Li Yunxiao sighed softly and said, I also want this Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron, but these 7 pillars made of Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron are obviously the sealing formation cores of this ancient pagoda. If they are destroyed, the great demon in the ancient tower will come out. Only then did Yuan Gaohan's heart jolt. He also realized the severity of the problem, and his expression turned ugly. He stared at the ancient pagoda in a daze. There was a cold and gloomy aura coming out from it. The black demonic aura was blocked by the 7 pillars, unable to come out. As Li Yunxiao had said, if the 7 pillars were destroyed, not only the demonic energy would come out, but there would also be something else in the ancient tower. Something that could be imprisoned so cautiously by those ancient almighty beings was definitely not simple. Yuan Gaohan licked his dry lips and said nervously, so many years have passed. Even if there is something in there, it should be dead. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of Dijia in Mount Meru. It should also be an ancient demon or something like that. It had been suppressed for many years and now only had the abilities of a martial arts grandmaster. The demon that was suppressed here might also be struggling at death's door. The two of them were both Tier 9 alchemists, and their resistance towards this kind of treasure was practically zero. They were both finding excuses for themselves, even though they knew that this kind of behavior was extremely dangerous. How about this, old Yuan? See if this space leads to the starry sky outside. If it does, we can set up a long-distance teleportation formation. If there is danger, we can leave immediately. Li Yunxiao said slowly. Yuan Gaohan's eyes lit up. He cheered, that's right. That's how it should be. He sat cross-legged in the air and started to sense the surroundings. Li Yunxiao stared at the demonic energy around the ancient tower. He couldn't calm down. He didn't know if it was right or wrong. I got it. Yuan Gaohan was overjoyed. I can feel the power of the starlight in the distance. It is very weak. It seems to be blocked by something. I don't know if I can break through. Li Yunxiao said worriedly, if we can't deal with the thing inside, will we be making a big mistake? Yuan Gaohan was stunned. He smiled, even if the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. You are just a martial ancestor. What are you worrying about? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, you are a member of the Sacred Zone. The Sacred Zone is the leader of the world. Don't you have any sense of responsibility? Yuan Gaohan was shocked. He put on a serious face and said seriously, of course I have a sense of responsibility. Do you know how many 9th grade magical weapons can be made with so much northern cold star iron? It can even improve the strength of all the experts in the realm of heaven martial arts. I will take the northern cold star iron back to the Sacred Zone. This is a sense of responsibility. If there is really something extraordinary in there, the strong people of the Sacred Zone will come to deal with it. Li Yunxiao said, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about how to divide the northern cold star iron. What? Divide? Yuan Gaohan's eyes bulged. He shouted in a strange tone, you don't want the northern cold star iron, do you? Li Yunxiao opened his mouth wide. He stared at him for a while and said helplessly, humph. There is nothing to talk about. You can play by yourself. I am leaving. Bye. He turned around and was about to leave to find the exit alone. Yuan Gaohan hurried to stop him. He said, wait. Weren't you talking about responsibility just now? Now, as a member of the Sacred Zone, I order you to cooperate with me to collect the northern cold star iron. It is your responsibility and mission. Li Yunxiao looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. He said disdainfully, you are a fool. Did your brain freeze when you saw the northern cold star iron? Yuan Gaohan was enraged. Leaving him here alone really made him a little fearful. Moreover, whether it was collecting the northern heaven cold star iron or setting up the teleportation array, he needed someone to cooperate with him. He said coldly, now that you don't have the soul-devouring Gonfalon, your strength is greatly weakened. How dare you challenge me like this? Li Yunxiao said, it's useless if it's gone. I picked that thing up anyway. You are not a disciple of the soul-devouring sect? Yuan Gaohan's mouth was agape. He felt a little dizzy. Under the despotic power of the soul-devouring Gonfalon, he had been tricked into using the starlight soul-refining technique and 3 ancient scriptures. But now, he actually said that the soul-devouring Gonfalon was picked up. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him. I am a mere martial ancestor. How can I refine a 9th grade soul-devouring Gonfalon? You are a 9th grade sorcery master. In the past, when I saw that you were stupid, I thought that you were just an intelligent person, but now I know that you are really stupid. Yuan Gaohan said, then which force are you from? Li Yunxiao said, I will tell you so you will remember it. When you return, bring the people from the Sacred Zone to settle the score with me? Yuan Gaohan was speechless. All right. Go get the northern cold star iron. My mom is calling me home for dinner. Li Yinxiao waved goodbye to him and flew off into the distance. Yuan Gaohan was dumbfounded. He hurriedly chased after him. Don't go. I will give you one. Li Yinxiao stopped. He looked at him coldly and snorted. Give me 1 out of 7? Yuan Gaohan suppressed his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, You are not thinking of giving me 30 to 40%, are you? You must know that the northern cold star iron is the world's wealth. We cannot. Bye-bye. Li Yinxiao cut him off. He could not be bothered with him. He flew away. Yuan Gaohan felt like vomiting blood. He was a soul and could not. He felt dizzy. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine, fine. 30%, 30%. Li Yinxiao stopped. He sneered. Old Yuan, we are all smart people. I hope you will not act stupid in front of me in the future. Otherwise, I will despise you. You. Yuan Gaohan was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. The two of them stood 100 meters away from the ancient tower. They began to set up an instant teleportation formation. This kind of formation consumed a lot of primordial stones. It also had high requirements for the person who set it up. But it was naturally not a problem for Yuan Gaohan. He had the sole power of a rank 8 arcane refiner. Together with the knowledge of 2 rank 9 arcane refiners, they quickly finished setting it up. This made Yuan Gaohan feel an indescribable fear toward Li Yinxiao's strength. In some details, the other's observation and technique were even above his. It made him feel a great sense of defeat. Moreover, this kind of thing happened to a teenager. He was even more shocked than when he saw the ancient tower. Why are you staring at me? After setting up the formation, Li Yinxiao looked at Yuan Gaohan's embarrassed expression. Yuan Gaohan said, I suddenly thought, if this ancient tower is going to suppress someone, it should suppress a monster like you. Li Yinxiao, the two of them slowly collected their thoughts. They flew back to the surroundings of the ancient tower. They began to carefully observe the 7 northern heaven cold star iron. Since this kind of treasure was used as the eye of the seal, this seal would not be weak. Even after countless years, it could not be underestimated. Li Yinxiao pointed forward. A ray of light shot out from his fingertip. The patterns on the 7 stone pillars flickered, and an invisible barrier immediately appeared, blocking the attack and causing it to disappear. Yuan Gaohan said angrily, Don't move. If you mess around like this, I'll be killed by you. Li Yinxiao said, There's no need to look. These 7 pillars form a strange formation. Although this formation is simple, it is very practical. It does not require any vital qi, because no matter how much vital qi there is, it will be depleted one day. However, these 7 huge pillars of northern heaven chilling star metal can last for endless years until the ancient tower and the things inside are destroyed. Yuan Gaohan was taken aback. He looked carefully for a while before revealing a shocked expression. One had to know that every alchemist was a master of arrays. If he couldn't beat this young man in terms of arrays, then it would be too terrifying, but the truth was just that terrifying. Let's begin. Since it's a positive formation, it should not be difficult to break. Li Yinxiao was fully prepared. He said, Leave immediately after taking the 7 pillars. Yuan Gaohan nodded solemnly. The two of them immediately stood on opposite sides of the ancient tower and raised their strength to the limit. Let's begin. Li Yinxiao roared as he circulated his soul power to the maximum. The divine evolution technique appeared in his hands, and he immediately slapped the 3 slabs of northern heaven cold star iron beside him. Yuan Gaohan was opposite him. He was blocked by the ancient tower. Naturally, he could not see his technique. He also used a powerful soul technique to sweep the 4 pillars. Under the combined attack of the two, the 7 pillars of northern heaven cold star iron finally began to shake violently. Genryu, fuse with me immediately. Li Yinxiao stared at the northern heaven cold star iron that was slowly being pulled out from the ground. He immediately transmitted his voice to Genryu. There seemed to be a hint of urgency in his tone. Genryu was cultivating with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes in astonishment and asked in puzzlement, What's wrong? There's nothing unusual. Your soul power is enough to collect these 3 northern heaven cold star iron. After all, soul fusion wasn't a good thing. If it happened too many times, it would be harder to separate them in the future. Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered and he said anxiously, "Don't ask so much. I feel something is very wrong. These 7 northern heaven cold star iron seem to be contaminated with demonic energy. It makes me feel very uneasy." Genryu was startled and immediately merged into Li Yunxiao's soul without saying anything, causing his body to start demonizing. As the souls fused, he also felt the restless demonic energy and was bewildered. On the other side, Yuan Gaohan didn't have much of a reaction. Because of the ancient pagoda, he didn't see Li Yunxiao's demonized appearance. He was focused on collecting the 4 pillars and constantly thinking about how to snatch the 3 pillars from Li Yunxiao after escaping. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The 3 pillars on Li Yunxiao's side were pulled out instantly and rushed up, causing the chains to clank and sway in the sky. Yuan Gaohan was shocked. How could he be so fast? The 3 pillars rushed up and pulled the 4 pillars on his side. Yuan Gaohan said in shock, "These chains aren't ordinary materials. It's probably not easy." Clang. Before he finished speaking, he heard the sound of the chains breaking. Li Yunxiao actually forcefully broke them, and the 3 northern heaven cold star iron floated up into the sky. This? How could it be broken so easily? Yuan Gaohan was shocked and had an indescribable strangeness. His gaze fell on the iron chains. They were undoubtedly 9th-tier materials. They were even emitting a dark light and gave off a cold feeling. He raised his head and saw Li Yunxiao bringing the 3 northern heaven cold star iron toward the teleportation array. His pupils shrank as he immediately noticed the signs of demon transformation on Li Yunxiao's body. He coldly shouted, "You still dare to lie to me that you're not a disciple of the soul-devouring sect? If this isn't a soul battle technique, then what is it?" Yuan Gaohan also casually waved his hand, and the 4 pillars were already swaying uncontrollably. Now, with a tug of his powerful soul force, they also immediately shot into the sky. Moreover, the 4 pillars came one after the other, and the chains that were bound in the middle directly broke apart on their own as they shot into the sky. The crisp sound of the chain breaking rang out in Yuan Gaohan's heart. Suddenly, his mind raced and he immediately understood something. He fixed his eyes on the place where the chain had broken and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, his entire body shivering. It was actually corroded by the demonic aura. He suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He looked up at the ancient pagoda in shock. The devil chi that was constantly surging out seemed to have changed and stopped. However, this was just the momentary calm before the storm. The devil chi stopped for a few seconds, and the ancient pagoda started to give off a huge tremor. Yellow sand swirled in the wind, and the earth shook and the mountains swayed. The sky suddenly darkened, and layers of dark clouds gathered, rolling non-stop. Ah! Yuan Gaohan was so shocked that he hurriedly rushed up. He used his soul force to wrap the 4 northern heaven chilling star iron and quickly flew in the sky. A devil chi that could corrode 9th-level materials and cause such a huge anomaly, the thing inside was definitely not simple. This time an incredible thing had really been released. He saw that Li Yunxiao had already arrived at the teleportation formation, and he shouted furiously from afar, "Did you see through something long ago? You actually didn't inform me." Li Yunxiao had already kept the 3 pillars into the universe divine monument. He coldly snorted and said, "If I had informed you, would you have given up on collecting them? Stop talking nonsense, I don't have time to wait for you. I'll leave first." After he finished speaking, he quickly performed a spell and started to activate the teleportation formation. Yuan Gaohan was shocked, and he flew with all his might. It was as if he was sprinting by burning his soul. In a few blinks of an eye, he landed in the teleportation formation. If he really let Li Yunxiao teleport away alone, he would really be done for. After entering the formation, his eyes were burning with rage. Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered with his emotions, and quickly activated the formation. This place was giving him a bad feeling. The ancient pagoda in the distance was shaking too violently, and devil chi kept rushing out, gathering in the sky. This scene was almost exactly the same as in the divine palace on Mount Meru back then. What's going on? Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly trembled, and he looked at the surrounding formation in shock. It was actually starting to distort, and the golden rays of light were wavering. The space was shaking along with the ancient pagoda. Not good, the space tunnel opened by the formation is going to collapse, hurry up and go. Yuan Gaohan let out a loud roar, and quickly formed a seal into the formation, speeding up its operation. The space here had always been very stable, and he didn't expect the ancient pagoda to become so fragile once something happened. Rumble. The ancient pagoda finally couldn't withstand the violent shaking and exploded. A powerful force spread out from the center of the ancient pagoda, and the space shattered into pieces, like pieces of paper dancing in the air, and finally annihilated. The formation that Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan were in flashed, and instantly shrank into a light spot, carrying the two of them, and disappeared from the space. The place where they were previously was instantly shattered. The two of them felt an abnormal pressure in the light. That kind of teleportation power caused great damage to their bodies, but it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't bear it. Moreover, the two of them had already calculated the distance when they arranged the formation, but this time, they clearly felt that it was going to collapse. What's going on? Why is the pressure so great? You ask me, who should I ask? You are an 8th layer starlight soul body, did you do something when you arranged the formation? Do your sister? I'm about to collapse. If you collapse, you still have your body, but if this father collapses, I will die. Oh no, it's a space storm. The two of them instantly rushed out a few miles away, and the impact caused by the collapse of the ancient pagoda caused the entire space to collapse, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, the crocodile that was sleeping soundly on the ruins suddenly opened its eyes. Its limbs kept shaking, and it shook its head. It even raised its head and roared at the sky. Its eyes were bursting with pain, and its body grew rapidly. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and its whole body completely exploded, turning into countless fierce astral winds that spread over the ruins. Within the astral winds, a large amount of black gushed out, and it turned out to be the endless void expanding. In that black void, a light shot straight out, instantly passing through the astral winds, and bounced thousands of meters away. Two figures separated from the light, and kept rolling in the air, looking very embarrassed. It was Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan. One of them had a pale face, and the skin on his body was cracked inch by inch, and it was a tragic sight. The other was dim and uncertain, like a dying star, about to fall at any time. The two of them looked at the ruins in the distance in horror, and had been completely swept into the astral winds. In the huge astral winds, a large amount of black demonic chi overflowed, and slowly condensed into a pitch-black, faceless human figure, standing quietly on the ground. It really is suppressing the great demon. Yuan Gaohan said in horror, looks like he doesn't have enough power, and can't even condense his body for a while. The demonic chi on the great demon's face kept changing, and all kinds of faces flashed by, unable to solidify. At this time, the violent astral winds gradually shrunk, and condensed into the crocodile again, lying on the ground, staring fiercely at the great demon, its eyes filled with hatred and hostility. Gulp. Li Yunxiao suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and felt thirsty. The great demon's appearance finally solidified. What made him even more terrified was that the great demon looked exactly like Di Jia. The only difference was that this great demon looked stronger, taller, and the evil aura on its face was even stronger than Di Jia's. Old Yuan, did the sanctuary's records say that the people of the demon clan all look the same? Why do you ask that? I don't think so, how can there be such a thing? Then, if I see two great demons that look the same, but one is taller and stronger, will they be twins? I really don't know about that, why are you asking such strange things? Yuan Gaohan's eyes widened, and he looked at the stars around him, and said worriedly, now, we should be thinking about how to go back. This is the ancient barren land, thousands of miles of space, how did you get up here? Is there a way back? Li Yunxiao shook his head, and said, when you came up here, you didn't leave a backup plan, did you? Yuan Gaohan smiled bitterly, and said, I calculated the time, and planned that when the time was up, the main body would send a Jiotian powerhouse to pick me up, and then we would go back through this galaxy. Li Yunxiao thought about the galaxy that spanned across the galaxy, and the terrifying energy that wreaked havoc, and his heart went numb. Now that he didn't have Noah's Ark, he really didn't know how to return to the earth. The great demon in the distance seemed to have calmed down, and he looked around at the ancient barren ruins that were connected together. He revealed a shocked expression, and he tilted his head in deep thought. Crocodile didn't move, and he stared at him, his eyes filled with fear. How long have I been locked up for? The great demon suddenly opened his mouth and asked. His voice wasn't loud, but it reverberated through the entire space, entering Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan's ears. Their expressions changed, and they quickly retreated in shock. The great demon was stunned, and he didn't expect the two of them to react like that. A vicious smile appeared on his face, and he grabbed at the air. Instantly, the space in the sky started to shrink, like a rag being pulled down. No matter how Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan flew, they were forced back. Shrink technique, so close yet so far. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He looked at himself flying back to the ancient barren land ruins, and his heart sank. He was greedy for that grade 9 material, and as expected, a huge problem had occurred. Yuan Gaohan had the same thought as him. The two of them were like two small boats in the ocean, unable to control themselves. They allowed the wind and rain to hit them, and under the great demon's grab, they fell towards the ancient barren land. Kong. Just as the two of them fell towards the ancient barren land, the silent crocodile suddenly moved. It roared and charged at the great demon. The crocodile's body instantly turned into a gale that covered the sky and the earth. It rose from the ruins like a rising tide and swept forward. In an instant, it covered a distance of more than 100 meters. Everything in its path was turned into dust. It was extremely powerful. It didn't move like a mountain, but when it moved, it was like a thunderbolt. It had an elemental body to begin with, and it was a tyrannical element that was close to the origin of the wind, like the primordial astral wind. Even the experts of the nine-heaven realm would not dare to block its attack, and as soon as it moved, it immediately suppressed the monstrous demonic aura. Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan only felt the force that was pulling on space suddenly disappear. The two of them gently fell to the ground, took a deep breath, and hurriedly turned into two rays of light, one in front and one behind, fleeing towards the Milky Way in the distance. As long as they crossed the Milky Way, they could escape back to the realm of heaven martial arts. If they were caught by the demon, they would most likely die. Judging from the current situation, the space they had just sealed was inside the crocodile's stomach. This crocodile wasn't a spirit that had been specially raised. It should have been used to seal and protect the ancient tower. That was why it had attacked the demon when it appeared. Now that they had started fighting, it was the best time to escape. Boom! The crocodile's sudden attack shocked the demon. The spirit condensed by this kind of element was extremely powerful. Although the crocodile hadn't reached the true spirit realm, the demon didn't dare to underestimate it. Moreover, it had been sealed for many years, so its power was already gone. Although the demon was shocked, he didn't panic. Under the monstrous astral winds, he formed a seal with one hand, and a huge demonic shadow appeared behind him. Following that, boundless demonic chi was born, and the image of a three-headed, six-armed figure appeared. If Li Yunxiao hadn't escaped, he would have been shocked, because this demon was using the same moves as Dijia. Its 6 arms seemed to be holding some kind of weapon, but it was only a faint shadow, and couldn't condense into a solid form. The great demon made a strange hand seal with both hands, and the great demon phantom's 6 arms cast different spells at the same time. Circles of devil chi shot out from his body, forming a spherical protective shield with a radius of 10 meters. It was abnormally sharp. Boom! The astral wind smashed down fiercely, like the Milky Way of Jiutian falling onto a huge black rock, splashing countless petals of elemental energy. However, the elemental power did not disperse. Instead, it was controlled by the crocodile's consciousness and turned into countless tiny hurricanes that fell on the demonic chi barrier. They attacked the defensive power and continuously fused with each other, becoming bigger and bigger. The demon's expression finally changed. The demon face body was the strongest power he could use right now, but under the attack of the 9-heaven realm crocodile, it was unable to withstand it. Finally, it shattered with a boom. A large amount of black gas exploded, and the entire ruins were filled with a black haze that continued to spread. After the astral wind broke through the barrier, it landed on the ground and took the form of a crocodile. It did not relax at all. Instead, it became even more serious and vigilant as it looked around. The darkness did not affect its vision, and it looked around like a pair of searchlights. It had completely defeated its opponent with that move, but the result was that the monstrous demonic chi had trapped it instead. Rings of astral wind rotated around the crocodile's body, shaking off the demonic chi and protecting its body from being corroded. In the sky, the demon's face slowly appeared and formed a head. It looked into the starry sky and saw Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan escaping. It frowned, but it didn't have time to care about them. It turned to look at the crocodile within the demonic chi, and a fierce glow flashed in its eyes. Roar! The crocodile raised its head and roared. Its body once again exploded into astral wind, instantly pushing away the demonic chi. It formed a giant crocodile head in the sky and bit towards the demon's head. Above the ruins, there were two powers intertwining with each other, continuously corroding each other. The demon's expression changed. His demonic chi could invade anything. Even normal wind elements could be directly swallowed and absorbed. However, this kind of power that was close to the source of the elements, not to mention swallowing it, he felt that it was continuously corroding his demonic chi. It's been too long. Is this all I have left? The demon's face was full of distress. He suddenly formed a pair of hands and kept changing hand seals, forming a strange symbol on his palms. Once again, he formed a three-headed, six-armed dharma. Moreover, it absorbed a large amount of demonic chi from an unknown source, making it stronger and stronger. The crocodile also sensed this. Two beams of light shot out from its eyes. A hurricane suddenly split apart. One became two, two became three. It split into countless tiny astral winds, blowing away all the demonic chi above the ruins. Even the three-headed, six-armed dharma collapsed in an instant. The demon went berserk. As it roared, an arm stretched out from the demonic shadow. An ancient tower gradually formed on it and became solid. It was the ancient tower that had suppressed him earlier. You actually shattered my ancient god battlefield and used this core tower to suppress me. You didn't know that this gave me a huge chance to recover. He quickly muttered something and the ancient tower flew out from his hand. It shot into the starry sky and gathered there, releasing thousands of rays of light. At that moment, the land that floated in the starry sky seemed to be attracted by some kind of power. It became abnormally agitated. The crocodile stared at the ancient tower in fear. It felt a powerful force coming from the land it was standing on, repelling it. Even Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan, who were running away, seemed to sense something. They turned their heads and stared at the tower. Immediately, the two of them were dumbfounded. They almost forgot to run away. Under the influence of the ancient tower, the pieces of land gathered from all over the starry sky. They gathered together like a broken jigsaw puzzle that was beginning to fuse together. The crocodile turned into an astral wind and rushed into the sky. It wanted to corrode the ancient tower. The great devil snorted coldly. His dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared and rushed towards the astral wind. The two colors of power immediately collided and once again intertwined and corroded each other. Although the demonic chi was at a disadvantage, it was endless and seemed endless. The crocodile couldn't do anything. It couldn't approach the ancient tower. It could only roar continuously. The surrounding land was pieced together. A strange spatial power started to spread. It seemed like it was going to form a domain. It even emitted the territory power to suppress the crocodile. The great demon was ecstatic. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha, ha, the ancient god battlefield. My ancient god battlefield is not an ordinary sacred weapon. After such a long time, no matter how broken it is, it can repair itself." He looked in the direction in which Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan had escaped, the other side of the Milky Way. He said coldly, "Realm of Heaven martial arts, I, Di Jia, am back." Li Yunxiao, who was in the distance, suddenly shivered. It seemed like he had heard the great demon's words. He looked shocked. He sped up and reached the edge of the Milky Way in the blink of an eye. "What should we do? Even the Jiutian Emperor's aura can't resist all the terrifying forces in the Milky Way, let alone us. How did you get up here?" Yuan Gaohan was so anxious that he stamped his feet. The powerful aura emitted by the battle between the demonic energy and the astral winds terrified him. Li Yunxiao's face turned pale. He said, "I was sent here by Noah's Arkansas. Who knew that the outer space was so dangerous? If I had known earlier, I would have asked him to wait for me." Noah's Ark? Yuan Gaohan was shocked. He said involuntarily in shock. Noah's Ark appeared? Who has it now? Li Yunxiao stared at him coldly. He said, who has it? Is that something you should consider? If you can't think of a way to cross the other side, just wait for that demon to catch up with you and swallow you. Yuan Gaohan's face turned green and white. He regretted being greedy for the northern cold star iron. He didn't expect such a powerful malefic star to be released. It seemed that even the crocodile with the elemental body was no match for it. Li Yunxiao was also shocked as he watched from afar. He definitely did not hear wrongly. The great demon had indeed said Dijia, and it looked exactly the same as the Dijia in Mount Meru. The 3 heads and 6 arms Dharma idol that he was using to fight the crocodile was exactly the same. He couldn't help but ask, Old Yuan, in the demon race, is Dijia a person's name or a form of a dress? Yuan Gaohan glared at him angrily. He said, why do you care about this? It should be a person's name. Hurry up and think of a way to cross the Milky Way. Li Yunxiao frowned. He said, I do have a way, but I don't know if it will work. What? You have a way? Haha, hurry up and use it. Now you don't have to die. Haha. Yuan Gaohan was just saying it casually. He didn't expect Li Yunxiao to really have a way. He was instantly overjoyed. Li Yunxiao looked at him and coldly snorted. He said, not only do I need your help, but I might also make you suffer after this. Helping is definitely not a problem. It doesn't matter if I suffer. As long as I can get through this, I can accept any suffering. Yuan Gaohan only wanted to protect his 8 starlight soul body. He was willing to give up everything else. Even if he had to give up 4 northern cold star iron, he wouldn't even frown. That's good. Then come to my divine monument. Li Yunxiao was expressionless. A golden light flashed between his brows. Yuan Gaohan was shocked. He didn't know what Li Yunxiao was going to do. He only felt a huge force trying to draw him in. He naturally tried to resist, but Li Yunxiao frowned and shouted, don't resist, let this force draw you in. Only then did he relax, and it was immediately absorbed into Li Yunxiao's forehead. Li Yunxiao's gaze gradually turned cold. He mumbled to himself, if it wasn't for the fact that I have no other choice, I wouldn't want to absorb you in. But since you've entered, before I recover to my peak state of Emperor Wu, don't even think about leaving. With a flash between his brows, the divine monument shot out and stopped in the air. It was like an ordinary jade stone, without any light. After that, he disappeared with a flash and entered the divine monument. After Li Yunxiao entered, he saw Yuan Gaohan standing there in a daze. His pupils were wide open, as if he had sensed something. He was petrified. This is Noah's Ark? He asked nervously with a hint of fear in his voice. When he saw Li Yunxiao's figure appear, he was filled with fear. He was a 9th grade alchemist, and he was well-read. He had a lot of knowledge about all kinds of things. So, he discovered the situation here immediately. Li Yunxiao looked at him indifferently and explained, it's not Noah's Ark, but a supreme profound level weapon that's no different from Noah's Arkansas. Perhaps it's more appropriate to call it a sacred weapon? Yuan Gaohan was truly alarmed this time. Although he had already guessed it, hearing it from Li Yunxiao's mouth still caused his entire body to tremble. He said in shock, you have a saint artifact? There are only 2 or 3 of them in the whole world. Which one is the sacred artifact? Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He said coldly, isn't there only Noah's Ark? It seems as if someone in a high position in the sacred zone knows more than ordinary people. I'm very interested to know which 2 or 3 of them you mentioned are. Yuan Gaohan shut his mouth immediately. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He said, it seems you are not a disciple of the soul-devouring school. Otherwise, Huangfu Bai would never allow his disciples to have such a heaven-defying sacred artifact. In the history of the human clan, only Noah's Ark has ever been recorded. However, in the vast heavenly martial arts realm, no one would believe that Noah's Ark is the only sacred artifact that exists. After pausing for a moment, he seemed to heave a sigh of relief and said, since you have a divine tool in your hands, you naturally don't need to fear the energy turbulence in the Milky Way. Although he was full of worry and apprehension, he asked, how do you plan to deal with me? He realized that he knew Li Yunxia's secret. He wouldn't let him off easily. He finally understood what he meant by being wronged. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "Old Yuan, it seems like you're not stupid after all. Just don't act stupid in front of me in the future. You're wrong about one thing. Even with this saint artifact, I have no confidence in crossing the Milky Way." When this saint artifact was fighting against the other saint artifact, it was severely damaged. Moreover, it was ravaged by the primordial astral gale earlier, so it is now in an even worse state. This is also the reason why I need your help. Another sacred artifact? Yuan Gaohan's eyes bulged. He realized that what he had seen and learned in one day was more shocking than what he had experienced in his entire life. According to legend, only Noah's Ark was recorded in the annals of history. Now, 3 of them had appeared. Yes, the situation is a little complicated. I don't have time to explain. Now, I need you to help me control this sacred tool and cross over to the other shore. Li Yunxiao said solemnly. Yuan Gaohan nodded and said, "Of course. Right now, escaping is the most important thing. But I want to know what you are going to do with me." He was extremely worried in his heart. Inside the saint artifact, a single thought from Li Yunxiao was the law of heaven and earth. He wasn't his opponent at all. He had to take advantage of the time when he could still play a role to negotiate the conditions. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "Old Yuan, don't worry. I definitely won't harm you. Otherwise, if I kill you, your main body will immediately know everything that happened here. At that time I will really be in danger." Yuan Gaohan's expression changed, and he said in horror, "Don't tell me you want to imprison me for life?" If that was the case, he might as well die. Li Yunxiao shook his head slightly and said, "Don't worry, I will naturally imprison you for a period of time. But I can guarantee 2 things. First, your cultivation here is definitely not inferior to the outer realm's starry sky. Second, I need you to help me refine some things. Third, as long as I recover to my peak strength, I will definitely let you out." Yuan Gaohan's expression was gloomy. He said with some suspicion, "That's it? You're not lying to me?" He didn't know that when Li Yunxiao said to recover to his peak strength, he meant to recover to the peak of the Jiutian realm. He thought that it was the current peak of the 4-star martial ancestor realm. He only felt that the conditions were too simple. Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and said proudly, "I have always been a man of my words. When have I ever lied to anyone?" He waved his hand, and instantly, Gui Wuxing and the rest appeared nearby. All of them revealed shocked expressions as they looked at Yuan Gaohan. Li Yunxiao said, "I promised you earlier that as long as you help me once, you can leave. Now, you are free to go. If you want to leave, I won't force you to stay." When everyone heard this, they were overjoyed. Situ Heng was the first to laugh out loud. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, thank you." Yuan Gaohan's expression was extremely strange. He said, "There is a great demon outside, and the great demon has a saint artifact, the ancient god battlefield. Aren't you tricking them?" What? Great demon? Saint artifact? The few people's expressions changed. Although they didn't know what a great demon or a saint artifact was, it sounded very powerful. An angry expression appeared on Gu Yuexing's face. She said, "You want to harm us?" Li Yunxiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and said leisurely, "Gui Wuxing, I really don't like what you said. You saw the gale wreaking havoc just now. If I let you out at that time, who can survive? Although there is a great demon outside now, he is currently trapped by the immemorial gale. He won't be able to get out for a while. If you go out now, you will be safe for at least an hour." All 6 of them had gloomy expressions on their faces. The primordial astral wind that had wreaked havoc earlier had left a lingering fear in their hearts. To think that an existence that could contend against that kind of thing, even if they were given an hour of time to escape, they still might not be able to escape. Yu Jiulin couldn't help but say, "Can't you find a safer place before letting us out?" Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "I'm sorry. Everywhere I stand is dangerous. You can leave if you want. The reason why I called you over is to tell old Yuan that I've always been a man of my word and I'm a man of my word." Yuan Gaohan was also speechless. Although he didn't go back on his word, but the six of them were infuriated and hesitated for a moment. If they missed this opportunity, who knew when the next time would be? Duan Yu laughed gloatingly and said, I think you should just submit to young Master Yun. Don't always think about how to escape. That way, it won't matter if you leave or not. Li Yunxiao looked at the three from Sacred Fire Temple and said, the three of you can stay. I have a good relationship with Yi Fan. He used Noah's Ark to send me to the other side of the starry sky. The next time I see Yi Fan, I will let you out to see him. The three of them were shocked and then overjoyed. They said excitedly, Is what you said true? Young Master really obtained Noah's Ark? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, Of course. Yuan Gaohan was shocked. He saw that Noah's Ark had really appeared. He had been in the starry sky for 10 years. Many things must have happened, but why hadn't the main body sent anyone to pick him up? Could it be that the sacred region was still peaceful? The three of them were indescribably excited. They believed in Li Yunxiao's words. Whether they could leave or not was no longer important. They happily flew behind Li Yunxiao and planned to follow him for the time being. Yu Jiolin was silent for a long time. In the end, he sighed and said, Young Master Yun was able to obtain such a supreme profound artifact. It is my fortune to encounter it. I hope young Master Yun won't mind. I wonder if I have the honor of following you. Li Yunxiao swept his gaze over him and laughed, That's right. Mr. Yu, it seems like the World Divine Steel is very suitable for you. In such a short period of time, I didn't notice that you were already an 8-star martial emperor. That's right, you are qualified to follow me for the time being. However, if you can't improve further, this qualification will slowly disappear. Yuan Gaohan was shocked. So this sacred artifact was called the World Divine Steel. It was not among the few sacred artifacts that he knew of. Furthermore, what made him dizzy was that Li Yunxiao was only a 4-star martial ancestor. An 8-star martial emperor actually had the initial qualification. He really did not know where he got his confidence from. What about you? Li Yunxiao looked at Situ Heng and Gui Weshing and said, Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The Skeleton Mercenary Group and the Rainstorm Mercenary Group no longer exist. Chen Xuanjiao and Shen Feng have already died. Now, the Light Song Forest is ruled by the Rookie Mercenary Group. What? Both of them were shocked. After Situ Heng recovered from his shock, he thought about it and cupped his fists. Situ Heng is willing to follow young Master Yun. However, my strength is too low. I'm afraid that young Master Yun won't be interested in me. Li Yunxiao looked at him and said, Your talent is indeed not that great. However, in my World Divine Steel, there is a high chance that you will become a peak martial venerable in the future. If you are lucky, you will also have the chance to break through to Emperor Wu. What? Situ Heng was shocked. His mouth was wide open and his face was full of disbelief. He was very clear about his own body's condition. His biggest dream in this life was to break through to Martial Emperor. How could young Master Yun say that he had the chance to break through to Emperor Wu? Who did he think he was? Did he think that he was a rank 9 alchemist? Situ Heng felt strange and unwilling to accept this. Li Yunxiao ignored him and looked at Gui Weshing. You are talented, but you have taken the wrong path. I will find you a teacher now. I guarantee that he will be better than your master, Mad Jia. How about that? What? Mad Jia? Yuan Gaohan's pupil shrank. He stared at Gui Weshing and said in disbelief, You said that his teacher is Mad Jia? Isn't that madman dead? Then, he revealed a strange expression and said angrily, The teacher you are talking about, are you referring to me? Gui Weshing also looked disdainful. She humped in disdain and said suspiciously, Him? I think he is a soul, right? Yuan Gaohan's eyebrows twitched. He looked at Gui Weshing in surprise and said, This guy is really something. He can actually see through my soul. Li Yunxiao smiled and pointed at Yuan Gaohan. He introduced him to the crowd. This is a rank 9 alchemist in the sanctuary, Master Yuan Gaohan. Pfft. The entire place gasped and fell silent. There was no sound at all. This time, Gui Weshing was really shocked. Situ Heng and Duan Yu's mouths were wide open, and they were all stunned. A rank 9 alchemist was a godlike existence. Even a powerhouse like Emperor Wu would not be able to meet one easily. Now, he was actually brought into the Universe God Monument by Li Yunxiao. This was a great honor. The group of 6 suddenly felt extremely nervous. They were a little uncomfortable just standing in the air like this. They were always afraid that they did not look right and would make the master unhappy. Finally, there's only you left. Old Yuan, at least pledge your allegiance to me during this period of time. Li Yunxiao stared unhurriedly at Yuan Gaohan as he said lightly. Ah. In the silent air, only the sound of cold air being inhaled could be heard. All of them looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. What did he say? Did I hear it right? He wanted a rank 9 alchemist to submit to him. Everyone was shocked. Only Yuan Gaohan's face was gloomy and he could not make up his mind. If he agreed, where would he hide his face? If he did not agree, he would be like a fish on the chopping block. Not to mention that he would not let him out. Even if he let him out, he would be dead. There was a flash of intense struggle in his eyes. Li Yunxiao saw his concerns and said with a smile, during this period of time when I recover my peak strength, you only need to help me refine some equipment and elixirs. I will definitely not let you do anything other than refining. Moreover, you will also have an unexpected harvest here. Yuan Gaohan suddenly thought of something. When he thought that this was a divine weapon, his eyes suddenly shot out a strong light. Li Yunxiao smiled and a golden light streaked across the air in his hand. Everywhere it passed, the golden tadpole characters were extinguished. It was the great universe God divine technique. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a total of 100 characters appeared. Yuan Gaohan almost forgot to breathe. There was a strong desire on his face. He said seriously, all right. I will submit to you during this period of time and help you recover your strength wholeheartedly. But, those characters just now. As soon as he agreed, the expressions of the 7 people changed drastically. Finally, they revealed looks of horror. To be able to subdue a tier 9 alchemist, other than those peak Emperor Wu or existences like super forces, who else could do it? Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. He nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, no problem. You can study those 100 characters. I only know a few of them myself, and I need your help to decipher them. Moreover, what he needed even more was Yuan Gaohan's ability to refine pills. As an 8th level Starlight Soul body, Yuan Gaohan's strength was equivalent to that of an 8th tier alchemist, and it was sufficient for him to refine many special pills that he was unable to refine at this stage. There's no time to lose. Let's work together to control this world deity monument and let him cross the Milky Way. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Li Yunxiao looked at the other 7 people and said, don't leave either. It's always good to have more power, no matter how insignificant it is. The 7 of them admired and obeyed Li Yunxiao from the bottom of their hearts. They did not dare to overstep their boundaries. Even Duan Yu was a little nervous. With a tier 9 alchemist present, he did not even dare to speak loudly to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao set up a huge formation in the air and sat opposite of Yuan Gaohan. The other 7 people stood around them and looked on anxiously. The deity technique to control this saint weapon is called Great Realm Deity Technique. The meaning behind it is unclear. I can only use the power of words to control the power of the saint weapon. Now, old Yuan, cooperate with me and use this formation to unleash the full power of the words of the Great Realm Deity Technique. When we rush into the Milky Way later, there will definitely be a huge amount of terrifying energy rushing in from the outside world. Everyone must work together to resist it. Yes. Everyone, including Yuan Gaohan, shouted in unison. The World God Monument was like a leaky house. When it rained, it would definitely be flooded. Li Yunxiao did not say anything else and started to use the spirit power in his body. He displayed the entire Great Realm Deity technique on the formation. In an instant, golden light shone and hundreds of words swayed in the air. Every word contained a huge amount of power. However, they were like locked boxes and there was no way to see through the profoundness within them. Yuan Gaohan was shocked. He quickly performed his spirit power and channeled his power into the circular formation. His tier 8 spirit power gushed into it and stabilized the golden words instantly. They stopped in the air so that they would not disappear immediately. The entire World God Monument floated at the edge of the Milky Way. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on the monument and the patterns on it appeared continuously. The entire monument became extremely spiritual. Swoosh! Within the golden light, the world god monument turned into a ray of light and rushed into the Milky Way. It looked in the direction of the sky martial continent. Everywhere the golden light passed by, all powers were repelled and pushed to the sides. It was like a pair of scissors slicing across a piece of cloth. The battle between the great demon and the crocodile in the distance gradually came to an end. The large amount of soil that floated in the air, which was originally thought to be a wasteland, actually gathered under the control of the ancient tower in the great demon's hands. The surroundings of the ancient tower became a barren land. In the end, even the crocodile that was formed by the ancient gale was kept into the ancient tower. After keeping the countless pieces of broken land, the ancient tower seemed to have a spiritual nature and the patterns on it flickered non-stop. Looking in from the open window of the tower, one could see the sky full of yellow sand and various ruins. They were in different levels and spaces of the tower. As for the crocodile, it was at the lowest level. It roared continuously but to no avail. The ancient god battlefield is too damaged. I must reopen the earth, water, fire, and wind elements to recover their original power. The great demon looked at the ancient tower that was spinning in his hands and revealed a worried expression. He muttered to himself, "This wasteland and the ancient gale are perfect for refining the earth territory and wind territory's power. I only lack the two elements, water and fire." He looked at the distant realm of heaven martial arts. Suddenly, he saw the world god monument in the Milky Way flying back and forth. His eyes shook slightly and he said in surprise, "That is, why does it look like that sacred artifact?" The great demon had a strange look in his eyes and he suddenly said in shock, "Could it really be?" He suddenly held the ancient god battlefield in his hands tightly and gathered all the demonic energy in the sky. Then he turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. He was like a star in the dark night as he chased after the crocodile. The whole space was shrinking and retreating under his light. In an instant, he arrived at the edge of the Milky Way. He stared at the world god monument and his expression became more and more serious. His divine consciousness entered the Milky Way and he felt the terrifying power in it. His expression changed at once and he thought. For a while. He clenched his teeth and said, "I'll repair my ancient god battlefield first and then look for the person with the world god monument. Since that person has the world god monument, it's not good for me to fight him for now. I don't want the sacred artifact to be damaged further. However, it won't be easy to escape back to the realm of heaven martial arts smoothly." The ancient tower disappeared with a flash in his hand and a giant demon shadow appeared behind him. It turned into a Dharma idol with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of its hands formed a seal and a large amount of demonic energy gushed out of the 6 seals. The demonic energy condensed and surged. In the end, it formed a black, shiny ball that flew out of his hand and rushed into the Milky Way, chasing after the world god monument. The great demon stared at the light of the world god monument in the distance and said coldly, "I'll let you go for now and only 'cause you some trouble. You won't be so lucky next time." After he spoke, his body disappeared into thin air at the edge of the Milky Way. After that, an ancient tower was enveloped by a ray of light. It flickered unceasingly in the dark night and flew in the opposite direction of the realm of heaven martial arts. At this moment, in a bustling street in a city in the Tianwu continent, a man wearing a blue robe with butterfly patterns was strolling around with interest. It seemed like he was curious about everything. Suddenly, he stopped and his pupils shrank. He raised his head and looked up in shock. He wanted to see through the sky, but there were no clouds in the sky. He couldn't see anything. While he was bewildered, he felt an intense pain in his head. It was as if a large amount of complicated information was being transmitted to him. He had a splitting headache. He held his head and shouted. The pedestrians on the street all stepped aside in shock, immediately creating a vacuum zone. They watched as the handsome man clutched his head and screamed. Soon, he rolled on the ground in pain. In the end, his legs gave way, and his whole body stopped moving. He lay on the ground, but his face was calm, only his eyebrows were tightly knitted. "Hey, what happened to that guy? He's not dead, is he?" "It's possible. He was suffering from epilepsy a moment ago. A young man died just like that." Alas, life is unpredictable. That man is quite handsome. It's a pity. Is it possible that he's not dead? Is there anyone who knows medicine? Go and take a look. TSK, don't hurt me. If I go and take a look, he wakes up suddenly and says that I knocked him down, I won't be able to clear my name. It's okay. Everyone can testify for you. There are so many witnesses. They will all stand on your side. Everyone, am I right? Yes, yes. The people in the vicinity immediately agreed. A big man shouted, everyone saw it. This man fell down because he was suffering from epilepsy. It has nothing to do with this old doctor. If that young man wants to be unreasonable and refuse to pay for the medicine, everyone can testify for this old doctor. Of course, the people in the vicinity said with a righteous face. Only then did an old doctor dare to step forward. He squatted down and felt the man's pulse. As soon as he felt the pulse with 2 fingers, his body trembled. His face revealed a shocked expression. His eyes became paralyzed and lifeless, as if he had turned into a fossil. Thank you, old man. I'm fine. The young man suddenly did it on his own and moved his hand away. Only then did the old doctor come back to his senses. He looked at the young man in horror, screamed in fear, and ran away as if he had gone mad. TSK. Lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. Really? The onlookers felt bored and dispersed in an instant. The young man revealed a grave expression. His eyes flickered with faint blue light as he stared into the depths of the sky. His handsome face was exactly the same as the man who possessed the ancient god battlefield. It was Dijia who came from Mount Meru. The universe god monument shuttled back and forth in the Milky Way. It was hit by the black demonic energy that was chasing after it. Luckily, the black demonic energy had been worn down by the various terrifying energies in the galaxy. However, even so, it was still stuck to the surface of the universe god monument like a maggot in a tarsal bone, unable to be removed. As a result, the golden light that the universe god monument was emitting became dimmer continuously. After a few breaths, the golden light shone brightly again. The black demonic energy disappeared and it rushed into the space inside the monument. In the universe divine monument, everyone first felt an intense tremor and they almost lost control. After stabilizing themselves with great difficulty, the entire sky turned dark in an instant. Demonic aura seethed in the air nonstop and roared down. Everyone was shocked and they were on high alert. Duan Yu and the others held all kinds of profound weapons in their hands, ready to fight at any time. Yuan Gaohan poured all of his soul power into the formation. He was trying his best to hold on. The light on his body flickered and he said, "What's wrong with your sacred weapon? It's like a leaky boat. Anything can get in." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "Didn't I say it's damaged? I'm having a headache too. Is there anyone in the realm of heaven martial arts who can repair such a thing?" Yuan Gaohan was stunned for a moment, then fell silent. His eyes shone with excitement as he looked at Li Yunxiao from time to time. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you to repair the universe god monument." That was the main reason why he wanted Yuan Gaohan to submit to him. He couldn't find another reliable master who could repair the universe god monument. Yuan Gaohan was overjoyed. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll do my best and do everything I know to repair it." To be able to touch a profound weapon of this level and participate in repairing it was a great honor for every refiner. Even for a rank 9 refiner, such an opportunity was hard to come by. It was just like how Li Yunxiao had hoped to see Noah's Arkansas. Every arcane refiner placed the research of Formula Path as their top priority, far surpassing any other benefits. At this moment, the demonic chi that was gushing in from all directions began to wreak havoc as it whizzed down. Duan Yu and the others pushed their elemental energy to the limit as they shouted and charged forward. The mystic lightning cloud's shocking roar also flickered with lightning as they fought against the demonic energy. Li Yunxiao was shocked and said, "That great demon is probably a Jiutian existence. It's just a ball of devil chi, and it's been consumed all the way here, but it's already so domineering. By the looks of it, the big demon that was released this time around was way stronger than Dijia." Back in Mount Meru, the few of them with martial emperor realm combat strength had been able to fight Dijia for a long time. The last wisp of Emperor Wu's will had almost suppressed him. This time, even the crocodile formed by the immemorial astral winds could not suppress the demon. Furthermore, he had a sacred artifact, the battlefield of the ancient gods. This was truly a huge problem. At this point, aside from the various superpowers, no one would be able to contend with them. Yuan Gaohan's face was also filled with worry, and he seemed to feel a trace of regret. A large number of sacred artifacts have appeared, and the heavens fear that there will be changes. That great demon coming out at this time is also the will of the heavens. It can't be completely blamed on you and me. Li Yunxiao looked at the devil Qi and said with a serious expression, if there's really something major, then it's also the predestined fate of this era. It's not something that humans can contend against. He made a hand seal with one hand, and immediately, a patch of scarlet red surged out from the ground, burning fiercely. The true phoenix fire soared into the sky. Yuan Gaohan had just started to ponder over his words when he was startled. His gaze revealed a look of astonishment. The boundless power contained in that flame shocked even him, causing his mind to waver. He said repeatedly in shock, "What kind of flame is this?" "It's actually elemental power that's close to the source." Li Yunxiao said expressionlessly, "It's formed by the life-divine fire of the ancient true phoenix. Unfortunately, my power is too low, and I can't control it well. Otherwise, relying on this flame, even if I fought with that great demon, the outcome would still be uncertain." Yuan Gaohan was dumbfounded, and he said in a daze, "Who exactly are you? You also have the true phoenix fire?" He suddenly understood and said in shock, "You went to the outer realm to collect the immemorial astral wind and open up the earth, water, fire, and wind?" Li Yunxiao revealed a look of praise, and said, "I don't have the ability to open up the earth, water, fire, and wind. The boundary divine steel originally had these 4 great domains, forming a world of its own, and could even nourish all things. However, when I obtained this sacred artifact, it was already damaged beyond repair. I had to try to activate these 4 great domains, and I succeeded in activating the fire domain and the earth domain." Yuan Gaohan was extremely shocked, and he murmured, "Activating 2 great domains means that you still have the earth origin element here. Now that you've obtained the immemorial astral wind, you're only missing the water origin element. The possibility of repairing it is very high." At this moment, the true phoenix fire soared into the sky, and it burned the demonic energy madly. It quickly dispersed the demonic energy, and it fled unceasingly, as if it still had intelligence. When Li Yunxiao saw the result, his eyebrows furrowed even more, and he said gravely, "This is a bit troublesome. The demonic energy can't be dispersed, and it melted and hid in the boundary divine steel." Yuan Gaohan said, "It's okay. As long as we can repair the boundary divine steel, when the domain power is activated, the demonic energy won't be able to escape." The 2 of them didn't speak anymore, and they quietly joined hands to control the formation. The boundary divine steel quickly passed through the space of the Milky Way, and it turned into a shooting star, falling toward the continent of the heavenly martial arts realm. Under the starry night, in the depths of the cold morning, in a place with clear waves and green grass. "Yin Yan, why did you call me here? If you don't give me a reason, I won't let you off today." A delicate-looking woman in a flowery collar robe came angrily. Her beautiful hair was adorned with a jade hairpin, and her body emitted a faint fluctuation of vitality. It was obvious that she was a cultivator. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, and she was very wary of the man in front of her. Her eyes were filled with anger. "Hee, of course it's great news. Otherwise, why would I dare to disturb junior sister Donger's cultivation?" The man called Yin Yan tried to flatter her, but it didn't seem to be very effective. Junior sister Mei Donger was not only unhappy, but also looked down on him. Yin Yan put away his flattering smile, and said a little awkwardly, "The day after tomorrow is the sect tournament. Only the disciples who make it to the top 10 will be accepted as the sect leader's direct disciple." Mei Donger's face turned cold, and she said coldly, "You know this, and yet you still disturb me at this crucial time. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to cultivate. Senior brother Yin Yan, goodbye." Mei Donger turned to leave. Yin Yan hurriedly said, "Junior sister Dong I went through a lot of trouble to find a celestial power in her core." Mei Donger's figure suddenly stopped. Under the starry sky and moonlight, her figure was graceful and elegant, making Yin Yan's heart palpitate, and his evil fire burned. Mei Dong'er slowly turned around, and asked carefully, "What did you just say? You have a celestial power in her core?" She asked very carefully, as if she couldn't believe it. Yin Yan heaved a sigh of relief, and suppressed the evil fire in his heart. He revealed a proud expression, and said, "Of course, otherwise how would I dare to waste junior sister's precious cultivation time? This celestial power in her core is a rank 5 martial ancestor, and its quality is high. As long as junior sister Dong consumes it tonight, before the sect tournament the day after tomorrow, she will definitely break through to 6-star martial ancestor, and suppress the other disciples to become the sect leader's direct disciple." The smile on his face was extremely ugly, and it made Mei Dong'er feel nauseous. However, she couldn't resist the temptation of the celestial power in her core, and said, "This celestial power in her core is extremely precious, and can be sold for millions of middle-grade primordial stones outside. If senior brother consumes it, your strength will increase greatly, and it will be equivalent to a few years of cultivation." Yin Yan smiled, and shook his head, and sighed, "Senior brother, I guess I will only be a 1-star martial ancestor for the rest of my life. After all, when I broke through to 6 Directions realm, I took too many supplementary medicines, and the consequences are endless. I'm afraid it will be hard for me to improve for the rest of my life." He was originally a disciple of a large aristocratic family, and had been stuck at the peak of martial king for many years. When he felt that there was no hope, he collected a large number of supplementary medicines, and even invited 2 martial ancestors to help him with their primordial force. Only then did he break through the barrier, and become a martial ancestor. However, there was no progress for the past few years, and no matter how much he cultivated, he could only reach his current cultivation. After that, no matter how many medicines he used, there was no improvement at all. Finally, he started to despair, and no longer thought about cultivating. He spent his days drinking and doing nothing, and this caused many disciples in the sect to feel disgusted. Originally, although Yin Yan was also a playboy, he spent most of his time on cultivation. After he gave up on himself, he became a complete playboy. He spent his days thinking about how to pick up women, especially the female disciples in the sect who had a bright future ahead of them. It was as if he felt that he couldn't do it anymore, and so he wanted to find a better wife. In addition, his family background was not bad, and he was rich and overbearing. He had a large number of cultivation resources, and many female disciples threw themselves at him. He did not reject any of them, but after tasting so many delicacies, he wanted to find a better one. Hence, he set his sights on Mei Dong'er. Mei Dong'er's family background was not simple, and she seemed to be a member of the legendary Mei clan. However, she was from a branch family. Although she also had the surname Mei, she did not enjoy the benefits of the Mei clan. She was no different from the disciples of ordinary families, and she cultivated under the Big Dipper sect. However, Mei Dong'er's talent was indeed extraordinary. At the age of 15, she had become a 6 combination realm martial ancestor. In the following year, she had broken through 5 stars consecutively, and was now a peak 5-star martial ancestor. Although this kind of speed was not unique, it was indeed one of the best in the sect. There were rumors that even if Mei Dong'er did not make it into the top 10 in this competition, the sect leader had the intention of taking her in as a personal disciple. After all, it was very difficult to find a good seedling. In addition, Mei Dong'er's family background was that she had the bloodline of the legendary Mei clan. In terms of power, she was not inferior to the Big Dipper sect. All these made Mei Dong'er the biggest target for Yin Yan. As he pursued Mei Dong'er with all his might, he did not give up on pursuing the other good seedlings in the sect. This was called casting a net to catch fish. If everyone was in bloom, he would definitely be able to win 1 or 2. Mei Dong'er knew what he was thinking, but the temptation of the Migras Niden was too great. If she had this pill, she was confident that she could become a 6-star Wu Zone in 3 days and enter the ranks of the top 10 disciples. "Senior Yin Yan, how much is this Migras Niden? I will definitely return it to you in the future." Mei Dong'er was no fool. She naturally knew that if she wanted this pill, she would definitely have to sacrifice herself. As expected, Yin Yan chuckled and said, "What's there to return? Although it's worth millions of mid-grade primordial stones, junior sister Mei Donger's business is my business. Just take it and consume it. He opened his hand and a warm jade box appeared in his palm. It was enough to show the importance of this pill. Mei Donger was stunned. After hesitating for a long time, she finally could not help but take it. Opening it, she saw a round pill lying inside. It was indeed the Migrazniden, but its quality was not high grade. It was only above mid-grade. Even so, it was enough for her to break through the bottleneck of a 5-star Wuzong. Thank you, Senior Yin Yen. I will definitely return it to you. After Mei Donger finished speaking, she turned around and was about to float away. Hey, don't go. Yin Yan blocked Mei Donger in a flash and said, the Migrazniden needs 3 days to be completely absorbed. Also, the process cannot be disturbed. This place is secluded and is suitable for junior sister to absorb the pill. In addition, senior brother is protecting you. It is enough to ensure your safety. Mei Donger frowned and thought to herself, it is because you are here that I have to go back and consume it. Otherwise, I can just find a random place to consume it. Yin Yan said, why? Junior sister, do you not trust senior brother? Mei Donger hurriedly said, of course not. After all, this pill was given to her by Yin Yan. She did not want to offend him, so she reluctantly said, then I will have to trouble senior brother to protect me. She was not too worried. After all, her cultivation was much higher than Yin Yan's. She was not afraid of him playing any tricks. Immediately, he found a smooth and flat rock, leaped onto it, and sat down cross-legged. After adjusting himself to his peak condition, he carefully took out the Migra's inner core and swallowed it. Soon, Xianxia could feel the powerful medicinal energy swiftly spreading throughout his body, absorbed by his meridians, and a surging origin energy began to flow through his body. Under the starlight and moonlight, Mei Donger looked even more delicate and pretty, causing Yin Yan to gulp repeatedly. After 10 minutes, Yin Yan suddenly said, Junior sister Donger, the night sky is so beautiful today. Mei Donger's complexion alternated between green and white. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said in shock, Senior brother, this medicinal pill of yours. What did you put in it? Why do I feel that the genuine qi in my body is decreasing instead of increasing, and there are even signs of it collapsing? Yin Yan smiled sinisterly and raised his head to look at the starry sky. He praised, what a beautiful starry night. It's especially tranquil, and the moon is as clear as jade. I like to fight in the wild in such an environment. Fight in the wild? What is a wild fight? Mei Donger was shocked. Her instincts told her that she was in trouble. Looking at Yin Yan's sinister face, her heart sank, and she said in fear, Senior brother Yin Yan, what medicinal pill did you give me? She was originally a 5-star peak martial lord, and she had the protection of her family's precious jade. Poisons below the 6th level would not have any effect on her. This was also the reason why she dared to boldly consume it on the spot. Hee, junior sister Donger, don't worry. That is indeed a Migra's inner core. In a few days, you will definitely be able to advance to a 6-star martial lord. It's just that I added quite a bit of cultivation dispersing powder. I spent a higher price than refining the Migra's inner core to get a 6th level alchemist to help me refine it. Yin Yan walked forward and placed his face on Mei Donger's chest. He sniffed hard a few times, and immediately, a fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind filled the air. Mei Donger struggled to lean back in embarrassment. However, her body was limp and she had no strength at all. Tears flowed down her eyes as she begged, Senior brother Yin Yan, please let me go. Let you go? Junior sister Donger, what are you saying? Under such a beautiful starry sky, it's time for us to enjoy sex together. Look, there's even a meteor. Hurry up and make a wish. Mei Donger's heart was filled with despair. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks as she gritted her teeth in pain. If you want to make a wish, I'll make you die a horrible death. Seeing her like this, Yin Yan's face immediately revealed a sinister look. He slapped her, and with a crisp paw sound, Mei Donger fell onto a large rock. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. So many junior sisters are crying and begging me to do it. Do you know how many primordial stones I spent to refine this special Migra's inner core? Don't be so ungrateful. He walked forward and grabbed Mei Donger's collar. Her snow-white neck was revealed, and her red undergarments were propped up by two high mounds, making her look even more alluring. Gulp. Yin Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and felt his mouth dry. He quickly took off all his clothes and was about to pounce on her when he suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Who is it?" He hurriedly turned around. The ring on his hand flashed, and a long saber appeared in his hand. He was extremely angry and on guard. Yo, I was discovered by accident." A sweet laughter came. It was actually a woman. Her purple robe fluttered as she walked out from behind a big tree. Her face was full of smiles as she said, "Junior brother Yin, did I spoil your fun?" She suddenly saw Yin Yan's naked body and the long spear below. Her cheeks immediately flushed. She hurriedly turned her head and said angrily, "Why your clothes?" Yin Yan was shocked and angry at first, but when he saw her like this, he felt an inexplicable excitement. His lower body puffed up, and he laughed. "Haha, so it's senior sister Yuan Xiaoshuang. Why are you in the mood to have wild sex?" Mei Donger lay on the big rock. She felt powerless even to raise her hands. She seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. She struggled with a weak voice and said, "As senior sister, save me." Yuan Xiaoshuang had her back to the two and smiled coldly. "Save you? Junior sister Donger, you're joking. Didn't you come to the back mountain with junior brother Yin Yan to be lovey-dovey? Senior sister is just passing by. You guys can continue." A trace of the pleasure of revenge flashed in her eyes. She had long disliked this junior sister. This was because in the entire Beidou sect, this junior sister gave her the greatest pressure. The sense of threat she brought had always been lingering. Even without Yin Yan, she would find a way to deal with her sooner or later. Yin Yan was startled. It seemed like the other party did not want to care about his matters. But he had already seen through it. How could he continue this kind of thing? Yuan Xiaoshuang's voice sounded again. She snorted coldly. "Junior brother Yin, you don't have to care about me. Just take care of that girl. As long as she doesn't say anything in the future, I naturally won't spread it." Yin Yan was overjoyed and said, "Don't worry, senior sister. When she becomes mine, I'll teach her well." Yuan Xiaoshuang smiled. "Since that's the case, I'll leave and not disturb the two of you. This is really a memorable moment. There's actually a meteor. Hee hee. Women always liked beautiful things." At this time, she did not forget to admire the beautiful night sky and the meteor that streaked across the sky. Mei Donger lay there, her eyes filled with tears. She had already given up all hope. Suddenly, a ray of light moved slowly in the sky. It was the meteor that she had wished for earlier. Why did it not flash away but fall slowly instead? A trace of doubt arose in her heart. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyes. That's right. That meteor was indeed falling in her direction. A glimmer of hope arose in Mei Donger's heart. Could it be that wishing really worked? She prayed desperately, begging for that meteor to crash over and smash this man in front of her to death. At this time, Yin Yan and Yuan Xiaoshuang also noticed that something was wrong with that meteor. They looked up in shock. A long piece of jade surrounded by blazing flames was falling in their direction. Why would there be a meteor at this time? Yin Yan was stunned. He had gone to great lengths to arrange the scene. That Migra's inner core had also cost him a lot. It was all for tonight. In the end, he was first discovered by Yuan Xiaoshuang. Now, there was actually a meteor coming to wreck the scene. Damn it. God, you're messing with me. The meteor's speed was getting faster and faster. It illuminated the entire sky red. The area where the flames burned almost covered half of the back mountain. The three of them were right in the center of the meteor. Yuan Xiaoshuang was also stunned for a moment. Then, she quickly ran. This kind of meteor falling from the sky was not something she could block with her strength. If she was careless, she might even be buried with her. Yin Yan's expression was extremely ugly. He did not even bother to put on his clothes. He hurriedly ran over to hug Mei Donger. This was the fruit of his labor. He had not used it yet. He could not die so easily. Mei Donger panicked, and a piece of precious jade in her bosom suddenly emitted a warm light. She felt a trace of power suddenly appear in her empty dantian. Although it was very weak, it was indeed vital energy. That piece of jade was really her family heirloom. It could ward off all evil. She did not expect it to really be effective. Overjoyed, she hurriedly gathered the strand of vital energy at the tip of her finger. Without batting an eyelid, she waited for Yin Yan's arms to hug her before she quickly pointed at the space between his eyebrows. "Bitch, what are you doing?" Yin Yan was startled, and a sense of impending death surged within him. He immediately tossed Mei Donger aside, and the energy from that finger only landed lightly on his forehead. It penetrated his skin a little, leaving behind a bloody mark, but it didn't hurt him at all. Mei Donger was in excruciating pain from being thrown onto a large rock. But what was even more unbearable was that the finger had missed. She did not know how Yin Yan would deal with her. Yin Yan was terrified, and his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. In that situation, if he hadn't activated his potential in an instant, he would have died a violent death. He looked at Mei Donger, who was lying on the ground, and was extremely puzzled. Didn't she have no strength left? But what was that finger just now? This made him hesitate, and he didn't dare to touch Mei Donger again. He raised his head and looked at the meteor in the sky. It was about to crash down, and the entire sky was dyed red. He was so scared that he ran away, and he didn't dare to stay any longer. Mei Donger secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but she soon fell into despair. When the meteor fell, just the compressed air was pressing down on her body, and she found it very difficult to breathe. Fortunately, the precious jade heirloom in her bosom emitted a faint glow, and it gradually awakened the true energy in her body. She was barely able to resist it, but it was just a last-ditch struggle. If the meteor fell, there was no chance of survival. She couldn't help but feel sad, and 2 streams of tears started to flow down her cheeks. Boom! The meteor finally fell towards the back mountain of the Big Dipper sect, but what was surprising was that the momentum of its fall seemed to be greatly hindered, and it gradually slowed down. With the meteor as the center, the air was compressed to a terrifying degree, and it formed a circular whirlwind that blew away. The burning flames were also blown away by the whirlwind, and soon, a large area of the forest was set ablaze. Boom! The meteor finally hit the ground, and dust filled the sky. The surrounding flames were extinguished in the dust, and a pit that was more than 10 meters deep suddenly formed in the middle of the mountain. The trees and forest within a radius of 1,000 meters were all destroyed, and the flames were still spreading in the distance. The huge rock that Mei Donger was on was blown away by the huge force of the air. Mei Donger was blown away by the whirlwind, and she fell to the ground far away. She spat out a mouthful of blood. The little bit of essence that he had managed to gather with much difficulty dissipated under the impact of this fall, automatically protecting his vital points. She struggled to sit up, and looked at the huge pit in front of her with a little fear. When the meteor fell, she seemed to see that it wasn't a meteor in the flames, but a colorful stone tablet that emitted a golden radiance. There were all kinds of strange patterns carved on it. She was sure that she didn't see wrong. What is that? Could it be a heavenly treasure? Thinking of this, his heart was filled with excitement, and he slowly crawled towards the pit. Bang! A wave of chi directly hit her back, and vital chi broke through her body, jolting her internal organs and severing her meridians. Mei Donger spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at a purple figure with hatred. It was Yuan Xiaoshuang. She stared at her coldly and smiled. Junior sister Mei, stop struggling. Even if junior brother Yin doesn't take you in today, I won't let you off easily. Yin Yan also flew over from afar. At this moment, he had already put on a coat. It was quite embarrassing for him to be naked all the time. Looking at the mountain that had been destroyed beyond recognition, his expression was uncertain. With such a huge commotion, the elders in the sect would definitely be alerted. Soon, they would send people to investigate. He had to take Mei Dong away and find another place to have fun. Don't worry, Senior Martial Sister Yuan. I will definitely accept Junior Martial Sister Mei. I can't stay here any longer. I will take my leave now. Thank you, Senior Martial Sister, for helping me today. Junior Martial Brother will remember it. Yin Yan thanked her with a serious expression and was about to carry Mei Dong away. Yuan Xiaoshuang was secretly delighted. After today, not only would Mei Dong'er have to be obedient in front of her, but she would also have a handle on Yin Yen. Although this man was useless, his family background was still very prominent, and there would be a time when he would be useful in the future. Thinking of this, she immediately chuckled. This is all Junior Marshal Brother Yin's own ability. It has nothing to do with Senior Marshal Sister. TSK, I really envy Junior Marshal Sister Mei. Not only is your talent extraordinary, but your face and figure are also lovable. You finally found a good family, and it's not a disgrace to your identity. Mei Dong'er's face was pale. She didn't expect that she would still be unable to escape this misfortune. She even wanted to kill herself by biting off her tongue to prevent this beast from defiling her. At the very least, she would be able to preserve her purity. Yuan Shoshuang seemed to see through her thoughts and smiled coldly to herself. She flicked her finger, and a strong wind struck a few of Mei Dong'er's acupoints, creating a few bloody holes. Mei Dong'er no longer had the strength to grit her teeth. She lay limply on the ground, waiting to be trampled upon. Many thanks, Senior Marshal Sister. Otherwise, I would not have expected her to be so unyielding. Yin Yen was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood and thanked her profusely. Yuan Shoshuang giggled and said with a smile, Junior Marshal Brother Yin, you cannot be careless when dealing with such a beauty. That's right, when that meteor fell earlier it seemed somewhat strange. With that kind of startling might, how could it only cause such little damage? At first, I thought that the entire mountain would be flattened. Yin Yen also frowned and revealed a strange expression. He said, I feel the same way. Under that kind of might, even if it was facing a martial emperor, it would not feel so powerless. And I can cause such damage. With great curiosity in their hearts, the two of them carefully walked toward the huge pit. At first glance, it was empty. There were no meteorites at all. The two of them looked at each other and saw the extreme shock in each other's eyes. They felt that it was very unbelievable. Save me. Mei Dong'er's weak cry came from behind. Yin Yan's expression changed, and he said to Yuan Shoshuang, Senior Marshal Sister, this matter seems strange. It's not good to stay here any longer. Junior Marshal Sister Mei and I will leave first. He turned around and walked toward Mei Dong'er. Suddenly, his body froze, and his legs seemed to be filled with lead. He saw a youth squatting beside Mei Dong'er and looking at her. He was so frightened that he took several steps back and cried out involuntarily, Who are you? Where did you come from? Yuan Shoshuang was also shocked and hurriedly turned around. The two of them were instantly on their guard. To be able to appear behind them without a sound, it was definitely not an ordinary person. The two of them looked over and saw a 16 or 17-year-old youth looking at them curiously. His gaze was still lingering on Mei Dong'er, and he seemed to understand the situation immediately. The young man grinned and said, Did I disturb you? Yin Yen had thought that it was one of the junior marshal brothers in the sect, but now that he looked at it, it was a completely unfamiliar face. His expression immediately darkened, and he said angrily, Where did you come from? Get lost immediately. Yuan Shoshuang's expression changed, and she said in a low voice, Junior Marshal Brother Yin, his strength is at the peak of 4-star martial ancestor. Huh? What? Yin Yen sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked. The youth in front of him was even younger than him, and he looked ordinary. How could he have such a high cultivation? His expression immediately turned ugly, and he said, Who are you? Yuan Shoshuang's eyes also shone brightly, and she said in a cold voice, Kid, your strength is not bad, but you are not strong enough to be impudent in front of us. Immediately tell us where you came from or else. She released the aura from her body, and it swept around the youth, locking him in place. The pressure of a 6-star martial ancestor rolled down. Yuan Shoshuang's heart was filled with killing intent. If this matter was exposed, she didn't care if Yin Yen suffered, but it was extremely likely that she would be implicated. That youth was Li Yunxiao. After the world god steel fell, he immediately came out and put it away. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. His soul power had long been used up, and his vitality was also lacking. His body seemed extremely weak, and under the pressure of a 6-star martial ancestor, he even swayed a few times. But even so, when Li Yunxiao saw Yuan Qiushuang's threatening look, he laughed in his heart, and felt speechless. No matter how weak he was not someone a 6-star martial ancestor could fight against. But his attitude was extremely good, and he said, "You raped a beauty, and did such immoral things, and you don't allow anyone to interfere?" His expression was not very good, and in Yuan Qiushuang's eyes, she thought that he had been shocked by her pressure. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief, and said coldly, "What rape a beauty? That is our little junior sister, and this is our sex matter. How is it up to an outsider like you to interfere? Besides, it's not like there's anything wrong. Everyone is willing. Senior sister Yuan is right, it was consensual. Where did you come from? Please leave immediately." Yin Yan also shouted, his face full of anger. Li Yunxiao was stunned, and he said in shock, "In the middle of the night, before the flowers and under the moon, junior sister and senior sister, a dragon and 2 phoenixes, consensual, this." He said in shock, "Which sect are you from? With such good benefits, is your sect still recruiting?" Yuan Qiushuang's face turned red, and she said angrily, "Tui. What nonsense are you talking about? It was consensual, what has it got to do with me? Them?" Li Yunxiao came to a realization, and said, "Oh, I understand, then you're here to visit? Is it nice?" Although Yuan Qiushuang was not a good person, she was still very conservative about matters between men and women, and her appearance was considered beautiful, graceful, and she was usually a hot beauty, and there was no lack of men who pursued her. Being teased by Li Yunxiao like this, she was instantly embarrassed and angry, and killing intent surged out, and her body was like a layer of ice. "You must feel very cold now, right? This is the frost cold qi that I cultivate, and it has already seeped into your skin unknowingly. It can freeze your meridians and physical body, making it difficult to circulate vital qi, and greatly reducing your strength." Yuan Qiushuang's face was full of anger, and she said coldly, "I'm afraid you can only unleash the power of a 1-star martial ancestor now. As the saying goes, if you don't court death, you won't die. You're completely courting death." Li Yunxiao looked at the faint layer of frost covering his skin, and continued to tease indifferently, "Senior sister, please tell me the way to join the sect, such good benefits, it's simply, courting death." Yuan Qiushuang finally could not take it anymore, and with a shout, a purple shadow flickered, and with a few steps, she arrived in front of Li Yunxiao, and a bright short sword with frost cold qi slashed down. Clang! Li Yunxiao smiled slightly and raised his left hand. His middle finger nimbly flicked the long sword, giving off a crisp sword hum and sending out bits of frost. The long sword was flung to the side. Yuan Qiushuang almost lost her grip on the sword and almost let it fall out of her hand. She was shocked, and an unconcealable look of shock flashed in her eyes. She hurriedly poured her 6-star martial arts grandmaster primordial qi into the sword and swept it across. The entire air gave off a hissing sound. Dang! This time, the sword did not fall out of her hand. Li Yunxiao gently stretched out 2 fingers and pinched it. He looked at her and smiled. He pinched the flower with his finger and smiled without saying anything. Yuan Qiushuang was really shocked this time. He did not use any powerful primordial qi to pinch the tip of her sword, but just his strength. She only felt a huge force clamping down on her short sword. No matter how she tried, she could not pull it out. You are a strong man?" She cried out in shock. She tried to pull it out, but she could not. Even if it was a strong man, she had never heard of a strong man who could fight against a martial arts grandmaster. Furthermore, his frail body. She shouted anxiously, "Junior brother Yin, hurry up and help." Yin Yan was also stunned. If it had been him, he would not have been able to block Yuan Qiushuang's 2 swords. Not to mention that this person was already frozen by the frost. How could he have such great strength and agility? The 2 swords were as fast as lightning, but Li Yunxiao's movements were slow and unhurried. It was as if the long sword had directly landed on his fingertips. It was hard to accept. "Brat, don't be arrogant. Mountain-splitting fist." Yin Yan shouted loudly. He raised his 2 fists and strode forward. He cultivated a martial arts technique that was open and large. Every step he took left an extremely deep mark on the ground. In a few steps, the wind from his fist was like a mountain as it blasted towards Li Yunxiao's body. He definitely did not dare to fight a 4-star martial arts grandmaster alone. But with Yuan Shoushuang, a 6-star martial arts grandmaster, he was emboldened and pounced forward ferociously. Li Yinxiao sighed softly. He suddenly felt a sense of dullness. These two people were like ants in front of him. He was just wasting his time. During this period of time, he had encountered either great demons or great devils. There was also Emperor Wu and even Yunnan Tian. Basically, he could only run away. Now that he had encountered two normal people, he realized that they were far from being his match. He felt a little uncomfortable. He loosened his grip on Yuan Autumn Frost's sword and flicked it lightly. The sword trembled violently and hummed, changing its direction and stabbing at Yin Yan uncontrollably. The speed of the sword was even faster than Yuan Shoushuang's own dance. "Quick, get out of the way!" Yuan Shoushuang screamed in fear. The strength of the sword was too strong. It pulled her body over and stabbed at Yin Yan with lightning speed. The position was also calculated by Li Yunxiao. It was the precious third leg. Hiss, bang, Yuan Shoushuang's sword stabbed into Yin Yan's lower body without any hesitation, going more than an inch deep. Yin Yan's mountain-splitting fist also landed on Yuan Shoushuang. He watched as she spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. The sword was pulled out from Yin Yan's lower body. Fresh blood spurted out. Yin Yan's eyes widened. He screamed and fell to the ground. Looking at the place that was stabbed, half of it was injured. The other half fell to the ground in fear. His legs were still trembling as he muttered, "It's over, it's over, it's all over." Seeing this, Li Yunxiao snickered. He suddenly looked at the Beidou sect in front of the mountain and revealed a surprised expression. He muttered to himself, what sect is this? They seem to have some experts. There are quite a few people here. Let's not care about this for now. Let's leave first." He looked at Mei Dong'er on the ground and waved his hand gently. Mei Dong'er's body was lifted up by a warm force. Mei Dong'er felt warmth in her heart. She didn't think that she would really be saved. She couldn't help but want to cry. However, she heard Li Yunxiao say, "I'm really lucky today. I got such a great bargain. I won't stand on ceremony and take my time to enjoy it when I get back." Mei Dong'er's head was dizzy. Her emotional tears immediately turned into bitter tears. Why was her life so bad? She had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth. All men in the world were the same. None of them were good. Li Yunxiao flew up gently. Mei Dong'er was surrounded by a ball of faint yellow light. She followed behind him like a tail. They turned into a beam of light and flew up into the sky. They quickly disappeared from the mountain peak. Very soon, numerous voices came from all directions. They all landed at the place where the world god steel had fallen. They all revealed shocked gazes. "Senior Sister Yuan. Are you okay? Yin Yan? Why are you here? Why are you injured?" All of a sudden, dozens of people came over and hurriedly helped the two of them over. Yuan Shoushuang had only been hit by Yin Yan's mountain-splitting fist. The blood in her body stirred and she was fine after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yin Yan, on the other hand, was not so lucky. Apart from a large amount of blood flowing out of his lower body, his pants were also dyed bright red. There was also a thick yellow liquid flowing out of his lower body. It was unknown what it was, but his eyes were lifeless as he muttered, "It's over, it's all over now." All the men who saw this felt chills down their spines and shivered. Many female disciples clapped their hands in joy. There were also some whose expressions were very gloomy. They had obviously already entrusted themselves to Yin Yan. It was all over now. "Shoushuang, what exactly happened here? Tell me." An old man with an extraordinary bearing said slowly as he was surrounded by the crowd. He stared at Yuan Shoushuang. He was not angry but had an imposing manner. He had the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Everyone immediately fell silent and no one dared to make a sound. Yuan Shoushuang also felt a chill in her heart. She immediately knelt down and said, "Sect Master, it's like this." In her narration, she, Yin Yan, and Mei Dong'er agreed to cultivate together and discuss the difficulties in the martial Tao. At this moment, a meteorite fell from the sky. Then, Li Yunxiao appeared and lusted after Mei Donger's beauty. He entered the three of them and took Mei Donger away. What? Donger was taken away? An old woman's face was filled with shock and anger. She slammed the ghost head staff in her hand onto the ground. Immediately, the mountain peak shook. She said angrily, "Who did it?" "And I told Donger to focus on seclusion and wait for the sect competition the day after tomorrow. Why would she come to the back mountain to discuss the martial Dao with you for no reason?" This old woman was Mei Donger's master, He Yanrong. She had always treated Mei Donger as her own. How could she not be shocked and angry when she heard that her beloved disciple had been taken away? Yuan Shoshuang was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. She was extremely anxious and thought about how to explain. Sect leader Zhang Linghua looked at her indifferently and said, "Tell me in detail. Also, who was the person who injured you?" "Yes, sect leader." Yuan Shoshuang knelt there and did not dare to move. She cupped her fists and said, "It's because junior brother Yin Yen had painstakingly obtained a Migra's inner core and wanted to give it to junior sister Dong. At the same time, he also invited me to give junior sister Dong some pointers and impart some battle experience so that she can shine in the sect competition the day after tomorrow. That's why the three of us went to the back mountain together. As for the person who took junior sister Dong away, that person..." All of a sudden, she became hesitant and her brows furrowed into a deep crease. "How is that person?" Zhang Linghua said in a low voice, "I really want to know who dares to come to my Big Dipper sect in the middle of the night to kidnap a female disciple." Yuan Shoshuan felt the majesty and said while trembling, "Sect leader, that person is about 16 or 17 years old. His strength seems to be a peak 4-star martial ancestor." "What? A peak 4-star martial ancestor? The three of you can't defeat him even if you join forces?" He Yanrong's face instantly turned green. It was really the cultivation technique that she cultivated that automatically circulated in her anger. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and everyone felt cold. Anger also flashed in Zhang Linghua's eyes as she said coldly, "The three of you are considered outstanding disciples in the sect. You are a stable 6-star martial ancestor. Although Mei Donger is a peak 5-star martial ancestor, she might be able to fight you if she gets serious. Besides, there's also Yin Yen. You said that the three of you were defeated by a 4-star martial ancestor youth and even took Mei Donger away?" Yuan Shoshuang felt the coldness in Zhang Linghua's voice and unconsciously shivered. She said in a trembling voice, "Yes, that's right." She did not know how to explain such a thing. Zhang Linghua's face darkened and she asked again, "Does that person have an extremely powerful Xian weapon in his hands?" No, that person was barehanded. He used 2 fingers to block my sword and then stabbed junior brother Yin Yen." As Yuan Shoshuang spoke, she felt a thick cold air that almost froze her to the point of suffocation. 4-star martial ancestor, 2 fingers, injured the three of you. Did I hear wrongly? Zhang Linghua's face was covered in a layer of frost. Her face could not be seen clearly. Her voice was filled with a strong pressure that made one shudder. He Yanrong, who was originally furious, gradually calmed down. She said seriously, "Sect leader, could that person have suppressed his cultivation so that Qiushuang and Yin Yan could not tell?" The cold air on Zhang Linghua's body dissipated slightly. She said, "To be able to use 2 fingers to defeat the three of them, he has to be at least an 8-star martial ancestor. No matter who the other party is, go and investigate immediately. We must find out who did it." "Yes." He Yanrong accepted the order and picked a few experts on the spot. They immediately chased in the direction that Li Yunxiao had escaped. Zhang Linghua glanced at Yuan Shoshuang who was kneeling on the ground and said, "Get up. This matter is not your fault." As for Yin Yan. He glanced at Yin Yan who was lying on the ground like mud and frowned. "Find Elder Qiu to see if he can be cured. Try your best to save him. Otherwise, it will be trouble if old man Yin comes looking for him." He seemed to be a little fearful of Yin Yan's elders. Following that, everyone circled around the huge pit and did not find anything. They all returned resentfully. Li Yunxiao brought Mei Donger and flew above the mountains and rivers. Very quickly, they saw a city and flew in. As it was still late at night, the entire city was dark and there was no one around. He randomly found a luxurious hotel, found an empty room, and threw Mei Dong'er onto the bed. Mei Dong'er was very anxious and embarrassed. She thought to herself, why is this person so impatient? Thinking of her tragic fate, she could not help but tear up. Forget it, even if she was bullied by a stranger, it was better than being bullied by Yin Yin. Her heart was filled with despair as she laid there blankly. Her mind was blank as she waited for the cruel fate. Time passed by, second by second. There was no movement for a while. She felt that it was a little strange. Waves of essence could be felt, but they were very weak. It seemed that the person was also injured. At this moment, the family treasure on her body once again gave off a warm light, slowly undoing the effects of the cultivation dispersing powder. Her dantian could gradually condense essence. Although the cultivation dispersing powder had been added to the cultivation dispersing powder, it was still a true pinnacle stage 5 pill. Otherwise, Mei Dong'er would not have been so tempted. At this moment, the pill's power was completely unleashed. The essence in her meridians was like silk at first, but it slowly gathered and became larger. Towards the end, it was like a surging river. After circulating it hundreds of times, she finally broke through the shackles of a pinnacle stage 5 martial arts grandmaster and stepped into a martial arts grandmaster. I'm really a martial arts grandmaster now. Mei Dong'er opened her eyes and looked at her body in disbelief. She felt a brand new surge of power. The previous night's events were like a nightmare in her mind. Today, she had already rushed to the realm that she had dreamed of. Furthermore, her body was unharmed. At this moment, the sky gradually brightened and the rooster crowed. A ray of sunlight shone in. In the corner of the room, Xianxia was still meditating with his eyes closed. His expression was abnormally peaceful. Mei Dong'er was extremely grateful. She carefully sat on the bed and did not dare to make a sound, afraid that she would alarm her benefactor. He is so young, and judging from his essence power, he only has the strength of a martial arts grandmaster. How did he defeat senior sister Yuan and junior brother Yin? Mei Dong'er was very confused. Last night, she had been lying on the ground and did not even have the strength to raise her head. Mei Dong'er's gaze landed on Li Yunxiao. She stared at him in a daze. Li Yunxiao's serene face suddenly revealed a smile. Opening his eyes, he looked over and said with a smile, "You keep staring at me like that. Aren't you afraid that I will be shy?" You woke up a long time ago." Mei Dong'er's cheeks blushed and she quickly lowered her head. Only then did she realize that she only had a light muslin covering her body. Her bright red undergarments were still clearly visible. There was an embroidered image of a boy flying a kite, and her 2 jade-like arms were also faintly discernible. She hurriedly pulled the quilt on her bed to cover herself. Looking at her embarrassment, Li Yunxiao found it very interesting. He gently smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll leave after asking a few questions. The power of the cultivation dispersing powder in your body has already been dispersed, right? There shouldn't be any hindrance anymore." Mei Dong'er hurriedly said, How did you know I was poisoned by the cultivation dispersing powder? You've seen my body?" Li Yunxiao was embarrassed. He embarrassedly said, "I'm an arcane refiner. I can tell at a glance." Seeing Mei Dong'er's disbelieving gaze, he changed the topic and said, "Oh right, where is this place? How far is it from Xianxia City?" "Xianxia City?" Mei Dong'er whispered. The puzzled look on her face made Li Yunxiao feel that there was trouble. As expected, she quickly came to a realization. "You're talking about the Merchant Union's headquarters, Xianxia City? Isn't that the northern region?" Li Yunxiao. "Then, this place is," Mei Dong'er said, "strictly speaking, this place should also belong to the northern region. However, in terms of power, it belongs to the eastern region. It's the border between the 2 regions." She glanced at the layout of the room and understood. She said, "This must be the southern fire city near the Beidou sect. I'm a disciple of the Beidou sect. Southern fire city, Beidou sect. I seem to have some impression of it, but I can't remember it clearly. Is there a large-scale teleportation formation nearby?" Mei Dong'er was stunned. She showed a look of disbelief and said, "You've never heard of our Big Dipper sect? How is that possible?" She thought for a moment and said, "There's a large-scale teleportation formation in the sect. It can teleport people 10,000 miles away. 10,000 miles away, Li Yunxiao frowned and calculated in deep thought. He said, if this is the border between the eastern and northern region, then it's more than 10,000 miles away from Songyang City. There must be a teleportation formation that can cross a region. Is there one nearby? The legendary teleportation formation that can cross regions? Mei Dong'er was shocked. She shook her head and said, other than our Big Dipper sect, the largest teleportation formation nearby is the one the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce set up in southern Fire City. However, it can only teleport people 10,000 miles away. I'm afraid only the Rain Peak City and the Tide Listening Pavilion have teleportation formations that can cross regions. Tide Listening Pavilion. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Su Qing, who was in Mount Meru, was from the Tide Listening Pavilion. This sect was quite famous in the eastern region, but they were also very powerful. It would be difficult to borrow a teleportation formation. Mei Dong'er continued, our Big Dipper sect's teleportation formations can send people to Rain Peak City and the Tide Listening Pavilion's territories. If you want to go to Yang City, I'm afraid you'll have to go to those two places first. Otherwise, if you fly on your own, even if you have a high-grade warship, it'll take months or even years to get there. Li Yunxiao said, is it possible to borrow your Big Dipper sect's teleportation formation? What's the cultivation of your sect leader? Mei Dong'er revealed a troubled expression. There are cases where the sect's formation is borrowed, but it's very rare. I can ask Master for help. As long as Master is willing to help, there's still hope. As for the sect leader's cultivation. She pondered for a moment and said with determination, it should be the Jiutian Emperor Wu. From her words, it was obvious that it would be extremely difficult to borrow the teleportation formation. Li Yunxiao slapped his forehead and said in distress, why is it Emperor Wu again? Why haven't I heard of so many Emperor Wus before? He was a little angry. Most importantly, even Emperor Wus didn't dare to be arrogant in front of him in the past, so he knew very little. He had originally planned to borrow the formation by force if the other party's sect leader wasn't strong enough, but since Emperor Wu was here, borrowing by force was obviously not feasible. Mei Dong'er was startled for a moment and didn't quite understand. She then said, sect leader hasn't been Emperor Wu for long, probably 4 or 5 years. Why don't you consider using the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce's teleportation formation? They're a chamber of commerce after all. As long as you have enough primal stones, it'll be easy to negotiate. Primal stones, what I lack the most right now is primal stones, Li Yunxiao said, with a Chamber of Commerce's teleportation formation here, it should be at least a medium-sized transfer station. Looks like this South Fire City is also a prosperous place. Otherwise, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have spent so much money to build such a large teleportation formation. Yes, South Fire City is adjacent to the Fire Crystal Mountain Range and is rich in golden fire crystals. It's a very profitable place. Mei Dong'er said. Golden fire crystals. Li Yunxiao was shocked and said, golden fire crystals are an important source of profit for the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. So it's produced here. That's a great material for refining. Elemental crystal ores that contain the highest fire and highest gold can be integrated into any profound weapon. It's one of the materials favored by arcane masters. Mei Dong'er was surprised, are you really an arcane master? Not only was the other party's strength not weaker than her, but he was also an arcane master. Mei Dong'er suddenly thought of something and said, there's another way. How could I have forgotten? Tomorrow is the sect tournament. As long as I can enter the top 3, I can make a request that isn't too excessive. I will do my best to compete and enter the top 3. When the time comes, I will ask the sect leader to borrow the teleportation portal. It won't be a problem. Oh? Top 3? Li Yunxiao looked at her cultivation and said, are you confident? Clearly, he did not approve of her strength. Mei Dong'er's cheeks blushed slightly and said, I have just become a 6-star martial ancestor. I have full confidence in entering the top 10. As for the top 3, she was not confident and said softly, I will do my best. She clenched her fists tightly, showing her determination. Li Yunxiao had done her a great favor and she had to repay him no matter what. Even if she could not enter the top 3, she would definitely beg her master Furthermore, if she entered the top 3, she could become the sect leader's disciple and her words would carry more weight. Li Yunxiao said, among the disciples participating in the tournament, what's the strongest cultivation? Mei Dong'er replied, it should be senior brother Qingyu. I heard that he is a 9-star martial ancestor. I don't know if that's true. If we are unlucky and meet him, we will be in trouble. Li Yunxiao had a strange expression on his face. He had originally planned to let the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar follow Mei Dong'er and get first place. However, it seemed that the strongest disciple participating in the tournament was not even a martial emperor. That demonic beast would be too shocking. Mei Dong'er saw his expression and thought that he was worried for her. She hurriedly said, don't worry. Other than senior brother Qingyu, the other senior brothers and sisters are not very strong. I still have hope of entering the top 3. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, it would be best if you could enter with your own strength. You cultivate water-type martial techniques, right? I'll teach you a powerful martial technique that can increase your chances of winning. Mei Dong'er was stunned. Then, she smiled and said, there is no need. The martial technique I cultivate is called the ice water palm. It is something that only the Big Dipper sect's disciples can learn. Its power is already. Her words came to an abrupt halt as her entire body turned sluggish. Her eyes were unfocused and lifeless. She looked like an idiot. One of Li Yunxiao's eyes emitted a strong mental energy that captured her spiritual sense. A water-type martial technique was imprinted into her sea of consciousness. Such a technique could only be used when there was a huge difference in their mental energy. Otherwise, if there was a backlash, both of them would be greatly injured. Before Xiao Chen, Mei Dong'er's mental energy was like that of a baby, she had no way of resisting. Time passed very quickly. In just a few blinks of an eye, Li Yunxiao's pupils gradually changed and returned to normal. Mei Dong'er was still in a daze and couldn't recover her senses for a long time. However, her eyes were no longer lifeless like an idiot. Instead, they were filled with extreme shock and excitement. She said in a daze, what is the name of this technique? How can it be so powerful? After she said this, she felt an abnormally huge mental pressure. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead and she felt a little suffocated. Li Yunxiao said, this palm technique is called gentle like water. What you saw just now was an illusion unleashed by a strong practitioner of Emperor Wu. It is enough to move mountains and drain the seas. You should comprehend it well today. If you can comprehend it thoroughly, you can challenge an 8-star or even a 9-star martial ancestor without a problem. Gentle like water. Emperor Wu martial ancestor, you, who exactly are you? Mei Dong'er was drenched in cold sweat. Just now, a gentle palm from a woman in her sea of consciousness had caused the heavens and earth to shatter and the seas to overturn. It had almost crushed her consciousness. That kind of power was something he had never seen before in his life. Even sect leader Zhang Linghua would not be able to display such an earth-shattering palm. There's nothing strange about it. I'm a cultivator. Cultivators are usually omnipotent. Li Yunxiao smiled vaguely. But, Mei Dong'er couldn't explain it either. She respected cultivators very much, but her intuition told her that Li Yunxiao wasn't as simple as a cultivator. At the very least, the great cultivators in their sect definitely couldn't directly imprint an illusion of Emperor Wu in her mind. It was so simple, clear, direct, and effective to impart a technique to her. Alright, you can slowly comprehend it. I'll continue to cultivate. Oh, right, do you have any primordial stones on you? After falling from the starry sky, Li Yunxiao's soul power and primordial qi hadn't recovered. He urgently needed a large amount of primordial stones to replenish his strength. I do. Mei Dong'er immediately took out a storage bag from her ring and handed it over. There are more than 500 mid-grade primordial stones in there. These are my cultivation resources for this month. Because of Master's love, I have more than others in the sect. Don't worry and take it. 500, Li Yunxiao looked at her serious expression and weakly pushed it back. You should keep it for yourself. I'll be fine after meditating for a while. 500 middle-grade primordial stones were enough for an ordinary martial arts grandmaster to use for half a year. Even geniuses with extremely high talent and strong absorption abilities could use them for more than a month. but for Li Yunxiao, it wasn't enough. He felt that he had to think of it. Mei Dong'er thought he was embarrassed, so she forcefully stuffed it into his hands and said, "How can you cultivate without primeval stones? Today, I only need to meditate and comprehend that palm technique, so I don't need any primeval stones. When I become the direct disciple of the sect leader, the supply of primeval stones will increase exponentially, so you don't have to worry about me." Li Yunxiao took the storage bag and did not explain further. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Only then did Mei Dong'er sit back down on the bed in satisfaction. She was very happy in her heart. She looked at Li Yunxiao's appearance and was suddenly stunned. She thought to herself, "Oh no, I still don't know his name." She was annoyed for a while, but she didn't dare to disturb him. Then she thought of the sect competition tomorrow and gradually calmed down, entering into a state of enlightenment. Li Yunxiao's soul appeared in the Universe God Monument and appeared next to Yuan Gaohan. He asked, "How is it?" There was a pile of materials in front of Yuan Gaohan. There was also a blood-red heart beating. A small piece of faint yellow suddenly floated in the air, giving off a strong sense of earth. Yuan Gaohan looked at him as if he was looking at a ghost and said with some excitement, "Who refined this half-beast half-weapon before? I have never heard of such an existence. You must recommend that person to me. He has opened up a new path in the history of arcane refinement. He will shine in the annals of history." Li Yunxiao frowned. He had refined the stone gourd in the cauldron of mountain and river. He had thought that as long as he didn't hurt the stone gourd's heart, no matter how he refined the stone gourd's body, it would not die. That was why he had tested it. Then he had refined this half-beast half-weapon. He had even gone through the god's kulpa and become a Zun of the Bahuang province. He then told Yuan Gaohan about it and hid the cauldron of mountain and river. Yuan Gaohan was completely dumbfounded. He said in a daze, "You're saying that this thing was refined by you?" His eyes popped out of their sockets, and he shook his head furiously, saying angrily, "Impossible. Since I promised to work for you, I won't go back on my word. You don't need to hide anything from me. You're only at the 6th rank, how could you refine a level 8 weapon?" Li Yunxiao smiled wryly, "But that's the truth. When a spell refiner has a deep understanding of materials and spells, they can refine things that are beyond their rank. It's not strange at all. After I used my soul skills, I was able to reach the peak of the 6th rank and refine the stone gourd at the 7th rank. He went through the god's kulpa and became a level 8 Zun. Isn't that normal?" Yuan Gaohan was stunned. Theoretically, there was no problem, but in reality, it couldn't go so smoothly. Besides, this was a half-beast half-weapon. He had never seen such a strange thing before. Li Yunxiao continued, "You should know that in the history of arcane refinement, any new arcane refinement was created by chance. Now that the stone gourd has become a level 8 weapon, I can't fix it with my current spirit power. That's why I asked you to study it." Only now did Yuan Gaohan somewhat believe it. Looking at the pile of damaged materials that had fused together and seemed to be able to move, he furrowed his brows and said, "It still has the characteristics of a demonic beast, and the stone beast's self-recovery ability has also been inherited. It's just that the materials used to construct its body are all 9th grade, exceeding its own level, which is why the fusion is so slow. As long as there is enough time and the stone heart does not die, it will be able to completely repair itself." Li Yunxiao smiled wryly, "Old Yuan, we don't have time now. Look at it, it'll take at least 1 or 2 years for it to repair itself, right?" "I'm thinking the same thing as before. As long as the stone heart doesn't die, we can use spells to repair its body. You have a level 8 starlight spirit power, you should be able to repair it." Yuan Gaohan also had an eager expression on his face. He seemed a little excited. In the research of Formula Path, any new discovery was enough to make these alchemists lose their appetite and sleep for the entire night. They would not rest until they had a clear understanding of it. It was this kind of spirit that guided Formula Dao to continuously evolve and develop. "What cauldron did you use back then? Let me use it." Yuan Gaohan couldn't help but want to start. Li Yunxiao smiled wryly, touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "I used that cauldron as a weapon in a battle and it was destroyed. Can't you just create a formation and repair it with your bare hands?" Yuan Gaohan opened his mouth and cursed, "You bastard. You used a cauldron as a weapon. He said furiously, it's my first time trying to repair something like this. I'm not confident at all. I refuse if you don't have a level 8 cauldron to use. If the stone heart is damaged, where can I find a second half-beast, half-artifact material to research? Li Yunxiao was also a little apprehensive. After all, he used the mountain and river cauldron, a holy artifact. Luck was also involved. He nodded and said, it's definitely impossible to get a level 8 purple cauldron. I'll try to get more materials. You refine a purple cauldron yourself first. Yuan Gaohan said, looking at the treasures on you, you're simply richer than the holy region. But sometimes, you realize you're poorer than anyone. Get me some starlight stones first to let me recover my strength. Otherwise, you can send me back to the holy region. With this gourd, little King Kong, and the world deity steel waiting for me to repair, I definitely won't betray you. Furthermore, there will be great benefits waiting for you. Yes, starlight stones aren't expensive. I'll go to the Southfire City's Merchant Association to see if I can exchange for some materials. After Li Yunxiao finished speaking, he disappeared into the world deity steel. His original body in the room opened his eyes and looked at Mei Donger, who had entered the state of mind. He set up a few restrictions in the room to prevent anyone from coming in and disturbing him. Then, the space twisted and he appeared on the street. It was quite lively with people coming and going. The people around him were all shocked by his sudden appearance, but they quickly thought that they had seen wrongly. They thought it was strange for a while, but it didn't matter and they continued to do what they were supposed to do. Li Yunxiao pulled a passerby to ask around and had a slight understanding of the situation in the Southfire City. In the entire Southfire City, there was only one large merchant association, the Thunderous Wind Merchant Association. There were many other small merchant associations, but they all relied on the Thunderous Wind Merchant Association to get some benefits. It seemed that the golden fire crystal business was completely monopolized by the Thunderous Wind Merchant Association. After finding out the location of the Thunderous Wind Merchant Association, he went straight there. The Thunderous Wind Merchant Association had always kept a low profile among the 7 directors in the Commerce Alliance. Although it wasn't one of the 4 core alliances, its power had always been obscure, making it hard for the other few to figure it out. It also had very little cooperation with the other merchant associations in the Commerce Alliance, as though it was a country of its own. Li Yunxiao recalled that when he was in the Tianxiang Kingdom in the southern region, the president of the branch there had asked him to enter Mount Meru to look for the Soaring Heaven King Palace. After that, they had never contacted each other again. The Southfire City was quite big. Although it wasn't as ridiculously big as the Light Song Forest, it was still much bigger than the Fire Crow Empire's Shenyang City. After passing through a few streets, Li Yunxiao came to the most bustling place. The Thunderous Wind Merchant Association's shop was extremely eye-catching, taking up almost half the street. He walked straight to the main door and suddenly saw a sign in front of an inconspicuous shop. It was a strange circle with a hint of purple in it. It was extremely inconspicuous in front of the shop, as though it had been casually drawn by a naughty child. After a moment of surprise, Li Yunxiao turned in the opposite direction and walked toward the shop. The inconspicuous shop door had a signboard hanging horizontally, with 4 words written on it, Purple Cloud Merchant Association. Li Yunxiao walked straight in. The shop wasn't big, but the furnishings inside were extremely exquisite and orderly. There were a lot of them, but they weren't messy. What made his eyes light up even more was that the waiters inside weren't sharp-tongued manservants, but a few pretty maids who were happily chatting with the customers. "Young master, how can I help you?" There were 4 maids standing side by side in front of the counter. When they saw Li Yunxiao enter, the first one immediately came forward with a smile like a flower, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Li Yunxiao's gaze landed on a jade tablet on her waist. There was a 7 written in gold on it, which was the number of the maids. "Is your manager here?" Li Yunxiao asked straightforwardly. "Manager? Are you talking about President Wu Chen?" The 7th maid immediately sized up Li Yunxiao. Her gaze was very casual, as if she was playing it down. In fact, she had already made her first judgment in her heart. This person was a young master of an aristocratic family, and he definitely had some background. They were all carefully selected by the Chamber of Commerce and had received professional training. From how to judge the status of customers to how to communicate, they were very experienced. Li Yunxiao's calm appearance inadvertently revealed the aura of an expert. From the moment he entered the door, her gaze casually swept over every detail of the shop, and she constantly analyzed it. "Anne, is your president called Wu Chen? Then he must be looking for her." Li Yunxiao also discovered that these maids didn't seem to be simple, and each of them had a cultivation base. Although they weren't very high, they were indeed genuine martial artists. "Please follow me." The seventh maid revealed a sweet smile, made a gesture of invitation, and was about to lead Li Yunxiao inside. "Wait!" A shout came from the corner. A white-robed young master had an angry expression on his face, and in his hand was a dagger inlaid with gold and jade. It was very dazzling. He shouted angrily, "Just now, I also asked to see the president. Why did you say the president wasn't here? Now that this hothead wants to see your president, you're bringing him in?" The seventh servant frowned slightly, but ignored him and continued to lead Li Yunxiao forward with a smile. At this moment, another maidservant swiftly came over and walked towards the young man in white. She smiled sweetly and said, "Young Master Liang, our appraiser has already made an accurate judgment on your nether cyan stone. The president won't see you, so please come again next time." "I'll *CK you next time? How dare you say that my top-grade nether green stone is inferior and chase me away? Since when did the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild become so arrogant in South Flame City?" Young Master Liang's face darkened on the spot, and he stepped forward to slap him. "Pa!" The maid turned pale with fright and tried to dodge. Although she had some strength, how could she be a match for this young master of an aristocratic family? She was directly slapped to the ground. Everyone was shocked and stopped talking. The maids who were waiting to serve the guests hurriedly ran forward and helped their sisters up. Young Master Liang revealed a ferocious expression, and a few experts behind him immediately surrounded him. The atmosphere in the shop suddenly became murderous, but everyone looked on coldly. No one made a fuss or ran away. Those who came here to do business were all aristocratic families or cultivators of high status, and they had seen all kinds of situations. Things like this that did not go according to one's wishes and bullied others by force would occasionally happen. In the end, it did not depend on who was in the right, but whose fist was bigger. Everyone knew this young Master Liang. He was the son of the vice-sect leader of a sect near South Flame City. His strength was not much, but he was quite famous. He always hung out with some hedonistic sons of aristocratic families, and liked to do some sneaky things. "If Wu Chen doesn't give me an explanation today, this matter will not end." Young Master Liang clamored, and his lips curled into a smug smile. He stared at the maidservants who were gathered together and grinned hideously. After a while, the entire shop was silent. There were some customers who wanted to come in, but after sensing the atmosphere inside, they left one after another to avoid trouble. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "Why doesn't your Purple Cloud Merchant Guild have any guards?" The seventh maidservant bit her lip, and her face was slightly pale. Her eyes were filled with anger. Clearly, this was not the first time she had experienced something like this, but she could not speak of it. She suppressed her anger and forced a smile, but it was a very forced one. She said, "Young master, please come in. Leave the matters here to others. We cannot delay young master's important matters." Young Master Liang's gaze turned and swept over, and he said furiously, "You dog lowly maidservant, how dare you look down on my existence? Drag her over and beat her up. Beat her until Wu Chen appears." The four cultivators behind him immediately rushed over, and they could not help but drag the struggling seventh maidservant over. On each side, a burly man pulled her by the arm, and another person pressed down on her head, and dragged her to young Master Liang. Young Master Liang revealed a cold expression and grinned hideously, "Hee, you look quite good. I wonder if you've been impregnated. This young master will first teach you a good lesson, and then I'll reward you tonight." He then raised his head to look at the other maidservants who were curled up together, and laughed, "And all of you as well. Let this young master dote on you all together." After saying that, he raised his hand and slapped the seventh maidservant's face. His face flushed with excitement, as if he was enjoying it. But the slap was caught in midair by an arm. It seemed like the other party did not use too much force, but he was unable to move. Young Master Liang was shocked. The one who grabbed his arm was Li Yunxiao, and he said angrily, "Brat, who are you? You look unfamiliar. This must be your first time coming to South Fire City. How dare you interfere in this young master's business?" Li Yunxiao was extremely surprised. The Purple Cloud Merchant Guild was also a member of the Merchant Guild. Although it was not a permanent member of the council, it was comparable to a normal local force. Moreover, the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild was under the Heaven Yuan Merchant Guild, and was under the jurisdiction and protection of the Heaven Yuan Merchant Guild. This was also the reason why Li Yunxiao was here. In the entire Merchant Guild, there were hundreds of merchant guilds of all sizes, and they were involved in all kinds of businesses in the Sky Martial continent. However, the competition between these merchant guilds was also extremely fierce. In order to prevent being annexed or attacked by other merchant guilds, many of them would rely on some of the bigger merchant guilds, and with them as the core, they would form small alliances. And the 7 members of the council were undoubtedly the biggest pillars of support. Ding Ling had told him about the situation in the merchant guild. Among the many small merchant guilds that depended on the Heaven Yuan Merchant Guild, the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild had a good relationship with them, and they were also one of the more influential ones. He entered the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild to seek help, but from the looks of it, it did not seem to be the same as what Ding Ling had said. Any random cat or dog that came to bully him did not dare to make a sound, and no matter how much they bullied him, he could not even see the shadow of the president. Li Yunxiao did not get angry, but he felt that there was something fishy about it. He asked in a gentle voice, "Can you tell me, what gives you the right to be so arrogant? How dare you behave so atrociously in the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild, beating people up as you please? How arrogant and despotic!" Young Master Liang was enraged. How dare a hothead meddle in his affairs? Furthermore, he did not seem to be afraid of his despotic power. He was so angry that he wanted to slap this hothead to death as well. However, he was shocked to discover that his hand was being held like a pincer. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move it away. Furthermore, it was getting more and more painful. He could not help but say, "Brat, do you know who my father is? My father is the vice-sect leader of the New Moon sect, Liang Yi. He is a peak 9 stars martial monarch. I am my father's biological son. Furthermore, I am his only son, Liang Quan. Quickly let go of me. Otherwise, you will be in trouble." This time, Li Yunxiao was even more confused. He asked suspiciously, "A vice-sect leader is only a 9 stars martial monarch? Why would he dare to offend the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild?" Li Yunxiao increased the force in his hand and broke it gently. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Liang Quan's right arm was broken. "I don't want to hear useless words. Just tell me, what gives you the courage to be so arrogant?" Liang Quan cried out in pain, scaring the other 4 cultivators into glaring at him. However, they did not dare to step forward, afraid that Li Yunxiao would kill them. Don't break it. It hurts. I'll talk. I'll talk." Liang Quan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Only then did he speak honestly. "Some time ago, a hothead pawned a stone in the pawn shop of my New Moon sect. At that time, he thought it was an ordinary rank 8 material. It was only worth 3 million medial grade essence stones. After that, the appraiser of the pawn shop analyzed it and discovered that it was a rank 9 nether science stone. Its value was more than 10 times that of the original. At that time, I happened to be in the pawn shop, so I took it with me. I wanted to find a merchant guild to sell it for some pocket money. Who knew, after I went to a few shops, they all said that my nether science stone was inferior grade and not worth much. Even if it was the same material, the difference in quality would cause a huge difference in price." Li Yunxiao naturally understood this. He asked, "Since several merchant guilds said that your nether science stone was inferior grade, why did you only dare to come to the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce and not go to other places to vent your anger?" This, Liang Quan suddenly stuttered. The cold sweat on his forehead was even thicker. It seemed like there was something he did not dare to say. "Troublesome!" Li Yunxiao shouted coldly. He pointed his index finger at Liang Quan's shoulder. Suddenly, a wave of energy directly pierced through his shoulder blade. Fresh blood spurted out. He looked at the screaming Liang Quan and said coldly, "If you don't speak, the next place to be pierced will be below." Liang Quan's entire body trembled. He felt a chill in his crotch. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. At this time, the number 7 maidservant suddenly said, "Mister, thank you for helping us. However, this is our Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce's business. Please don't interfere." Li Yunxiao turned his head to look. He saw that the maidservant's eyes were filled with gratitude. There was also a hint of pessimism and grievance. They had all gone through professional training and knew what they should do at a time like this. If Li Yunxiao injured Liang Quan, then the hatred between him and the New Moon sect would be completely formed. Furthermore, it was the most dangerous moment for the Merchant Guild, so they could not tolerate another enemy. Thus, they could only sacrifice their dignity to fulfill their wish. Yes, 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 this is between me and the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce. My lord, please. Ah. Liang Quan hurriedly continued, trying to avoid the topic. However, he instantly felt a sharp pain in his thigh and blood spurted out. His heart sank. The pain in his heart was even worse than the pain in his thigh. He felt the world was spinning and there was no light in the world anymore. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "This time it was your thigh, not your third calf. Next time, it will really be your life." Liang Quan hurriedly looked down. There was indeed a bloody hole in his thigh and blood kept spurting out. However, he did not feel any pain or grievance. Instead, he felt that the bloody hole was very cute. He heaved a sigh of relief and did not dare to put on airs in front of Li Yunxiao again. He hurriedly told him the whole story. At the border between the two regions, the southern Fire City's biggest resource was the golden fire crystal. The several huge mountain ranges around it all contained the golden fire crystal mine. It was an unimaginably huge resource. Conflicts arose around this huge resource. One side was the Foreign Chamber of Commerce. Led by the Thunderstorm Chamber of Commerce, many chambers of commerce came from all over the world. Originally, the arrival of the Chamber of Commerce had stimulated the activity of the local resources. However, these chambers of commerce were powerful in their own right. Apart from purchasing the raw stones of the golden fire crystal mine at a low price, they gradually intervened in the division of resources in the local mines. On the other side were the local forces near Nanhua City, such as the Beidou sect and the New Moon sect. Naturally, they wouldn't watch as their resources were forcibly taken away. However, the greater the profit, the greater the risk. None of the people in the Merchant Union were good people. In the entire process of fighting for profit, dozens of weak local forces were annihilated, never to exist again. This caused a great crisis for the local forces. At this time, everyone joined hands and formed the Southern Fire Chamber to fight against the foreign forces. Only then did they reverse the declining trend of the local forces and achieve a certain balance with the Chamber of Commerce. Neither side was willing to continue fighting. Although the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce was a huge organization, they would have to sacrifice a lot to completely eradicate the South Fire Alliance. Moreover, the Merchant Alliance was also in a turbulent place. They had to protect their position and interests in the Merchant Alliance first. That was why they were developing peacefully. The Merchant Union was led by the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce, while the Southern Fire Union was led by the Big Dipper sect and the Sky Scorpio sect. They signed a series of peace treaties, which finally eased the conflict between the two parties that had lasted for many years. Although the enmity between the two factions had stopped on the surface, the battle in the dark had never stopped, and there was no less bloodshed because of this. In the conversation between the leader of the New Moon sect and Liang Yi last time, it seemed that the Southern Fire Union would also make a series of moves against the Commerce Union. When they were talking about the chambers of commerce in the Southern Fire City, they specifically mentioned the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that this Chamber of Commerce had fallen into an unprecedented crisis and could barely protect itself. Liang Quan heard this, but he didn't mind it. However, when he was selling the Netherworld stones, he saw that the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce was so unfriendly to him, but was so friendly to a strange young man. He couldn't help but be furious when he thought of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce's current situation. After Liang Quan finished his brief explanation, everyone's expression changed. They all ended their business and left in a hurry. They originally thought it was just the arrogance of a silly playboy, but they didn't expect it to be related to the Southern Fire Union's recent moves. What they feared the most was a pig-like teammate. Now that Liang Quan had revealed this matter in public, the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce would probably receive the news very soon. The Southern Fire Union's plan would probably fail, and the New Moon sect would probably have to bear the blame. Would the New Moon sect let him go? This brat didn't know how to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. He spilled everything out in a moment of fear. The maidservants of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce all changed their expressions when they heard this. The interior of the Chamber of Commerce was indeed like the Southern Fire Union's analysis. They couldn't even take care of themselves. If the Southern Fire Union were to attack them now, they wouldn't be able to handle it. At such a crucial moment, the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce would probably be eager for the small merchants to be destroyed so that they could further expand themselves. Because the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce alone was enough to fight against the entire Southern Fire Union. They didn't need the small fries like them at all. Can you let me go now? Liang Quan asked while trembling. He didn't know that he had revealed a huge piece of information, and the entire New Moon sect would be affected because of this. Li Yunxiao looked at him with pity and said, "Go. Good luck." Liang Quan didn't understand. He didn't understand what he meant, and couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it carefully. "That's right, where's your netherworld stone? Give it to me. I have a use for it." Li Yunxiao suddenly remembered the purpose of his trip. It was to purchase a large amount of materials, and the netherworld stone was undoubtedly one of the best materials. Liang Quan felt bitter in his heart. The other party was obviously extorting him, but he didn't dare to refuse. There was a flash of green light in his hand, and a light green stone appeared. He held it in his hand and handed it over. Li Yunxiao's pupils dilated slightly, and when he saw the netherworld stone, he revealed a confused expression. He took it and played with it in his hand for a while. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he regained his normal expression. He put the netherworld stone away and waved his hand, saying, "You can go." The four cultivators quickly let go of the seventh maidservant and ran away with Liang Quan. After Liang Quan stepped out of the shop, he turned around and revealed a look of resentment. He glared at Li Yunxiao fiercely, and then quickly ran away. He didn't dare to stay for long, and he didn't dare to threaten him. However, he was unwilling to give up. Hence, he glared at him and left a signal that said, "Wait and see." "Thank you, sir, for saving me." The seventh maidservant came forward and thanked him gratefully. However, it was difficult to erase the deep worry in her eyes. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "You're welcome. Bring me to see your president." The seventh maidservant then led the way, and the other maidservants returned to their positions. However, the shop was already empty. Li Yunxiao followed the maidservant through a few courtyards, and finally stopped outside a private room. The maidservant went forward and knocked on the door, and said respectfully, "President, a sir is looking for you." A woman's voice came from behind the door. "Got it. Let him in." The tightly shut door opened automatically, and celestial music came from inside. There was actually someone burning incense and playing the zither. The zither music was sobbing, like a curtain of resentment, like weeping and complaining. The music lingered in the air, and it didn't stop. The hidden dragon that danced in the ravine, the widow that abandoned the lonely boat. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, the crows fly south. What a beautiful poem of the bright moon, a graceful movement. Li Yunxiao praised with a smile, and strode in. The zither music stopped for a moment, and then changed its tune. It turned into a clear and melodious sound, like a mountain spring playing in the mountains, giving off a gentle and beautiful feeling. In the private room, a beautiful woman in palace attire was boiling water and making tea. In front of the tea set was a three-legged incense burner, and the fragrance inside slowly spread, refreshing the mind. Beside the beautiful woman was a white jade screen, on which there were simple carvings of mountains, rivers, flowers, and birds. The zither music came from behind the screen. The beautiful woman in palace attire saw an unfamiliar face, and then looked at Li Yunxiao's cultivation level. She said in surprise, "Sir, what business do you have with me?" Li Yunxiao said, "You're Wu Chen? I heard that the Violet Cloud Commerce is in danger, but it doesn't seem to be the case." President seems to be quite relaxed. Oh? Just because Liang Quan spouted a few nonsense words, young master believed him? Wu Chen smiled knowingly, and gestured for him to sit. Li Yunxiao didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down across from her, picked up the cup of tea on the table, and drank it in one gulp. Immediately, a warm current flowed through all the meridians in his body, making him feel indescribably comfortable. After drinking, Li Yunxiao put the empty teacup on the table, smiled, and gestured for Wu Chen to pour the tea. Wu Chen was stunned. She did not expect him to be so impolite. This tea was priceless, and she rarely had the chance to drink it. She was even more reluctant to pour the tea for him, and asked curiously, "Sir, can you tell me where you came from and what you want?" Li Yunxiao laughed, "How stingy, I only took a sip." Wu Chen was angry, and said angrily, "Do you know what kind of tea this is?" Li Yunxiao smiled lightly, and did not speak. Instead, he closed his eyes, and gently sniffed the fragrance in the room, and enjoyed it immensely. Wu Chen was speechless. The incense in the three-legged copper stove was also very precious, but she could not put it out. She put down the teacup in her hand, and said coldly, "If you don't speak, I'll send you off." Only then did Li Yunxiao open his eyes. He smiled and said, "The maidservant outside has to endure humiliation and humiliation. Inside, the president is burning incense and tasting tea, lying down and playing the zither. The way the president is behaving is too cold." An imperceptible worry flashed in Wu Chen's eyes, and she laughed coldly. "This is the business of the violet cloud commerce, why do you need to worry? If you think you can be presumptuous in front of me just because you helped those girls, then you're gravely mistaken." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "All right, President Wu Chen, stop pretending. Your commerce is in danger, and you'd better think about how to deal with it. Pretending to be fine here will only make the Southern Fire Union, and even the Thunder Wind Commerce, laugh at you." Wu Chen's expression changed drastically, as if it was covered with a layer of frost. She said coldly, "Nonsense, Liang Quan is just a foppish playboy, do you really believe what he said?" Li Yunxiao did not deny it, and directly took the tea set from the table, poured himself a full cup, and drank it in one gulp under Wu Chen's ugly expression. Only then did he reveal a satisfied smile, and said, "I didn't take it seriously at first, but," his eyes flashed, and he turned to look at the white jade screen, as if he wanted to see through it, and clearly see the scenery behind it. He laughed coldly, "But President Xianxia personally came to the Southern Fire City, so I have no choice but to believe it. Am I right, President Xianxia?" Zheng. The sound of the zither suddenly stopped, and the whole room was silent. Li Yunxiao's words revealed the identity of the person behind the screen, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became solemn. Wu Chen's eyes revealed a look of fear, and the aura from his body surged out, completely locking onto Li Yunxiao. As long as he made the slightest movement, it would immediately be a thunderous attack. In this kind of solemn atmosphere, Li Yunxiao lightly smiled, and once again poured himself a cup of tea. The zither music from behind the screen sounded out again, but this time, it was the low roar of the wind, the surging of the river, the rustling of the zither, and the desolate sound of the zither. It was obvious that the heart of the person playing the zither was in a mess. "How did you know it was me?" Finally, a gentle and sweet-sounding voice came over, and the zither music also started to become gentle, like the spring breeze brushing through the green fields, or the autumn rain falling into the bamboo forest. Li Yunxiao smiled. "Miss Jean Xian's zither table should have a spirit pattern precious jade placed beside it, and it can dissipate all the energy fluctuations. This way, when people examine it, they can see that it's just an ordinary girl." Jean Xian said, "If that's the case, then how did you know it was me?" Li Yunxiao said, "Secondly, there's a big flaw. Even the female servants who receive the guests outside have elemental energy waves on their bodies, not to mention the woman who is playing the zither and testing the tea beside President Wu Chen. Moreover, the zither music has the feeling of looking up to a high mountain. How can an ordinary woman play it?" Jean Xian was silent for a while, and said, "Even so, you can't determine that it was me, right?" Li Yunxiao slightly smiled, picked up the fragrant tea in his hand, and once again tasted it, and praised, "This is one of the 3 great sacred teas of the Sky Martial Continent, the starry sky ancient tea that has existed for an unknown number of years by gathering the power of the sun, moon, and stars. This kind of tea, even the 7 super forces might not have this kind of tea." How can a branch president of the Violet Cloud Commerce have the qualifications to taste it? Didn't you see Master Wu Chen's nervous expression when I was drinking the tea? Haha, every sip is worth 10,000 gold. Wu Chen's face twitched, and he remained silent. Li Yunxiao continued to laugh. He pointed at the incense burning in the three-legged cauldron and praised, "If I'm not wrong, what's burning inside isn't some ordinary dragon's saliva, but a top-grade treasure of the 9th rank. It's the fragrance left behind by a real ancient true dragon." He looked at the white jade screen and said, "Miss Jean Xian, based on these 3 points, can I determine that you have personally arrived?" Without waiting for Jean Xian to reply, Li Yunxiao let out a long sigh and said, "It is also because of the true dragon's saliva and the starry sky ancient tea that I can confirm Liang Quan's words. The Purple Cloud Trade Union is really in a perilous situation. Even Miss Jean Xian doesn't have the confidence to pass through it. That's why I took out the treasures to enjoy so that they don't end up benefiting others. Am I right?" Jean Xian was silent for a long time before she finally asked, "Who are you?" A light flashed in Li Yunxiao's hand, and an inconspicuous small token appeared in his palm. He placed it on the tea table. Wu Chen's pupils constricted as she received it in shock. She looked at it carefully and after confirming that it wasn't fake, she cried out involuntarily, "President, this is the Heavenly Yuan Trade Union's Heavenly Yuan token." The beautiful figure behind the screen also swayed for a moment, and the shadow elongated. Jean Xian walked out from behind. She was wearing a light green gown with flowers, and her silver-white floor-length skirt was embroidered with 2 multicolored mandarin ducks. Her hair was pinned with a golden flower inlaid with pearls and jade. Her pure white skin carried a bit of redness, and she was exceptionally breathtaking and lovely. Li Yunxiao was also shocked by her beauty. The most famous beauties in the trade union were Ding Ling and Shui Luoyan. They were goddesses that countless young men yearned for even in their dreams. Although Jean Xian wasn't as famous, her beauty and temperament definitely wouldn't lose to the 2 of them. Jean Xian took the Heavenly Yuan token from Wu Chen's hand and said softly, "It is indeed real. This is the highest grade Heavenly Yuan token. The entire Heavenly Yuan Trade Union doesn't have more than 10 of them. It can be seen that you are a friend of the Heavenly Yuan Trade Union, which means you are a friend of my Violet Cloud Trade Union." Jean Xian's gaze sized up Li Yunxiao and she revealed an extremely doubtful expression. Their Violet Cloud Trade Union was a subsidiary of the Heavenly Yuan Trade Union. Furthermore, their strength was ranked at the top among the many subsidiary trade unions, so their relationship with the Heavenly Yuan Trade Union was not ordinary. Furthermore, she was also Ding Ling-er's close friend and they talked about almost everything. This was why she felt it was extremely strange. She basically knew of all the people who possessed this kind of Heavenly Yuan token, but she had never heard of such a young man. Li Yunxiao praised, "It's said that the trade union has 2 flowers, but it should be the 3 flowers. Lady Jean Xian's appearance and temperament don't lose to Ling-er or Shui Luoyan at all." Jean Xian's face turned slightly red, as if she heard something from his words. She asked, "You know little sister Ling-er?" She was about the same age as Ding Ling-er, only a few months older, so they addressed each other as sisters. "Yes, I know both Ling-er and Shui Luoyan. Speaking of which, the trade union does know quite a number of youngsters." Li Yunxiao smiled. In his previous life, he only knew those leaders of the trade union. In this life, he got to know all the people of the younger generation. Oh? Jean Xian slowly observed Li Yunxiao's outer appearance and quickly searched in her mind. It seemed that she had indeed heard Ding Ling-er mention him before. Very soon, her eyes finally flashed, and she cried out involuntarily, You are Yanwu City's city lord, Li Yunxiao?" Li Yunxiao rubbed the bridge of his nose and said speechlessly, "Is the identity of Yanwu City's city lord that famous? It's really you." Jean Xian was extremely shocked. She smiled sweetly and said, "That's natural. One of the 4 great immortal realms, Mount Meru, collapsed, and Yanwu City became a land of spiritual energy treasures. Various factions coveted it. Later on, Old Monster Star Constellation crossed regions and left. Lord Li Huaqi and Lord Yao Jinliang established Yanwu City at the same time. Finally, Lord Sanctuary personally issued an iron order. Only then did the storm gradually subside. Which one of these matters was not earth-shattering? As the city lord, young Master Li's role in all of this must be significant, right? Li Yunxiao felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He thought of the Mengbai siblings, but he quickly calmed down and said indifferently, "That's a bunch of Emperor Wu's restless experts. What does it have to do with a lackey like me?" Jin Xian was stunned. His words revealed extreme disrespect for those peerless experts. However, this had nothing to do with her. She smiled and said, "Don't be modest, city lord. I heard from little sister Ling that in this year's Trade Union 2 sessions, City Lord is going to represent the Heavenly Essence Trade Union?" Li Yunxiao said seriously, "That's right. There's still a month or so before the Trade Union 2 sessions. I urgently need the teleportation array to go to Songyang City. This is also one of the reasons why I came to Purple Cloud Trade Union. I hope Miss Jin Xian can provide me with assistance." Jin Xian sighed, "I see. I was wondering why young Master Li had the time to stroll around South Flame City." She revealed a deeply worried expression. "However, to teleport to Songyang City, we must use the inter-district teleportation array. There's no such array in the entire South Flame City. Unless we go to the nearest Rain Peak City, we must borrow the teleportation array of the Thunder Wind Trade Union." She thought for a moment, then said, "There's no time to lose. The Trade Union 2 sessions are no small matter. It also directly concerns the life and death of my Purple Cloud Trade Union. Wu Chen, go to the Thunder Wind Trade Union immediately and borrow their teleportation array." "Yes." Wu Chen immediately responded. She glanced at Li Yunxiao and hurried out the door. "Young Master Li, please wait a moment. I'll have Wu Chen go personally. The Thunder Wind Trade Union will respond soon." I wonder how confident young Master Li is in this time's Trade Union 2 sessions? Jin Xian's expression was solemn as she stared at Li Yunxiao with an extremely solemn expression. Li Yunxiao smiled, "Just call me Yunxiao or young Master Yun. I don't like to be estranged from beautiful women. It won't be a problem for me to maintain my position as a permanent member of the Heavenly Yuan Trade Union." "Really?" Jin Xian was shocked and looked at Li Yunxiao in disbelief. The Trade Union 2 sessions had always been turbulent. Apart from the 4 core alliances, the other 3 alliances were always extremely nervous. Especially this time, the Heavenly Yuan Trade Union was already on the brink of collapse. No one was optimistic about it, and there were at least 3 other powerful trade unions that wanted to replace the Heavenly Yuan Trade Union. If the Heavenly Yuan Trade Union lost its position, then the monkeys would scatter when the tree falls. The other trade unions that had attached themselves to it would also scatter like birds and beasts, looking for new large trade unions to attach themselves to. To the Purple Cloud Trade Union, this might be the final blow that crushed the situation. However, if the Heavenly Yuan Trade Union could withstand it, then with her relationship with Ding Ling she would definitely be able to ask for help. It would not be a problem for the Purple Cloud Trade Union to get through this. Hence, after knowing Li Yunxiao's identity, sending him to Songyang City became the top priority. However, her eyes were still filled with disbelief. After all, his cultivation was only that of a 4-star martial ancestor. He was not even comparable to her. She also did not understand why Ding Ling would choose this person. If it was said that he had suppressed his cultivation, Jin Xian would not believe it. Li Yunxiao smiled, "Why? Could it be that the Heavenly Yuan Trade Union's situation has directly affected the Purple Cloud Trade Union's situation? I wonder what kind of predicament the Purple Cloud Trade Union is facing now. Perhaps I can be of some help." Jin Xian sighed, "It is precisely because the Heavenly Yuan Trade Union is on the decline that some of the smaller trade unions have started to attack us, the ones that have attached themselves to the Heavenly Yuan Trade Union. Young Master Yun, please be at ease and prepare to go to Songyang City. As long as the Heavenly Yuan Trade Union can maintain its position as a permanent board member, it will be the greatest help to Jin Xian." Her tone was filled with helplessness and sorrow. She clearly did not believe that Li Yunxiao could be of any help. Li Yunxiao did not force her. He said, "Miss Jin Xian, I need a large batch of materials for refining weapons. I also need a large number of primordial stones. I wonder if you can provide some." Jin Xian said, "Young Master Yun, you don't have to be so courteous. You can just call me Jin Xian. I wonder what materials you need. I will do my best to help you." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, then I will have to trouble Xianxia. He took out a blank jade scroll and placed it on his forehead. He used his divine sense to imprint all the materials he needed. After he was done, he passed it to Xianxia. Xianxia was secretly surprised. It was not difficult to use one's divine sense to imprint information into a jade slip, but for him to be able to do it so easily and without changing his expression, unless there was very little information imprinted, he was definitely a high-level alchemist. Her instincts told her that it was the former. However, after she took the jade scroll and read it with her divine sense, her expression immediately changed. After reading for more than 10 minutes, he finally finished reading all the complicated materials. The shock in his heart was difficult to calm down. There were many 8th grade materials, and even a large amount of 9th grade materials. Moreover, he needed an 8th grade purple cauldron. What did he need so many high-grade materials for? Could it be that he wanted to refine 8th grade profound weapon pills? This thought flashed through his mind and was immediately eliminated. He thought to himself, he must be using high-grade materials to refine weapons. This way, he can improve the quality of the profound weapons and elixirs. It's just that it's too wasteful to use the 8th and 9th grade materials. Xianxia said without batting an eyelid, young Master Yun, I'm afraid you're going to empty out our violet cloud commerce with these things. Li Yunxiao was a little embarrassed and smiled, Xianxia, do as you see fit. I can't let you suffer a loss no matter what. When we get to Songyang City, I'll definitely make Linger pay you back double. Xianxia said, I can only provide a fifth of these materials for now. As for this 8th grade purple cauldron, I do have one in my hands, but the violet cloud commerce has great use for it. I can't give it to young Master Yun. As for primal stones, I can temporarily allocate 80 million for young Master Yun to use. Oh? You have an 8th grade purple cauldron? Li Yunxiao was astonished. He didn't expect the other party to have such an item and only listed it in the list of materials. He didn't expect the other party to actually have it. Moreover, to be able to provide a fifth of the materials and 80 million mid-grade primal stones was enough to show the violet cloud commerce's sincerity. Moreover, the other party was in such a precarious situation. Can you tell me what use the purple cauldron has? Li Yunxiao still had some thoughts in his mind. Seeing that he wasn't willing to give up, Xianxia said frankly, this purple cauldron is related to the fate of our violet cloud commerce, so I can't give it to you. I will give this purple cauldron as a gift to a certain lord and ask him to help us. This purple cauldron was purchased from the Plethora Gem Pagoda at a great cost. It's also one of the reasons why I personally came to South Flame City. I'm betting everything on this one throw. Li Yunxiao frowned, is there any important person in South Flame City? Xianxia solemnly nodded her head and said, this lord is currently in closed-door cultivation. According to my calculations, the day he will come out should be today. I will bring the purple cauldron and other gifts to see this lord later. Would young Master Yun be interested in going with me? Maybe if this lord is happy, he can give you a few pointers. Then, in the Merchant Union's alchemy and martial arts competition in a month's time, your chances of winning will greatly increase. Li Yunxiao replied. All right then, I'll follow Xianxia to take a look. Is there anyone who can give me some pointers? Xianxia smiled, of course, to say. Jin Yun, young Master Yun is. She made an inviting gesture and said with a smile, our Violet Cloud Merchant Guild only has 3 spoonfuls of this Starry Sky Ancient tea. We can brew 6 cups at most, and young Master Yun has already drunk half of it. Li Yunxiao felt refreshed at the thought of the tea and praised, it's been many years since I've tasted such exquisite tea. This trip to South Fire City was not in vain. Xianxia was stunned. She smiled in disbelief. Does that mean that young Master Yun has tasted tea comparable to this Starry Sky Ancient tea before? Li Yunxiao didn't deny it. He smiled and slowly tasted the tea. The true dragon saliva was extremely beneficial to his body. After the tea flowed into his stomach and the dragon saliva's nourishment, he felt an indescribable comfort. His dantian felt like it was boiling water. His energy surged and rushed into his meridians, increasing his strength. Xianxia was startled. She felt Li Yunxiao's energy ripple and said happily, young Master Yun, hurry up and cultivate. You're about to break through. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. How can it be so easy? I don't have enough energy. Jin Xian, give me a few million yuan stones. Maybe I'll break through. He had long reached the peak of 4-star martial ancestor. He was just a little bit away from breaking through, but he still needed too much energy. Jin Xian understood the importance of energy. She quickly took out a pile of yuan stones, all of which were supreme grade. As long as she could help Li Yunxiao improve a little, she wouldn't be stingy with the yuan stones. The Violet Cloud Merchant Association was in a precarious situation. She couldn't let go of any hope of being saved. Li Yunxiao could feel the surging elemental energy coming from the storage bag in front of him. He was overjoyed as he slammed his palm down, shattering all the supreme-grade primordial stones in the storage bag. He swallowed them all in one gulp, causing the storage bag to explode. A vast amount of elemental energy was released, but it was drawn in by the soul power around his body, unable to dissipate. All the elemental energy rushed into his body. Jin Xian was shocked by his actions, but she was quickly dumbfounded. She watched as the sea of energy was swallowed by Li Yunxiao in a few breaths. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's body also swelled up a little. His smooth skin flashed with spots of warm light, and huge muscles appeared on his body, as if he was a strong man. A surging energy spread out from his body, making Jin Xian feel fearful. He was definitely not as simple as an ordinary 4-star martial ancestor. Rumble. There was a soft muffled sound in his body. Under the impact of sufficient energy, he easily broke through the bottleneck of 4 stars. His body's condition directly stepped into 5-star martial ancestor. At this moment, his body also fought for the remaining energy. After absorbing it, he immediately digested it. The energy kept accumulating in his body. At this moment, his body didn't even lose out to a 5th-level profound level weapon. Jin Xian looked at the empty storage bag and turned pale with fright. That was 1,000 pieces of supreme-grade yuan stones. That's equivalent to 10 million middle-grade yuan stones. You absorbed all of it? You didn't die from your body exploding? 1,000 pieces of supreme-grade yuan stones. Li Yunxiao's heart ached as he said, just give me low-grade yuan stones. To me, there isn't a big difference between supreme-grade and low-grade yuan stones. So many supreme-grade yuan stones are probably the entire stock of the Violet Cloud Merchant Association, right? Jin Xian was still in shock. Hearing Li Yunxiao's words, her expression changed and she felt her heart ache. Although the exchange rate between yuan stones was 100 times, 100 high-grade yuan stones, or even 10,000 middle-grade yuan stones, would definitely not be able to exchange for a single supreme-grade yuan stone. This was because the higher the purity of the yuan stones, the more irreplaceable they would be during important moments like breaking through. It was also because of this reason that Jin Xian directly threw the supreme-grade yuan stones to Li Yunxiao. Who knew that he would actually absorb all of them? Furthermore, he even said that any quality was the same for him. It was as if he had finished eating the food that someone had painstakingly prepared and yet he still had to smack his lips and say that it was tasteless. It was no different from eating plain rice. Li Yunxiao looked at Jin Xian's black face and felt rather embarrassed. He said embarrassedly, I will definitely return this 1,000 pieces of supreme-grade yuan stones to Jin Xian in the future. Only then did Jin Xian return to her senses. She forced a smile and said, Young Master Yun, you don't have to be so courteous. As I said, as long as you can maintain the position of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association, the Violet Cloud Merchant Association will definitely do its best to help you. At the same time, I am also very gratified. Although young Master Yun is only a 5-star martial ancestor, from the way you absorbed the yuan stones just now, your battle prowess is definitely not at this level, right? Li Yunxiao laughed and said, haha, it's just SOSO. A strange light flashed in Jin Xian's eyes. She said happily, as expected. I knew that Sister Ling Er's eyes have always been sharp. She rarely makes a mistake. I am really curious. What kind of opponent can young Master Yun defeat in a real battle? 9-star martial ancestor? Or do you have the strength to fight a martial monarch? This is really hard to say. Li Yunxiao did not know how to answer. He could not possibly say that he had suppressed several martial monarchs with a wave of his hand when he was still in Yanwu City. If he said that, people would think that he was crazy. When Xianxia heard this, she naturally thought that he was unwilling to reveal it. She smiled embarrassedly and said, "It is only right to keep it a secret. Xianxia is asking too much." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and was speechless. He simply could not explain. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and Wu Chen walked in with an ashen expression. Her body was still surging with essence energy. Clearly, she was in a bad mood. Xianxia frowned and asked, "Wu Chen, what's going on?" Wu Chen's lips moved a few times. She glanced at Li Yunxiao, wanting to say something but hesitating. Xianxia's face sank as she said, "Young Master Yun is not an outsider. There is no harm in saying it." Only then did Wu Chen speak. Her anger surged out as she said, "Lord President, that group of bastards from the Thunder Wind Merchant Association hit us when we are down. They know our current situation and are making things difficult for us. They directly pushed the blame onto me, saying that the transportation formation is damaged and is currently being repaired. I asked how long it would take to repair it, but they actually said they did not know." Xianxia's expression was also extremely unsightly. She said through clenched teeth, "Damn the Thunder Wind Merchant Association, hitting us when we are down." Li Yunxiao frowned, but he immediately relaxed. He smiled faintly and said, "The two of you do not have to be angry. It is normal for people to push a wall when it is down. It is fine as long as you get over it. I will make a trip to the Thunder Wind Merchant Association later. Who knows, I might be able to borrow the transportation formation once if I disregard my identity as a member of the Violet Cloud Merchant Association." Xianxia was a little embarrassed. "Then you will have to think of a way yourself, young Master Yun." The Thunder Wind Merchant Association was so powerful that even the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association did not dare to go against them head-on. They would only give you face because of the Merchant Union. If they did not give you face, there was nothing you could say. Wu Chen said angrily, "Lord President, when we get through this crisis, we will set up our own large-scale transportation formation in South Fire City." Xianxia nodded slightly. "That is all for later. We will talk about it after we get through this." She said to Li Yunxiao, "Young Master Yun, that lord might have already come out of seclusion. Are you willing to pay him a visit with me?" Li Yunxiao replied, "Very well. I also want to see what kind of extraordinary person is hiding in South Fire City." There was not the slightest bit of respect in his tone. Xianxia frowned slightly, but she did not take it to heart. Young people were usually proud, not to mention a young and accomplished expert like him. It was only natural for him to be a little headstrong and self-opinionated. Xianxia whispered a few instructions to Wu Chen. Wu Chen glanced at Li Yunxiao before turning to leave. She quickly took out a storage pouch and handed it to Li Yunxiao, saying, "All the materials that Lord Yunxiao needs are in here. The Violet Cloud Merchant Association can provide them, and there are also 100 million mid-grade origin stones." Xianxia had originally wanted to give 80 million, but after seeing the terrifying scene of Li Yunxiao absorbing the primordial stones, she raised another 20 million. Li Yunxiao accepted it without hesitation and said, "Thank you very much." He didn't try to be pretentious. The Violet Cloud Commerce would definitely remember this favor for helping him at this time. As the saying went, no words can express gratitude for a great favor. Xianxia said, "Let's go. If we miss that master again, we'll regret it forever." The three of them left the Violet Cloud Commerce and passed through several streets in South Fire City before arriving at a small courtyard. There were no guards in front of the courtyard, and it was very clean. Xianxia pushed open a small fenced gate and walked in. There was a shabby stone cauldron in the front yard. It was extremely old and covered in moss. A young man who looked like a manservant was dozing off in front of the courtyard. He immediately perked up when he saw someone approaching and smiled. "So it's Sister Xianxia. You've come at the right time." Li Yunxiao's gaze swept across the young man. He was dressed like an ordinary waiter and looked to be around 11 or 12 years old. However, he could faintly sense soul power fluctuations coming from him. He was actually a rank 2 artificer. He was shocked and thought to himself, "Could it be that this lord is an arcane refiner?" A smile appeared on Xianxuan's face. "Just in time? Does that mean Master Mo has come out of seclusion?" The young man chuckled. "Master has indeed come out, but His expression turned cold as he said softly, Master has instructed that if Sister Xianxia comes looking for him, he won't see her. What? Xianxia was shocked and said anxiously, how could this be? Please inform Master Mo that Xianxia has something important to discuss with him. The disciple sighed and waved his hand. Sister Xianxia, you should go back. Don't make things difficult for me. Master said he won't see him, so he won't. It's useless for you to pester me here. Wu Chen was slightly angered. What does Master Mo mean? In South Fire City, the Violet Cloud Commerce thinks that they are worthy of Master Mo. They give him valuable gifts every month. Is it so difficult to even meet him after so many years of friendship? The disciple's expression changed and he said angrily, you were the one who wanted to give it to him. What does that have to do with my master? He sneered and said, every month, there are countless people who want to give gifts to my master. I have already given you enough face every month. Don't be ungrateful here. What he meant was that he was giving them face by accepting their items. Wu Chen was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His elemental energy undulations were getting stronger and stronger, as though he was about to explode. Xianxia hurriedly stopped her, took out a storage pouch from his ring, and stuffed it into the disciple's hand. He pleaded, Master, may I trouble you to help me pass a message and say a few words? A trace of hesitation flashed across the disciple's face. In the end, he threw the storage bag back and coldly snorted, who do you think I am? If my master says that he won't meet you, then he won't. Xianxia really couldn't bear to watch any longer. He spread out his divine sense towards the back of the courtyard and immediately saw the situation behind it. In the backyard stood a large bronze cauldron, emitting residual heat. Obviously, it had just been used not long ago. It was actually a Tier 8 cauldron, although it had barely reached the Tier 8 level, it was undoubtedly Tier 8. Xianxia's heart moved. He just happened to be lacking a Tier 8 cauldron. If Xianxia couldn't give him the one he had, he could think of a way to take this away and make do with it. Following the cauldron, there was a spacious room. His divine sense extended in without restraint. Suddenly, he felt an extremely strong soul power obstructing him, and even directly repelling him. Oh no, it really is an alchemist. And the strength of the soul power is at least Tier 8. Xianxia was shocked in his heart and hurriedly withdrew his divine sense, and he was extremely bewildered in his heart. There weren't any good cultivation resources in a place like South Flame City that intersected two regions, so how could there be an 8th-rank alchemist residing here? Could it be for the golden fire crystal? That didn't seem possible. Although that item was precious, if in Tier 8 alchemist needed it, the Thunder Wind Merchant Guild would be very willing to specially provide it. Who is it? A divine sense immediately rushed out from the soul power in the backyard, wanting to capture Xianxia. However, it was to no avail. He had already disappeared without a trace. In the room, a man who was resting with his eyes closed opened his eyes and was extremely surprised. He muttered to himself, he actually dared to spy on me. That divine sense is at least at the 6th rank. However, how could a 6th-rank divine sense escape from my pursuit? He was extremely puzzled. Suddenly, he had a thought and immediately spoke slightly, condensing the sound waves into a line and sending it out. The expression of the disciple in the central courtyard grew longer and longer. He almost wanted to chase him away. He mocked coldly, don't even think about entering today. He smiled lightly and said, Sister Xianxia, if not for the fact that you're a great beauty, I would have chased you out long ago. If you can't stay in the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild anymore, you can come and find me, hee. Xianxia was stunned. She ignored his mockery and thought about the meaning behind his words. It seemed to contain some kind of message. She said in shock, could it be? Xianxia was also stunned. This brat was only 11 or 12 years old. How could he be so perverted? Wu Chen felt extremely humiliated. She was the president of the Merchant Guild, yet she was still insulted after pleading with a youth. She wanted to commit suicide on the spot to apologize. The disciple seemed to want to mock something more. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Shock flashed in his eyes and his expression became strange. He said, Master. Master invites everyone in. Xianxia and Wu Chen were stunned. They thought they heard wrongly. Jin Xian asked in a daze, What did you say? The disciple also thought he heard wrongly. However, he had indeed received an order from his master. Thinking of his previous behavior, he could not help but feel awkward. He forced a smile and said, Master invites Sister Jin Xian, President Wu Chen, and this brother to enter. Li Yunxiao sighed inwardly. This youth would definitely be a sinister and ruthless person in the future. He muttered in his heart. Could it be that Master Mo guessed that it was done by an outsider when he investigated just now and wanted to call him in to cause trouble? However, he was not afraid of anything. He did not care about a mere rank 8 artificer, so he was not too worried. On the other hand, Jin Xian had a nervous look on his face. With the previous incident and the information that this disciple had faintly revealed, the situation seemed to be extremely bad. She, who was originally full of confidence, immediately became hesitant. The disciple put on a harmless expression and said with a smile, What is Sister Jin Xian worried about? If you have anything on your mind, tell my master directly. Jin Xian nodded. Just as she was about to enter, the disciple suddenly reached out to stop her. He awkwardly stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Sister Jin Xian, that storage bag just now was quite pretty. Jin Xian was stunned. She immediately understood what he meant and smiled bitterly in her heart. She took out the storage bag from earlier and stuffed it into the disciple's hand. Only then did the disciple stretch out his hand and make an inviting gesture. He smiled and said, Please. Wu Chen was infuriated. She snorted angrily behind Jin Xian. I will not give a single keystone to this Master Mo in the future. Jin Xian's expression changed. She turned around and glared at her fiercely. Only then did Wu Chen realize that she had misspoken. She hurriedly stuck out her tongue and retracted her head. An artificer's divine sense was extremely powerful. Jin Xian was a little worried that this disciple had heard Wu Chen's words earlier. However, when she saw that he was still smiling and extending his hand to invite her in, she relaxed slightly. She walked in first. Wu Chen and Li Yunxiao followed closely behind. Everyone saw the rank 8 cauldron. They then walked into the room where Li Yunxiao's divine sense was obstructed. A man had already lit incense and poured tea. He sat there and was carefully reading a scripture in his hand. The man's aura seemed to be only in his 30s. However, the layers of wrinkles on his face revealed his old age. His eye sockets were also a little sunken. Artificers spent all their time on the research of Formula Path. Their bodies and soul power were constantly being depleted. Hence, they looked much older than ordinary people. Of course, there were some exceptions. For example, Gu Feiyang had always been very handsome in his previous life. That was completely due to his talent. He did not need much effort or time to achieve good results. Li Yunxiao was secretly astonished. To be able to become a rank 8 artificer at such a young age, his talent was indeed astonishing. He should not be an unknown person. Jin Xian immediately became respectful when he saw this person. He went forward and bowed. Jin Xian pays his respects to Master Mo. Wu Chen also lowered her head. She was cursing in her heart. Li Yunxiao had a calm expression. He stood lazily beside Jin Xian. His expression could not be seen. Mo Huayuan said, President Jin Xian is too polite. Please take a seat. Then, his gaze directly landed on Li Yunxiao. His pupils contracted slightly. He was clearly stunned for a moment. He revealed a strange expression. He wanted to check Mo Huayuan's soul power cultivation. However, he was clearly blocked by a force. With his rank 8 cultivation, such a situation should not have happened. This brat must have a treasure that could block out divine sense. Mo Huayuan immediately made such a firm judgment. Jin Xian did not sit down. Instead, he carefully stood at the side. He pleaded, Master Mo, what we said last time. Mo Huayuan waved his hand and interrupted him. There's no need to talk about what happened last time. The situation has changed. I cannot explain it clearly. You should leave and think of another way. If not for the fact that the Violet Cloud Commerce has been very respectful to me all these years, I would not be meeting you today. Jin Xian panicked. He bowed deeply and impatiently pleaded, I hope Master Mo can help. Xian did not hesitate to ask for an item. I hope Master Mo can take a look. Mo Huayuan was expressionless. He said indifferently, even if you take out a rank 9 profound weapon, it will be useless. Xian opened his hand. A purple light shot out from the ring and landed on the table in front of Mo Huayuan. It was an exquisite little purple cauldron. Spiritual energy was overwhelming. The legs of the cauldron were carved with 3 half-naked girls of different shapes and postures. They either used their shoulders or their hands to support the body of the cauldron. At a glance, it gave off an extraordinary splendor. The purple cauldron landed on the ground and radiated light. Everyone's eyes widened immediately. It was especially so for Mo Huayuan. Not only could he no longer close his mouth, but he had also jumped up and down. He could no longer remain calm as he cried out in shock, "The 8th rank celestial dance revolving purple gold cauldron that my master refined back then." Li Yunxiao's eyes brightened. The purple cauldron was indeed of the finest quality among the rank 8. Even with his eyes, he felt that the refiner's skill was extremely high and it was definitely the work of a famous master. What Xian said next made him even more dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Xian looked at Mo Huayuan's shocked expression and heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "That's right. This is the rank 8 celestial dance revolving purple gold cauldron that Master Mo's master once refined. Last month, Xian bought it at all costs during the auction at Plethora Treasure Tower." Mo Huayuan suddenly could not help but shed 2 streams of tears. He touched the purple cauldron lovingly and mumbled to himself, "Master, I have already advanced to rank 8. Can I return to the sanctuary?" Xian said softly, "All these years, the Purple Cloud Trade Association has paid special attention to the news of Master Yuan Gaohan. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no news at all." Li Yunxiao opened his mouth wide in shock. He appeared to be in a daze as he said, His master is." Xian glanced at Li Yunxiao and thought that he was shocked by Yuan Gaohan's name. He smiled and said, "That's right. It's the rank 9 alchemist who holds the position of an elder in Misty Snow Sacred City, Master Yuan Gaohan." Mo Huayuan sighed and said, "My master announced that he was in seclusion 10 years ago to break through to the pinnacle of formula. I don't know when he will come out." His gaze fell on the celestial dance revolving purple gold cauldron, filled with respect and sincerity. Li Yunxiao felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. If he knew that Yuan Gaohan's starlight soul body had been imprisoned by him in the World God Monument, he wondered if he would fight him to the death. He immediately transmitted his voice to the Universe God Monument and said, "Old Yuan, you have a disciple called Mo Huayuan?" Why? Isn't this Huayuan? Where are you? South Fire City?" Now that it was confirmed, Li Yunxiao's face darkened. "Your disciple is really arrogant." "He's really arrogant. He actually advanced to the 8th order? Not bad, we can return to the Saint Domain now." Yuan Gaohan was elated for a while, but he didn't say anything else and continued to study the gourd's little King Kong. In his opinion, seeing his beloved disciple, who had been away for a long time, was not as important as studying the gourd's little King Kong. "Li Yunxiao. I say, old Yuan, what did he do back then? Why did you demote him from the Holy Realm to this godforsaken place?" Yuan Gaohan raised his head and thought for a moment. "This disciple of mine is extremely talented and unruly. I had him come to South Flame City in order to train his temperament." With that, he fell silent. Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. He knew that the real situation was definitely not that simple. But since he didn't want to say, he couldn't force him. Yuan Gaohan was silent for a long time. Then, he said again, "This disciple of mine is the son of the Black Iron City's Castellan." "What?" Li Yunxiao was shocked. He stared at Mo Huayuan. He was indeed similar to the person in his mind. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity from the beginning. He couldn't help but ask, "Master Mo, do you know Mo Xiaochuan?" Mo Huayuan was still staring blankly at the violet gold cauldron, immersed in his memories. When he heard Li Yunxiao's words, it was as if he had been electrocuted. His eyes abruptly burst with a bright light, and he stared at Li Yunxiao for a while. He said word by word, "What did you say? Who are you?" Li Yunxiao was startled. He didn't know why Mo Huayuan would have such a big reaction. He frowned and said, I'm old friends with Mo Xiaochuan. I heard that Master Mo is also from Black Iron City, so I asked. Mo Huayuan sneered coldly, who do you think you are to know my big brother? His tone gradually became cold with a hint of anger. He said coldly, if you continue to ask about my big brother's whereabouts, then I will have no choice but to treat you as an enemy, and destroy you. Li Yunxiao was stunned. Mo Xiaochuan was his big brother, and he was Yuan Gaohan's disciple. In that case, he could be considered one of them. He was a bit confused. Why were these people so mysterious? He wanted to continue asking, but when he saw the other party's bone-chilling, murderous gaze, he hesitated. Xianxia was anxious. He didn't know how Li Yunxiao had angered Mo Huayuan. He was afraid that the good atmosphere he had painstakingly created would be disrupted. He hurriedly said, Master Mo, please calm down. My friend is too young and insensible. Please forgive him. Only then did Mo Huayuan's expression soften. He gently stroked the purple gold cauldron with his right hand and sighed. President Xianxia, originally, I had to return the favor no matter what when you delivered my master's proud work. But this time, forgive me, I really can't do anything. Xianxia was shocked. He said in shock, Master Mo, even you. What is it that makes you unwilling to help? Mo Huayuan was silent for a while, then said, I can't explain the reason in detail, but I can tell you who stopped me from helping. It was the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. What, it's actually the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. Wu Chen was so furious that he trembled. He said, no wonder they were so perfunctory when we borrowed their teleportation formation. Although our Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce relies on the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, we have never been enemies with them. Why are they making things so difficult for us? Mo Huayuan said indifferently, this is a matter between your Chamber of Commerce. How can I know? Xianxia said in a low voice, I hope Master Mo will reconsider. Whatever the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce can give you, our Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce will definitely give it. Mo Huayuan shook his head and said, you guys can't give it. Li Yunxiao seriously could not watch on anymore and said, Xianxia, what are you talking so much with this silly bird? He clearly won't care. His hand slapped the purple cauldron and picked it up, wanting to leave. This? My master's heavenly dance revolving purple gold cauldron. Mo Huayuan was stunned, wanting to snatch it with both hands. Li Yunxiao guarded the purple cauldron in front of him and blocked him with his left hand. He glared and said, what master, this is Xianxuan's. She bought it from the Myriad Treasure Tower at a high price. This? Mo Huayuan looked at Xianxia and said embarrassedly, President Xianxia, how much is this heavenly dance revolving purple gold cauldron? I'll buy it. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and said, you say you'll buy it and I'll buy it? Sure, 100 million superior grade essence stones, take it. You're going too far. Mo Huayuan was furious and ignored him. Instead, he said to Xianxia, President Xianxia, name a fair price. Although this purple cauldron's practical use is also extremely great, to me, it has more of a commemorative meaning. Xianxia was just about to speak when Li Yunxiao tugged at her and pulled her behind him. Raising his chin, he glared at Mo Huayuan and said coldly, you silly bird, you can't help anyway. Why do you still want to sell your purple cauldron? Isn't it good for your father to take it back and kick it like a ball? Don't you hear, your father won't fall for it. This, Mo Huayuan had a furious look but had nothing to say. That made sense. He was not even helping, so why did the other still have to suck up to him and befriend him? He was at a loss on what to do all of a sudden. Xianxia said, Master Mo, even if I can't use my full strength, as long as you can give me a pointer or two, Xianxia will also be endlessly grateful. This heavenly dance revolving purple gold cauldron will also be offered up with both hands. She took out some things from the ring and placed them on the tea table one by one. They were profound artifacts and medicinal pills, a total of 10 items, arranged in 2 rows. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted slightly. He immediately discovered some problems. The items in the 2 rows were basically the same, but the quality of the items in the top row was obviously higher than the ones in the bottom row. A desolate expression appeared on Jinshuan's face as he sighed. Master Mo, please take a look. These 5 items are the main products of our Violet Cloud Merchant Guild and account for almost half of the entire Merchant Guild's profits. But now, a new chamber of commerce has emerged. It's unknown, and we've never heard of it before, but it has risen from the many other chambers of commerce at lightning speed. What's even more surprising is that this chamber of commerce seems to be targeting us. All of their products are exactly the same as ours, but... As she spoke, her body trembled slightly. Her eyes were slightly red and she clenched her fists tightly. Li Yunxiao continued, but their qualities are all a level higher? He understood now. Of the 5 items displayed, the one on top should belong to that new merchant guild and the one on the bottom should belong to the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. Xianxia gritted her teeth and said, not only is the quality higher, but the price is also cheaper. She picked up one of the pills and said, for example, this true pill of 4 transformations can increase the chances of a cultivator below martial arts ancestor breaking through by 5 to 20% every time. The price is 3 million mid-grade primordial stones. Then, she picked up the pill on top of the true pill of 4 transformations. A hint of hostility flashed in her eyes as she said hatefully, but their true pill of 4 transformations is almost at the level of our 5th transformation. It can increase the chances of a cultivator below martial arts ancestor breaking through by 12 to 25%. Furthermore, the price is only 2,800,000 mid-grade primordial stones. Although it only increased the chances by 2 to 5%, it was already a very nature-defying existence. Moreover, it was even cheaper. The improvement in the product's effects and the lower price were indeed a fatal blow. Jinshuan said hatefully, if it's just one true pill of 4 transformations, then it's fine. Since the product is inferior to us, we can only find the reason for it ourselves. But what's more infuriating is that all of their products are targeted at our Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. We have a total of 72 types of skill refining products, and they also have 72 types. Not one more, not one less, and all of them correspond to ours. Even the few branches of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild that specialize in purchasing ores and spirit herbs in the Sky Martial continent have set up similar branches to purchase them at a higher price than ours. All of this is done to kill us. Mo Huayuan also frowned. She picked up the 2 level 5 longswords and observed them carefully, and said, could it be that they used better materials and engaged in a vicious competition? Jinshuan gritted his teeth. We thought so too at first and planned to let them go. This kind of competition is extremely costly. If the Violet Cloud Trade Union were to refine such a product and sell it at their price, they would lose at least 1 billion mid-grade primordial stones every month. This doesn't even include the costs of the various steps. It's not something a new trade union can afford. Wu Chen suddenly said, President, could this trade union be a puppet of the Thunder Wind Trade Union? Now that we are in such a situation, the Thunder Wind Trade Union is going against us everywhere and even threatened Master Mo Huayuan. Moreover, only an existence like the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce has the strength to sustain such a vicious competition. Mo Huayuan frowned and said unhappily, I'm not being threatened by them. We are just taking what we need. They gave me something I couldn't refuse. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, they are definitely targeting you, but it's not a vicious competition. The refinement methods in their products are indeed better than yours, and the materials used are not more expensive than yours. In other words, their cost is indeed lower than yours. Mo Huayuan was taken aback. He sized up Li Yunxiao seriously and asked in astonishment, you could tell? Li Yunxiao put down a profound artifact in his hand and said indifferently, I guessed. Mo Huayuan felt suffocated as he listened. Li Yunxiao's stubborn attitude made him feel extremely uncomfortable, as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. Comparing the 5 items, he also felt something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Hearing Li Yunxiao's words, he felt that it was indeed the case. Not only were there slight changes in the materials used, but the refinement methods were also very brilliant. Mo Huayuan snorted coldly. Guessed? Why can't I guess it, and only you can guess it? Li Yunxiao rolled her eyes at him and said, isn't the Tao of alchemy just about materials and techniques? You can't even guess it, and you still have the cheek to say it? Mo Huayuan was speechless. He felt like he would die from anger, but he couldn't refute. Xianxia hurriedly said, Master Mo, please don't take offense. Young Master Yun is young and doesn't understand. Mo Huayuan waved his hand and interrupted, let's not talk about this. The Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce should also have arcane masters that are not inferior to me. Why did they go through so much trouble to find me? If the other Tier 8 alchemists can't solve it, then I'm also powerless. Xianxia said solemnly, that's right, our Violet Cloud Merchant Guild also has an 8th level refinement master, but he is unable to analyze the ingredients contained in this new Merchant Guild's products. It was that master who guided me to find you, because you have mastered the inverse refinement technique. Mo Huayuan and Li Yunxiao's expressions changed at the same time. The so-called reverse refinement technique was a reverse refinement technique. Back in outer space, Yuan Gaohan had directly refined the golden soul slave back to its pure soul force. This was the reverse refinement technique. However, there were very few people who grasped this formula path, and its uses were very limited. However, it was extremely useful for analyzing the ingredients in the finished product. Mo Huayuan held the True 4 Transformations pill in his hand and carefully examined it. He said, I also have a very limited grasp of the reverse refinement technique. Most importantly, I can't help you like this. Otherwise, my agreement with the Thunderwind Merchant Guild will be voided. Xianxia said anxiously, then please help me analyze these 5 products, Master. These 5 items were the core products of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. They mainly wanted to snatch back the market with these core bones. After the Commerce Union 2 sessions, as long as the Heavenly Essence Merchant Guild could stabilize their position, they could slowly take back the other markets. Li Yunxiao sneered. Xianxia, what's the use of begging him? It's not that he doesn't want to help, but he doesn't have the ability. Even if Yuan Gaohan was here, he wouldn't be able to reverse refine the ingredients for these 5 items. Mo Huayuan's expression changed drastically. He said angrily, how dare you call my master by his name? How dare you? How rude. Li Yunxiao said disdainfully, Yuan Gaohan, I'm calling him that. So what? Are you going to kill me? Do you have the ability? You. Mo Huayuan trembled with anger. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. He could tell that Li Yunxiao was a 5-star martial ancestor at a glance, but he himself was only a 1-star martial ancestor. Although he had an advantage in terms of soul power, he didn't think that he could kill someone who was 4 stars above him. His status in South Fire City was unparalleled. All forces had to give him some face, so there were no guards in the courtyard. There was no need for them, and no one would be stupid enough to offend him. But this time, he had encountered Li Yunxiao. Don't try to provoke me. I won't fall for it. Although Mo Huayuan was furious, he was confident that he had seen through Li Yunxiao's tricks and said coldly. Yuan Gaohan's laughter also came from the World God Monument. Haha, kid, you're far from being able to provoke my disciple. His voice was filled with pride. He was obviously very satisfied with Mo Huayuan's performance. Li Yunxiao extended a finger and shook it. He said mockingly, provoke me? Do you have the right? If Yuan Gaohan came personally, it's more like it. Don't be angry. If you don't believe me, do you dare to bet with me? When Mo Huayuan heard this, he was so angry that he laughed instead. Haha, bet with you? Are we betting on who's more stupid? Then I'll concede defeat. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, don't you think that if your master sees you like this, he'll be very sad? I'll bet with you on analyzing the materials of these 5 profound armaments. Whoever can analyze them the fastest wins. Mo Huayuan laughed. Haha, you're just trying to provoke me. Once I've analyzed them, you'll lose. It's no big deal. Li Yunxiao stared at him coldly and said unhurriedly, if I lose, I'll give you my head. If you lose, as long as I'm in South Fire City, you'll have to listen to me. How about it? Yuan Gaohan's disciple, don't you want to fight for your master? Mo Huayuan's heart shook. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock, what did you say? If you lose, you'll give me the head on your neck? You think you can beat me? His original anger vanished at this moment, replaced by great shock and doubt. The feeling that Li Yunxiao gave him was definitely not that of a rash young man. Beneath that frivolous attitude was a sophisticated and indescribable temperament. As a rank 8 artificer, although he couldn't see through Li Yunxia's true situation, he could feel that there was something extraordinary about him. It was precisely because of this that he found it hard to believe when the other party said he would bet with his life. Li Yunxiao took a light step forward and said with a smile, "Do you dare to make a bet? Let's bet on your honor as Yuan Gaohan's disciple. Don't you want to win a round to show your master? Let him see that you have enough strength to return to the holy region." Mo Huayuan's expression darkened as he shouted sternly, "Don't you dare use my master's name. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. I'll accept this challenge. Originally, you didn't have the right to challenge me, but you've spoken rudely and called my master by his name. I don't care who you are, I'll take your head today and use your blood to wipe away your disrespectful words." Xianxia panicked. She didn't expect Li Yunxiao to be so rash. Things had suddenly developed to such an extent. She hurriedly stopped him and said, "Master Mo, young Master Yun, say no more, I've already accepted the challenge." He waved his hand to stop Xianxia, then raised his head proudly and said, "How are we going to compete?" Xianxia felt a sense of helplessness. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have brought Li Yunxiao along. She secretly became vigilant. Even if she had offended Mo Huayuan, she definitely couldn't let anything happen to Li Yunxiao. Otherwise, it would affect the upcoming 2 meetings. By then, the Heavenly Yuan Trade Association would collapse and they wouldn't be able to keep their foothold. Yuan Gaohan's voice came from the Universe God Monument. He said in shock, "Li Yunxiao, you really want to compete with my disciple? And you're even going to use your head? Could it be that you're trying to play tricks?" He definitely didn't think that Li Yunxiao could win against his disciple. Thinking about how crafty this brat was, he immediately humphed and said, "I don't care what you're going to do, don't you dare hurt my disciple." Li Yunxiao sent a voice transmission over and humped coldly. "Open your eyes and see clearly how I'm going to defeat your disciple. A high soul power isn't the deciding factor. Your disciple should have just advanced to rank 8 not long ago, right? Let me teach him a good lesson. There's no charge." Yuan Gaohan was speechless. Li Yunxiao was talking about his way of nature, but that required an extremely strong understanding of formula path. Only then could he make up for his lack of soul power through techniques and other aspects. Since his disciple was a rank 8 skill refinement master and had received his teachings, his techniques naturally wouldn't be inferior to others. He was indeed very curious about how Li Yunxiao could defeat him. At this moment, the arrow was already nocked on the bowstring. Li Yunxiao pointed at the 5 pairs of items on the table and said, "Let's use the simplest method. You choose one item and let Xianxia use the same material. You and I will refine it at the same time. Whoever produces a higher quality item will win." Are you sure you want to compete like this?" Everyone was shocked. If this was the case, there wouldn't be any tricks at all. It would be a test of the skill refinement master's overall strength. It was the most commonly used and fairest method of competition. If Li Yunxiao won this competition, it would mean that his formula path was above Mo Huayuan's. Yuan Gaohan was also stunned. His expression immediately darkened as he thought to himself, "This brat is really going to play tricks. I wonder what despicable method he's going to use against Huayuan. Can Huayuan handle it?" Traces of worry surged in his heart, but for some reason, he was even more looking forward to it. He really wanted to see the extent of his disciple's current achievements. "Good, you're very good," Mo Huayuan said angrily. "You actually dared to trick me. I'll play with you to the end. You brought this upon yourself. You can't blame anyone else." He took out an exquisite dagger, unsheathed it, and inserted it into the table. He said softly, "This is the frost pearl dagger that master gave me back then. I'll use it to take your head later." Mo Huayuan glanced at the 5 items and casually pointed at them. "I'll take this true pill of 4 transformations. President Xianxia, please provide 2 sets of materials." Xianxia was extremely unwilling and wanted to avoid a conflict between the 2 of them. "Master Mo, I don't have the materials for this true pill of 4 transformations. Let's forget about this competition." "Young Master Yun, enough." Mo Huayuan said angrily, "You don't have it, but I do. He shouted, Xianxia, come here. The greedy and lecherous young man who was guarding the door ran in and brought 2 sets of the same materials under Mo Huayuan's instructions. He looked at the atmosphere in the room strangely and shrunk his neck before carefully retreating to a corner of the room. Hee, what's this, Grandmaster? You can check the 2 sets of materials and then choose one. Mo Huayuan stared coldly at Li Yunxiao and laughed in anger. Li Yunxiao scanned the materials with his divine sense and found that there was nothing strange about them. He smiled calmly and said, up to you. Humph. Mo Huayuan snorted. He couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He directly picked up a set of materials and enveloped it with his soul power. Then, he started refining. He felt that it was too much to talk to Li Yunxiao. He just wanted to defeat him quickly and take his head. He wanted to see if Li Yunxiao would still be as cool when he chopped his head off. Li Yunxiao smiled and didn't mind. It would be strange if Mo Huayuan's attitude was still good. He slowly relaxed his body. It was extremely difficult to defeat an 8th-level alchemist, even one who had just advanced. He had to give it his all. He shouted, Genryu. Fuse. Genryu's unhappy voice came from his soul. There was even a hint of anger in his voice. Don't fuse for no reason. I'll cry to death if I can't separate from you in the future. He's just an alchemist. Can't you just drag him into the Universe God Monument and bully him if you don't like him? Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Li Yunxiao said angrily, I told you to fuse with it, so fuse with it. Why are you wasting your breath on me? Genryu had no choice but to gradually fuse with Li Yunxiao's soul, and a demonic soul power gradually rose. Yuan Gaohan had seen his soul battle technique before, so he did not find it strange. He only inwardly praised, borrowing the soul-devouring race's soul battle technique to increase the strength of the soul. It is indeed a good move. This method might open another door for arcane masters to increase their strength. The 4 people in the room could no longer remain calm as they watched Li Yunxiao transform into a demon. His face changed from that of a delicate and handsome man to one that was incomparably demonic. Pieces of scales appeared on his body, creating a visual conflict. This is the secret art of the demonic race? Mo Huayuan was shocked. He was not intimidated by his appearance, but he felt that the other party's soul power was increasing bit by bit, and the speed was extremely fast. He was shocked in his heart. What kind of demon clan secret method is this? Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be the descendant of a dragon. Peak of the 6th order. Has it stopped? Mo Huayuan casually refined while paying attention to Li Yunxiao's changes. That majestic soul power finally stopped when it reached the peak of the 6th order. Li Yunxiao walked forward and similarly grabbed those materials, and began refining them out of thin air. What? He also doesn't need a furnace? Everyone was shocked, especially Mo Huayuan, whose expression instantly darkened. The other party was completely competing with him on the same level. To an 8th order arcane master like him, it was an extremely humiliating thing. After snorting heavily, he no longer paid attention to Li Yunxiao, and instead sped up the speed of refining the materials in his hands. Although they were both refining out of thin air, the two's methods were completely different. Mo Huayuan's looked much more gorgeous and gaudy. Every move was extremely pleasing to the eye, like a textbook's neat movements, giving people a very wonderful feeling, gradually becoming mesmerized by it. On the other hand, Li Yunxiao's side was the complete opposite. Every move was extremely stiff, as if he was trying to make a fool of himself. What he used was precisely the 12 forms of flying flowers and falling snow basic refinement method, giving people a strong feeling of mechanically copying. Xianxia was first stunned by the soul power on his body, and was so shocked that he was drenched in cold sweat. Thinking of his disrespect towards the others earlier, he thought that he might have offended a great arcane master as a result, but now that he saw his refining method, he only felt that he was at a loss for words. He was even inferior to him. Mo Huayuan also took a look, and after being stunned, he continued refining. But not long after, he took a few more looks, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he could not put his finger on it. After taking a few more looks and confirming that there was no problem, he could not be bothered to pay attention to it anymore. Although Jin Xian was not an arcane master, she had seen pigs run even though she had never eaten pork before. The moment Li Yunxiao's method appeared, it was immediately clear who was superior. She smacked her forehead, knowing that she was done for. Moreover, she was extremely puzzled. Even many ordinary people could reach this level, so why did Ling Er choose him? Yuan Gaohan, who was in the World God's Monument, suddenly asked, Li Yunxiao, who did you learn this 12 forms of flying flowers and falling snow from? Li Yunxiao's heart moved, and he said coldly, are you trying to chat with me so that I can be distracted and help your disciple win? Yuan Gaohan fell silent. He also knew that he could not be distracted in such a competition, but the doubts in his heart became heavier and heavier. Although Li Yunxiao's movements were clumsy, there was not the slightest bit of mistake. Moreover, when every movement was disassembled and linked together, it did not feel out of place at all. If one took a closer look, they would realize that it was completely natural. That was not the most important thing. The most important thing, which was even ignored by Mo Huayuan, was that the speed and purity of the various materials in Li Yunxiao's hands were gradually surpassing Mo Huayuan's. In other words, in the first stage of refining materials, Li Yunxiao had already won against his opponent. This was something that Yuan Gaohan could not accept no matter how hard he tried. Normally, if one could purify materials to above 90%, one could be considered a master. And at Mo Huayuan's level, he could even be close to 95%. However, this stage was not the key to victory, so even if it was a competition, very few people would pay attention to the other party's purity. However, not paying attention did not mean that this stage was easy. Under Yuan Gaohan's gaze, he clearly realized that the materials that Li Yunxiao had purified were at least 1% higher than Mo Huayuan's. This kind of difference was very rare when the purity had reached 95%. This was especially when the difference between two arcane masters was extremely small, and any part of the process could be the key to victory. Hiss, hiss. After the purification was completed, a ball of light blue flames appeared on Mo Huayuan's finger. It continuously expanded in the air, and its color became brighter and brighter. Then, it burned the purified materials. Not bad, Huayuan has completely refined the internal fire of the rank 9 heavenly Brahma demon flame cult. Yuan Gaohan revealed a look of admiration, and his previous serious expression was swept away. There was no suspense in this competition. However, he was suddenly stunned. When he thought of the terrifying divine fire contained in the World God's Monument, his body suddenly trembled. He can't be able to use the divine phoenix fire in the outside world, can he? If that was really the case, then his flames could completely suppress the internal fire of the heavenly Brahma demon flame cult, and he would obtain a great advantage. Could it be that the true phoenix fire is what this brat is relying on? Can the absolute suppression of flames overcome the difference of 2 ranks in soul power? Yuan Gaohan's face was also filled with doubt. After all, he had never seen a rank 10 flame before. It was only recorded in scattered records. Finally, after Li Yunxiao had also completed the purification, a flame shot out from between his eyebrows. It was only the size of a fingernail, and seemed insignificant. Xianxia felt completely hopeless. She had originally thought that this brat had an extraordinary temperament, and was also arrogant when he spoke. She thought that he would more or less have some ability. From the looks of it now, not only did she harm herself, she would also harm the Heavenly Yuan Trade Association, just as her thoughts were running wild, and her heart was in a mess. The fingernail-sized flame shot into the purified materials, and with a bang, it was like a blossoming firework. It swallowed all the materials, and the places where it burned happened to cover the materials. There was not a single bit of excess. Yuan Gaohan's pupils constricted. This kind of exquisite control could only be achieved by someone who had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. But Li Yunxiao's hands were very tender, and did not look like the kind of rough hands that stayed in front of a furnace all day to refine. This time, it wasn't just Yuan Gaohan. Mo Huayuan finally realized that something was wrong, and his expression changed drastically. He was shocked to discover that the heavenly Brahma demon flame cult's internal fire that was burning the materials was desperately moving away from Li Yunxiao, as if it had seen something extremely terrifying and wanted to escape. This flame had long been refined to the state of one with his mind, and he could directly feel the fear from the flame. This was an absolute suppression that made his own flame terrified. this, Mo Huayuan was completely stunned. He even forgot to refine for a moment, and his hand stopped. His was the rank 9 Heavenly Brahma Demon Flame Cult's internal fire. Was there still a flame in this world that could suppress it so powerfully? Even those peak rank 9 flames on the continent were only of the same rank. Even if they were slightly higher, it was impossible to produce such a level of suppression. To be able to suppress a rank 9 flame to the point of terrifying fear, this, other than that rank 10 Divine Realm flame, there was no other thing. Ah! Mo Huayuan sucked in a cold breath. Apart from feeling his entire body trembling, there was also a kind of indescribable feeling. He did not expect that he could actually see a rank 10 flame in his lifetime. And what made him speechless was that he was actually competing in Formula Dao with the master of a rank 10 flame at this moment. What made him even more dizzy was that the master of this rank 10 flame was actually a 10-over-year-old youth. He was extremely shocked in his heart. Even though refining the true 4 revolutions pill was a very simple refinement, he also started making mistakes. Far away, Xianxia did not understand the problem with that flame. Seeing Mo Huayuan stop, he cried out in shock, "Master, your refinement." Mo Huayuan was startled. Only then did he realize that he was still in the middle of a competition. If he lost, the damage to his reputation was secondary. The most important thing was his master's reputation, and that matter. There must be no accidents. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, and the pain immediately roused his spirit. He began to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. To him, this was a match that he could not lose. From the moment the true phoenix fire appeared, he put away all of his contempt and became abnormally cautious. He had never heard of a person who could collect a 10th level flame, but he was sure that this person was not an ordinary person. Moreover, his Heavenly Brahma Demon Flame Cult's internal fire had been greatly affected, and if he couldn't control it wholeheartedly, then even if he was an 8th-tier refinement master, there was a possibility of failure. When he thought of this, he became even more nervous. He hurriedly used his soul power to surround his inner fire, forming a protective barrier that isolated the aura released by the true phoenix fire. Only then did the Heavenly Brahma Demon Flame Cult's inner fire return to normal, and the entire refinement process was pulled back from the brink of failure. Wu Chen bitterly said, "President, young Master Yun is probably done for. Look at Master Mo's flame, he's playing with it randomly, and his expression is extremely relaxed. Young Master Yun only managed to light a small fire and he's already sweating profusely. His face is pale and he looks like he can't hold on much longer." Mo Huayuan's face turned red, and a trace of anger flashed through his eyes. He thought that Wu Chen was deliberately mocking him, so he snorted angrily and focused on condensing. Jin Xian furrowed her brows slightly. Although she also felt that Li Yunxiao's expression was a little exaggerated, Mo Huayuan seemed to have become a little off as well. He did not seem to be as relaxed as before. Instead, he seemed to have become much more solemn and resolute. She said to Wu Chen, "Don't talk nonsense. Let's wait and see. The results haven't come out yet. Who knows? You and I aren't arcane refiners." Tisk. A mocking voice rang out. Xianxia had a playful expression on his face as he sneered disdainfully, "Are the two of you so naive to think that this hothead can defeat my master?" Wu Chen no longer had a good impression of him. "At least young Master Yun is stronger than you, right? He's only a few years older than you, but his strength is far beyond your reach." "Humph, so what if you're strong? If you lose this time, your head will roll on the ground." A sinister and mischievous look flashed across Xiaoxuanzi's face. There was a bit of malice in his eyes. Li Yunxiao's appearance made him feel even more pressured, and his previous sense of superiority was gone. Jin Xuan's heart tightened. She exchanged a glance with Wu Chen and transmitted a message. The two of them had the same thought. They had to protect Li Yunxiao's life no matter what. Very quickly, the calcination was completed and the condensation process began. This was the most important step. It was a competition of the arcane refiner's soul power and techniques. It was also the crucial moment that determined the grade of the artifact. Li Yunxiao took a deep breath, and displayed the heaven scripture of rippling mirage that he was most proficient in. This technique was created by him in the first place, and it was the one that he was most proficient in. Most importantly, it allowed him to utilize every ounce of his soul power to the extreme, without wasting a single bit. The difference between him and Mo Huayuan was the difference of 2 stages of soul power. This was also the most difficult part. Only by utilizing every movement to the extreme, coupled with Mo Huayuan's previous underestimation and indifference, would there be any hope of victory. Gu Feiyang's heavenly scripture of rippling mirage. Yuan Gaohan frowned slightly, and muttered to himself, back then, when Gu Feiyang was teaching in the Soul Transformation Sea, there were indeed many people who learned this technique, but the shock in his heart was even greater. After this technique was circulated, he also studied it for a period of time, and also had his own understanding. Now that he saw Li Yunxiao display it, it seemed to be even above his own understanding. He was a great alchemist of the 9th stage. Although it was someone else's technique, he could comprehend it all with a single glance. However, why did he feel that his understanding was still insufficient after seeing Li Yunxiao display it? Just like the 12 basic techniques of flying flowers and falling snow, he also felt that the other party's understanding was above his own. This was completely illogical and impossible. These 2 techniques were both created by Gu Feiyang. Could it be that this person was Yang Di's disciple? But even Yang Di might not be able to display this kind of essence, this kind of meaning. This had nothing to do with the level of the alchemist, and it was completely a kind of understanding in the art of art. It could only be achieved with supreme wisdom and arduous cultivation. Who exactly was this brat? A thick layer of doubt covered Yuan Gaohan's heart. To be able to reach rank 6 arcane refiner at the age of 10 was already incomprehensible, and could not be simply described as a genius. If he could defeat a rank 8 arcane refiner, he did not even dare to imagine such a situation. Until now, the disadvantage of Li Yunxiao's insufficient soul power finally showed itself, and his speed became slower and slower. With his current soul power, it was a piece of cake for him to want to refine the true pill of 4 transformations, but to defeat Mo Huayuan, he had to raise the quality of the pill to the supreme grade. Or even above it. This required him to continuously use spells and soul power to get rid of the impurities in the refining process, and also let the various materials reach the optimal degree of fusion. This included the mutual promotion and restraint of attributes, as well as the order of fusion, percentages, and so on. It required great strength to be able to do it accurately. Li Yunxiao's divine sense was constantly analyzing and mixing the proportions of the various raw materials, and the fusion time, letting them complete one by one. The speed appeared very slow. In the eyes of outsiders, it looked like a large lump of various raw materials continuously fusing. Mo Huayuan's side was clearly much faster. Even Xianxia could not see any clues, a smug smile appearing on his face, snorting left and right from time to time, glancing sideways at the worried Jin Xian duo. Mo Huayuan took the time to glance at Li Yunxiao's side, and his pupils immediately contracted fiercely. His horizons were naturally not what Xianxia could compare to, and he immediately saw the brilliance of Li Yunxiao's technique and the utilization of soul power. He could not help turning pale with fright, and his hands were even more flustered, making quite a few minute mistakes. Yuan Gaohan frowned and sighed slightly, thinking to himself, Huayuan has always been in closed-door cultivation. Every time he refines, he has never been disturbed by outsiders. In this kind of competition, he lacks the experience of facing an enemy. From the start until now, he has been distracted by the other party's actions at least 5 times, and every time he refines, he has made minute mistakes. If the 2 of them had similar strength, he would have lost this round long ago. In contrast, Li Yunxiao, from the start of the refinement until now, all of his essence, energy, and spirit were focused on the raw materials in front of him. He did not even glance sideways at Mo Huayuan, as if he was the only one existing in this world. That kind of concentration was even less like a competition, and more like he was enjoying the pleasure of refining by himself. This was a pure arcane refiner. Even Yuan Gaohan was stunned at this moment, as if he saw the shadow of Formula Dao on Li Yunxiao, the epitome of the countless arcane refiners who pursued this path. This, Yuan Gaohan was completely dumbfounded, having an indescribable feeling. He realized that other than the fact that Mo Huayuan was superior to Li Yunxiao in terms of spirit power, there was nothing else that could beat him, and it was even far from it. Even if it was him, suppressing his spirit power to the peak of the 6th step, could he beat him? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he was instantly shocked, because he realized that even he, with the current state of Li Yunxia's spirit power, did not have the confidence to do as well as him. This meant that Li Yunxiao's domain in Formula Dao was already not inferior to him, a ninth-step existence. Shock. At this moment, other than extreme shock, Yuan Gaohan was also extremely afraid. How could there be such a heaven-defying existence in this world? In the sky martial continents thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, among the many geniuses who could be recorded in the history books and praised by the later generations, the most dazzling one was the one who refined Noah's Ark, Yinan Tian. But even if it was Yinan Tian, it was absolutely impossible for him to possess such talent at this age. Mo Huayuan also felt himself becoming flustered. He gradually realized that Li Yunxiao's illusion-rippling heavenly scripture was executed smoothly, and the formula Dao contained within was something that even he was far inferior to. Cold sweat started bursting out on his forehead, and his clothes were gradually drenched in sweat. His heart was in a mess. Right now, the only thing he could rely on to suppress and not lose was his spirit power that was 2 ranks higher than the other party. In the history of Formula Dao, he had never heard of anyone who could cross 2 ranks in a competition and win. This was also precisely the source of his confidence. But now, when he discovered that other than spirit power, the other party even surpassed him in Formula Dao comprehension, refinement techniques, and all kinds of fine control, he finally panicked. Just as Yuan Gaohan was worried, Mo Huayuan had never experienced this kind of Formula Dao competition before. Furthermore, it was competing with an opponent who was extremely unbalanced. His heart was in a mess, and he immediately made mistakes repeatedly. This time, even little Xianxia and Xianxia trio saw through it and revealed puzzled looks. After passing this condensation round, the quality can more or less be determined. This 4 revolutions true pill is merely a tier 4 medicinal pill and can't undergo the tempering of heavenly tribulation. Hence, the chances of being able to raise its grade during the final condensation isn't high. Li Yunxiao suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If Master Mo is defeated in this condensation round, it'll be a complete defeat. If Yuan Gaohan's disciple only has this bit of ability, I'll be very disappointed. When I see him in person in the future, I won't have any respectful gazes either." Mo Huayuan's entire body trembled as if electric current passed through his body, startling him to break out in cold sweat. This was a competition that absolutely could not be lost. Master's honor and the Thunderwind Merchant Association's promise, these were all more important than his own life. Even if he died, he could not lose. 2 rays of brilliant light burst out of Mo Huayuan's eyes. That frightened and flustered look was swept clean. The seals in his hands slowed down slightly, his entire person gradually entering a tranquil state and was no longer affected by the outside world. His entire disposition changed because of it. Xianxia and little Xianxia trio all opened their eyes wide, not understanding what it meant when they heard it. It seemed like Li Yunxiao was lecturing Mo Huayuan, while Mo Huayuan accepted it silently. This made them completely at a loss. Yuan Gaohan's expression became more and more solemn. Although Mo Huayuan had fallen behind by quite a bit, with his 8th-level soul power, as long as he didn't make any mistakes later on, there was still hope for him to turn the tables. But what made Yuan Gaohan depressed was that the rhythm of this competition seemed to be completely controlled by Li Yunxiao. Everything revolved around him, and Mo Huayuan seemed to have become a foil. This kind of situation could easily occur when there was a huge disparity between the 2 people's strength, and the stronger one would dominate the competition. But now, it was the complete opposite. The process of condensing gradually came to an end, and both of them were about to enter the process of condensing. Although Mo Huayuan made many mistakes, his speed was still slightly faster than Li Yunxiao's. He suddenly said, "From the beginning until now, I've lost in both purification and condensing. You're very strong, really very strong, so strong that I don't know what to do." When he said this, Jin Xian, Wu Chen, and Xiao Xuanzi were shocked. The 3 of them instantly short-circuited, and they lost the ability to think. What did Master Mo say? He said he lost? Li Yunxiao was so strong that he didn't know what to do. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. Their eyes seemed to be frozen, and they couldn't move. I can say without exaggeration that you are definitely the best in Formula Path among the youngsters of the heavenly martial arts realm. Mo Huayuan didn't hold back on his praise. His face darkened, and he said seriously, if you didn't remind me at the beginning and let me panic, you would have really won this competition. But I have to thank you for calling me back from my distracted state in time. So, you lost in the end, but I won't take your life. Oh? Do you still have some final method of condensing? Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows. He didn't think much of it. They were about to enter the end of the battle. Among the refined products below the 5th level, because there was no lightning punishment, there were very few big changes. But the quality of the product he refined was slightly higher than Mo Huayuan's. As long as he didn't make any mistakes until the end, he would definitely win. And with his temperament and formula path, it was impossible for him to make any mistakes. That's right. Below the 5th stage, there aren't many methods to improve consolidating equipment. The lightning talisman is one, but so are the powerful flames. Even though you have a level 10 divine flame, I could tell a long time ago that your soul power was running low. There's no way you'll be able to use it again during the finale. As for the thunder talisman, it's something that only children would use. When I left the sanctuary, Master taught me something. Mo Huayuan's eyes revealed a strong sense of confidence. At this moment, it was as if he had already won. He looked at Li Yunxiao with the attitude of a victor, regaining the confidence that an 8th-grade alchemist should have. Li Yunxiao's heart sank. That kind of confidence was definitely not an act. He must have a trump card. He immediately asked, Old Yuan, what did you teach him? Hurry up and say it. If I lose, you'll die with me. Yuan Gaohan's eyes sparkled with joy. He laughed and said, haha, did he really master it? Not bad, as expected of my disciple. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. Even Yuan Gaohan said so. It seemed like there was indeed something to it. He unconsciously became vigilant. Mo Huayuan raised his hand and gently pinched 2 of his fingers together. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from his palm and gradually condensed into a dazzling golden character in the air. His 2 fingers changed and gathered again. Another ray of light rose, and another character appeared, flickering with a gentle light. It was the golden ancient tadpole character. Furthermore, other than the 2 that Yuan Gaohan taught to Li Yunxiao, there were only 2 left. They were also the 2 that Li Yunxiao had the most control over. They were the techniques for condensing a core. Mo Huayuan chanted a few cryptic and difficult-to-understand notes. His hands immediately moved, and 2 ancient scriptures were directly inserted into the raw materials. The surging core qi began to increase continuously. Its quality gradually solidified, and the fragrance of a pill filled the air. Haha, brat, you never would have thought of this. This time, you're going to lose for sure. Yuan Gaohan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although Li Yunxiao had the upper hand throughout the battle, in the end, his disciple still won. As the master, he was naturally happy. Li Yunxiao also knew that the situation was not good. When the 2 golden tadpole characters appeared, he had already predicted that something was wrong. At that moment, the situation had reversed. His gaze darkened, and he retracted his thoughts. The speed of the heaven scripture of rippling waves in his hands increased continuously, creating layers of illusions. Yuan Gaohan said happily, it's useless. Although the heaven scripture of rippling waves is powerful, it was only created by Gu Feiyang, a rank 9 alchemist. As for my disciple, he is using a divine state ultimacy. Unless you can perform it exactly the same as Gu Feiyang, there might still be a sliver of hope. But, is it possible? Li Yunxiao didn't say a word. A part of his soul appeared in the universe god monument and started to perform the great god evolution technique. Correspondingly, his body started to glow with the light of ancient scriptures. Although there were no words appearing in the air, there was an indescribable meaning spreading out. At that moment, it seemed extremely sacred. Yuan Gaohan and Mo Huayuan were shocked at the same time. Mo Huayuan didn't understand why the heaven scripture of rippling waves would produce such an effect, while Yuan Gaohan knew that it was the result of his body and his clone performing different techniques at the same time, resulting in an overlapping effect. Li Yunxiao's soul power was already close to being depleted. It was difficult for him to split a part of it like that. However, what made Yuan Gaohan's expression change gradually was that not only did Li Yunxiao's soul power not immediately depleted, it was also slowly accumulating and storing, preparing for the final attack. What's going on? What kind of technique is this? Yuan Gaohan was filled with doubts. Have you really won? I have never lost in my life, whether it's you or anyone else. Li Yunxiao's expression turned serious, and his eyes shone with a star-like light. Every movement of his hands emitted a golden light similar to that of ancient scriptures. The entire heaven scripture of rippling waves movements were performed in a miraculous manner. It made the surrounding people feel that they were extremely far away yet extremely close, as if they were no longer in this space, and gradually lost their sense of existence. Mo Huayuan looked at Li Yunxiao's technique and was instantly shocked. He had seen the heaven scripture of rippling waves many times, but he had never heard of anyone performing it to such an extent. Yuan Gaohan was even more stunned. That shocked expression suddenly dispersed slowly, and rays of light shot out from his eyes. He seemed to have understood something. He felt that the words that Li Yunxiao had said earlier were extremely familiar, and they were very deep in his memory. However, he couldn't recall them at the moment. Just as he was performing the heaven scripture of rippling waves miraculous technique, the memory in his mind was finally unlocked. Decades ago, there was a major event that shocked the world. In the illusory realm of stars and moon, the most outstanding refinement master in thousands of years suddenly appeared, AI. He led a large number of refinement masters of the demon clan to provoke the deity transformation sea. Originally, the deity transformation sea sneered at this and didn't take it seriously at all. Seeing that the other party was also a rank 9 refinement master, they sent out an refinement master who had just advanced to rank 9 to deal with them. In the end, that rank 9 refinement master was completely defeated and died on the spot from anger. This immediately attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the deity transformation sea. After all, every rank 9 refinement master was a great wealth that was difficult to replace. The inexplicable loss of a person made the upper echelons of the deity transformation sea very angry, so they decided to teach these arrogant and conceited demons a lesson. As a result, the next refinement master they sent was an elder who was more than 200 years old and had been studying above rank 9 for nearly 100 years. He was renowned, and his treatment in the headquarters of the deity transformation sea was second only to the president. But in the end, not only was this refinement master completely defeated, but they also sent out existences that were stronger than the previous one. Even when the vice president personally went to fight, they still lost miserably. Within 7 days, they defeated 5 people of the deity transformation sea in a row, and they were all great refinement masters whose names shook the world. This time, the world was shocked. Not only did the deity transformation sea lose face, but the overall honor of the human race was also damaged. For a moment, all the experts in the world were in an uproar. The human race had always regarded themselves as the orthodox overlord race of the heavenly martial arts realm. The other demon clans, sea clans, and the like were regarded as different races by them and had always looked down on them. But unexpectedly, this time, no one was able to withstand the provocation of the different races. If the human race continued to lose in the 2 major fields of arts path and martial path, how would they have any face to speak of? Even the sanctuary, which had always been at odds with the deity transformation sea, finally couldn't sit still and sent a large number of refinement masters to help. At that time, the leader was the lord who was faintly known as the world's number 1, and he was also Yuan Gaohan's teacher. As his assistant, Yuan Gaohan also went with him. Yuan Gaohan still clearly remembered that when he came to the deity transformation sea, the atmosphere of the entire deity transformation sea was unusually heavy. Whether it was the high-level or the ordinary refinement masters, there was not a single smiling face in the entire field. Everyone was frowning and bore a deep hatred for the demon clan. At that time, the master of the deity transformation sea, Lu Tsongzi, the leader of the world's refinement masters, immediately gathered all the refinement masters above the 9th level to discuss a countermeasure after seeing Yuan Gaohan's teacher. Everyone agreed that apart from Lu Tsongzi and Yuan Gaohan's teacher, no one else could accept the challenge. But whether it was Yuan Gaohan's teacher or Lu Tsongzi, they were both people with extremely high statuses. Once they lost, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the entire human race's arts path. The consequences would be unimaginable. The 2 of them were also hesitant and couldn't make up their minds to accept the challenge. At this time, a woman suddenly suggested someone. This woman was not an refinement master herself, but her status was extremely respected. She was one of the 10 great titled Emperor Wu, Red Lotus Emperor Wu Lufian. At that time, the person she suggested was also in the deity transformation sea, but he didn't care about the demon clan's provocation and didn't even participate in such an important meeting. When Lufian suggested that person, the entire venue instantly became noisy. More than half of the refinement masters disagreed and were very doubtful of that person's ability. Meanwhile, Yuan Gaohan had just advanced to the 9th level refinement master at that time and was in his prime. It was the first time he heard all kinds of comments about that person, so he didn't take it seriously. Yuan Gaohan was a prodigy himself. In addition, he had a master who was recognized as the best in the art of formula, so he did not take that person seriously at all. Moreover, how could such an unrestrained person have such high achievements in the art of formula? Some arcane masters even threatened to lead the divine transformation sea to protest against letting that person represent the human race. That argument lasted for an entire night. In the end, after Lu Congzi and Yuan Gaohan's master came to an agreement, they agreed to let that person fight. The reason was that this person was able to create the 12 forms of falling snow and drifting flowers, so he definitely had extraordinary talent. However, if they were to lose again, only one of them would be able to fight in the end. Lu Congzi immediately sent people to find that person that very night. What made people want to vomit blood was that that person actually used the fact that his soul power hadn't recovered from the last refinement to extort a large number of top-quality pills and various refining materials from Lu Congzi and his master. He even asked for a 10th-tier spirit herb. Yuan Gaohan felt his heart ache as he watched from the side. He wanted his guards to kill that person and steal his treasures, but when he thought of that person's strength, he endured. The two masters were also extremely depressed. Considering that this competition was related to the reputation of the human race, they endured it for the sake of the human race. Who knew that on the second day of the competition, that guy did not use a single pill before going on stage? He did not even take a sip of water. The two masters were so angry that they wanted to rush up and tear him apart. Fortunately, that person did not let them down. Yuan Gaohan came back to his senses. A trace of a complicated look flashed across his eyes. Looking at Li Yunxiao, who performed the last pill formation, his thoughts returned to that competition. Everyone turned out. That day, the divine transformation sea was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was a spectacular scene. Under the divine technique tower that went straight to Yunxiao, a rainbow crossed the sky and landed on the other side of the clouds. The venue of the competition was the largest cloud island that floated around the divine technique tower. It was called Rosy Cloud Chasing the Moon. In the few hours before the match, the clouds around the rosy cloud chasing moon were packed with arcane masters. Some powerful arcane masters were even standing in the sky, protected by Emperor Wu level powerhouses, demonstrating their strength and status. AI was sitting cross-legged in the sky above the rosy cloud chasing moon by himself. His eyes were closed, and an ochre-colored brocade robe was draped over his body. His long hair flowed like flowing water, and his face was as clear as a lake. He actually had the appearance of a 20-year-old youth with delicate features and bright eyes. He sat calmly in the air, holding a strange seal of the demon clan in one hand, flashing in front of his chest. His left hand was gently placed on his dantian, and his whole person entered a state of tranquility, waiting. A ray of purple light revolved around his body. It did not have any form. It was as if he had cultivated some kind of cultivation technique that brought about this phenomenon. The people on the soul formation seaside all showed deep fear towards that ray of purple light. That was AI's cauldron, sky full of clouds. It could actually directly materialize and move around like a shadow. A great demon stepped out from the clouds and coldly scanned the ashen-faced humans. He sneered disdainfully and said, "Which small fry are you going to send today?" He laughed contemptuously and said, "I heard that Master Lu Congzi of the Soul Formation Sea is the leader of the human race, and that Master Tian Zhao of the Holy Region's divine capital is unparalleled in the world. So it turns out that... TSK, how embarrassing." His words immediately caused the rage in the clouds to soar. Sparks of hatred condensed in the air, and the smell of gunpowder was very strong. All of them were so angry that they wanted to rush up and block the muzzles themselves and blow up the bunker. Lu Congzi and Tian Zhao looked at each other helplessly. The two of them were under the most pressure, especially Lu Congzi. He was the head of the Arcane Alchemist Guild and the leader of the world's arcane masters. He said to the person behind him, "You go up. Don't let too much pressure affect your performance. You can take the Heaven Secrets pill that I gave you yesterday. It will greatly increase your chances of winning." Yuan Gaohan, who was standing behind Tian Zhao, turned his head slightly and saw that person walking out from Lu Congzi's side. He was wearing a stone blue embroidered robe. He did not take Lu Congzi's words to heart. Instead, he winked at a woman in red in the crowd and said with a smile, "Sister Fian, I'm a little afraid of heights. Can you help me?" Yuan Gaohan's expression changed slightly. Many people were also angry. At this crucial moment, he was still thinking of a girl. Lu Fian was wearing a lotus-embroidered red robe, on which a few fiery red lotus flowers were engraved. Her expression was indifferent, and no one could see any expression on her face. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Fian raised her right hand and gently stroked her hair. She casually formed a lotus with her fingers and gently threw it forward. A fiery red lotus flew out from her palm, transformed in the air, and lightly floated in front of that person. Then, one turned into two turned into three, and actually gave birth to a red lotus road. The bright and gorgeous red lotus fire spread out along with the flowers, spreading from under that person's feet to the colorful cloud chasing the moon. All the fiery red lotus flowers were in full bloom at this moment. A strange beautiful scene appeared in the sky. It was like a heavenly road. The red lanterns were connected from end to end. It was like a lotus pond in the sunset, reflecting that person's figure in the sky. The great demon's expression changed. He looked at Lu Fian in horror, and his expression was full of shock. At this moment, Ai also opened his eyes. He gazed forward and said with a light smile, "Who are you?" That person stood on the red lotus in the sky. The bright red reflected his long shadow, as if he was the only person left in the whole world. He opened his thin lips and said softly, "Gu Feiyong." Ai raised his eyebrows, as if he was thinking about this name. The great demon beside him had a cold expression. He said in fear, "You are the army destroyer Emperor Wu Gu Feiyong?" He suppressed the shock in his heart. Under the other party's temperament, he only felt that the martial intent in his heart was slightly shaken. He hurriedly shouted, "This is a formula path competition. What are you doing here?" Gu Feiyong smiled lightly. He stepped onto the rosy cloud chasing the moon and said, "The one competing is your master. What the hell are you shouting for?" The sleeve of his right hand fluttered in the wind. A gust of wind and cloud gathered, and he slapped out with a wave of his hand. The heavenly road spread by the fiery lotus swayed under the gathering of wind and cloud. Lu Fian was finally moved. She waved her right hand lightly, and the lotus flowers bloomed, turning into countless flower petals that rained down like a blood-red setting sun. The great demon instantly felt a huge pressure coming towards him. He wanted to raise his genuine chi to resist, but he was shocked to find that his little strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or a mayfly trying to shake a tree. He collapsed instantly, and he didn't even have the time to scream before he was slapped and disappeared without a trace. Gu Feiyang looked at Ai and said with a light smile, "I really don't know how you barbarians can stand it. The flies are gone. We can start now." Ai looked at the great demon being slapped away in the sky. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He stared at Gu Feiyang and said, "Your martial arts cultivation is very strong, but in Formula Path, you are no match for me." Gu Feiyang crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a light smile, "I admit that my mouth isn't as good as yours. Don't tell me you won the previous few rounds with your glib tongue?" Ai also smiled. He descended from the sky and stepped on the rosy cloud. His ochre robe fluttered in the wind as he looked at Gu Feiyang. Gu Feiyang was slightly shocked. Just by standing like this, the young man in front of him gave him the feeling of a mountain. He faintly felt like he had to look up to him. He was shocked. Although his formula path couldn't be said to be at the peak of the 9th rank, it wasn't far from it. Even in front of Lu Congzi and Tian Zhaozi, he had never felt this kind of pressure. Could this person in front of him be a 10th rank arcane god? His heart sank slightly. He was already starting to feel that something was wrong. No wonder those old guys from before were defeated one by one. Although you are no match for me, I think this should be a very happy competition. Let's start then. You set the rules. AI laughed openly. Gu Feiyang wasn't to be outdone in terms of momentum. He replied with a smile, then let's make it simple. Just refine a random medicinal pill and compete on the grade. AI nodded and said, very good. It's probably very difficult to determine who is better with ordinary 9th rank medicinal pills. Why don't we make it simple and refine the yin yang pill? What do you think, sir? Defeating armies? Gu Feiyang's heart stirred. He said, very good. Lu Congzi immediately waved his hand. Very soon, someone brought a large amount of 9th rank materials over. The yin yang pill was a treasure among the 9th rank. Ordinary 9th rank arcane masters couldn't even attempt to refine it. It was named yin yang because it condensed yin and yang qi. The pill had the meaning of yin yang. It was also very beneficial to powerhouses like Emperor Wu. AI's personality was very straightforward. He didn't beat around the bush. After the materials were brought over, he directly grabbed them and lightly opened his mouth. A mouthful of flames came out. Judging from the heat and power, it was undoubtedly a 9th rank flame. When he was calcining and purifying the materials, the purple light surrounding him gathered in front of him. It gradually condensed into a purple cauldron that illuminated the sky. It fell on the rosy cloud chasing the moon. As the refinement process gradually unfolded, Gu Feiyang's heart became abnormally heavy. He had never felt such pressure during a refinement process before. He was becoming less and less confident in his chances of victory. Not only him, but all the arcane masters around him were extremely accomplished. They quickly realized that Gu Feiyang was at a disadvantage in every move. As time went on, he had no hope of winning. At this time, many complaints were heard. Many gazes fell on Lu Fian. Their eyes were filled with malice and uncertainty. For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic. Lu Congzi and Tian Zhaozi's expressions were also extremely ugly. They hated Gu Feiyang for extorting so many medicinal pills from them. Yet, he didn't use even one. At this time, Tian Zhaozi's pupils suddenly shrank. His face was filled with monstrous anger. He lost his composure and shouted, "What is Gu Feiyang trying to do? Refine the yin yang pill to the 8th rank? What? Refine the yin yang pill to the 8th rank? Isn't that 100% sure loss?" Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were wide open, unable to understand what was going on. Everyone present was an expert in formula. At a glance, they saw that Gu Feiyang, who had been at a disadvantage, had started to condense the pill, as if he wanted to condense the yin yang pill before AI. Condensing the pill at this level meant that it was definitely a tier 8 pill. Wasn't he going to lose for sure? All of a sudden, everyone became even more enraged and started scolding Jiang Yi. If not for the fact that there were formidable martial artists standing guard in all 4 directions, there would have been chaos. The furious human race arcane masters did not care if Jiang Yi was a titled martial emperor or not. They would probably have rushed forward to bite him to death. Don't embarrass yourself. Get down here. Gu Feiyang, you have disgraced the status of refiners. Return the status of honorary elder immediately. Get out of the deity transformation sea. Shameful thing, stop right now. For a moment, angry shouts could be heard. Even Lu Congzi was angry. His face was gloomy, and he didn't care about the booing. Even Lu Fian, who recommended Gu Feiyang, raised her eyebrows slightly, full of doubt. Gu Feiyang was not the kind of person who would risk his life. If the pill became a tier 8 pill, he would lose for sure. Aiyu was stunned for a moment and his hands slowed down. He looked at Gu Feiyang in astonishment. He saw that Gu Feiyang's face was filled with calmness, as if he was very calm. The pill is done. Gu Feiyang shouted fiercely and a multicolored light shot out from his hand, illuminating the sky. This was the mysterious phenomenon of the birth of an 8th rank medicinal pill. It was extremely beautiful. However, no one was in the mood to appreciate it. They were all thinking that they were doomed. The members of the demon clan were all beaming with joy, extremely pleased with themselves. At this moment, dark clouds started to gather in the sky. thunder rumbled. It was the lightning tribulation of the Tier 8 pill. Everyone cursed in their hearts. They wanted to strike this goddamn guy to death. A glint flashed across Gu Feiyang's eyes. His hands quickly formed a cyan array around the level 8 medicinal pill. Various strange symbols appeared on the array, spreading out with the medicinal pill as the center. AI's heart suddenly jumped. He looked in this direction. When he saw the spirit array clearly, his expression changed. He said in shock, This is a lightning-gathering spirit array? Rumble. More and more lightning bolts condensed in the sky, and finally descended. A green bolt of heavenly lightning directly blasted down towards the 8th tier elixir pill. The thunder rumbled, ringing in everyone's ears. All the cursing was drowned out. AI suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out involuntarily, if the lightning strikes this array formation, it can even be converted into Violet Kingdom God Thunder. How can this 8th tier immortal pill withstand the Violet Kingdom God Thunder? Even if it does, it can only upgrade the pill grade to supreme grade. It can't cross a level. Why are you doing such a meaningless thing? Moreover, Purple Kingdom Thunderbolt is not something an ordinary person can control. Once it explodes, the consequences. All of a sudden, the words he was about to say were stuck in his throat. That was because he saw the proud smile on Gu Feiyang's face. As if he understood something, his eyes widened and he said in shock, You want to? Gu Feiyang laughed lightly and said, That's right. The reason why I'm condensing an 8th tier elixir is to condense it before you condense it. This way, when the green lightning descends on me, I can use the thunder gathering array to directly transform it into Violet Kingdom Godly Lightning. Did I say that I want to control it? He gave a sly smile and said, When the Violet Kingdom Heavenly Thunder explodes, it will just be a refinement accident. The entire rosy cloud chasing the moon will be blown to smithereens, and this duel between you and me can only be considered a draw. Besides, Gu Feiyang smiled proudly. I am the pinnacle Jiutian Emperor Wu. Even if I withstand the Purple Kingdom Thunderbolt, I won't be too badly injured. But can you? With your demon body, even if you don't die, you will definitely be heavily injured. Even if we fight again, you won't be my match. Their conversation was drowned out by the roar of thunder. No one else could hear them. Moreover, only they could see the lightning-gathering spirit array in front of Gu Feiyang. AI's mouth gaped wide open. He had never imagined that his opponent would actually have such a scheme. His mouth was wide open as if he wanted to say something, but it was already too late. The green lightning directly struck the 8th level Yin Yang pill in front of Gu Feiyang. It didn't explode, but instead suddenly dispersed and was absorbed by the green array. More and more of it gathered, and it gradually turned into a purplish-green color. At this time, Tian Zhaozi and the rest finally realized something was wrong. Lu Congzi's face changed. What's going on? That purple lightning. Gu Feiyang suddenly shouted and panicked. Oh no, I can't control it anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly fled. AI's face alternated between green and white under the illumination of the purple lightning. Even though he had great self-restraint, he couldn't help but curse, F***ck you human bastards. He also threw away the pills that he was still refining and quickly fled. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Suddenly, the world lost its color. The sun and moon lost their light. The entire sky above the divine transformation sea was covered in a beautiful purple light. The many experts hidden in the void hurriedly made their moves. They were all experts of the same level as Emperor Wu. Under their joint efforts, the sky and earth changed color. Immediately, the power of the explosion was controlled by the rosy cloud chasing the moon. It directly blasted out a huge black hole, absorbing the terrifying power of the Purple Kingdom Thunderbolt. However, the largest cloud above the spirit-severing sea completely disappeared just like that. AI, who was also affected by the power of the explosion, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell on top of the big demon that came to rescue. Gu Feiyang formed his own defense. Although it took a lot of effort, he escaped unscathed. Not even a speck of dust was on his clothes. Lu Congzi looked at the place where the rosy cloud chasing the moon used to be. Now, it was empty. He seemed very uncomfortable. He pointed at Gu Feiyang and shouted, "What's going on?" What was that purple lightning just now? Gu Feiyang also had a look of regret. It's all my fault. I didn't control the power of the lightning well. Sigh, this competition, what should we do about this competition? Didn't control it well? How can a mere 8th level lightning? Lu Zongzi flew into a rage. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and froze on the spot. His emotions calmed down in an instant. He looked at the indifferent Gu Feiyang with a complicated expression. Then he exchanged a look with Tian Zhaozi. Both of them immediately understood. So this kid did it on purpose, Gu Feiyang sighed gravely. This AI's talent is too high. He's too monstrous. I'm afraid that even if the two of you take action, you may not. He did not finish his sentence. Lu Zongzi and Tian Zhaozi were both shocked. They naturally believed Gu Feiyang's words. If even he judged that the two of them were not a match for AI, then who in the world could? Could it be that the title of the world's #1 arcane cultivator was going to be taken by a demon? No arcane cultivator of the human race could accept this result. Yuan Gaohan was initially enraged by Gu Feiyang's actions, but he finally understood what was going on from Tian Zhaozi's expression. He felt that this person was too terrifying. To think that he could come up with such a method to disrupt the competition and turn the result around. Although it was a little underhanded, at least he had temporarily preserved the dignity of the human race. From that moment onwards, he felt a trace of fear towards Gu Feiyang. Then, Tian Zhaozi announced that the competition was suddenly interrupted due to an accident and that it was a draw. This immediately caused the demons to be dissatisfied. Gu Feiyang thickened his skin and said coldly, "Just now, I refined a tier 8 yin-yang pill and condensed it into form." Everyone saw it. But Grandmaster AI did not seem to have produced anything. If it's not a draw, then I should be the winner. This caused all the members of the monster race to be speechless. From the progress of the purple lightning before it exploded, it was true that Gu Feiyang had won. However, this was 2F** King frustrating. Not to mention these demons, even the seriously injured AI was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood again. His eyes were full of resentment. In a fit of anger, AI made a promise on the spot to compete 3 days later. Gu Feiyang agreed on the spot. It was impossible for him to recover to his peak condition within 3 days. If he couldn't even defeat Gu Feiyang with this opportunity, then the human race would truly have no hope. However, what made everyone terrified was that even though AI was injured, he still managed to suppress Gu Feiyang in the profound weapon refinement competition 3 days later. In a moment of desperation, Gu Feiyang took a risk out of desperation and directly fused the 3 swords that represented his supreme sword intent together. Then, he forcefully used the rank 9 demonic dragon as the sword soul to forge the sword that was full of criticism and was still being debated to this day, Star Beheading Sword. The moment the sword was born, it immediately dazzled the starry sky. The enlightened sword light shot into Jiutian and very coincidentally split the thunder tribulation that AI was refining into a peak 9th level profound weapon. This scene immediately made everyone completely dumbfounded. After the opponent's profound weapon thunder tribulation was split by the enlightened sword light of the cutting star sword, it gradually disappeared. AI, who was below, opened his mouth wide and looked at the clear sky. Without the thunder tribulation, the profound weapon that he had painstakingly consolidated was only at the elementary 9th level. It could not even be compared to the elementary 9th level profound weapon. AI was so angry that he almost fainted. He pointed at Gu Feiyang and could not say a word. But the enlightened sword light just now was indeed very strange. It did not seem to be done by a human, but it seemed to be full of spirituality and slashed out by itself. In this case, AI had to admit defeat. Looking at the cutting star sword, he sighed and said, "This sword of yours has almost reached the quality of a sacred weapon. Even if I can successfully refine it, I can't compare to you. This time I really lost." The details of this battle would naturally not be leaked by the people of the Spirit Sea Realm and the Sanctuary. From then on, Gu Feiyang became even more famous in the world and he was like the sun in the sky, and when Gu Feiyang was in a hurry to fuse the 3 peerless swords, he said something that was deeply remembered by Yuan Gaoyao, "In my life, I will never lose to anyone." That voice seemed to come from several years ago, and it overlapped with what Li Yunxiao had said before. Yuan Gaohan gradually recovered from his thoughts. He looked at his disciple and Li Yunxiao's refinement before him. At the end, the mirage-rippling heavenly scripture was completed in one go. It was a miraculous technique. Yuan Gaohan no longer had any doubts. He said in disbelief, "So it was you. You did not die, Gu Feiyang." The last few moves of Li Yunxiao's heaven scripture of rippling mirage were as fast as lightning. Jin Xian and the others couldn't even catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Finally, the pill was formed. A round pill spun continuously in the air, emitting a strong pill fragrance. It even glowed with a warm light, making people want to swallow it in one gulp. Mo Huayuan was already in a daze. Even he couldn't execute Li Yunxiao's last few moves in one go. It was a marvelous technique. The entire room was abnormally quiet, without a single sound. Yuan Gaohan's voice sounded in the divine monument. He sighed and said, "So it's you. So you didn't die, Gu Feiyang." Li Yunxiao's body trembled. He thought to himself, "Oh no, he must have seen through something." "Old Yuan, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yuan Gaohan didn't mind his disguise and said, "Then it makes sense. No wonder I felt that you were unfathomable when I met you in outer space. You don't seem to be more than 10 years old. If you really have such achievements, then countless geniuses throughout the ages will feel ashamed of their inferiority." He thought that Li Yunxiao had taken over someone else's body. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "How can you be so sure that I'm Gu Feiyang?" Yuan Gaohan said, "The 12 basic moves of flying flowers and falling snow. Even if my true body came, I wouldn't be able to perform better than you did just now. Also, I've tried the last few moves of the heaven scripture of rippling mirage, but I couldn't complete them in one go. Yet, you performed them so wonderfully. The key lies in what you said just now. Don't you think it's very similar to what you said in the divine transformation sea when you refined the sword to cut through the stars?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He didn't expect there to be so many flaws. After all, the other party was also an extraordinary person. It was indeed difficult for him not to be seen through after such a long period of interaction. Thus, he simply admitted it and said with a smile, "You exposed my identity. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave this place for the rest of your life?" Yuan Gaohan's expression was filled with bitterness. "I finally understand now. You said that you would let me go after you recovered your abilities. It turns out that you wanted to recover to the peak of the Jiutian realm. Even if I did not expose your identity, with the great secret of the Universe God Monument, how could you let me go? Only when you return to the peak of Emperor Wu's power, with this holy artifact in hand, will there be nothing to worry about in the world. Only then will I regain my freedom." "Haha, old Yuan, don't frown. In any case, you are also cultivating in the starry sky of the outer region. You are also cultivating in my universe divine monument. Moreover, it would be beneficial for everyone if we were to interact more." Li Yunxiao instigated, "Could it be that you don't want to participate in the restoration of the Universe God Monument?" Yuan Gaohan was silent for a while and said, "Actually, you can go to the sanctuary to look for my original body and let me return to my original body. I will be willing to restore the Universe God Monument with you. After all, such an opportunity is not something that can be encountered in any era. You don't have to worry about anything. Moreover, if my original body comes, the chances of success will be higher." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "But I still hope that it will be safer. A place like the sanctuary might not be able to return if things go wrong. With our powers, restoring the Universe God Monument will not be difficult. After all, I have the great Universe God technique in my hands. There are hundreds of ancient scriptures in one God technique. Don't you want to comprehend them? Don't even think about going back. Before I return to the peak of Emperor Wu, it is impossible for me to let you go." Yuan Gaohan was shocked. When he thought of the great Universe God technique, he felt a burning passion in his heart, "But, this body of yours was taken over. The lifespan that you can use is very limited. It is impossible for you to return to the peak of Emperor Wu. You should be very clear about this yourself." Li Yunxiao said, "Don't worry. I did not take over the body. This body is mine." "What?" Yuan Gaohan raised his head in shock. His eyes were filled with astonishment, doubt, and confusion. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "I don't really understand this myself. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's talk about it after I take care of your disciple. His soul image appeared and disappeared from the universe god monument, returning to his original body. Yuan Gaohan became silent. His face was still filled with astonishment. He was unable to accept the current situation. Li Yunxiao grabbed the elixir in the air and held it in his palm. He looked at the dumbfounded Mo Huayuan and said with a light smile, Master Mo, which of the two elixirs is better and which is worse? Jin Xian and Xiao Xuanzi were extremely nervous. They realized that the two true elixirs of 4 transformations were actually of the highest quality. Moreover, judging from the appearance and fragrance, they were almost the same. The 3 of them, including Wu Chen, found it hard to understand how Li Yunxiao could refine an elixir of the same quality as Mo Huayuan's. Mo Huayuan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Jin Xian and the other 2 were unable to judge, but he was very clear that his true elixir of 4 transformations was slightly inferior to Li Yunxiao's in terms of quality. Originally, with his abilities, he could totally refine an elixir of a higher quality. However, he lacked battle experience and made mistakes one after another. If not for Li Yunxiao reminding him midway, he might have lost even more miserably. Although he was unwilling to accept this competition, he was sincerely convinced. He said bitterly and dispiritedly, You won. I lost. Mo Huayuan lost? Jin Xian and the other 2 were instantly petrified. They stood there in a daze as if they had lost their consciousness, unable to accept this fact at all. Xiao Xuanzi said anxiously, Master, how could you lose? The quality of these 2 elixirs is about the same. He was extremely anxious. Mo Huayuan admitting defeat was extremely damaging to his reputation. Mo Huayuan shook his head and said, In terms of quality, this master's is indeed a cut above. Moreover, during the entire refining process, if not for this master's reminder, I'm afraid I would have long lost. A strange look flashed in his eyes. He raised both his hands high above his head and bowed down towards Li Yunxiao. He said respectfully, Mo Huayuan is willing to admit defeat. Today, after witnessing Master's godly skills, I know that I'm only a frog at the bottom of a well. I've made a fool of myself. This bow of his made Jin Xian and the other 2 unable to adapt. They stood to the side feeling abnormally uncomfortable and awkward. Yuan Gaohan was silent. Instead, he nodded with a gratified smile. Giving Mo Huayuan a blow under the spring breeze of advancing to the 8th stage would also be extremely beneficial for his future growth. Moreover, this person's identity was actually Gu Feiyang, so he was worthy of his bow. Li Yunxiao naturally accepted his bow and said, Hee, it's just that I've been single for so many years, so my hands are fast. Jin Xian whispered to Wu Chen in surprise, What does being single have to do with having fast hands? Wu Chen blushed slightly and said awkwardly, This. I'm not too sure either. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Mo Huayuan lifted his body. His face was full of desolation as he smiled bitterly. But a golden light suddenly flashed in his hand. The frost pearl dagger on the table appeared in his hand, and he slashed it towards his neck. Bang! With a flick of his finger, Li Yunxiao knocked the dagger away. A look of surprise flashed across his face as he smiled. You know that my hands are fast, yet you still want to commit suicide in front of me? Master! Xiao Xuanzi was shocked. He hurriedly ran forward and picked up the frost pearl dagger that had fallen to the ground and hid it. Master, what are you doing? Jin Xian and Wu Chen were also shocked. They looked at each other and did not understand what was going on. Could it be that he could not let go of a single loss? Yuan Gaohan was also stunned. Then, anger appeared on his face. Mo Huayuan raised his head in shame and anger. He glared at Li Yunxiao and said, I lost to you, so I have to listen to your orders. However, the agreement between me and the Thunder Wind Merchant Guild cannot be violated no matter what. So, I can only die. Jin Xian was shocked. She cried out involuntarily, Master Mo, with your status and your teacher's status in the sanctuary, what can the Thunder Wind Merchant Guild do to threaten you? You would rather die than help me? Her heart continued to sink. Mo Huayuan said dejectedly, Don't ask any more. He said to Li Yunxiao, Just kill me. I will definitely not help the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he sneered. You can't even compare to me. How can you talk about helping the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild? You don't have to worry about this. I have something else that I need you to do. Something else? You really don't want me to help the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild? Mo Huayuan was in disbelief. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his face darkened. I don't know anything about my big brother. Li Yunxiao felt a headache coming on. This was one of the things he had planned to ask Mo Huayuan about, but seeing Mo Huayuan's expression, he gave up. He said, if it weren't for Yuan Gaohan, I really would have smashed you to death with my hammer. Forget it, just help me teleport to Rain Peak City. You know my master? Mo Huayuan sized up Li Yunxiao in disbelief. Although he did not dare to believe it, he was still a little skeptical. After all, an alchemist who could cultivate such an outstanding talent would definitely not be a nobody. It was very likely that he had seen his master before. Thinking of this, his attitude toward Li Yunxiao softened. He said, to get to Rain Peak City, you have to go through the Thunderwind Merchant Guild or the Bei Do Sec's long-distance teleportation formation. This is not a problem for me. I promise you, when are you leaving? At this moment, he could not wait for Li Yunxiao to leave as soon as possible. That way, the bet would be completely invalid. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment. Seeing Xianxia's anxious expression, he immediately said, in a few days, there's no rush. You're a reporter. Other than those two things, as long as I'm in South Fire City, you must listen to me. Mo Huayuan nodded. Of course, I, Mo Huayuan, am not someone who goes back on his word. After saying this, he looked at Li Yunxiao's mocking gaze and immediately blushed. He awkwardly added, it's because I promised the Thunderwind Merchant Guild first. I have no choice. Li Yunxiao could not be bothered to argue with him. However, from this, he could see that the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce was indeed in a very dangerous situation. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce was determined to eradicate them. They had already thought of all possible scenarios and had cut off all paths of retreat. Judging from Mo Huayuan's situation, the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild's crisis seemed to be more severe than they had imagined. Xianxia's face darkened. The three of them left Mo Huayuan's residence in silence. Xian and Wu Chen's expressions became even more unsightly. Furthermore, they were no longer as casual as before with Li Yunxiao. There seemed to be an additional layer of estrangement between them, making them appear extremely reserved. This was perhaps the only thing that the two women were happy about. With Li Yunxiao's skills, he would definitely be invincible in the Merchant Guild's Formula Path competition. Xian, don't show a bitter face. Otherwise, you'll get old very easily. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, we are friends after all. I'm not used to you being like this. Xian forced a smile and said bitterly, it looks like this disaster is unavoidable. I can only hope that young Master Yun will display his might in Songyang City and let the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce keep its position. That way, our Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce will have a chance of survival. She turned to Wu Chen and said, immediately pass down the order, recall all the businesses of the Chamber of Commerce, cut off all the businesses that are losing money, and try to recoup as much capital as possible. This time, we are definitely going to lose. We should try our best to preserve our strength and make a comeback with the help of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. 2 streams of tears flowed down Wu Chen's cheeks. President, it's all my fault. I've made a mess of things in South Fire City. There's not even a single friend who's willing to help us. Xian sighed, the world has always been like this. There are many who are willing to add flowers to brocade, but few who are willing to provide timely help. A sorrowful atmosphere lingered in their hearts, and they could not help but shed silent tears. Li Yunxiao really couldn't stand it anymore. He smiled and said, do the two of you need to be so sad? Bring me the formulas of all the products in the Chamber of Commerce, and I will help you improve them all within 3 days. I will definitely surpass the newly opened one. All the recipes within 3 days? Wu Chen said, in 3 days, let alone all the recipes, as long as we can produce more recipes for our core products than the Heavenly Crane Merchant Association, we'll be able to catch our breaths and wait until the Heavenly Origin Merchant Association stabilizes their situation. The Heavenly Crane Merchant Association? Was that the name of the new Chamber of Commerce? Don't worry, this name sounds like a minor character. It should just be a sock puppet pushed out by the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. Li Yinxiao smiled disdainfully and said, you only need to provide me with a large amount of starlight stones and primal stones. I will definitely settle it within 3 days. Jin Xian was astonished. Starlight stone? What does young Master Yun need that for? It's not a precious material. Li Yinxiao smiled and said, the more the better. Give me as much as you can. Yuan Gaohan's voice sounded out, and it carried a strand of displeasure as he said angrily, Gu Feiyang, you wouldn't be asking me to do hard labor and improve dozens of refinement recipes for them in 3 days, right? Li Yinxiao transmitted his voice over and said, they are all low-grade refinement recipes. You can modify them with just a few glances. Don't you need the Starlight Stone? You can see that I'm very poor. If you don't help me, how can I help you? Yuan Gaohan was so angry that his face turned red, but he had nothing to say. Being under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to do hard labor. Suddenly, Xiaoxuanzi chased after them from afar. He took out a storage pouch and handed it to Jin Xian. He continuously bowed and apologized, big sister Jin Xian, Xiaoxuanzi was insensible earlier. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level. After this brat apologized, he ran away like a wisp of smoke before Jin Xian could say anything. After Li Yinxiao defeated Mo Huayuan, how could he still dare to take Jin Xuan's things? It was like a hot potato, so he finally made up his mind to run out and return it to her. Wu Chen said angrily, this brat is too crafty. He's already so snobbish at such a young age. Li Yinxiao smiled meaningfully and said, he is Yuan Gaohan's grand disciple. This is passed down from their bloodline. Maybe Yuan Gaohan likes this. Bull*T. Yuan Gaohan said angrily, the first thing I do after I get out is get Huayuan to smack this brat to death. This kind of scum cannot be allowed to live in this world. Xiaoxuanzi's life and death were decided by Li Yinxiao's teasing words just like that. Jin Xian also felt powerless. She shook her head and took out 3 golden jade slips from her ring. After a slight hesitation, she handed them over to Li Yinxiao. A golden ray of light rose from the jade slips and immediately dissipated. She smiled bitterly and said, these are the refinement recipes for all of the Violet Cloud Commerce's products. The records are very detailed. They were originally priceless treasures, but now they're useless. Every commerce would have their own main products. They were meticulously researched and improved by countless generations of refinement masters. They were the most confidential treasures of any commerce. Jin Xian had even branded these 3 golden jade slips with her divine sense. She could easily destroy them with just a thought. Don't worry. There will be results within 3 days. Li Yinxiao said, you guys go and prepare. Give me starlight stones and primary stones in 3 days. Try your best. Just do your best. Don't affect your normal operations. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. With a flutter of his robes, he strode off. Wu Chen watched as Li Yinxiao left. She said rather worriedly, President, is this person really reliable? Even if such important refinement recipes can't compare to the heavenly crane commerce now, they can still be sold for an astronomical price once they're made public. Jin Xian shook her head with a bitter smile. With his strength that can defeat Master Mo, does he need to covet our refinement recipes? She had no other choice but to believe in Li Yinxiao. However, she did not believe that Li Yinxiao would be able to develop all the improved recipes in 3 days. She only hoped that they could improve the core products so that the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce could hold on for a while longer. After leaving the 2 of them, Li Yinxiao directly handed the 3 golden jade slips to Yuan Gaohan. Although Yuan Gaohan was extremely unwilling, he knew that he was already in the same boat as Li Yinxiao. Only by helping him with everything he had would he have a chance of leaving. Moreover, he could only rely on him to provide all the cultivation resources in the future, the starlight stones. Right now, Li Yinxiao was the richest pauper. He was equipped with astonishing treasures, but he could not even produce a few origin stones. He returned to the inn that Mei Dong'er was staying in very soon and discovered that it was already empty. There was only a piece of paper left on the table, stating that he had already returned to the Beidou sect and would definitely fight for the opportunity to use the teleportation formation. He told Li Yunxiao to wait in peace. Li Yunxiao sank into his thoughts. The piece of paper began to burn under his gaze, turning to ashes. Afterwards, there was a flash of green light in his hand, and a strange stone appeared. It was the nether green stone he had extorted from Liang Quan earlier. The quality of the nether green stone was indeed nothing special. After studying it for a while, Li Yunxiao pinched it in his hand and gently infused his origin energy into it. Countless cracks immediately appeared, and it began to peel away layer by layer. Very quickly, after nearly 2/3 of it had been peeled away, another color was finally revealed. It looked like brass. Li Yunxiao's pupils contracted slightly. He immediately saw that the material of the yellow core was definitely not brass, but copper gold, which was even more precious than the nethergreen stone. After the entire copper gold was peeled away, it turned out to be a puppet the size of half a palm. Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that there would be such a thing inside. When he used his divine sense to scan the nethergreen stone earlier, he already felt that it was strange. This puppet was obviously placed inside by someone and was not naturally formed. He studied it for a while and seemed to have discovered something, but he could not grasp the main points. After pondering for a while, he tossed it to Yuan Gaohan and began to meditate and cultivate on the spot. Yuan Gaohan was now his royal refinement master, so there was no need to be polite. The next day, Li Yunxiao opened his eyes. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared from his room and headed in the direction of the Beidou sect. The Beidou sect tournament was a grand event in the entire Sapphire City. At the same time, various factions were invited to watch. It was also a chance to prove the sect's strength, allowing some outstanding disciples to gradually appear in front of the various large sections. Apart from the various large factions that were invited, there were also many ancient martial art practitioners who volunteered to watch. It was also a good opportunity to exchange insights. Along the way, Li Yunxiao met many ancient martial art practitioners. Very quickly, he formed a group with a few of them. The Beidou sect and the Heavenly Scorpio sect tournament is held once every 2 years. There is also the Thunderwind Merchant Association's auction every year. It is the biggest event in Sapphire City and attracts the attention of countless people. A bearded man dressed in a tiger-type demonic beast's fur spoke with gusto, his saliva flying everywhere. There were 5 people in their group. The other 4 seemed to be foreigners. Thus, he acted like a guide and enjoyed talking. The 5 of them were all low-level martial arts grandmasters. Birds of a feather flocked together. The difference in cultivation resulted in an extremely strict hierarchy. Those who were stronger did not want to be associated with them. As for those who weren't strong enough, they didn't care about them at all. The competition in Beidou sect is really cruel. The top 10 disciples in each competition can become the sect leader's personal disciples. Among the many personal disciples of the sect master, there would also be a competition, and the last 10 would be eliminated. It is such a cruel environment that allowed Beidou sect to produce so many talents and stabilize its position as the top power in Sapphire City for thousands of years. The man's eyes were filled with envy as he said, as the sect leader's personal disciple, there is no limit to the amount of essence stones for cultivation. As for the various pills and herbs, they are also 10 times that of normal disciples. If I had such resources, I would have reached Martial Emperor realm long ago. I wouldn't have been stuck at 5-element realm for so many years. Li Yunxiao said, since that is the case, then why don't you join Beidou sect? With your strength, you have a high chance of getting into the top 10. Mei Donger was just a 6-star martial ancestor and she was so confident. He could roughly estimate how strong Beidou sect was as a whole. Such a power was definitely one of the top in the southern region. However, in the other 3 regions, it was okay to be a local tyrant, but it would be tough for the whole world to know about it. The man smiled bitterly, you think I'll join just because you say so? Not to mention the fact that my age has long exceeded the age limit for them to accept disciples. Beidou sect and Sky Scorpio sect are also very careful when recruiting people. They have to investigate your background. Even so, with my current situation, I can only join their guard team. The resources I receive are also very limited. Li Yunxiao asked, guards? The man sighed, yes, they specifically recruit scattered martial artists like us. It's like a job interview. Our monthly stipend is about the same as that of ordinary disciples. The man's name was Shou Wei, a local wandering martial artist. Nanfire City was special compared to other places. Because it was located near the Golden Fire Crystal Mine, many wandering martial artists came here to mine all year round. These martial artists did not belong to any faction and were sandwiched between the local factions and the Chamber of Commerce in search of survival. Therefore, they often teamed up and huddled together. Shou Wei was one of the more experienced wandering martial artists. Before coming to Nanfire City, he was only a peak martial lord. After staying here for more than 10 years, he had long broken through to a 6-star martial ancestor. Moreover, he had been stuck at this level for 3 years. He would probably be stuck there for the rest of his life. He also planned to mine for a few more years before finding a small faction and becoming an elder. Then, he could live out his retirement in peace and nurture his descendants. As for the other 3, one was short and fat like a big meatball, giving off a greasy feeling. He refused to reveal his real name and looked like a fatty. There was also an old man with a goatee. He wore a sloppy red robe and looked very wretched. The last one was actually a woman. She wore a simple palace dress and looked somewhat charming. However, she always had a cold expression and did not smile. The 3 had been in Nanfire City for some time but had not seen the grand competition between the Beidou sect and the Sky Scorpio sect. Soon, they entered the Beidou sect's territory. Soon, they encountered the mountain protection formation and could not fly anymore. The 5 directly landed and walked. A quiet stone path meandered upwards, and the surrounding spiritual energy pervaded the air. The Beidou sect was one of the strongest local factions in Nanfire City and occupied the best earth vein. Moreover, there were traces of fire element in the spiritual qi. Obviously, the earth vein contained golden fire crystals, which was a great resource. The 5 walked up and soon saw a pavilion. A few people from the Beidou sect stood there, checking the identity of the passers-by. Shou Wei walked up and said respectfully, "So it's Elder Lu personally guarding this place." A white-bearded old man with an extraordinary bearing was leaning against a rosewood chair inlaid with gold and jade, resting with his eyes closed. He had a lazy expression on his face. He turned a deaf ear to Shou Wei's words. His fingers were crossed in front of him, and his expression was still serene. Shou Wei knew that his level was not high enough, and he was not worthy enough for Elder Lu to personally open his eyes to welcome him. He had experienced this kind of thing many times, so he was not surprised. Li Yunxiao's divine sense gently swept over. The white-bearded old man was only a 1-star martial venerable. However, he did have the right to put on airs in front of these Wuzongs. "So it's Shou Wei. Go in." A middle-aged man in a yellow robe next to the old man waved his hand, signaling for him to pass. Shou Wei passed right in front of them, and Li Yunxiao and the others followed closely behind him. However, their bodies suddenly froze as they were blocked by an invisible force. Their expressions changed slightly. The yellow-robed middle-aged man asked coldly, "Who are the 4 of you?" Shou Wei quickly turned around and explained, "Sir, the 4 of them came with me to watch the competition." The yellow-robed middle-aged man said coldly, "Since they came with you, and they are unfamiliar faces, you should know the rules." Shou Wei said, "Of course." He said to the 4 of them, "Those who cannot prove their identity must be sealed by the Big Dipper sect before they can enter." He saw that the expressions of Li Yunxiao and the others had changed, and said hurriedly, "Don't worry. The power of the seal can only last for 3 days at most. The Big Dipper sect competition will end in 3 days. During this time, the Big Dipper sect will be in charge of your safety. You can rest assured." He added, "In the past, I had to be sealed every time." The yellow-robed middle-aged man said coldly, "Shou Wei is quite famous in Nanhua City, so you don't have to be sealed. As for you unknown wandering cultivators, you must be sealed. Otherwise, you can go back the way you came." His aura pressed down as he spoke. His cultivation of a 3-star martial emperor immediately made the 4's expressions change. Li Yunxiao was speechless, but in order not to cause trouble, he also showed a panicked expression like the others. However, it felt awkward no matter how he looked at it. Little Fatty heaved a sigh and said, "All right, since that's the rule, I have nothing else to say." The yellow-robed middle-aged man nodded and drew a few runes in the air, which then hit little Fatty's body. A hint of panic flashed across little Fatty's face, but it quickly returned to normal. The martial ancestor aura on its body was immediately extinguished. It was indeed sealed, and not a single strand of primordial chi could be squeezed out from its dantian. Although the vulgar man with a goatee and the cold-faced woman were extremely unwilling, they still walked over and let the yellow-robed middle-aged man seal them. Finally, it was Li Yunxiao's turn. Everyone's gaze fell on him. The yellow-robed middle-aged man said coldly, "Go back if you don't want to be sealed." Li Yunxiao sighed and said to himself, "I'll give it a try." What troubled him was that the yellow-robed middle-aged man's sealing technique was very low level. Even if he suppressed his strength, the yellow-robed middle-aged man might not be able to seal him. After all, he had cultivated the tyrannical body tempering technique and the bright moon body. He could automatically resist ordinary external forces. If he hadn't been sealed, he would have gotten into trouble. The yellow-robed middle-aged man comforted him and said, "Don't be afraid. Our Beidou sect's unique technique is very advanced. It won't leave any side effects." Li Yunxiao said, "I'm a little nervous. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist. Put more strength into it." The yellow-robed middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered and said, "It's useless no matter how you resist." He also drew a few runes and slapped them into Li Yunxiao's body. Li Yunxiao only felt a strange power seeping into his body. It was immediately blocked by his physical strength and was about to be devoured. He hurriedly suppressed the power of his physical body and let the power flow through his meridians to his dantian. It turned into a paper-like seal and covered it. Only then did his aura of a 5-star martial arts great master gradually disappear. The yellow-robed middle-aged man was very satisfied. He waved his hand and said, "You can go in now. Shouwei knows the way. Let him bring you in." Li Yunxiao followed the four of them and continued to walk into the mountain range. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned. He could clearly feel that the elder surnamed Lu seemed to have opened his eyes. He used his divine sense to scan him a few times. After finding nothing, he dispersed. After the few of them walked far away, the yellow-robed middle-aged man looked at the elder who had opened his eyes in surprise. He hurriedly went forward and asked, "Martial Uncle Lu, what's wrong?" The elder surnamed Lu frowned and said, "That youth just now is indeed not even 20 years old. He actually has the cultivation of a 5-star martial arts great master. Even in our Big Dipper sect, I'm afraid only that girl, Mei Dong can compare to this level of talent." The yellow-robed middle-aged man was shocked and said, "Not even 20 years old? I thought that he had changed his appearance and didn't check carefully. I heard that Junior Dong has already reached 6 stars? Elder Lu slowly said, "After that girl was kidnapped, she returned on her own. She didn't say a word and didn't want to see anyone. She directly went into seclusion and waited for the start of the competition today." A trace of darkness flashed across the yellow-robed middle-aged man's face and he said, "Could it be that Junior Dong has already been violated?" Elder Lu raised his head and glanced at him. The yellow-robed middle-aged man hurriedly lowered his head. Elder Lu said, "That's not true. How can a virgin's body be hidden from the eyes of people like us? What everyone finds strange is how she entered the 6-star realm after just one trip. Something must have happened. But since she doesn't want to say, then forget it. It's fine as long as she's fine." Elder Lu looked in the direction where Li Yunxiao and the others disappeared and said, "Go and find out more about that young man just now. If he's clean, try to recruit him into the Big Dipper sect. If a genius like him can't join us, then..." He thought for a while and said casually, "Then let him stay as a 5-star martial ancestor forever." "Yes." The yellow-robed middle-aged man's heart shook and he hurriedly replied. A trace of fierceness flashed across his eyes. Li Yunxiao and the others quickly went over a mountain. Suddenly, little Fatty opened his mouth and said, "Shouwei, you've been in South Fire City for so many years. Have you heard of the Northern Scorpion sect?" Everyone was stunned. Li Yunxiao also frowned and thought to himself, "Northern Scorpion sect, why is it such a strange name?" Shouwei was stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "I've heard of it. I think the Beidou sect and the Sky Scorpion sect used to be one family, called the Northern Scorpion Sect. Later on, they split into two. He asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Little Fatty smiled vulgarly and said mysteriously, "Then have you heard of the treasure left behind by the Northern Scorpion Sect and why it split?" Shou Wei said, "Many people know about the treasure of the Northern Scorpion Sect. It's not a secret. It's said that the Beidou Sect and the Sky Scorpion Sect split because of this treasure. However, this treasure has always been hidden in the mountains, and no one has ever seen it." Little Fatty smiled and said, "You're right at the beginning, but the last sentence. Hee, if the treasure hadn't been opened, do you think the Beidou Sect and the Sky Scorpion Sect could fight against the Thunder Wind Merchant Guild?" Everyone was shocked. Shou Wei's expression also changed greatly. He suddenly shouted, "Shut up. If you want to live, you should know what you can and can't say. I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't want to hear another word. If you say another word, please don't come with us anymore." Shou Wei had lived in South Fire City for the longest time. There was naturally a reason why he could survive until now. He had seen too many people suffer undeserved disasters, so he naturally knew some things about survival. One of the most important things was not to say what you shouldn't say, and not to meddle in things you shouldn't. Seeing his intense reaction, Little Fatty chuckled awkwardly and didn't say anything else. Shou Wei said with a gloomy face, "I'm doing this for your own good, and for everyone's good." The others also glanced at Little Fatty, but they didn't say anything and continued on their way. The Qi whirlpool in the Yunxiao's dantian stirred and the seal disappeared like a bubble. A strange expression gradually appeared on his face because he realized that among the 4 people who had been sealed, other than himself, there were 2 others who had also unsealed themselves. One was Little Fatty, the other was the cold-faced woman, and the vulgar man with only a goatee was left. He looked the most ordinary, and no aura could be sensed from him. Little Fatty and the woman didn't know that they had been exposed, and they still pretended to be sealed. The 5 of them quickly moved forward in the mountains. Soon, they came to a row of small courtyards. There were already many people living inside, and a few people who looked like Big Dipper sect disciples were standing guard outside. Shou Wei explained, "We'll be staying here today." Li Yunjiao frowned. "Staying here? Isn't the competition starting today?" Shou Wei smiled. "Indeed, but today is only the most basic drawing of lots and qualification tests. There are also the qualifiers for the top 50. Because there are too many people, there won't be any sightseeing on the first day. Tomorrow will be the top 20, and the last day will be the most exciting 20 to 10. At the same time, we will also invite all the local powers and the major merchant associations to come and watch. When the time comes, all the famous people in South Fire City will come." Li Yunxiao had no interest in watching these disciples compete. He only wanted to see if Mei Dong'er could squeeze into the top 3. It was good to find a place to stay and cultivate in peace. He would go watch on the 3rd day. Shou Wei had already greeted the Big Dipper sect disciple who was maintaining order at the door. The disciple gestured inside, which seemed to be a corner of the small courtyards. Shou Wei led the 4 straight to a courtyard in the corner. Along the way, they passed by a few winding corridors where many cultivators were chatting and watching the 4 with interest. They found that almost half of the people inside had their cultivation sealed. Most of them were silent, afraid that they would cause trouble. That would be too much of a loss. Meanwhile, those who weren't sealed were all very proud, as if they were treated very well. Do your best to keep a low profile here. Otherwise, with your cultivation bases sealed, there is a high chance that you might accidentally lose your lives, Shou Wei cautioned. The wretched goateed man's expression changed. Aren't there people from the Big Dipper sect maintaining order? Who dares to make a move here? Shou Wei said in a low voice, "As you can see, the ones maintaining order are the few martial arts grandmasters at the door. Their ability is really limited, you should be careful." The vulgar man with the goatee stared blankly, seemingly feeling extremely uncomfortable. Thinking about how his cultivation had been sealed and how he was surrounded by cold gazes, he could not help but feel like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Little Fatty and the cold-faced woman didn't have many expressions on their faces. They had already been unsealed. It should be here. Shou Wei glanced at the entrance of the small courtyard. It was indeed a little shabby, but he couldn't care too much about it in this place. he walked straight in. As soon as he stepped in, his expression suddenly changed. A strong wind shot out from inside, turning into a sharp palm shadow that directly slapped down. It was accompanied by a cold shout. "Who are you? Get lost." Shouwei was shocked. He hurriedly flipped his right hand and slapped out. Powerful vital qi condensed into a palm in the air, continuously compressing. Boom, two palm shadows, one big and one small, collided in the air. The strong wind shook and shot in all directions. Some of the trees in the courtyard were instantly smashed, and even the courtyard door was completely blown away. Shouwei didn't gain any advantage from that palm strike. He was actually at a slight disadvantage, which made him feel uncertain. He was originally a peak 6-star martial arts grandmaster. The other party's cultivation was at least 7-star, or even higher. The huge tremor immediately attracted the surrounding ancient martial art practitioners. Dozens of rays of light flew over, all of them standing in the air not far away, watching the commotion with ridicule. As for those who had been sealed, they wanted to come forward to take a look, but they were afraid that they would be implicated. For a moment, they hesitated. Shouwei's face was full of anger. He shouted towards the inside, "Who are you people? This small courtyard was allocated to us by the Lord of the Beidou sect." An indifferent voice came from inside, saying, "Oh? We thought that no one was living here. Since we are already living here, you can change places." "What? This is too much." Shouwei was furious. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, the other party was too disrespectful. In front of so many ancient martial art practitioners, he was considered a respectable person in Nanhua City. How could he put down his pride like this? At this moment, the Beidou sect disciples were also alarmed. They flew over from afar. The young man leading them shouted, "What's the matter? How dare you fight in the Beidou sect?" Shouwei explained the whole story. The disciple shouted towards the small courtyard, "Who are you people? Why aren't you staying in the designated place?" A voice came from inside, saying, "The designated place is too small. It can't accommodate so many of us, so we just found another room. Tell them to find another place." The surrounding people were all stunned. They were secretly guessing who these people were. They actually dared to order the Beidou sect disciples to do something. How arrogant. One had to know that the people arranged to stay in these places were mostly independent cultivators. Those with sect backing were all staying in other elegant places. They were all respectful towards the Beidou sect's words, not daring to defy them. Not only did these people snatch the Beidou sect's territory, but they also told them to leave. How audacious. The disciple's expression changed slightly. He exclaimed, "It's you people." He immediately revealed a troubled expression. Shouwei's heart also tightened. Looking at the Beidou sect disciple's expression, he seemed to sense that something was wrong. As expected, the disciple quickly regained his composure. He looked coldly at Shouwei's group of 5 and said, "We are all here to observe the Beidou sect's grand competition. Be modest and don't cause trouble, understand?" After saying that, without waiting for Shouwei's reply, he signaled the other disciples with his eyes and left with a wave of his hand. This, all of a sudden, everyone was stunned. How could there be such a way to resolve a matter? It was the same as not resolving it. Once they left, they would still continue fighting. Shouwei was also stunned. He stood there and looked into the small courtyard, deep in thought. He seemed to be a little fearful of the identity of the people inside. The vulgar man with the goatee saw that there were so many people watching from afar and felt uncomfortable. He said, "Let's change places." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Change? Now everyone thinks that we are easy to bully. Where should we go? I'm afraid we can't change places. If you show weakness, everyone will step on your head and shit on you." Shouwei's heart shook. He looked at Li Yunxiao in surprise. His eyes shone brightly. The bones in his hand cracked as he said in a low voice, "That's right. If you take a step back, you can no longer advance." At this moment, he suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. The shackles of a 6-star martial ancestor seemed to be wavering. Shouwei was shocked. He did not expect to feel like he was about to break through just because of a sentence from this kid. He suddenly took out a pill that emitted an extremely strong spiritual qi. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately, the bottleneck that had been holding him back for many years was finally broken in one go. The light of advancement emitted from his body slightly, causing the surrounding people to exclaim in surprise. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Shouwei finally understood. After struggling in Nanhua City for so many years, he had become more and more protective of his life. That kind of indomitable fighting spirit had long been wiped clean. No wonder he had been mediocre all these years and could not advance. If he retreated now, he would really be stuck at 6-star martial ancestor for the rest of his life. After he broke through to the 7-star realm, he immediately felt that the road ahead of him was flat. The wide path of martial arts had opened up. Since the Beidou sect disciples don't care, then don't blame me for not being polite. Shouwei shouted towards the small courtyard. At this moment, his personality had completely changed. Even the way he addressed the people from the Beidou sect was not as respectful as before. A cold laugh came from the small courtyard. You've just broken through to the 1-star realm and you already don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. On account of your ignorance, quickly leave, or else you will die for nothing. A cold smile flashed across Shouwei's face as he strode towards the small courtyard. You're courting death. Seeing that he did not listen to their advice, the people in the courtyard were instantly enraged. A loud shout rang out, and with a bang, the door to the room was smashed open. A gray figure rose into the air, Xianxia rolling around his body continuously. Like a tsunami, he struck out with his palm, a 7-star peak martial ancestor. Xianxia squinted his eyes, immediately seeing through this person's strength. He naturally did not care about this level of cultivation, but Shouwei had just broken through to the 7-star realm, so it would still be difficult for him to take on this palm. Feeling the pressure that was like a wave, Shouwei immediately understood that the other party's cultivation was above his. His face turned livid, and he quickly gathered all his Xianxia under his palms. Immediately, both of his palms were like burning iron, causing the surrounding air to emit white smoke. Scarlet horned iron palm. 2 bright red palm prints slapped out in front of him. Immediately, the 4 palms met, and the strong wind was suppressed to the point of letting out ear-piercing sounds. It was as if countless birds were being strangled, squawking miserably. A formless spiritual pressure of Xianxia was formed, causing Shouwei's iron palm to gradually lose its red color and gradually turn green. Shouwei's legs were directly smashed into the ground, up to his knees. The current situation was like riding a tiger, and it was difficult to get off. Even if he wanted to escape, he could only hold on bitterly. However, he had just broken through to the 7-star realm, and there was still a considerable gap between him and the other party, a 7-star expert. He did not know how long he could hold on, and the situation was not looking good. Furthermore, it seemed like there was more than one person in the small courtyard, and there seemed to be an accomplice. Shouwei's palms started to crack, and many acupoints in his body gradually turned dark red, and he started to bleed. If there was no other way to resolve this, he could only be deeply shaken to death by the other party. The man who struck down from the sky was dressed in a gray robe, and he had already circulated his Xianxia to the extreme. His strength was only half a star higher than Shouwei's. Although he had the upper hand, it was not easy for him either. His forehead was densely covered in sweat, and his eyes were cruel and fierce. Xianxia's expression didn't change. He could tell that Shouwei couldn't hold on any longer. If this continued, he would explode and die. A fire cloud gradually appeared between his eyebrows and flashed by. The gray-robed man, who was circulating his essence with all his might, suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body rapidly turned black, and the power in his palms disintegrated in an instant. Shouwei's iron palm suddenly exploded, and the air that was originally compressed to the extreme suddenly exploded, instantly sending him flying. Everyone only saw the man in gray's body suddenly turn black, and then drops of blood sprinkled in the air. He was thrown back into the small courtyard, screaming again and again. Shouwei was overjoyed that he was saved, but he felt very strange. He didn't understand why the man suddenly went crazy. Could it be the backlash of his cultivation technique? The man in gray kept rolling in the small courtyard, and more charred areas on his body seemed to be burned dry, and he was in unbearable pain. At this time, another 3 people flew out of the house. One of them helped the man in gray up, and after feeding him a pill, he said in surprise, "What a strong fire elemental power." He took out a piece of ice soul with a threatening cold aura and stuffed it into the man's hand. What made them feel a chill was that the moment the ice soul entered their hands, it instantly turned into a pool of boiling water, emitting steam. This is the ice soul produced from the 10,000-year-old ice at the bottom of the East Sea. One of them was shocked, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. After the ice soul entered the man in gray's hands, although it instantly melted, his injuries gradually stabilized. It was just that most of his body was directly carbonized. At this time, the pill also began to take effect, and the pain on his face gradually decreased. One of the men turned around and stared coldly at Shouwei's hands. He said, "What a vicious martial technique. You really hit it well." Shouwei was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood that this person had misunderstood. He was also very curious about who had saved him, and how could it be so silent, as if no one had noticed. However, he naturally wouldn't say it out loud. He just coldly snorted and said, "You asked for it." The man's expression changed slightly, but he seemed to be fearful as he said, "Since that's the case, then I'd like to experience your skills again." He took a step forward and arrived in front of Shouwei. The other two men also followed him. The three of them formed a tripartite formation and surrounded Shouwei. Their auras were all above Shouwei's, but they were afraid and didn't dare to act rashly. Shouwei's heart tightened, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself that if the master from before didn't make a move, then he would really be finished. His face was still full of anger as he shouted, "Could it be that you want to join hands?" Li Yunxiao cursed inwardly. It seemed like this group of people wouldn't stop until a few of them died. Just now, he had only condensed the shadow of the true phoenix fire and burned it lightly. If he had condensed the real fire, with the strength of a 7-star martial arts grandmaster, the man in gray would have been turned into ashes in an instant. It would have been impossible for him to survive. He was thinking about what to do now. If he were to make a move, it would be too obvious. His gaze immediately landed on Little Fatty and a cold-faced woman. The two of them had been watching coldly from the side and were quite calm. Even when Shouwei couldn't take it anymore, they didn't make a move. They were too cold. There was a slight smile in his eyes as he immediately had an idea. "I want to see what kind of existence your hidden fire elemental is," the man said in a low voice. "If your strength can be recognized by me, I cannot pursue the matter of your previous crimes. I might even give you a chance to join us." As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his right hand over, and a dragon-shaped yellow sand rose up and circled around his body. The yellow sand became more and more dazzling, and the sky was filled with yellow sand. His body actually became a little dazed. This person had actually also mastered the power of the elements, and he had been suppressing his cultivation. He didn't want to expose it under such circumstances. The yellow sand gradually spread and condensed, forming more than 10 small, earth-colored snakes in the air. They flicked their tongues at Shouwei, looking very intelligent. Li Yunxiao revealed a surprised expression. He didn't expect this person to have such a trick up his sleeve. Each of the 10 small, earth-colored snakes had the ability of a 9-stars martial arts grandmaster. They completely suppressed Shouwei. Shouwei's face turned pale in an instant. He had originally wanted to fight to the death. Now, the small snakes that the man had casually conjured were able to suppress him. It was like throwing an egg against a rock. He had no chance of winning. The other ancient martial art practitioners watching from afar all revealed shocked and solemn expressions. This man's strength was clearly beyond their expectations. Just from this move alone, they could tell that he was at least a martial emperor. No matter how strong Shouwei was, it was impossible for him to challenge someone of a higher realm. "Don't worry. Show me your power of the elements. As long as you can catch my eye, you'll be fine. Otherwise..." The man suddenly stopped speaking. It was obvious that if he couldn't catch his eye, he would be finished. He raised his hand high and clawed down with his fingers. At this moment, the small snake suddenly straightened and a fierce look appeared in its eyes. "Go." The man spat out softly and pointed down with his 5 fingers. Whoosh 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 whoosh. More than 10 sand snakes flew down one after another. Each of them had the power of a 9-stars martial arts grandmaster. Shou Wei's eyes were filled with despair and bitterness. He didn't expect that he would die a miserable death here after breaking through the shackles that had shackled him for so many years. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he said softly, "Form displacement transposition." A powerful energy shot out from his eyes, causing the space to distort. Little Fatty and a cold-faced woman in front of him were suddenly sucked into the distorted space, and in the next moment, they appeared in front of Shou Wei. Little Fatty and a cold-faced woman were focused on the battle in the air when they suddenly felt a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. Before they could react, they felt a wave of dizziness and immediately saw more than 10 sand snakes flying down from the sky. Each of them was a martial lord of the 9th step. Thump. The two of them were scared out of their wits at the same time. They couldn't care less about what was going on and released their vitality. Two powerful forces emitted from their bodies and attacked at the same time, one on the left and one on the right in front of Shou Wei. This time, not only were the two of them baffled, everyone's eyes were wide open. No one could see how they had come over. The eyes of the man who attacked suddenly shrank. He revealed a shocked expression and cried out involuntarily, "Form displacement transposition?" The other two companions were also shocked. They hurriedly prepared to attack and became completely vigilant. A few marble-like balls appeared in Little Fatty's hands, and between his fingers, they hissed with the power of thunder and lightning. Both of his fists danced and punched out, each punch faster than the last, and one lightning ball after another was shot out by him. Each lightning ball was connected by the power of thunder and lightning, and very quickly, a powerful electric net appeared, scattering towards the sand snakes. Bang, bang, bang. The sand snakes that came into contact with the electric net immediately exploded, filling the sky with yellow sand. The power of the electric net also gradually weakened. After the panic, the cold-faced woman in the palace gown immediately calmed down. She took out an exquisite green folding fan and gently opened it. Immediately, a green aura gushed out. She shouted, and the folding fan was immediately unsealed, turning into a big fan that was nearly 2 meters long. She grabbed it with both hands and desperately fanned it. An invisible strong wind swept out from the huge fan, and the sand snakes exploded like firecrackers. The woman in the palace gown snorted and waved the long fan again, blowing away all the sand in the sky. While everyone was shocked, the two of them stood quietly on either side of Shou Wei, as if they were his guards. Shou Wei was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, "So you two have hidden your strength. Thank you for saving my life, and thank you for what you did just now." "Thank you." Little Fatty and the cold-faced woman looked at each other and saw the bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes, as well as a trace of fear and dread. The two of them secretly glanced behind them, where Li Yunxiao and the wretched man with the goatee were standing. The two of them were sure that one of them had teleported them here. This kind of teleportation could only be done by those unreachable alchemists. Their surprised and doubtful eyes fell on the wretched man with the goatee, because he was the most suspicious. The wretched man with the goatee, on the other hand, looked horrified and muttered to himself, "What's going on? Didn't they seal their power? No wonder you dare to challenge us. Who are you and what are you doing in the Beidou sect?" The man who used the earth-type martial arts technique shouted with a gloomy face. These two could easily break his martial arts technique, so they were obviously at least martial emperors. At this time, Little Fatty had no choice but to stand up and snort, "Since you're here, of course, we're here to watch the sect competition. Aren't you guys here?" The man was stunned for a moment, then he sneered, "Of course we are, but it's very doubtful whether you guys are." The cold-faced woman also said coldly, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Take your people and get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." The man's face darkened. With their current strength, they could not gain any advantage, and his people had left for the time being. If they continued to fight, they would be at a great disadvantage. He immediately snorted and said, "Fine. I'll give this place to you for the time being. Let's see if you have the ability to stay here." He was obviously the leader of the group. With a wave of his hand, the other two looked at each other, then landed in the small courtyard, picked up their companion who had been mostly carbonized, and left with their tails between their legs. The courtyard was very spacious, and the four of them landed in a huge house in the distance. A worried look appeared in Shouwei's eyes. Although the people gathered here were all independent cultivators, they were still treated differently. The place where those people had landed was the largest courtyard here, and there was even a martial venerable who had once lived in it. However, he could not care so much now. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed deeply to Little Fatty and the cold-faced woman, thanking them. "Thank you for your help." Little Fatty felt an indescribable bitterness and cursed in his heart. "I don't want to save you." But he still smiled and said, "You're welcome, you're welcome." The woman's face was still cold, but she looked at Li Yunxiao and the goateed man from time to time with fear. Shouwei said, "Since we've chased away those villains, let's go down. I'll find a chance to report this to the Beidou sect's elders. Then there won't be any more problems." Although he said that, he could not hide the worry in his eyes. After watching the show, the people in the distance dispersed. The 5 of them entered the small courtyard. The door had long been damaged, but it did not affect their stay for a few nights. There were a total of 6 small rooms in the small courtyard. Shouwei was very polite to Little Fatty and the woman in the palace dress. He let them choose 2 rooms first. Then he let Li Yunxiao and the goateed man pick first. The goateed man was a yes man and did not dare to pick first. Li Yunxiao did not care. He randomly chose a room in the corner and went straight in. It was very narrow inside, and the furnishings were very simple. There was only a bed and a table, but it was very clean. Obviously, it had been cleaned to entertain the guests. Li Yunxiao sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate quietly. In the World God Monument, his soul appeared next to Yuan Gaohan. He looked at the large pile of gourd materials and said, "Old Yuan, how's the research going?" Yuan Gaohan glanced at him and nodded. "I can give it a try. This celestial dance revolving purple cauldron was originally made by me, and its mysteries are all in my heart. Plus, this gourd was originally made by you, and you are Gu Feiyong. With you here, I am full of confidence." Li Yunxiao smiled. "I will be proud if you say that. You are the disciple of Amaterasu, the leader of the younger generation in the holy region." Yuan Gaohan stared at him and said seriously, "I, Yuan Gaohan, do not admire many people in my life, and you are one of them." In addition to the respect in his eyes, there was also a trace of complex emotions. He laughed at himself. "Even the first beauty in the world, Palace Master Chu Hongyan, is in love with you. You are the envy of all men in the world." Li Yunxiao was taken aback and scolded with a smile. "Don't be so sentimental. Hurry and make my gourd small gourd." A desolate look flashed across Yuan Gaohan's face. He let out a long sigh and roused himself, saying, I prepared all the materials." However, he hesitated for a moment before continuing, "I think we can add in a piece of northern sky cold star iron. With our combined strength, we might be able to refine it into a peak level 8 half-beast half-weapon." Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "There is indeed a chance, but both of us are too weak now. The chances of failure are still very high. Plus, I have great use for the Northern Heaven Cold Star metal." Yuan Gaohan's face turned cold as a bad premonition welled up in his heart. He reminded, "You only have 3. Li Yunxiao revealed his pearly white teeth and smiled like the sun. "Stop teasing me. Your entire being is mine. I have use for all 7 pieces of Northern Sky Cold Star iron." As expected, Yuan Gaohan roared furiously, "If you want to touch my Northern Heaven Cold Star iron, I'll take you down with me." It was because he was greedy for this material that he released the great demon. Now, he was trapped in the World Divine Monument. Li Yunxiao smiled. "Don't get so worked up. I was just saying." Yuan Gaohan was very distressed. In the Universe God Monument, the other party had 10,000 ways to deal with him. He might not be able to keep the 4 Northern Heaven Cold Star metal. Li Yunxiao said, "Although I can't put the Northern Heaven Cold Star metal in, I have something else that can be added." He flipped his hand. With a flash of golden light, a bronze statue appeared in front of him. Yuan Gaohan shrank in pain. He stared at the bronze statue in shock. In a few breaths, his expression changed. He walked forward to touch the bronze statue. Suddenly, he cried out, "Amaterasu Imperial Gold. This is a whole piece of Amaterasu Imperial Gold." Light shot out of his eyes. He hugged the bronze statue with both hands, as if he was afraid that someone would take it away. Li Yinxiao's face twitched as he said, "Aren't your actions too wretched? Look closely. This Amaterasu Imperial Gold seems a little strange. My spirit power is too low now. It's hard for me to see anything." Yuan Gaohan hugged the bronze statue and touched it for a while. Then, he gradually calmed down. He muttered in dissatisfaction, "Even in the sanctuary, I enjoy the richest resources in the world. But compared to you, I still feel so poor." His gaze began to size up the bronze statue's design and craftsmanship. He was shocked. What's up with this bronze statue? It can even absorb people's minds? Li Yinxiao also said solemnly, "I fished up this bronze statue from the starry sky of the outer realm. There seems to be something hidden within it, but my strength is too weak, so I'm unable to investigate it." Yuan Gaohan stared at it for a while. He said in deep thought, "To be able to use Amaterasu Imperial Gold to make a bronze statue, it must be something extraordinary." "You mean?" Li Yinxiao said, "Use your purple cauldron to try to refine it. This is just a piece of the most primitive Amaterasu Imperial Gold. By purifying it, you can naturally refine what's inside." Yuan Gaohan shook his head. "This is Amaterasu Imperial Gold, one of the hardest ores in the world. Only a 9th-level sorcerer can refine it." He hesitated. "If it's just a small piece, it might work." Li Yinxiao stretched out his hand, and a flame condensed at the tip of his finger. It was the divine fire of the phoenix. It turned into a blazing blade of light, and as his finger pointed downwards, it sliced towards the corner of the foundation that the bronze statue's feet were standing on. The flame hissed past, leaving a black mark. It was actually unable to cut through. Yuan Gaohan frowned. It seemed like the hardness was beyond what he knew. Even he had never come into contact with such a material. It had always been one of the top materials on the continent. Its value was on par with the northern cold star iron. Li Yinxiao was also stunned. Although the power of the universe deity monument was already very weak, he could use all of it. The flame blade formed was abnormally strong. Even an ordinary person might not dare to take it head-on. It couldn't even leave a mark on the bronze statue. He immediately sat down cross-legged and said, "Old Yuan, open the cauldron to refine. I'll cut through the Amaterasu Imperial Gold. Otherwise, even if it's cut through, I'm afraid your cauldron won't be able to refine it." Yuan Gaohan immediately understood. Only Li Yinxiao's divine fire of the phoenix could refine such a hard metal. When the time came, he only needed to fuse it with the cauldron. He responded and began to enter the sky dance purple gold cauldron. The purple cauldron's upper body spun continuously, shooting out rays of purple light. Meanwhile, Li Yinxiao used the great divine evolution technique to raise his soul power to a perfect level. Then, he formed a dagger-like flame divine blade and started to cut through the corner of the statue's base. The two of them performed their respective duties. Rays of light shot out from the Fangsuan mountain, and purple aura soared into the sky. All sorts of raw materials surrounded the sky dance purple gold cauldron. Yuan Gaohan threw them into the purple cauldron one by one. He melted a raw material that was neither gold nor jade and carefully wrapped the throbbing red heart of stone in layers, afraid that it would be damaged during the refining process. At that moment, the purple cauldron had already grown to a height of several meters. Apart from the purple aura that illuminated the sky, it was also emitting 5-colored light. It was unusually auspicious. Li Yinxiao formed a seal with one hand and continued to silently circulate the divine fire of the phoenix. Although it was in a small form, it still made him feel extremely strained. Finally, after an hour, a corner of the statue's base was cut off. A triangle the size of half a fist flew out. It seemed to be sentient. After circling around the Fangsuan mountain, it actually wanted to break through the sky and fly away. Li Yinxiao was shocked. He had seen many natural treasures that contained spirituality, but he had never seen one that could still fly on its own after being cut into pieces. He flipped his hand and slapped it downwards. Instantly, a small piece of earth-breast soil appeared in the air and pressed down on the heaven-illuminating metal. It immediately froze in place and was unable to move. Li Yinxiao changed his hand's seal. 3 tadpole characters gradually rose from his palm and pressed down on the small piece of heaven-illuminating metal. Following that, the flames turned into a prison, trapping it within. The flames burned fiercely. On the other side, Yuan Gaohan was also secretly shocked. If not for the divine fire of the phoenix, he would probably not be able to refine it even after several days and nights. Gu Feiyang, how is it? He asked worriedly. Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, it's fine. How are you? Can you fuse it now? Yuan Gaohan smiled and said, I've been waiting for you. Li Yunxiao responded. The divine strength in his dantian began to circulate, and the phoenix fire in the air suddenly became fierce. The small piece of heaven-illuminating metal finally melted, and under the control of his soul power, it fell into the purple cauldron. The flames around the purple cauldron darted away, as if extremely afraid of the phoenix fire around the heaven-illuminating metal. The entire cauldron buzzed incessantly, as if it was trembling. Yuan Gaohan's expression changed. He also formed a golden tadpole character in his hand. It was the character that Mo Huayuan had used in the previous competition. After slapping it on the cauldron, purple light sprayed out again, and the huge tremors gradually calmed down. Following that, he quickly formed a seal. His figure constantly spun around the cauldron, slapping one seal after another into it. Purple chi lingered around the entire mountain peak. Vaguely, there seemed to be a goddess flying in the sky. It was the three nude women carrying the heaven-revolving purple-gold cauldron. Kaboom! Suddenly, the entire mountain peak trembled, and all the sounds immediately quieted down. The goddess gradually disappeared, and the hazy purple chi also dissipated. The purple cauldron glowed dimly like a gem. Yuan Gaohan's face was drenched in sweat, and he kept panting. He stared at the purple cauldron without blinking. Li Yunxiao also stood up, walked forward, and said, how is it? Yuan Gaohan revealed a strange expression, and said, I don't know. He slapped his palm on the purple cauldron, and instantly, a five-colored light shot out. The cauldron's lid rotated, and an extremely strong instrument's power rippled out. Although this instrument's power was not as terrifying as the peak of the 8th level, it was still much stronger than before. The two of them were overjoyed and hurriedly leaped onto the purple cauldron to look inside. The lingering purple gas gradually dissipated and a chubby metal block was sitting inside. Its body emitted a faint yellow glow and it was actually meditating. Ah! The two of them sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other in shock. Yuan Gaohan wiped his cold sweat and said awkwardly, what's going on? It's meditating and cultivating? Li Yunxiao also swallowed and moistened his dry throat before saying with difficulty, I don't know either. Isn't this too strange? Even if it's a demon beast, to evolve intelligence, it has to at least reach the pinnacle of Jiutian. Yuan Gaohan said, that's right. Yao Jingliang's your burial beast has intelligence not inferior to humans. But, even if a demon beast has intelligence, it can't meditate, right? Li Yunxiao. Could it be that there's a problem with that piece of Amaterasu Imperial gold? He couldn't explain it either. The two level 9 alchemists couldn't understand the phenomenon in front of them and were completely confused. Hey, can you understand what I'm saying? Yuan Gaohan shouted a few words inside but the meditating metal block didn't respond. He said to Li Yunxiao, try it. This thing is your demon beast profound level weapon after all. Li Yunxiao grunted and didn't have much confidence. He said softly, come out. The metal lump's round head twisted slightly before it raised its head and opened its eyes. Just like before, a pair of purple and green eyes shot out. Its entire body shot up with a whoosh and it stood in the air above the purple cauldron. It looked at Li Yunxiao expressionlessly. Li Yunxiao licked his lips and said, you have intelligence? The metal block was still expressionless and just stood there quietly, as if waiting for the next order. Yuan Gaohan observed for a while and said, looks like it's still half beast and half weapon. It hasn't developed intelligence. It's just that the meditation just now, Li Yunxiao ordered, punch me with all your strength. The purple and azure lights in the metallic lump's eyes suddenly lit up, and its body assumed a very cute posture as it punched out. The space in front of it twisted from the force of its punch, and traces of spatial cracks appeared. A rumbling sound rang out, and the cracks spread out for a distance of 1,000 meters. It was the power of a rank 8 martial honorable, In the battle with you, he experienced the lightning tribulation and directly advanced from the 7th rank to the 8th rank. However, it had been completely scrapped back then. Now that it had been repaired, it could stabilize at the 8th grade. Yuan Gaohan was shocked and said, that punch just now. King Kong fist? It knows martial arts? Li Yinxiao was very satisfied with the power of that punch and said, yes, I taught it. It seemed like he hadn't forgotten about it after refining it again. Right now, I'm really curious. This kind of half-beast, half-tool, is it possible that if we use level 9 materials to refine parts of it into level 9, then it would have the battle strength of Emperor Wu's level? Yuan Gaohan was stunned for a moment, then fell into deep thought. If that was really the case, then it would be too terrifying. As long as he could grab a few more stone heads, wouldn't that mean that the stage 9 grade alchemist would be surrounded by these obedient Emperor Wu guards? He thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, you should know this better than me. Emperor Wu wants to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and condense a Jiutian Emperor artifact. As for the stage 9 profound artifact, its grade had only reached the level where it could withstand the Emperor Qi. Although that punch just now had the power of a stage 8 martial venerable, it was mostly the power of a profound artifact. Its beast part should still be at the level of a 7-star martial emperor. Li Yinxiao pondered for a moment and said, stone beasts can only advance to the peak of the martial emperor realm at most. This is determined by their bloodline. If they want to advance further, unless there is a mutation or... His face revealed a shocked expression, as if he found it hard to believe what he had just thought of. He said softly, cultivation. Yuan Gaohan's heart was also shaken, and he said in shock, you mean, the reason it meditated on its own was to cultivate, so that a part of the beast could break through to the stage 8 martial venerable? Li Yinxiao looked at the expressionless little King Kong of the gourd standing in the air with a complicated expression in his eyes, and said, after all, this is the first time such a situation has happened. Since it can learn the Vajra fist, I believe it can also learn to meditate, right? Yuan Gaohan also felt extremely speechless and at a loss for what to do. Li Yinxiao ordered, continue meditating. The gourd's little King Kong's expression was sluggish. The purple and green colors in its eyes continuously flickered. It slowly sat down cross-legged in the air and really started to meditate. Yuan Gaohan only felt a wave of powerlessness, and said, if Emperor Wu, whose name shook the world back then, knew that you had trained his 2 swords to this state, I wonder how he would feel. Li Yinxiao took out a few origin stones and directly scattered them. With a grab of one hand, it immediately turned into a gust of wind that blew at the gourd's little King Kong, sweeping him into it. Yuan Gaohan was startled, and said, what are you doing? You're not really letting him absorb the essence, are you? Li Yinxiao nodded and said, I just want to try and see if his meditation is the same as ours, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. If it doesn't work, wouldn't it be empty? But this is too hard to accept. Yuan Gaohan only felt that the entire world was about to fall into chaos. The power of the demonic beasts was limited by their bloodline. Their so-called cultivation was only to stimulate the power of their bloodline. The more they used, the higher their cultivation would be, but there must be a limit. For example, this kind of demonic beast was born as a rank 3 existence, but there were also rank 2 and rank 4 existences, so the difference would not be very big. The king of the stone head could only evolve to the 7 constellations martial emperor. It would be abnormal if it advanced any higher, unless it underwent a mutation, like the gourd's little King Kong. This kind of mutation to let the demonic beast advance was understandable, and Yuan Gaohan had also tried this kind of refinement. It was the most common method to inject the bloodline of a high-ranked demonic beast into a low-ranked demonic beast. As long as the low-ranked demonic beast could withstand it and not die, it could basically greatly improve its cultivation. However, this kind of evolution also had an upper limit. It was impossible to let a rank 2 or 3 existence evolve to the rank 7, rank 8, or even rank 9. However, if the demonic beast could improve through self-cultivation and absorb the essence of heaven and earth from the outside world, then this upper limit would be infinitely relaxed. It would no longer be a demonic beast, but a member of the monster clan. Li Yinxiao had also thought of such a situation. Although the existence of the stone beast, which was half beast and half weapon, as well as the ability to meditate and cultivate, were extremely unusual, and even contained elements of coincidence. If it could succeed, it meant that there was definitely such a path that could allow the demonic beast to obtain a powerful evolution. This result was extremely shocking. The two of them observed the essence around the gourd's little King Kong in silence. It was like smoke floating around him, and after 10 minutes, it all turned into green smoke and dissipated into the universe divine monument. Li Yunxiao sighed and seemed a bit disappointed. As expected, it is just an empty shell. Unknowingly, Yuan Gaohan only felt relieved. If the gourd's little King Kong had really absorbed the essence, he really did not know what kind of feelings and thoughts he would have at that moment. That's normal, that's normal. How did you teach him the King Kong fist back then? Li Yunxiao was stunned and he frowned slightly, saying, is it because I didn't teach him, so he doesn't know? His eyes suddenly turned into crimson crescent moons, and the gourd's purplish-green eyes suddenly lit up. It was captured by Li Yunxiao's divine consciousness, and a set of cultivation method was imprinted on it. The purplish-green eyes were like stars, and a powerful light burst out from them, shining continuously in the sky. The gourd's little King Kong looked like it was in pain, as if it had suffered a great attack. In a few breaths' time, Li Yunxiao's eyes returned to normal. The gourd's little King Kong still looked like it was in pain, but it was slowly getting better and soon returned to calmness. Li Yunxiao said slowly, just now, I imprinted a set of the simplest method to absorb essence. I wonder if it's effective. He took out another primordial stone, crushed it, and blew it over. Then, he shouted, meditate, absorb, and exhale. The gourd's little King Kong sat down clumsily. What shocked Yuan Gaohan was that the gourd's little King Kong made a hand seal with one hand, and the other hand was placed on his dantian. It was the simplest breathing technique. When the primordial chi of the primordial stone was blown over by the breeze, a glimmer suddenly appeared on the little King Kong's body. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath, sucking in all the primordial chi. Ah? Yuan Gaohan was completely dumbfounded, and he said in a daze, Is this considered inhaling? Whoosh, whoosh, all of a sudden, the gourd's little King Kong spat out the essence chi again, and then inhaled it again, repeating the process. Yuan Gaohan said, it doesn't seem to have any effect. It seems like it can't really absorb and digest the essence chi into its meridians. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed and turned into the color of a blood moon. He stared at the gourd's little King Kong, who was constantly inhaling and exhaling. He suddenly said, you're wrong. The essence chi that he exhales every time is less than before. Although the amount of essence chi he inhales with each breath is very little, it's indeed being absorbed. Yuan Gaohan was shocked. He fixed his eyes on the gourd's little King Kong, and it was indeed as Li Yunxiao said. At this speed, it would take about 30 to 40 breaths to absorb a mid-grade primordial stone. He said strangely, at this speed, it's impossible for him to advance to rank 8 unless he's immortal. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, it's not important whether he can advance or not. What's important is that it's theoretically feasible. This is a remarkable discovery. He crushed hundreds of primordial stones and sealed them in a small space. He let the gourd's little King Kong cultivate quietly in it, which was better than nothing. Li Yunxiao's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said with a faint sneer, you won't die if you don't court death. There's trouble outside again. Yuan Gaohan frowned and said, that little fatty and that woman in palace attire seem to have some background. I can't recall where I've seen their martial arts skills. Li Yunxiao said coldly, a bunch of ants. I don't have time to play with them. I'll just send someone to kill them. Yuan Gaohan smiled, it just so happens that the stone beast has just been refined. We can let him test its power. Li Yunxiao snorted, those ants are not worthy of little King Kong from the gourd. He pointed casually, and a bolt of lightning condensed in the air. With a loud roar, the mystical thunder cloud howl emerged from the gourd, stepping on lightning. Li Yunxiao said softly, go. Just get rid of those minions. Don't let others find you. He pointed with his finger, and the mystical thunder cloud howl disappeared into the divine monument. Yuan Gaohan smiled bitterly, where did you get so many strange breeds? I think this mystical thunder cloud howl is also a variant, right? Li Yunxiao responded, it does have some ancient demonic beast bloodline in it, but it's very thin. He took out a storage bag and threw it to Yuan Gaohan, old Yuan, these are the materials I got from the Ziyun trade union. There are also some starlight stones and primordial stones. Help me refine a few swords. Yuan Gaohan took a look and frowned slightly. Although there were many things inside, it was still too little for him. He snorted and said, "If I don't have the starlight stone, this soul of mine will be tortured to death by you sooner or later." Li Yunxiao grinned, "I'm indeed in need of resources now. This Nanhua city has the Nanhua golden crystal mine, so the local forces must be very rich. I plan to borrow some primordial stones from them one by one." Yuan Gaohan raised his eyebrows and snorted, "With your current strength, don't die. That would be a great joke." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "Old Yuan, watch carefully. The swords I need are not ordinary 9th rank profound weapons. Have you heard of the divine sword illustration?" Yuan Gaohan exclaimed in shock, "Divine Firmament Palace's heavenly sword diagram? Palace Lord Chu even gave you such a treasure?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "The heavenly sword divine painting is one of Divine Firmament Palace's cornerstone divine items. How can it be given to others so easily? However, I was fortunate enough to see it." The entire sword diagram was composed of 81 divine swords, divided into 7 levels, corresponding to the 7 stages from the 3 talents realm to the Jiutian realm. With my current strength, I can control 6 by 6, 36 divine swords. As for those 7 swords of Northern Heaven Cold Star Metal, you can help me refine 441 swords first. TSK. Forge 16 divine swords with Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron? Do you think that star iron is a piece of wood that you can knead as you please?" Yuan Gaohan said angrily, "Not to mention the fact that 4 of them are mine. Even if my true self came here, I wouldn't be able to refine so much Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron in such a short period of time." "You also saw the heaven illuminating imperial gold just now. It was so difficult for you to refine your level 10 divine fire." Li Yunxiao sighed and said, "Forget it then. I originally planned to teach you how to control the true phoenix fire, but who would have thought?" "What? You're willing to give me the true phoenix fire?" Yuan Gaohan rushed over and grabbed Li Yunxiao's hand tightly, his eyes filled with excitement. "Scram!" Li Yunxiao flung his hand away and said angrily, "Even if it's a complete heaven sword diagram, its value won't be above my true phoenix fire. I'm only allowing you to control the divine fire as you please in the World Deity Monument. Think carefully about the benefits you'll get from this." Yuan Gaohan wailed and said, "I knew it wouldn't be something so good. You want me to help you refine 16 level 9 profound weapons just to experience the usage of the divine fire? This price is too high." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's not high at all. Even if you refine 160 of them, you might not be able to increase your comprehension of the formula path by much. But this level 10 divine fire is different, you know. Moreover, isn't it your duty to help me recover my peak power earlier?" Yuan Gaohan revealed a bitter expression. If he could comprehend the power of the level 10 divine fire and control it, it would definitely be of great help to his comprehension of level 10 power. Moreover, if he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. "Alright, I'll try. After all, I'm only a level 8 starlight soul. Even if I have the Phoenix Divine Fire, I might not be able to refine level 9 profound weapons, let alone Northern Cold Star Iron." Li Yunxiao said, "Just do your best. I'll get Gui Weshing to help you. That lad's talent isn't bad. He's a talent worth nurturing." After that, the two of them sat opposite each other. Li Yunxiao imprinted a portion of the rules of the World Deity Monument's power of rules into Yuan Gaohan's consciousness. Yuan Gaohan was a pure soul after all. He didn't have any difficulty in receiving it. Very soon, he entered a state of self-comprehension. Li Yunxiao didn't want to disturb him. He turned around and went to another place. He felt a slight throbbing of the wind when he stepped on it. With a thought, a cold gale suddenly gushed out from the crack in the ground in front of him. He trapped it in front of him with the power of rules, causing it to flutter. It was the violent and restless power of the immemorial gale. Back then, too much of it had gushed into the monument and was suppressed by the Phoenix True Fire and the Earth's breath soil. Li Yunxiao flipped his right hand and took out an item. It was precisely the damaged primordial heaven's eye. He wrapped it in Phoenix Fire and tossed it into the primordial astral wind. He lightly shouted, "Refine." A few seals flew out from his hand and entered the immemorial gale at the same time. He performed a technique in the air and used the gale and true fire to refine the immemorial heaven's eye. This kind of refining profound weapon or physical body technique using elemental power was common on the continent. It was just that it wasn't as abnormal as Xianxiao's. The profound weapon that he had refined into the immemorial heavens eye wasn't of a high grade. It could be easily repaired with enough materials. However, Xianxiao had a sudden idea again. He wanted to merge the two elemental powers directly. If he succeeded, the power of the immemorial heavens eye would increase by a lot. In the Big Dipper sect, the sky above the courtyard where the wandering martial artists lived was already dark and quiet. More than 10 martial artists gathered above in a small circle. They seemed to be discussing something. Their gazes were as cold as water, and they looked down from time to time. One of them was a man in a gray robe. He was obviously taller than the others. His exposed hands were yellowed like withered branches. Thick black blood seemed to flow in the bulging veins. This person seemed to be the leader of the group. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and flicked his long fingers on his arms. He seemed to be deep in thought. Transposition, fire elemental control. Hearing what you said, it does sound like an ability only high-level arcane masters have. Especially that transposition, it can't be done without a 7th rank arcane level. The man in front of him was the one who controlled the sand snake. He asked in surprise, "Leader, is there an arcane master among them?" The skinny man replied with a hoarse voice, "I can't say for sure if there is an arcane master, but I remember the weapons of Little Fatty and the woman you mentioned. They are the lightning-gathering pearl and 100 jade fan. They used to be famous profound weapons of the Northern Scorpion sect. Back then, when the Northern Scorpion sect split into the Northern Doe sect and the Sky Scorpion sect, a small group of people left South Fire City and entered the Divine Wind Gate in Rain Peak City. The 10 martial artists were shocked. The man controlling the sand snake was even more surprised. Then, these people are from the Divine Wind Gate? The Divine Wind Gate can summon wind and rain in Rain Peak City. Why did they come to South Fire City? Could it be that they? That's right. The skinny man's eyes turned cold. He said coldly, their goal should be the same as ours. They are here for the Northern Scorpion sect's treasures. Shou Wei should be fine among the 5 of them. There are 2 left. That young man shouldn't be a problem either. The key lies with the vulgar man with the goatee. He is most likely an arcane master. He looked down coldly and said, if they are not extremely confident in their own strength, then they have helpers hiding in the dark. No matter what it was, they could not be allowed to exist so freely. If we can kill them, then kill them. If we can't, then capture them. Oh, right, it's best if we capture those 2 Northern Scorpion sect disciples alive. See if there is any information we missed. It might be useful. Yes. The 10 martial artists accepted the order and instantly turned into 10 rays of light that shot down from the sky, heading towards the small courtyard. The few Big Dipper sect disciples guarding the front of the courtyard changed their expressions. One of them exclaimed, "Not good, there are enemies." The pupils of the other stronger man shrank. He grabbed the man's neck and said angrily, "Shut up, you idiot. Don't you see who these people are? They are the people that Elder Sima brought back that day. Do you want to die?" The disciple's face flushed red as he was choked, and he nodded repeatedly. Only then did the stronger disciple loosen his grip and said coldly, "Everything is peaceful, nothing happened. Tomorrow morning, go find some craftsmen from South Fire City and repair the damaged courtyard." The Big Dipper sect disciples sat down cross-legged and used their vital chi to seal their ears. They quietly cultivated and ignored the outside world. "Who are you?" Shou Wei was the first to exclaim and flew out of the house. However, he quickly met with the first martial artist who landed. With a single palm, he was sent flying back into the house. The impact pierced through the house and sent him flying dozens of meters away. Little Fatty and the woman also rushed out from the other 2 houses. The 2 stood back to back and were on high alert. In an instant, they were surrounded by more than 10 people. The atmosphere was extremely tense. One of the men said slowly, "Are the 2 of you survivors of the Northern Scorpion sect from the Divine Wind sect?" Little Fatty was shocked and shouted, "Who are you?" He and the woman were both extremely shocked. After revealing their strength during the day, they felt that they would be in trouble. However, they didn't expect it to come so quickly and reveal their identities. It really is them. Capture them. The man saw the two's expressions and immediately confirmed it. He waved his hand lightly and shouted. The auras of more than 10 martial artists exploded. As they pressed against each other, it formed a faint rumble of thunder that caused the entire courtyard to tremble. The wandering martial artists near the courtyard were all shocked. Many flew into the air, but after feeling the powerful pressure, they immediately fled far away. No one dared to come and cause trouble. There were also 2 martial artists who rushed into the rooms of the goateed man and Li Yunxiao. Suddenly, a scream came from Li Yunxiao's room, followed by the martial artist's scream. Roar! With the roar of a demonic beast, the door was smashed open. The warrior's body was scorched black, and he fell to the ground, leaving a long mark. He was dead. A bolt of lightning gathered at the door, and the mysterious thunder and cloud-shocking roar's figure slowly emerged, with crackling electric arcs on its body. It looked majestic, like a guardian beast. A demonic beast? Why did a demonic beast suddenly appear? The warriors were all confused when they saw the strength of the mysterious thunder and cloud-shocking roar. A demonic beast at the martial emperor realm. What's going on? And it's a demonic beast that controls the element of thunder and lightning. The warriors were shocked. They saw the mysterious thunder and cloud-shocking roar soar up into the sky, stepping on the electric arcs. The electric arcs around its body were like a layer of water film. When it swooped down, it burst open like a thunder and lightning bomb. A mass of electric arcs, like a hedgehog, turned into countless tiny lightning bolts and shot in all directions. Everyone retreated in horror. Little Fatty and the woman in the palace dress were also shocked. They hurriedly flew away. The electric arcs attacked indiscriminately, and they were also covered by the electric arcs. Little Fatty was even more shocked. He also practiced the thunder and lightning cultivation method, so he was greedy for the mysterious thunder and cloud-shocking roar. If he could get such a demonic beast, it would be of great benefit to his cultivation. While flashing the electric arcs, he rolled his eyes quickly. After a brief moment of panic, the martial artists immediately regained their composure. After all, most of them were martial emperors, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The man who played with the sand snake cupped his hands, and an element of earth flew up from behind him. It was like a giant python twisting its body, and the yellow sand was flying in the air. The sand and dust exploded like fried beans in the electric arcs, and the tiny pieces hurt people's ears. There were also more than 10 other attacks, palm winds, and sword lights. They broke through the lightning defense of the profound thunder cloud-shocking roar and landed on its body. Although it did not suffer any serious injuries, it was suppressed, and it could not fight back. The mysterious thunder and cloud-shocking roar roared again and again, but it could not do anything. Seeing the situation, Little Fatty and the woman in the palace dress also joined the battle. They did not know where the mysterious thunder and cloud-shocking roar came from, but at least it was a great help. If it was killed so easily, then it would be their turn. As soon as they joined the battle, the mysterious thunder and cloud-shocking roar broke free. It chased after some people and bit them. The whole courtyard was in chaos. The skinny man's gaze turned cold as he stared down from the sky. Although he wasn't afraid of causing too much of a commotion, he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Especially at a sensitive time like the Intersect tournament, the major powers of South Flame City had already entered the mountain range. It would be troublesome if they were discovered. His withered and yellow hands began to glow with a faint black light. His entire body flashed and disappeared from the sky, diving down at high speed. In a small house at the side, Li Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes and spread out his divine sense. He immediately understood the situation around him like the back of his hand. He frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Strange, strange, that wretched man with a goatee actually disappeared?" He walked down from the bed and directly smashed a large hole in the wall. Next door was the room of the vulgar man with the goatee. The furnishings inside were exactly the same as in his room, except that there was a martial artist's corpse lying on the ground. It was one of the people outside. The vulgar man with the goatee had long since disappeared. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he became somewhat vigilant. The man with the goatee always appeared to be a yes man, which made Li Yunxiao suspicious several times, but he didn't find anything strange. Someone who could play tricks under his nose was definitely not an ordinary person. He checked the corpse of the ancient martial art practitioner on the ground. He was a 9-star martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, he had been killed by a kick to his dantian. The force of that kick had not only shattered the cultivator's dantian, but it had also spread through his meridians and bones, causing all the meridians in his body to break. He was completely dead. But from the outside, there was not a trace of injury. This meant that the person's control of strength was so exquisite that there was not a trace of excess strength. Genryu had also sensed the situation outside with Li Yunxiao's divine sense. He said in shock, "What a cruel method, and what exquisite control." Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes and said, "We are all killing people, and they all kill with one move. There is no such thing as cruelty. It is just that this kind of exquisite control is not something that an ordinary person can do. I think I can do it, but I would never control my strength like this." It is obvious that this person is someone who cherishes his origin energy very much. He usually develops this kind of habit of attacking at the right time. Genryu said, "What is even more frightening is that he can actually hide his strength under our noses. Could he be a top-notch killer?" Yuan Ao appeared in Li Yunxiao's mind. He immediately shook his head and said, "Who knows? Just be careful. Just don't be blind and provoke me. Otherwise, even if he is the emperor, he will die." A vicious aura appeared on Li Yunxiao's body. He smiled coldly and said, "There is someone blind outside." Suddenly, an azure electric light rushed in. The profound thunder cloud roared as it rushed in. It stuck its body to Li Yunxiao's leg. It looked like it was wronged and kept taking advantage of Li Yunxiao's leg. "Don't let it get away. Chase it." Soon after, 3 figures rushed in. They were all martial monarchs. When they saw Li Yunxiao, their pupils constricted. They launched cold attacks at Li Yunxiao, trying to suppress him and his beast. A cold expression appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. His footsteps flickered, and he dodged the incoming sword. Then, he punched the martial monarch's dantian. His fist glowed with a yellowish light. It was just his physical strength. When it entered the martial monarch's dantian, there was a muffled sound. The martial monarch's eyes glazed over. The martial monarch's sword fell from his hand, and he collapsed. The other 2 martial monarchs were shocked. Before they could react, they saw their vision blur. Then, their dantians were hit hard, and they were instantly killed. Li Yunxiao examined the bodies of the 3 martial monarchs and said, "Not bad. That goatee should have attacked like this. They died the same way." He waved his hand, and the 4 corpses on the ground were swept up and sent flying. After a few pung-pung sounds, the originally noisy outside immediately quieted down. Little Fatty and the woman in the palace gown suddenly exchanged glances. Then, they turned into 2 beams of light and flew in different directions. The skinny man waved his hand and stopped several martial monarchs who were about to chase after them. He said coldly, "There's no need to chase after them. I already know their strength. They can't do anything." His eyes became colder. He looked away from the 4 corpses and into the hut. Broken meridians. What a vicious method. Staying in the hut is not a solution. Let's come out and see. The skinny man waved his hand, and all the martial monarchs immediately surrounded the hut. They were scattered around the hut, ready to attack at any time. After a long time, there was no response from inside the hut. The skinny man frowned. A sinister look flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "How arrogant. In that case, let me ask you to come out." He strode forward and entered the hut. The martial monarchs around were nervous. They were ready to attack, waiting for the man to rush out of the hut. A huge wave of power came from the hut. There were a few slight sounds, and then everything went quiet. After waiting for a long time, there was no more movement. Just when everyone was confused, the skinny man walked out. Has it been solved? Everyone thought so in their hearts, and their vigilance gradually relaxed. However, the skinny man immediately did something that made everyone faint. The skinny man's eyes no longer had the calm and cold look from before. Instead, they were filled with raging waves. He stood at the door and bowed deeply. He respectfully whispered to the hut, "Sir, please rest early. I won't disturb you." Every martial monarch was stunned. Big question marks flashed in their minds. The skinny man didn't even dare to stand up straight. He bowed and took 3 steps back. He waved to the scattered martial monarchs and immediately retreated. The group of martial monarchs were not fools. They immediately understood that they had met someone they couldn't afford to provoke. Cold sweat dripped from their bodies. Looking at the corpses in the courtyard, they felt that they had died in vain. But everyone had long since seen through life and death. They chased after the skinny man. Inside the hut, Genryu's voice came, "Why didn't you kill him? If you had exposed your strength, you would have attracted unnecessary trouble." Li Yunxiao's face paled. He said, "I only used my mental pressure to intimidate him. With his strength as a 9-star martial monarch, it would have taken me a lot of effort to kill him. Moreover, they seem to be very valuable if we keep them around." Genryu said, "Are you talking about the northern scorpion sex treasure? I don't think it's reliable." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Who cares? Even if it's fake, we won't be at a disadvantage. Moreover, he couldn't have lied under my mental pressure just now. Even if there are no treasures, I won't be at a disadvantage." He rushed out of the hut and found Shouwei several dozen meters away. Shouwei's expression was extremely unsightly. He was currently circulating his energy to treat his injuries. His entire body was covered in cold sweat, large beads of sweat dripping down. Xiaochen had been sent flying at the first moment, nearly losing his life. It was not that the other party had shown mercy. Rather, Xiaochen had just advanced to a 1-star martial monarch, and his strength was much higher than before. It looked like the person who attacked him had a certain understanding of his strength. Li Yunxiao took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Xiaochen. Then, he infused a few hand seals into the acupoints all over Xiaochen's body. His injuries immediately stopped. Shouwei was shocked. He discovered that his efforts to block the spread of his injuries were to no avail. The other party had managed to stop his injuries with just a few moves. Furthermore, Xiaochen did not know what kind of medicinal pill the skinny man swallowed was. Based on the surging medicinal energy it gave off, it was at least a rank 6 medicinal pill. The injuries on Xiaochen's body healed at a visible rate. Shouwei didn't know what to say. He suddenly became dejected. He originally thought that among the 5, only he wasn't sealed and preserved his battle strength. He didn't expect himself to be the weakest. The remaining 4 were all mysterious and unfathomable. Especially this youth in front of him. Even now, he couldn't sense his essence energy undulations. But he clearly saw the performance of that skinny man in the distance. Li Yunxiao looked at his dejected expression and smiled. No need to be dejected. Everyone has their own goals and doesn't want to expose themselves. I can see that none of them have any ill intentions. Shouwei smiled bitterly. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." Li Yunxiao smiled. "No need to be so distant. I'm still very grateful. Your injuries should be fine now. Let's talk inside." Shouwei was astonished. That kind of injuries that almost left him on the brink of death. He didn't even know if he could endure it. Unexpectedly, he was saved by the other party in just a few breaths. Great shock and respect welled up in his heart. He carefully followed behind Li Yunxiao and entered the house. Li Yunxiao said, "On the way here, that little fatty said about the North Scorpion sex treasure. How much do you know?" Shouwei was startled. "Sir, did you also come for this? Don't have any ideas about the treasure. Otherwise." He suddenly stopped. Looking at Li Yunxiao's clear and smiling eyes, he smiled bitterly. "I was just trying to dissuade sir. These are just rumors. I don't know if it's true or not." Li Yunxiao nodded. "Just tell me what you know." Shouwei acknowledged. After thinking for a while, he said, "Sir, you're not from here. I'll start from the beginning. Back then, the North Do sect and the Sky Scorpion sect were one family. They were considered to be among the top existences in the entire East region. but as the sect grew, problems piled up. In the end, internal conflicts broke out and the sect split into two factions. And the core of the conflict was that extremely elusive treasure. Legend has it that the first sect master who founded the Northern Scorpion sect was not only extremely powerful, but he also owned the entire southern Fire Gold Crystal Mountain range. As he lay on his deathbed, he considered the fact that the cultivation of his disciples was far inferior to his own. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to maintain the sect's foundation for a long time. Therefore, he planned far ahead and buried all of the sect's resources at that time, waiting for the rise of the sect's experts in the future to obtain them. As expected, the Northern Scorpion sect faced its first disaster several thousand years after the death of the first-generation sect master. Prosperity turning into decline was an eternal rule of history. At that time, the Northern Scorpion sect's hidden enemies had continuously grown stronger and finally found an opportunity to attack the Northern Scorpion sect, wanting to wipe out the existence of this sect in one fell swoop. Rumor has it that Emperor Wu dispatched more than 100 experts at that time. Frowning slightly, Li Yunxiao said in disbelief, "That's an exaggeration, right? Not even the 7 superpowers can take out 100 Emperor Wu." Yuan Gaohan's voice suddenly rang out from the Divine Tablet sect, "You're not exaggerating at all. I just remembered this matter. No wonder I felt that little fatty and the woman's martial arts techniques were somewhat familiar." Although the Northern Scorpion sect had declined back then, it was still in existence no weaker than the 7 superpowers now. Its enemies still failed in the end, and in the end, they sought refuge with another force in the East Domain, which is the Jiang family of the Crimson Moon City. What? Li Yunxiao turned pale with fright, and transmitted his voice in shock, "The Jiang family of the Crimson Moon City? With their strength, it would be a piece of cake for them to wipe out the 2 ants, the Bei Do sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect. How could they allow them to live until now?" Yuan Gaohan shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about that. The sanctuary recorded the evolution and changes of many forces on the continent. I just flipped through it casually, since I'm not too interested in these things. Perhaps it's been too long, and the current Jiang family has already forgotten about that grudge." An odd expression appeared on his face as he said, "Since you turned the Crimson Moon City upside down, the Ruan family, which used to be one of the 3 great families, has gradually declined. It can't be compared with the other 2 families anymore. The Ning family and the Jiang family have become the dominant force in the Crimson Moon City. Without the support of the Ruan family, although the Crimson Moon City is still one of the 7 superpowers, it's already at the bottom." The distribution of forces in the realm of heaven martial arts was extremely uneven. The 7 superpowers couldn't rely on the southern and southern domain, and there was only one Crimson Moon City in the east domain, which was formed by many complicated forces. The most powerful ones were the Ning family and the Jiang family. Decades ago, the Ruan family used to be one of the 3 great families, but after most of its experts were killed by Gu Feiyang, it fell from power and lost its former glory. There were 2 forces in the west domain, the Soul Eater clan and the Myriad Stars Valley. The truly powerful ones were all located in the north domain. This was also due to the uneven distribution of the spiritual energy in the realm of heaven martial arts. The north domain had the densest spiritual energy of the realm of heaven and earth. Everywhere was filled with spiritual mountains and rivers. It was much better than the southern domain, which was a desolate place. As a result, the competition in the north domain was the fiercest. Even the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance, Songyang City, was in the north domain. Shou Wei's words pulled Li Yunxiao back from his shock. He shook his head and said, "Who knows? Anyway, that's what people say. Maybe it's exaggerated, but it's enough to show how powerful the Northern Scorpion School was." At that time, the whole Northern Scorpion School was in a precarious situation. It said that the lord of that time opened the treasure left by the first generation, which saved the school's fate and repelled the powerful enemies. But from then on, it accelerated the decline of the sect's strength. Several hundred years ago, it finally split into the Big Dipper family and the Scorpion family. Even so, these 2 families are still the biggest forces in the South Fire City. Li Yunxiao said, "According to what you've said, the treasure has long since been taken." Shou Wei smiled wryly. "The rumors say that the treasure was indeed opened back then, but only a small part of it was taken. The rest was still sealed by the lord of that generation. Several hundred years ago, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce led many merchant forces into the South Fire City's conflicts and wiped out the local forces in one fell swoop. The Big Dipper sect and the Scorpion sect were almost on the brink of extinction. But suddenly, they fought back miraculously and finally reached a state of equilibrium with the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and the other merchant forces. So, everyone guessed that the treasure of the first generation was opened again. Li Yunxiao frowned. That's too ridiculous. How can you say that the treasure has been opened just based on this? Shou Wei thought for a moment. But one thing is certain. The Big Dipper sect and the Scorpion sect obtained a large amount of resources in the end, which is why they were able to contend with the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. When the merchant forces forced their way in, they immediately sealed off all supplies for the two forces. Their original resources had long since been used up in the constant battles, which is why they were defeated in the end. Without powerful reinforcements, there's no way the current equilibrium could have been achieved. Li Yunxiao said, that seems to make sense. And from what that man said just now, Little Fatty and the woman in palace dress seemed to be remnants of the North Scorpion sect. Even they were lured here, so it's somewhat believable. Hee, I'm very interested to see what that treasure is. Shou Wei was a bit hesitant. You must be careful, my lord. I know that man just now, his name is Luo Xinran, and he's also one of the wandering cultivators of South Fire City. He's very famous because of his strength. I don't know how he managed to gather so many subordinates. He's a vengeful man, and he's used all kinds of methods to kill those who've offended him. Li Yunxiao didn't mind at all. If that Luo Xinran didn't know what was good for him, then he wouldn't hold back next time. He smiled. Thank you for the reminder. Brother Shou, on the other hand, should be on your guard. Shou Wei smiled wryly. I'm not going to watch the sect competition tomorrow. I'm going to leave South Fire City and find an ordinary force to retire as an elder or protector. That's fine. Fate has brought us together, so I'll teach you a cultivation art. As long as you keep practicing it, you'll definitely be able to break through to the 7th constellation realm within 5 years. Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly. He took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead, imprinting the cultivation art's incantation into it, and handed it over. Shou Wei was taken aback, and he smiled wryly in his heart. He would be satisfied if he could break through to the 7th constellation realm in this lifetime, let alone in 5 years. He didn't think much of Li Yunxiao's words, but he didn't dare to show it. He accepted the jade slip respectfully. His expression did not escape Li Yunxiao's eyes as he smiled faintly. Shou Wei scanned the jade slip with his consciousness, and a cultivation art immediately appeared in his mind. His expression changed drastically. He had never heard of this cultivation art before, and it gave him an extremely powerful feeling. He immediately understood that breaking through to the 7th constellation realm within 5 years was not an empty promise. He snapped out of his daze, but discovered that Li Yunxiao was no longer in the house. Shou Wei knew that he'd met a true expert. Fortunately, he'd been polite along the way, and hadn't offended this person. Moreover, judging from how Luo Xinran had saved him and given him the cultivation art, it seemed that Luo Xinran had a good impression of him. Shou Wei clutched the jade slip tightly in his hand. It was as precious as his own life. He had already sensed that something was wrong with the Big Dipper sect competition this time. It was no longer something a small character like him could attend. He didn't dare to linger in this small courtyard any longer. He hurriedly left the mountain before the sky brightened. After leaving the small courtyard, Li Yunxiao sensed for a moment before flying in a certain direction. He had already secretly left a mark on Little Fatty's body. Now, he was chasing after it. He was slightly regretful that he hadn't left a mark on that vulgar man with a goatee. Otherwise, he could have probed the goatee's origins. What he lacked the most right now were all kinds of cultivation resources. He'd originally planned to borrow some yuan stones from the local factions. Now that he'd heard about the treasure, he naturally wouldn't let it go. The sky darkened and the entire mountain range was abnormally quiet. After entering martial arts, there was no need for sleep at all. Night was the best time to cultivate in seclusion. It was hard to be distracted. Therefore, it was much more dangerous to travel at night than during the day. Any movement would be easily caught by others. After Li Yunxiao followed the trail of a few mountains, he gradually approached the real buildings of the Big Dipper sect. Little Fatty slowed down. Clearly, it was much more careful now. Not long after, another target, the lady in palace attire, appeared. The two of them escaped separately but gathered in front of Beidou sect's mountain gate at the same time. They whispered to each other. Li Yunxiao listened attentively but he couldn't hear clearly because they were too far away. He formed a seal with both hands, and a faint golden light appeared on his body. Then, a light silhouette that looked exactly like him walked out of his body. Both the light silhouette and the original body revealed a look of joy and looked up and down in surprise. Ah! Yuan Gaohan's shocked expression came from the Universe God Monument. He said in astonishment, Starlight Soul Body. How did you master it? And you're at level 2 on your first try. How can you be so fast? Li Yunxiao's face turned pale. It was obvious that the soul body had taken most of his soul power. He was satisfied after looking at it and humph, all techniques in the world return to one. With my level 9 comprehension, do I need long to learn your Starlight Soul cultivation skill? Half of my level 6 soul power was taken and I only managed to cultivate a level 2 one. I'm already depressed. The Starlight Soul body smiled and performed a gesture with one hand. The light on its body gradually dimmed. It looked exactly the same as Li Yunxiao, as if they were twins. That's right. This Starlight Soul body is completely made of soul power. There's no fluctuation of vitality. I don't need to worry about being discovered when tracking. Li Yunxiao's Starlight Soul body mumbled to itself and smiled. I'm going to play for a while. Although it's a little strange, it's really interesting. After saying that, the Starlight Soul body leaped into the air and flew toward Little Fatty and Yuan Zhou. Li Yunxiao watched as the exact same version of himself flew away. He felt a little weird. Yuan Gaohan said coldly, Humph, you actually used such a soul-refining secret art for tracking. If that soul body is destroyed, your soul will be directly injured. The higher the grade of the soul body, the greater the injury. At my 8th step spirit body, if I perish, the weakening of the main body's spirit power will be irreversible. Li Yunxiao said, so serious? It seems that I can only keep this soul body in the Universe God Monument in the future. But... He revealed a strange expression and said, but what is going on? His hand seal changed, and a green light appeared on his body. A faint dragon shadow condensed and hovered in front of him. He said in surprise, Genryu's Starlight Soul body? This? The three voices were shocked at the same time. One was Yuan Gaohan's voice, one was the Genryu in his soul, and the last one was the Starlight Soul of Genryu in front of him. Yuan Gaohan said in shock, This is your sword spirit. It is a soul body. How can it condense a Starlight Soul body? How can two soul bodies appear at the same time? Genryu said angrily, Brat, don't use such a strange soul-refining technique on me. What is going on? Genryu's soul body looked at him angrily in the air and growled in a low voice. It was obvious that it was very dissatisfied and angry. After the two of them used the soul battle technique of the Soul Eater race, their soul power was connected. He tried to use the Starlight Soul refining technique on Genryu. He didn't expect to condense a Starlight Soul body. Moreover, it was of a higher grade than his. It was a 3-stage Starlight Soul body. Yuan Gaohan was also dumbfounded. He found it extremely hard to understand and baffling. Li Yunxiao pondered and said, if a soul body can also condense a Starlight Soul body, then can a Starlight Soul body condense a third Starlight Soul body? If that's the case, doesn't it mean that Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets endless? Yuan Gaohan was drenched in cold sweat. He hurriedly said, I don't know what's going on with this Genryu. In any case, I can't condense another Starlight Soul body. I've tried it a long time ago. Otherwise, as you said, I could condense hundreds or thousands of Starlight Soul bodies and cultivate together. Wouldn't I have broken through to rank 10 Arcane God a long time ago? That's true. Let's study it later. Li Yunxiao waved his hand. Genryu's Starlight Soul body immediately returned to his body and merged with Genryu. Genryu looked at his body to see if there were any special changes. He heaved a sigh of relief when he found that there were no changes. However, he still cursed angrily, "I'm not your test subject. The next time you use me for such a dangerous experiment, I'll fight you to the death." Yuan Gaohan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said embarrassedly, "You really are a restless arcane refiner. I have a feeling that sooner or later, the arcane refiner will turn the arcane refiner world into a mess because of you. Your starlight soul body has already run far away. If you have a second soul body, you can sense each other within 100 miles. If you go beyond this range, you will completely lose contact with your main body and become an independent existence, just like me." 100 miles? This range is enough for the Beidou sect. Then how far away are you from your main body before you can sense each other? Li Yunxiao asked. Yuan Gaohan kept his mouth shut. He coldly snorted and said, "What? Are you scared?" Li Yunxiao grinned and said, "I am a little scared. In that case, I can't go to the sacred region. As long as I don't enter the sacred region space, and you are in my boundary god steel, separated by 2 large spaces, I shouldn't be sensed, right?" Yuan Gaohan was silent for a while and said softly, "I don't know." Li Yunxiao chuckled. His body turned into a gust of wind and chased after his starlight soul body. That starlight soul body only had soul power fluctuations and no vitality fluctuations. It was difficult for ordinary warriors to detect it. He easily got close to Little Fatty and the woman and followed closely behind them without being discovered. "I didn't expect our strength and identity to be exposed so quickly. It's far from what we expected." Little Fatty complained and mumbled, "I don't know who those people are. They saw through our identity in an instant. It's really an unlucky year. I didn't expect there to be such experts among the people who entered the mountain with us. Do you think the one who secretly schemed against us is that rash young man or that man with a goatee?" The woman's expression was still cold, and it was hard to tell what her expression was. She said coldly, "I don't think those two are simple. That Thunder Royal Realm monster beast seems to belong to that rash young man. He must be a beast tamer. As for that goatee, he must have distorted space and teleported us out, causing our strength to be exposed. He should be a great alchemist, at least at the 7th rank. Rank 7. Little Fatty's fat shook and he said in shock, "Why would a rank 7 alchemist come here? Even if he came, he should be welcomed respectfully and stay in the Beidou sect's VIP courtyard." The woman's face turned ugly and she said, "God knows. He probably sneaked in here with the same purpose as us. Please don't come for the treasure. Otherwise, it will be really troublesome." A cold light flashed in Little Fatty's eyes and he snorted, "He's alone. As long as he doesn't have help, even a rank 7 alchemist won't be able to cause any trouble. Also, the people who attacked us seem to be some rogue cultivators from South Fire City. I don't know who organized them. The water is getting muddier." The woman said, "It's easy to fish in muddied waters. With our strength, it'll be hard to get anything. Yes, this is our best chance. As long as we get the treasure, we'll teach those bastards a lesson when we return to the Divine Wind sect." Little Fatty revealed a sinister expression. The two stopped talking and moved forward in the mountain range. After walking for a long distance, the two of them were no longer in a hurry. Instead, they wandered aimlessly in the mountains. Li Yunxiao followed them for a while and felt bored. So, he let the starlight soul body stay and continued to follow them while he turned around and left. According to Shouwei's introduction, today should be the 10 out of 20 matches. Mei Donger said that she was 100% confident, so there must be no problem. Just as Li Yunxiao was hesitating about whether he should go, he suddenly saw a familiar figure flash in the distance. Interesting. It seems that this competition is more interesting than the sect competition itself. Li Yunxiao chuckled and followed after him. The figure in front of him was the yellow-robed middle-aged man who had placed a seal on him when he entered the sect. He was only a 1-star martial emperor, even weaker than Little Fatty and the woman. The mountain range where the Big Dipper sect was located was very large. He followed the yellow-robed middle-aged man to a valley, where there was a natural cave. The yellow-robed middle-aged man disappeared into it. Li Yunxiao looked carefully and found that it was indeed a natural cave. There were countless such caves in the mountain range. It was indeed a good place to hide people. He followed the yellow-robed middle-aged man in. As soon as he stepped in, he felt a biting cold wind with several sword lights in it. The yellow-robed middle-aged man slashed out several times in an instant, and there was also a palm wind. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him in one move. Huh? You discovered me? Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. He did not care about this attack at all. However, he found it strange that the yellow-robed middle-aged man had discovered him. He casually condensed a sword chi in his hand, and thrust it forward. The sword chi suddenly scattered in the air, turning into countless tiny sword lights that tore apart the yellow-robed middle-aged man's palm wind, giving off countless ear-piercing hissing sounds. What? The yellow-robed middle-aged man let out a cry of disbelief and flew out of the cave. The sword chi in his hand condensed into a line, and he went straight for Li Yunxiao's head. The morning light shone down, illuminating the yellow-robed middle-aged man's face. His face flickered with a cruel expression, and his killing intent was revealed. Li Yunxiao pushed off the ground with his feet, and his body turned into a falling leaf. He retreated backward quickly. His movements were light and slow, but his actual speed was extremely fast. He dodged the sword attack in an instant. It's you. When the yellow-robed man saw Li Yunxiao's appearance, he was immediately shocked and shouted, "Who broke the seal for you?" Li Yunxiao ignored his words and looked at the cave behind him, "Who's inside? With your cultivation, it's impossible for you to discover me." The yellow-robed man's face turned cold and he laughed in anger, "A mere 5-star Wuzong is really crazy. If you don't seek death, you won't die. The ancient people do not bully others." He shook his head for a while and said coldly, "Just in time, Elder Lu also said that you can't be left alive." His aura exploded and his sword dazzled under the morning light as he flew over. Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered to talk to him. He took 2 steps forward and directly punched the sword. Bang! The yellow-robed middle-aged man felt as if his treasured sword had struck an impenetrable wall. The backlash nearly caused his sword to fall out of his hand. He was instantly shocked, but before he could even cry out, Li Yunxiao had kicked him in the chest. He let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying back into the cave. "The person inside, come out. Since I can follow this minion for so long, he is naturally not my match." "You still sent him out to die. I don't know what you're thinking." Li Yunxiao clapped his hands and said unhurriedly, "I don't have a purpose, I'm just curious." "Humph, curiosity kills." A cold voice came from the cave and a person slowly walked out, looking at him coldly. Li Yunxiao was stunned and then laughed, "Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it's a companion who came to the Beidou sect with me. So you've long been in cahoots with the Beidou sect. TSK, you're also here for the treasure?" This person was the wretched man with a goatee. He narrowed his eyes and said unhurriedly, "The treasure is fake. The sect leader of that generation has already used up all of it. I came to the Beidou sect for another purpose. But you've hidden very well. If I hadn't used form displacement transposition in the courtyard and teleported those 2 bastards out, I wouldn't have realized that you were actually an expert." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Same to you. Since you're not here for the treasure, are you really here to watch the competition? Even I can't see through your strength. Is the tournament really that attractive?" The goatee stared at Li Yunxiao for a while before slowly saying, "You're very talented and have great potential. This old man has never seen such a monstrous youth like you in all these years. Why don't you follow me and take me as your master? In the future, you will definitely be able to break through to the level of Emperor Wu and become a famous hero." He crossed his arms in front of his chest and flicked his fingers in an extremely rhythmic manner. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly. He suddenly grinned and said, "Since you're not here for the treasure, there's no conflict between our goals. I won't stay any longer. Farewell." After saying that, he immediately turned around and with a kick of his legs, he turned into a beam of light and flew away. At this moment, there was no trace of the wretched look on the goatee man's face. Instead, there was a shrewd and nimble look on his face. He laughed dumbly and said, "What a sharp little brat. I just slightly didn't suppress my aura and you've already sensed it. Truly impressive." He made a grabbing motion in the air and a hazy aura shot out from his 5 fingers. What followed was actually the power of a domain. It was extremely fast and caught up to Li Yunxiao in half a breath's time. An absolute pressure came crashing down. Li Yinxiao was shocked. After being trapped by the power of the domain, he immediately felt his yuan qi being obstructed and unable to smoothly circulate. Every movement was extremely difficult. Furthermore, the hazy aura instantly spread out in the air and quickly caught up to Li Yunxiao and surrounded him. It was as if he was imprisoned in a cage. Furthermore, it had an extremely strong corrosive power that continuously seeped into his body. Li Yunxiao was trapped in the air and laughed bitterly. He said, "You really think highly of me? I'm just a mere 5-star martial ancestor. Do I need to use the power of a domain? Also, this hazy aura is also your trump card, right?" A look of surprise flashed in the goatee man's eyes. He then said indifferently, "A mere 5-star martial ancestor can cripple a martial emperor in one move? Also, that teleportation transposition is impossible without a 7th-stage soul power. I've always been a person who knows when to hold back. If I can use less strength, I definitely won't use more. You asked me to use the domain because you have the right to. It's not too late to submit to me. I know you have a martial emperor thunder beast. However, it's useless against me. Think about it carefully." Li Yunxiao smiled. He knew that he had met a difficult opponent. Furthermore, the other party's indistinct aura was definitely not that of an ordinary martial honor. However, it would not be easy to trap him. "Alright, I admit that my curiosity is harmful. However, if you want to trap me, you've made a mistake." Rays of white light surged out from his body, shooting away the hazy aura like the sun. Even the domain seemed to temporarily lose its effect at this moment. Then, the sword qi in his hand condensed and emitted a blinding light. He slashed forward with his sword. Spirit reaches to the rainbow. The domain and the hazy aura in front of him immediately created a vacuum tunnel. Li Yunxiao instantly turned into a ray of light and charged out. In a few moments, he was hundreds of meters away. The goatee man was shocked. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets as he cried out involuntarily, "What?" He felt that he had already overestimated Li Yunxiao. However, he did not expect that he had still underestimated him. The power of the domain had been torn apart so easily. This was not something an ordinary martial emperor could do. What a mysterious fellow. It's not that easy to escape from my hands. The goatee man seemed to feel that his dignity had been challenged. With an angry roar, he soared into the sky and gave chase. His entire body was enveloped in a cloud of haze. He was extremely fast, as if he had used some kind of secret technique. He was leaping through the air. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Although he had expected that the other party would not give up, he had not expected him to catch up so quickly. He had also seen through the goatee man's secret movement technique. This kind of secret technique had to be executed with full concentration. Once he was distracted, it would be easily interrupted. When he was within 100 meters of the goatee man, Li Yunxiao quickly turned around and casually sent out a heaven and earth seal. It covered an area and pressed down fiercely. The goatee man immediately appeared from the haze. His eyes widened and he slammed his palm down furiously. A gray palm print shot up with an earth-shattering momentum. Boom! The entire heaven and earth seal was shattered by the goatee man's palm. However, in this short period of time, Li Yunxiao had run a few hundred meters away. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He shouted a few words and gave chase again. Haha! Yuan Gaohan's joyful laughter came from the Universe Divine Monument. He said, "To think that the insufferably arrogant Emperor Wu Gufeiyang would actually be chased by a martial venerable and have to flee. In the future, I will definitely announce this matter." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "Don't be so surprised. You will know after you have been with me for a long time. This is not the first time that I have to run for my life while being chased. Humph, your arrogant personality has not changed at all. You only have the abilities of a martial ancestor now. Serves you right to offend people that you cannot afford to offend," Yuan Gaohan said in disdain. His words were filled with intense mockery and happiness. Li Yunxiao said in distress, "From the domain power earlier, this goatee man is at least a 5-star martial venerable. This is so damn troublesome." He condensed another sword light and turned around to slash. As for himself, he turned around and changed his direction, flying toward a certain direction. The goatee man grabbed casually and extinguished the sword light. He looked in Li Yunxiao's direction and said angrily, "If I don't catch you today, my name is not Tandi Jun." The hazy aura around him surged, and he chased after them with all his might. Li Yunxiao had originally planned to flee in the direction of the sect competition. However, after thinking about it, he suddenly changed his mind. After a few breaths, he seemed to have found a place and dove down. At that moment, another Li Yunxiao flew up from below. It was his starlight soul. The two of them instantly merged into one and headed down. "Who's there?" An exclamation came from the bottom of the valley, and soon, little Fatty's figure emerged. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "This is great. Apart from Shouwei, everyone is here." The lady in palace attire also rushed out and stared at Li Yunxiao in shock. She said coldly, "It's you? You followed us?" Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, "You've misunderstood. I was being hunted, so I fled here. I hope you can help me." "Hunted? How did you know we're here?" Little Fatty was shocked and said, "Who's hunting you? Don't you have a martial emperor realm thunder element monster?" Before Li Yunxiao could answer, a hazy aura appeared in the sky, emitting a terrifying pressure. It rolled down and instantly locked on the three of them. Little Fatty and the lady in palace attire's expressions changed drastically. They cried out in shock, "Martial Venerable!" The hazy chi in the air retracted, gradually revealing the appearance of the goatee. He stared coldly down below and said, "Oh, so the two of you are here as well. Now all of you are here." Big beads of sweat rolled down little Fatty's forehead. He trembled and said, "You. Sir, we're not with him." He pointed at Li Yunxiao with resentment in his eyes. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "We came up the mountain together. Why are you saying we're not partners now?" The goatee man sneered, "It doesn't matter if we're together or not. I'll find you sooner or later anyway. My name is Tandijuan. You've heard of me, right?" Little Fatty and the lady in palace attire's expressions changed drastically. Little Fatty even cried out, You're Tandijuan?" The Big Dipper sect leader Zhonglinghua's junior brother. Li Yunxiao was stunned. He looked at the goatee man. He didn't expect them to have such a relationship. He seemed to have guessed something. Tandijuan's expression darkened and became extremely cold. He said hatefully, "I'm not that traitor's junior brother. I've come back this time to take back the position of sect leader that belongs to me. At the same time, I'll get rid of that traitor." Little Fatty felt great pressure and said in a cold sweat, "Lord Tan, our goals are not in conflict. Strictly speaking, we are from the same sect as Lord Tan, so please show mercy." Tandijuan looked at him coldly and said, "You two ants, I can kill you with a wave of my hand. What's the use of keeping you alive?" Little Fatty was a tactful person and immediately understood the hidden meaning in his words. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Pingyi greets Lord Tan. I'm willing to serve Lord Tan and pledge my loyalty to you." The woman in the palace dress also came to a realization and said, "Shangguan Yuan greets Lord Tan. I am willing to serve Lord Tan until death." Neither of them were stupid. If they had no value to Tandijuan, they would have been turned into ashes. Tandijuan's gaze moved from the two to Li Yunxiao and said coldly, "What about you?" Pingyi and Shangguan Yuan immediately released their auras and locked on to Li Yunxiao. They looked like they were his subordinates. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, "I was hoping that the two of you would help me. How can you be so disloyal? I am not interested in serving Lord Tan. Why don't we go look for the treasure together?" Tandijuan said, "There is a limit to my patience. If it wasn't for your talent, I wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to you. I'll give you one last chance to choose." Li Yunxiao smiled helplessly and said, "You're a martial venerable, I can't do anything to you. But you're daydreaming if you want to kill me." "Haha, how arrogant." Tandijuan's face turned gloomy. He was so angry that he laughed and said, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth because of your talent. Today, this old man will show you the immensity of heaven and earth." He condensed his aura and the space around him was immediately locked like an iron bucket. Li Yunxiao felt like he was in a solid state. The endless pressure grew stronger and stronger. Tandijuan was obviously planning to use the power of space to crush him. Li Yunxiao's body began to distort under that heavy pressure, constantly swaying along with the space, like a rubber band that was constantly being squeezed, deforming greatly. Ping Yingyi revealed a pitiful expression. He watched as Li Yunxiao was about to be crushed at any moment, unable to resist at all. Tan Dijuan's expression changed slightly as a huge wave surged in his heart. From the outside, it looked like he was toying with his opponent, casually squeezing and squeezing, but in reality, he had already used his full strength. This was the strongest spatial force that his domain could muster, but he was actually unable to squeeze his opponent to death. Even an expert at the peak of the martial emperor realm would have exploded and died under the pressure of such a powerful space. What was going on with this lad? While Tan Dijuan was feeling shocked, Li Yunxiao was also slightly surprised. Under this kind of pressure, his body was actually faintly absorbing the other party's space force. Although that degree of compression made him feel extremely uncomfortable, it wasn't to the point of danger. Instead, he felt his body continuously being tempered under that kind of distortion. Huh? There's actually such an effect? Doesn't that mean I can directly use the living earth soil to suppress the space and then refine my body? Li Yunxiao thought in a strange way. He had no time to pay attention to the various expressions of the three people. He let the space squeeze his body, feeling indescribably comfortable. Tan Dijuan, you're so King vicious, I'm going to die. Li Yunxiao's face showed a painful expression, and he screamed miserably. Tan Dijuan frowned, snorted coldly, and increased the power of the domain again, wanting to completely squeeze his opponent to death to vent his hatred. But after a cup of tea's time, cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and Li Yunxiao was still screaming from time to time. This time even Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuan could see that the situation was not right. Tan Dijuan flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, "How dare you trick me, you deserve to die." He suddenly raised his foot and stomped hard. The whole space trembled violently, and the strength of his foot turned into fragments, like a curtain being torn into countless butterflies fluttering in the air. It was very visually beautiful, but the power of destruction was suffocating. Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuan's expressions changed greatly, and they hurriedly dodged, deeply afraid that they would be affected. With their cultivation, that kind of power of space could basically kill them with just a touch. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly, and a powerful spiritual force gushed out of his eyes, directly distorting the surrounding space. His body instantly disappeared, and the next moment, he directly appeared behind Tan Dijuan. Tan Dijuan turned around and kicked again, and the space behind him shattered layer by layer, as if a huge chariot had crushed the road into powder. Unhurriedly, Li Yunxiao teleported again, and in a flash, he flashed dozens of meters away from Tan Dijuan. Suddenly, a haze seeped out of the space, and in a few breaths, it surrounded Li Yunxiao, wrapping him in it, making it difficult for him to move. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Tan Dijuan sneered, and said, "Even if you are a great alchemist, there must be a time interval between two teleportations. From your attack just now, I can see that your interval is 20 breaths, and although it is very short, it is enough for me to attack." Li Yunxiao said, "So what? Your haze can't stop me at all, have you forgotten what happened before?" Tan Dijuan revealed a mocking expression, and said coldly, "You can try this time." He formed a seal with both hands, and the haze that filled the sky immediately surged, as if it had become extremely restless, and was ready to move. Li Yunxiao frowned, and lightly shouted. The bright moon divine body's purifying power spread out like the light of the stars, and blew away the haze. He said coldly, "I don't see anything different." Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he was actually hugged by a pair of big hands. The haze actually took the shape of a human, and its facial features could not be seen clearly, but it was more than 3 meters tall, and it wrapped around Li Yunxiao in an instant. Although the divine body's radiance shot through his body, it was unable to purify him completely, and it still hugged him tightly. The haze's corrosive power made a hissing sound under the purifying light, and it was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for Li Yunxiao's abnormal physique, he would have already been seriously injured, and he would have died. Moreover, this haze's body emitted a powerful yuan qi fluctuation, and it disrupted the frequency of the surrounding space, which made Li Yunxiao unable to teleport. "Let's see where you can run to now, aren't you very arrogant? Run if you can." Tan Dijuan's sinister expression appeared on his face, and he raised his foot high, and fiercely stomped down. Rumble, rumble, the space shattered, and it collapsed on Li Yunxiao's body, like a black passage spreading out, and a terrifying power spread out. Ping Yingyi and Shang Yuan's expressions changed drastically, and they thought that Li Yunxiao was completely finished this time. If he was hit by this power, he would definitely not survive. Li Yunxiao's expression was also somewhat grave, and the haze stuck to his body like cotton candy. Although the divine light could break it, it couldn't disperse it, and the human-shaped haze was still tightly hugging him, not letting go. Suddenly, a golden eye appeared between his eyebrows, and it suddenly opened, and as it opened and closed, a trace of majestic wind seemed to blow past. Swish, swish. At this moment, a tornado suddenly blew up around Li Yunxiao, and the human-shaped haze actually couldn't withstand the tornado for a moment, and it was directly blown away, and was sucked into the tornado. What? Tan Dijuan, Ping Yingyi, and Shang Yuan's eyes all protruded, and they were shocked speechless. Li Yunxiao performed a single-handed incantation, and the tornado immediately rushed forward under his control, colliding with the collapsing huge power. Rumble. The collapsing power rushed onto the tornado, and although it was hindered for a moment, it was still like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and it smashed the hissing wind power, and crushed over. However, during this process, Li Yunxiao performed teleportation again, and dodged it. The space within a few hundred meters was completely shattered, and a black path was kicked out, and it was continuously repairing itself. Tan Dijuan then became quiet, and he stared at Li Yunxiao coldly, and didn't say a word. Li Yunxiao exclaimed in his heart that it was a close call. If the overbearing collapsing power had hit his body, even if he had the overlord body, he would probably be smashed into pieces. If it was in the past, he could only use the Universe God Steel as a shield, and that was also the reason why the Universe God Steel kept on breaking. However, his newly refined immemorial heaven eye had already integrated a trace of immemorial gale power. Although it was only a trace, it was also the origin power of the wind, and the whirlwind that was created was enough to blow away the human-shaped haze, and that was how he managed to escape. Kid, who exactly are you? Tan Dijuan suddenly asked, and after a few exchanges, he seemed to have lost his temper. Moreover, the methods of this young man in front of him made him feel apprehensive. He was afraid that he would unknowingly offend some great force. Li Yunxiao revolved the great god evolution technique, and quickly replenished the soul power that he had used, and said with a smile, "Would you believe me if I just randomly said one?" Tan Dijuan frowned, and felt that it was harder to get some information from this kid than to kill him. But looking at the current situation, it was indeed abnormally difficult to kill him. Are you really here for the treasure? Li Yunxiao said with a smile, originally, I just wanted to borrow some primordial stones from the Big Dipper sect, and see if I could borrow the teleportation formation. Now, I also want to see what's going on with the treasure. The three of them revealed a strange expression, and of course, they understood what he meant by borrow. Tan Dijuan frowned in disbelief, and said, You lack primordial stones? In his opinion, with a monstrous talent like Li Yunxiao, he would definitely be one of the top disciples in the sect to be nurtured. Normally, there was no limit to the supply of resources, and if they lacked anything, they would not lack primordial stones. Even if the sect only had one last primordial stone left, it would be given to disciples like him to use first. It's not just a normal lack. Li Yunxiao sensed that the other party's hostility was gradually decreasing, and he nodded with a smile, and said, I said that our goals are not in conflict, so why don't we think of a way to open the treasure together, and everyone will benefit. Not interested. Tan Dijuan said coldly, according to what I know, the treasure is already empty. His gaze landed on Ping Yingyi and Tan Dijuan, and he said, Do you two have some messy information? Ping Yingyi hurriedly answered, Lord Tan, it is only a blueprint that our ancestors brought with them when they left the Northern Scorpion sect. He hurriedly took out a tattered piece of leather from his ring, and opened it in his hand, and handed it over. Tan Dijuan looked at it coldly and snorted. This kind of thing is everywhere in the sect. Back then, someone coveted the treasure and created a large number of fake maps. Even Zhang Linghua might not be able to tell the difference now. Yes. Ping Yingyi agreed. However, there's a high chance that this map is real. Furthermore, Zhang Linghua definitely has a real map. Otherwise, the Thunder Wind Merchant Association would have eradicated the Beidou sect hundreds of years ago. They must have dug out the treasure. Tan Dijuan fell silent as if he was thinking about something. He muttered, hundreds of years ago, my master was only a disciple in the sect. I've heard of this secret before. It's very unreliable. He took the leather from Pingying's hands and touched it with his thumb. Immediately, his expression changed, and his eyes lit up. Tan Dijuan rubbed the leather in his hands a few times. A haze spread out from his fingertips and dispersed when it touched the leather, leaving only a shallow mark. He finally revealed a serious expression. He stared at the map and said, "This is the skin of a rank 9 demonic beast." Pingying and Gao Yuan were overjoyed. Pingying hurriedly said, "My lord is wise. We've studied the material of this map for a long time, but we can't determine its grade." My lord was able to tell at a glance. "No wonder you're a martial venerable." After he flattered Pingying, he immediately felt good about himself. He felt like his status had risen significantly. Without the strength of a martial venerable or the physical body of a rank 9 demonic beast, there's no way to block my haze. You'll die upon contact. Tan Dijuan snorted. Although he expressed his disdain, he still enjoyed the flattery. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Li Yunxiao at the side. His face immediately turned slightly red, and he said angrily, "Who knows how you cultivate?" Li Yunxiao smiled embarrassedly. "Since the material of this map is the skin of a rank 9 demonic beast, there's a high chance that it's real." Tan Dijuan also started to take it seriously. However, he didn't look at the picture on the map. He just kept rubbing it in his hands, as if he was addicted to it. The three of them did not make a sound, knowing that there was definitely something going on. Tan Dijuan touched it for a while before saying, "I heard from my master that the treasure is not really there. He doesn't dare to be sure, but it's most likely gone. The treasure map is written on a piece of titanium platinum paper." Li Yunxiao said, "Titanium platinum paper is as thin as a strand of hair, as light as a feather, yet it can withstand raging fire without melting. If it's hidden in there, we can burn it with fire." Tan Dijuan nodded and said, "Not bad, you really are a master alchemist." He grabbed the leather in his hand and immediately condensed a ball of flame in his palm. The leather remained motionless in the flames and remained unscathed even after the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Tan Dijuan's expression changed, and he said in astonishment, What's going on?" He took out the leather and examined it carefully for a while. He did not find any trace of calcination, not even a mark. Although he was not a fire elemental controller, the fire elemental condensed from the power of a martial sovereign was not ordinary. This leather was actually so fire-resistant. Li Yunxiao said, "It's more likely that there is titanium platinum inside. This map must be made from the skin of a rank 9 fire-type beast. Let me try." Tan Dijuan's face flashed with displeasure, and he snorted coldly, "Do you think you can do it better than me?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and rubbed the bridge of his nose, saying, "I'm an alchemist, I have a strange fire in my hand." Tan Dijuan was doubtful, and only then did he hand the map to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao unfolded the map and gently stroked it. It was indeed the skin of a rank 9 fire-type beast. He could even feel the gentle fluctuation of fire elemental energy on it. The immemorial heaven's eye on his forehead opened, condensed a ball of phoenix void fire, and burned it on the map. If it was too powerful, he was afraid that it would melt the titanium platinum together. So he only dared to experiment with void fire. As soon as the map came into contact with the void fire, it immediately burst into flames and began to shrink. Tan Dijuan was shocked, and his eyes widened. He only felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat unreal. No matter what, he was still a martial sovereign. The leather that could not be burned at all was actually burned to nothing in Lin Fan's hands. The difference was too big. Originally, he expected that even if Li Yunxiao had the strange fire in his hand, it would take at least a few hours to burn anything. However, he did not expect that in just a breath's time, the beast skin of a rank 9 fire-type beast would completely turn into ashes. The only explanation was that the strange fire on this kid was too overbearing, too abnormal. Who is this kid? Tan Dijuan looked at Li Yunxiao's calm face, and did not feel a trace of fear. It's out, it's out. Pingying suddenly shouted and looked at the flame with joy. Sure enough, after the beast's skin was burned, a dazzling piece of paper appeared, shining with golden light in the flame. Li Yunxiao was also happy. He hurriedly extinguished the flame and reached out to grab it. Humph! Tan Dijun snorted coldly and took the initiative to grab the titanium platinum paper in his hand. The sound of barbecuing came from his hand, followed by a scream. He hurriedly threw the titanium platinum paper away, and his eyes were full of horror. He suddenly found that his palm was scorched black. Although the injury was not very serious, the heat wave penetrated his defense and burned his skin. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "I forgot to say that you can't touch burned metal with your hands." He calmly grabbed the titanium platinum paper that Tan Dijun had thrown away in his hand, but nothing happened to it at all. The titanium platinum paper flashed, and lines were drawn. It was another map that was completely different from the one on the beast skin. "Let me see." Tan Dijun had learned his lesson. He poured yuan qi into his palm, and then he dared to take it. He looked down and was immediately stunned. How can it be here? Ping Yingyi and Shang Yuan also came over, but after looking for a while, they did not understand the terrain of this mountain range. Li Yunxiao said, "Where is this?" He could see that Tan Dijun's face was a bit solemn. Tan Dijun looked at the map for a while and said, "You should know that the biggest resource in South Fire City is the golden fire crystal. There are hundreds of large and small mines in the surroundings, and all the major forces have interacted with each other. But there is a dangerous place in the east. Although it is also rich in golden fire crystal, no one dares to mine it. That place is called the Dead Land." "Dead Land? You mean the treasure recorded on the map is in the Dead Land?" Li Yunxiao asked. Tan Dijun suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, not only in the Dead Land. And I'm afraid I'm the only one who knows about this place." He said proudly, "I know this map is the topography of that place, but even if I know it is in the Dead Land, I may not be able to find it. Because when I was young, I obtained a piece of golden fire source by chance, so it left a deep impression on me." Li Yunxiao's expression changed as he said, "The golden fire source is a supreme treasure produced after a large amount of golden fire crystals have been condensed and collapsed. Although it is not as valuable as the elemental origin source, it is still a rare treasure. It is extremely valuable." Tan Dijun showed a trace of regret and resentment. He scolded, "That piece of golden fire source was exchanged by a 7th grade alchemist for 3 7th grade elixirs. It's a pity that I was young and ignorant. Back then, I thought I got a great bargain. But now, it seems like a bloody deal." He sinisterly said, "If I see that arcane alchemist again, I will definitely kill him." Li Yunxiao laughed, "You are stupid, how can you blame others? Even exchanging that thing for 3 9th grade elixirs is not too much. Since I know the place, then there is no time to lose, go now." Tan Dijun's face changed, put away the map in his hand, and said, "No rush, the Dead Land is not so easy to go to, only those who have been there know the dangers. And now is the time for the sect grand competition. I must expose Zhang Linghua's face in front of all the forces, and then kill him personally." Li Yunxiao asked curiously, "What did he do to make you hate him so much? I heard this little fatty say that you were apprentice brothers in the past." Tan Dijun's face became extremely ugly, gnashing his teeth and said, "Tui. That animal deceived his master, killed master, and seized the position of sect master. I was originally the Bei Do sect's sect master. This animal actually killed master for a 9th grade elixir, and seriously injured me. If not for my strength being stronger than him at that time, I would have long been dead under his sneak attack. It was also the heavens who did not let me die, giving me the chance to take revenge." "I see." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "This kind of sect killing happens hundreds of times in the realm of heaven martial arts every day. I don't care about it. Give me the map, in case you also lose it after you die." Looking at Tan Dijun's murderous eyes, Li Yunxiao smiled embarrassedly and said, "I just heard that Zhang Linghua has become Emperor Wu. Do you think it is possible for you to cross a big realm to kill him? You are obviously going to die, I don't care, but don't give him my map." Tan Dijun snorted angrily and said, "What Emperor Wu? You are just deceiving people. According to my investigation, he is now only half Emperor Wu. With his rubbish talent, it is impossible for him to become Emperor Wu in this life." At that time, Master saw that his cultivation was limited, so he decided to pass the position of sect master to me. As for his current realm, he sold the interests of the sect in exchange for a large number of elixirs, and directly rushed up. His lifetime's cultivation is limited to this. Li Yunxiao said strangely, "It seems that you have many spies in the Big Dipper sect. The yellow-robed man is also one of them. But even so, Half-Emperor Wu has grasped a part of the power of rules. You know, under the rules, everyone is an ant. How can you fight against him?" Tan Dijun snorted, "You don't need to worry about that." His face suddenly showed a strange expression as he stared at Li Yunxiao. I suddenly thought of the best person to deal with, Zhang Linghua. Li Yunxiao was startled by his wolf-like gaze. "Don't tell me you're saying that person is me? Letting me, a Wu Zong, kill half-step Emperor Wu, can you be any more ridiculous?" Tan Dijun showed a cold smile. "It's not nonsense at all. It's because you're a Wu Zong that no one will pay attention to you. With your teleportation, you can get close to him. That flame just now, even half-step Emperor Wu will be heavily injured if he's caught off guard. Adding on your powerful physique, even if Zhang Linghua goes berserk, he won't be able to kill you. As long as you make a move, my arrangements will be activated, you won't be in any danger." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly. "What a joke. Why would I joke around with my life to help you kill Zhang Linghua?" Tan Dijun said, "Aren't you lacking primal stones?" "As long as..." Li Yunxiao directly cut him off. "Don't mention it, no matter how many primal stones I have, it's not worth the risk. Since he's the leader of a sect, he should have a few trump cards. If he uses them when his life is in danger, I might turn to dust and not be able to enjoy your primal stones. Don't mention this again." If Zhang Linghua didn't have 1 foot in the ranks of Jiutian Emperor Wu, as long as he had enough primal stones, he would still be willing to take the risk. No matter how strong a Wu Zong was, he was still a Wu Zong. How strong Emperor Wu was, Li Yunxiao knew it better than anyone. Jiutian Emperor Qi suppressed everything, even his super tyrant body couldn't resist it. Tan Dijun seemed to have expected him to refuse, but he didn't give up and continued to urge, "Then what about this treasure? You have to know that the Northern Scorpion sect at its peak was even stronger than the 7 super forces." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly. "Didn't you say the treasure was already empty? If there really was such wealth, how could you be so damn calm? Who are you trying to fool?" Tan Dijun was startled, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He didn't expect the other party to be so meticulous. He smiled bitterly and said, "That's because there has never been a real treasure map. It's different now. That titanium platinum paper is definitely real. No one can say for sure what the treasures inside are like. Maybe it's all for naught, but maybe it'll shock the world. Do you think we can bet on it?" Li Yunxiao hesitated for a moment, then said, "We can bet on it, but I'm not one to release the eagle until I see the hare. Give me that treasure map for safekeeping. Also, after this is done, regardless of whether the treasure is real or fake, you must give me 100 million upper-grade primordial stones." Bang! Not only Tan Dijun, even Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuyin gasped in shock. Tan Dijun was shocked and furious. 100 million. Upper-grade primordial stones? Did I hear it wrong or did you say it wrong? Li Yunxiao said slowly, 100 million upper-grade primal stones for the life of a half-step Emperor Wu, and the entire Beidou clan. Do you think this price is high? Tan Dijun said angrily, Bullsh*T. I only asked you to assassinate Zhang Linghua first. Do you think you can kill Zhang Linghua with a single strike? You still need my backup plan. At most, I'll give you 100 million upper-grade primordial stones. Li Yunxiao was delighted. He realized that he liked bargaining. He said, "Then you can keep this 100 million primal stones for your own use. I feel that if you sell the information about you assassinating Zhang Linghua to Zhang Linghua, it should be more than this amount." You. Tan Dijun's face suddenly changed. Anger surged around him, and the power of his realm instantly suppressed Li Yunxiao. But seeing the other party's indifferent look, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He also understood that it was really difficult for him to keep this kid here. Otherwise, he would have captured and killed him long ago. He felt powerless, and said, 100 million upper-grade primordial stones is too much. The cultivation resources of the whole Beidou sect's disciples in a year are not that much. 1 billion upper-grade primordial stones is the most I can accept. If you sell my information to Zhang Linghua, it's very likely that you won't get a single primordial stone and will be killed. I may not be able to trap you, but it'll be hard for you to escape from half-step Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao smiled, that's too little. The Beidou sect owns at least 10% of South Fire City's resources. 1 billion upper-grade primordial stones? 5 billion is not negotiable. If you can't pay, I'd rather use my life to test it out with Zhang Linghua. I'd like to see just how strong half-step Emperor Wu is. Tan Dijuan was so angry that smoke rose from his head. He gritted his teeth, fine, 5 billion. However, a haze flashed across his eyes. His eyes were completely gray, and it was impossible to see what he was thinking. But within the haze, there was killing intent. He estimated that even if Zhang Linghua's counterattack couldn't kill this brat, it would at least heavily injure him. He didn't mind finishing off this arrogant brat before killing Zhang Linghua. That's more like the spirit of a sect leader. Li Yunxiao was all smiles as he stretched out his hand to ask for the treasure map. Tan Dijuan snorted coldly, the haze in his eyes dispersing to be replaced by a sharp light. He tossed the map to Li Yunxiao without hesitation. This surprised Li Yunxiao. It seemed that this so-called treasure was unlikely to exist. Otherwise, as a disciple of the previous sect leader, Tan Dijuan would have attached great importance to it. Tan Dijuan said, the Beidou sect's top 10 competition tomorrow will be the most lively. When the top 10 competition ends and Zhang Linghua presents the prize, that's when you make your move. I've already arranged all the follow-up preparations. I've already roped in 6 of the Beidou sect's 10 great elders, all of whom hate Zhang Linghua. You just need to attack Zhang Linghua with that flame. Whether you succeed or fail, retreat immediately after the attack. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. He revealed a look of concern for Li Yunxiao as he warned, if I'm not wrong, your flame energy is also controlled by soul power. If you use it to attack, I'm afraid you won't be able to teleport away immediately, right? Li Yunxiao put on a pitiful look and said, yes, I hope Lord Tan can bestow me with a grade 8 armor to protect me. This, cough cough. Tan Dijuan coughed a few times and said awkwardly, I don't have that either. Be careful. He didn't wait for Li Yunxiao to answer and immediately changed the topic. There's still one day until the top 10 competition tomorrow. Stay here and cultivate. I'll go make some arrangements. He looked at Li Yunxiao grumpily and said, the person who contacted me was killed by you with a single strike, so I had to do it myself. As if afraid that Li Yunxiao would ask him for something, he turned into a haze and disappeared. Ping Yingyi and Shang Guanyuan felt the pressure disappear as soon as Tan Dijuan left. They let out heavy breaths and felt even more nervous. Ping Yingyi looked at Li Yunxiao strangely and smiled. Little brother, what's your name? You were the one who teleported us out from the courtyard, right? Li Yunxiao also smiled. Don't worry about my surname, just call me young Master Yun. Under those circumstances, only the two of you could save us from danger. You don't have anything against me, do you? Haha, young Master Yun must be joking. Ping Yingyi suppressed the urge to kill Li Yunxiao with a single palm strike and said, even if young Master Yun didn't teleport us, we still had to step forward. Even Tan Dijuan couldn't do anything to Li Yunxiao. Ping Yingyi naturally knew that he couldn't do anything either. Moreover, if he killed Li Yunxiao and ruined Tan Dijuan's plan, the two of them would probably be killed immediately. So, he could only swallow this grudge. Although there were many thoughts in his mind, he still put on a serious face. As the saying goes, where the Tao is, no matter how many people there are, I will go forward. I will not regret it even if I die 9 times for righteousness. He turned to Shang Guanyuan and said, what do you think? Shang Guanyuan's face had always been cold, but this time, she couldn't help but blush. She turned her head away and pretended not to know him. Li Yunxiao. He felt that he had underestimated this little fatty. The layer of fat on his face was thicker than he thought. Ping Yingyi smiled. We are all working for Lord Tan now, so we can be considered a family. If there is anything you need help with in the future, feel free to tell me. Li Yunxiao nodded. And, if that's the case, then I won't be polite. I am in need of some primal stones right now. Brothers and sisters, please lend me some. Pingyi generously took out 100 mid-grade primal stones from his ring and said, "Take it, don't be polite. What Big Brother has is also yours." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Then I won't be polite." He calmly took the primeval stones from Pingyi's hand and put them away. A ring suddenly appeared in his hand, and it kept trembling as it lay on his palm. Pingyi's expression changed. He was shocked to find that his storage ring had been taken away by the other party. He cried out, "Young Master Yun, this is my..." Li Yunxiao turned around and smiled. "What Big Brother has is also mine. I won't be polite." Bang! Under the impact of his powerful soul power, the storage ring in his hand broke through the restriction, and a mess in space appeared. In the blink of an eye, it rapidly shrank and was about to disappear. Li Yunxiao extended his hand quickly and scooped everything into his palm. With a flash, they disappeared from his hand. The mess in space only existed for a few breaths before it completely disappeared. All that was left was a damaged ring, which he threw into the grass. Pingyi was dumbfounded. He hurriedly said, "Young Master Yun, leave some for Big Brother. If you take everything away, how can Big Brother cultivate in the future?" Li Yunxiao frowned. He flipped his right hand, and a palm-sized jade man appeared in his hand. His pupils shrank, and he asked, "What is this?" This jade man was found in Pingyi's ring. Apart from the material, the size and shape were exactly the same as the one he took from Liang Quan's nethergreen stone. He didn't have time to study it himself, so he threw it to Yuan Gaohan. Yuan Gaohan looked at it a few times and didn't seem interested. Compared to this, Li Yunxiao had too many techniques and profound artifacts that interested him. Pingyi had a strange expression and stammered, "It's nothing. It's just a jade figurine. It's just fun." "Oh." Li Yunxiao casually replied with an "oh" and put it away. He said, "It's really fun. Lend it to me for 70 or 80 years. Pingyi." He wiped his sweat and said hurriedly, "Young Master Yun, to tell you the truth, that thing is the heavenly Scorpio sex inheritance statue. It's used to pass down martial skills and cultivation methods. The martial skill I learned is called Thunder Heart Fist. It was passed down from this sacred statue. Some martial skills were too powerful and couldn't be recorded in books with ordinary words or imprinted in jade scrolls with divine sense. They had to be recorded with special materials. For example, the great universe divine art that Li Yunxiao learned could only be passed down in the universe divine steel and couldn't exist in the world." "I see. I have no use for that thing anyway." Li Yunxiao directly threw the jade statue back to Pingyi. Li Yunxiao had seen the Thunder Heart Fist that Pingyi used before. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, it was incomparably powerful. However, to Pingyi, it was child's play. Pingyi was stunned. The most valuable thing in his eyes was ignored. He stood there in a daze and didn't know what to say. Li Yunxiao ignored him and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Pingyi's eyes flashed fiercely and his expression was gloomy. Li Yunxiao had actually dared to meditate and cultivate in front of him, completely defenseless. His boldness had exceeded his expectations. He and Shangguan Yuan exchanged glances with each other. Shangguan Yuan shook her head slightly, signaling him not to act recklessly. Pingyi suppressed the urge to slap Li Yunxiao to death. He and Shangguan Yuan flew hundreds of meters away before sitting down to cultivate. They did not dare to get too close to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao entered the Universe God Monument and took back the small person that was neither gold nor jade from Yuan Gaohan. After holding it in his hand and looking at it for a while, he sent his consciousness into it and studied it in detail. Only then did he realize that there was indeed something strange about it. Although this little person didn't have a face, its insides were completely modeled after the structure of a human body, complete with 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and 100 extraordinary meridians. This crafting method was definitely the work of a rank 9 alchemist. Alchemists below rank 9 would not have such exquisite control. His divine sense continued to extend along the meridians of the little person, and finally converged into the dantian. Suddenly, his divine sense tightened, and he found a vast expanse of golden light flashing, so vast that he could not see it clearly. "Strange." Li Yunxiao muttered to himself. He took a human form and appeared in the dantian of the little person, and he started to search around. All of a sudden, the golden light in the entire space dimmed, and it became extremely oppressive. Wisps of green gas started to appear, and they turned into lightning that flashed continuously. Such a powerful lightning power. Could it be that this little person contains the origin of wood? Li Yunxiao was extremely shocked. Lightning was originally formed by Yiwood Qi. Xiaoqing had gone through tens of thousands of years, and it was only formed with the help of Noah's Ark's power that was infinitely close to the origin of wood. If he were to capture it and refine it into Yiwood Qi, it would be an existence that was no different from the living soil of the earth, the true phoenix fire, and the immemorial gale. He looked at the lightning flashing around him in surprise, and he became uncertain. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, directly landing on his soul projection. Immediately, his sea of consciousness became clear. The originally calm and tranquil beer sea of consciousness, in an instant, became a mix of thunder and lightning, dispersing all the distracting thoughts. The entire beer sea of consciousness was completely bathed in thunder and lightning. Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and he immediately felt a skill being forcefully imprinted into his mind under the bombardment of the lightning. He immediately collected his thoughts and allowed the lightning to wreak havoc in his beer, and he started to comprehend it in silence. In the outside world, it had only been a few breaths' time, but in the beer's consciousness, it was as if several hours had passed. The lightning power also gradually weakened. The little person's dantian quickly regained its tranquility, and golden light shone again. However, it was no longer as fierce as before, and it was gentle. Li Yunxiao's human form dissipated in the little person's body, and he materialized in the universe divine monument. He revealed a thoughtful expression. When he was in the universe divine monument earlier, he had indeed received a strange skill. The skill had no name, but it was a movement skill that could achieve the effect of teleportation through the power of lightning. If he cultivated it to the extreme, he could even refine his body into a body of lightning, turning into lightning like Xiaoqing. The only flaw was that he had to have the assistance of lightning element or Yiwood Qi. Otherwise, the effect would be minimal. The effect was also related to the strength of the assistance and one's talent. According to the effect of the skill, it was indeed a little insane to refine one's body into a body of lightning. However, that was the power after mastery. To Li Yunxiao, it was a little useless, and he wouldn't be able to use it in a short period of time. Forget it, I'll think about it after I find some lightning. There is indeed some Yiwood Qi in the universe divine monument. It's a fragment of Xiaoqing's body that I snatched. However, I need to use it to repair the universe divine monument, so I must not use it. He sighed and stopped thinking about it. Repairing the universe divine monument was the most important thing at the moment. At that moment, Yuan Gaohan was using the Phoenix Divine Fire to refine the Northern Cold Star Iron. Although Li Yunxiao had imparted a portion of the power of rules in the monument to him, it was still very strenuous for him to use it. However, the power of the Divine Fire shocked him, and he was also ecstatic. He enjoyed the feeling of controlling a level 10 flame. Meanwhile, Gu Yuesheng was forced to improve the formulas of the Purple Cloud Trade Union. With his experience as a level 7 alchemist, it wasn't difficult for him to do so. If there was anything he didn't understand, he would ask Yuan Gaohan for help. Yuan Gaohan was happy to answer her, and he really admired Gu Yuesheng. Those questions were all crucial points, and he explained them in detail, which benefited the latter a lot. Li Yunxiao stood in the air and manifested the great universe God technique in front of him. He felt that he couldn't do anything about the refining of the universe divine monument. The only thing he could do now was to channel as much spiritual energy as possible into it, and use the restoration power of the universe divine monument to repair itself. However, the speed was so slow that it was a little worrying. The millions of mid-grade primordial stones that he had obtained from Pingyi were used up in an instant. It was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. The condition of the entire monument's spiritual energy didn't improve at all. Why don't I make a trip back to Yanwu City after the Martial Arts Conference and the Commerce Alliance is over? With the abundance of spiritual energy there, it isn't any weaker than the 7 super forces. I should be able to repair the universe divine monument in the shortest time possible. Li Yunxiao collected his thoughts, and with a light in his hand, an armor appeared from his body, giving off a dark glow. It was unknown what kind of metal the armor was made of, but apart from the black glow, there wasn't a hint of spiritual energy ripple. I'll repair this first, so that I'll have an extra layer of protection when I deal with Zhang Linghua tomorrow. As a sect leader, even if it's half-step Emperor Wu, he or she will more or less have a trump card. If I were to die because of a careless move, it would really be a huge joke. He continued to cast his magic arts into the demonic sky armor. With his current abilities, it was extremely strenuous for him to repair a 9th-rank profound weapon. Moreover, the demonic sky armor was still lacking the most important thing. Li Yunxiao's gaze focused on the ground. On the peaceful ground, he could clearly feel an external power surging. Although it was suppressed underneath, it was suppressed continuously and was hard to eliminate. Do I really have to use that power? He pondered for a moment, and with a soft shout, a crack appeared on the ground below, and a mass of black gas surged up and spread at an extremely fast speed. Soon, half of the ground was dyed a thick black ink color. Humph, how dare you be so arrogant in my territory? Li Yunxiao let out a cold humph, and with a single hand, he pointed his finger downwards. All of a sudden, a sharp gale appeared in the sky above the ground, and the billowing demonic energy was immediately stopped from spreading. Under the gale, the demonic energy gathered in the center. This was the attack that the great demon had unleashed when they were escaping in the starry sky. If the demonic energy didn't die, it could only be suppressed under the universe god monument by the power of elements. Once there was a gap, it would escape on its own as though it had intelligence. Using demonic energy to refine a demonic armor, this is also my first time. Li Yunxiao chuckled, and then he threw the demonic sky armor into the billowing demonic energy. Immediately, there was an intense and dazzling black light. The demonic sky armor seemed to have come alive instantly, and it floated in the demonic sea without sinking. The demonic energy was billowing, and as Li Yunxiao continued to cast his magic arts into it, it started to flow into the armor at an extremely fast speed. Li Yunxiao frowned. The demonic armor seemed to have an extremely strong self-recovery ability. As long as there was enough demonic energy, it could be reborn. He gradually slowed down the casting of his magic arts, but the absorption speed of the demonic armor didn't change. After 10 minutes, all the demonic energy on the ground had been absorbed by it, and there wasn't a single bit left. After the demonic sky armor absorbed all the demonic energy, it emitted a shockingly strong pressure, and the entire space started to shake because of its existence. Li Yunxiao's expression changed greatly. He could clearly feel that the imprint that he had left in the armor was gradually disappearing. It was as though the armor had its own intelligence, and it was going to erase the imprint that he had refined. How dare you? How dare you create trouble in my universe god monument? Li Yunxiao raised both of his hands slowly, and they seemed to be motionless in the air. However, they instantly turned into countless afterimages, and a strange light appeared on both of his palms. Gradually, it condensed into 3 golden tadpole inscriptions that were flickering non-stop. The moment the 3 inscriptions appeared, the space immediately stabilized. The demonic sky armor seemed to have felt something, and it immediately turned into a black light and fled far away. Li Yunxiao smiled and said softly, "So close, yet worlds apart." His figure instantly disappeared, and he directly appeared in front of the demonic sky armor. The 3 golden tadpole inscriptions in his hands pressed down in the air. Bright King Seal. The demonic energy that was surging from the demonic sky armor was dispersed by the 3 ancient sutras, and the entire armor gave off a brilliant golden light. Suddenly, it stopped in the air, and it didn't have that violent feeling anymore. The remaining connection between Li Yunxiao and the armor was still like silk. It was faintly discernible, as if it could break at any time. This armor is indeed strange. I don't even dare to wear it anymore. It'll be safer if I refine you again. Li Yunxiao summoned his divine fire and burned it on the demon sky armor. After the armor was struck by the Wisdom King seal, it stopped completely. It allowed the divine fire to burn and refine it, but nothing strange happened. Soon, it appeared in front of Li Yunxiao as if it was brand new. Genryu's voice suddenly sounded, "Don't use this armor. It feels strange." Li Yunxiao stared at the armor for a while and said seriously, "It's just a 9th stage profound artifact. I don't believe it can overturn the heavens." He pointed with his finger, and the armor immediately turned into a beam of light and entered his body. He poured his soul power into it and checked it. After finding nothing wrong, he was relieved. He immediately stood in the air and began to adjust his breathing. Soon, he heard Ping Ying's call. His transformed body disappeared from the divine steel and returned to his body. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes. Ping Ying and Shangguan Yuan were already impatient. The refining took a day and a night. It was already the third day, the battle of the top 10. Li Yunxiao thought of Mei Dong'er. He didn't know what she had achieved, but it wasn't important anymore. Under the morning light, the Beidou sect seemed a little gloomy. Soon, the world would change. Li Yunxiao suddenly felt a sense of heroism. He suddenly let out a long roar and rushed into the sky. The power of a 5-star martial ancestor burst out at this moment, instantly rising to the peak. It was stuck at the bottleneck for a long time, unable to break through. Ping Ying and Shangguan Yuan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although the power that Li Yunxiao emitted was only that of a 5-star martial arts grandmaster, which was a far cry from theirs, they did not know why, but they felt a sense of helplessness in front of him. Ping Ying forced a smile and said, "I wish young Master Yun success today." Li Yunxiao smiled without saying anything. The three of them immediately turned into 3 streams of light and headed toward the Beidou sect's base. This place was already within the mountain protecting array. Every cultivator that entered had already passed the test. Occasionally, there would be flashes of light. They were all flying to watch the last day of the competition. In order to avoid trouble, Li Yunxiao and the other 2 landed far away and walked up. The faction competition was held on the Big Dipper faction's largest mountain. There were 10 giant arenas embedded on the mountain like chess pieces. The 9 arenas surrounding the arenas were made of 4th-level materials, diamond and jade. It was rumored that they had existed since the founding of the Northern Scorpion faction. In the entire heavenly martial arts realm, they were considered high-end, grand, and high-grade. Even if it was a 4th-grade material, it had been damaged and repaired countless times over the millennia. The various traces of repair on it were enough to prove the powerful history of the Northern Scorpion sect. With the 9 dragons encircling pearl layout, the largest arena in the middle was made of 6th-level crystal and flying stone. It was breathtaking and even envious. Although the crystal and flying stone was considered a low-grade material among 6th-level materials, it could be used to make tens of thousands of 6th-level profound artifacts. Even the current 7 great factions didn't have such wealth. Fortunately, the crystal and flying stone was only a 6th-level material, and its use was limited. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been preserved for such a long time. Some small factions that had been eyeing it didn't have the strength to do so, while the great factions didn't care about it. They didn't have the face to snatch it. As a result, this giant arena made of crystal and flying stone had been preserved until now. In front of the arena, there was an exquisite viewing platform floating in the air using a formation. The platform wasn't big. It was jade white and shaped like a semicircular fan. It seemed like it couldn't accommodate more than 100 people. It was obvious that only people with a certain status were qualified to go up there. 2 Martial Emperor Realm disciples of the Big Dipper sect guarded the 2 sides of the viewing platform to prevent random people from entering. A large number of idle cultivators had long been squeezed under the platform, bustling with discussion. All kinds of lewd expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Spittle flew everywhere as they bragged. "Hey, brother pheasant, why are you swinging a green hat in front of me all day long?" "Sigh, to be honest. Brother Haonan, I saw a brother's wife cheating on a man a few days ago. Do you think I should tell him? F***ck, there's such a thing? Of course you should tell him. But, as a brother, it's not good for you to tell him. Otherwise, your brother will lose face." "Sigh, that's right. So I've been swinging a green hat in front of him all day long, hoping that he'll understand what I mean." There were also many people who acted as bankers and opened bets on the top 10 most popular characters and the top 3 most popular characters. Li Yunxiao listened for a while. The top 3 candidates were basically Qingyu and Shi Kaishan. They were basically in the top 2. As for the third candidate, there were different opinions. He rarely heard Mei Dong'er's name being mentioned. There was no sign of Shouwei in the crowd. He guessed that he had already gone down the mountain. He didn't even see Luo Xinran's group. He didn't know what they were up to. Li Yunxiao scanned everyone with his divine sense. The strength of the people present was not high. There were only a few martial emperors. Under his divine sense, he didn't think there could be any problem. Tan Dijuan's backup should be on the viewing platform. He looked over and happened to see a ray of light flying through the air, directly landing on the viewing platform. Two figures walked out from within the light, both of them wrapped in black robes. The two martial emperor's disciples guarding the platform hurried forward. The black-robed man in the lead took out a token and waved it. The two disciples immediately retreated in shock. They bowed and said respectfully, "Elder Sima." The black-robed man walked straight to one of the seats and sat down. The person behind him stood on his left. Both of them were covered in black robes, so their faces could not be seen clearly. Naturally, there was no lack of meddlesome people below. They extended their divine senses upward, but they were all blocked by an invisible force. They knew that their strength was far inferior to theirs, so they retreated. However, one of the divine senses penetrated the defense at an extremely fast speed. It swept past the two people at an extremely fast speed and immediately alerted them. Elder Sima's gaze immediately turned in Xianxia's direction. Two bright rays of light flickered under his black robes like stars, but he couldn't pinpoint who it was from the crowd. He said seriously, "There's an expert below." The black-robed man behind him bent down slightly and whispered into Elder Sima's ear. Very soon, Elder Sima's gaze focused again. This time, he stared intently at Xianxia, as if he wanted to see through him. That divine sense just now belonged to Xianxia. He had already confirmed that the black-robed man behind him was Luo Xinran. This group of people should be here for the treasure. According to Shou Wei, this group of people were all lone cultivators. He didn't know why they were taken in by Elder Sima. At this moment, Luo Xinran also confirmed Sima Feng's identity, which caused Sima Feng's sharp gaze to wander around his body. He snorted lightly and slightly revolved the Great Divine Evolution technique. Immediately, that divine sense bounced off his body, and it could no longer penetrate within 5 meters of his body. Sima Feng's pupil shrank. His right hand suddenly grabbed the armrest of the chair. The armrest that was made with a tiger head made of high-grade refining materials had a deep claw mark on it. A faint circle of yuan power fluctuated from his right hand. It was enough to show how shocked he was at this moment. Although Sima Feng's gaze was fixed on Xianxia, he was completely unaffected and looked indifferent. However, this made Pingyinyi and Shang Yuan, who were behind him, feel uneasy. Pingyinyi asked in a low voice, "Young Master Yun, that black-robed elder knows you?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, the person behind him is the skinny man who attacked us that night. His name is Luo Xinran, and he was beaten up by me that night." "Ah, it's them." Pingyinyi and Shang Yuan both revealed a look of resentment. Originally, it was not easy for them to sneak into the Beidou sect. If it wasn't for that group of boorish men, their identities would not have been exposed. But then again, if their identities were not exposed, they would not have been able to find out the secret of the treasure map. Perhaps this trip would have been in vain. Thinking about this, the two of them slightly calmed down. However, their eyes were still filled with ruthlessness. If there was a chance, they would definitely find that Luo Xinran for revenge. Xianxia did not care about Sima Feng's gaze at all. He was not afraid of exposing his strength. Anyway, he was going to assassinate Zhang Linghua soon. In a few hours, the whole city would know about it. It did not matter if he was a little arrogant now. Soon, beams of light flew over from the horizon. These people who dared to fly so arrogantly were all people of status. They headed straight for the viewing platform. Most of them were elders of the Beidou sect and sect masters of small sections. They were all familiar with each other and kept greeting each other, trying to get close to each other. Furthermore, they were all very clear about the seats on the viewing platform. They knew where they could sit and where they could not. There was a strict hierarchy of strength. Suddenly, a few figures appeared on the viewing platform, causing Xianxia to be stunned. The person in the lead was the elder with the surname Liu, who had been guarding the sect earlier. Behind him were two martial monarch disciples. One of them was the yellow-robed, middle-aged man that Xianxia had killed in one move. Not only did they look the same, but they were also one-star martial monarchs. Furthermore, their demeanor and aura. Xianxia exclaimed, "Imitation of transformation?" The imitation of transformation was a kind of secret technique. It was very miraculous. If not for the fact that Li Yunxiao had personally killed that yellow-robed, middle-aged man, he would not have been able to tell the difference. After a careful inspection, Li Yunxiao discovered something strange. This yellow-robed, middle-aged man was overly ordinary. His face lacked the arrogance and sense of superiority that the real person had. This was something that could be seen on the faces of every Beidou sect disciple. Now, this yellow-robed, middle-aged man had a calm and steady expression. Today, when he saw the news of a dog being killed, he shed silent tears, feeling stifled in his heart for the entire day. A small dog that had been dependent on a vagrant had its head grabbed by 2 police officers and smashed. The vagrant sat there shriveled as he watched the police beat the companion he was holding to death in front of him. There was only helplessness in his eyes. All the vagrant could do was hold the dog's hand and not let go. As for the dog, its body was facing its master. When Tai saw this, he cried and called for everyone to boycott eating dog meat. Li Yunxiao was certain that this person was Tan Dijuan's simulation. With this, he overturned his original observations. Since Tan Dijuan had such a brilliant simulation technique, it was highly possible that there were powerful people hidden among the seemingly casual cultivators below the stage. He had to be even more careful. He thought to himself that he had to save his life when he assassinated Zhang Linghua. Tan Dijuan was definitely unreliable and he had to control everything by himself. Elder Lu greeted the few people who came before him, then walked to the end and sat down. Tan Dijuan and another disciple carefully stood behind him, not feeling out of place. Furthermore, looking at the situation, this Elder Lu was definitely one of the 6 elders that Tan Dijuan had roped in. However, his strength was very limited, only at the level of a 1-star martial saint. Finally, a familiar figure entered Li Yunxiao's sight. After a ray of light fell, Mei Dong'er appeared behind an old woman. The old woman wore embroidered clothes with 2 red-crowned cranes chasing each other. After she greeted everyone, she found a seat in the front row and sat down. In terms of position, her position should be relatively high among the many elders. Mei Dong'er, on the other hand, was wearing a peacock green dress with scattered flowers and butterflies. It contrasted with her fair face and looked very cute. Although she was not an absolute beauty, she still attracted everyone's attention. Li Yunxiao could hear many people beside him salivating. However, Mei Dong'er's face was expressionless. Her gaze fell below the stage, as if she was looking for something in the crowd. Her eyes were filled with loneliness. Suddenly, her gaze fell on Li Yunxiao. She was stunned for a moment, then she revealed a joyful expression. Her eyes shone brightly and she revealed a rare joyful smile. If not for her master, He Yanrong, being present, she would have shouted out loud. Li Yunxiao smiled and gestured at her. Dong'er, you know that person? He Yanrong immediately noticed Mei Dong'er's action. She frowned and focused her gaze on Li Yunxiao. She said in surprise, who is that kid? He's about the same age as you, but he has the cultivation of a peak 5-star martial ancestor. There was a hint of shock in her voice. Mei Dong'er's talent could be counted on one hand in the entire Beidou sect, and it was hard to find a second one. Who would have thought that they would find such a talented junior? When Mei Dong'er heard He Yanrong's question, she immediately became nervous and quickly said, yes, this person is the person who saved me in the back mountain that day. What? He Yanrong was so shocked that she almost jumped up. When Mei Dong'er returned that day, she told He Yanrong everything that had happened in the back mountains. However, Yin Yan and Yuan Qiushuang were the disciples of the other 2 elders, so she had no right to punish them. Furthermore, the 2 elders were people who were extremely difficult to provoke. Adding on the fact that Yin Yan's family background was not insignificant, even though she was angry, she did not dare to act rashly or do anything shocking with the sect competition at hand. Instead, she quietly told Zhang Linghua about this matter. Zhang Linghua also told her to restrain herself and wait until after the sect grand competition. Now that she saw the person who had saved Mei Dong'er that day, other than feeling shocked, she also had a good impression of him. Do you know where this person came from? Mei Dong'er shook her head and only added timidly after a while, I just feel that he's unfathomable. Unfathomable? He Yanrong frowned slightly as if she was pondering over the coldness of this sentence. Her gaze did not leave Li Yunxiao for even a moment, but it became extremely gentle. Another beam of light shot into the viewing platform. A skinny old man in a green robe swept his gaze across the crowd. Without greeting anyone, he strode towards his seat in front of him. However, no one felt that it was inappropriate. Instead, they all stood up and bowed to the old man politely. Many of the elders were very respectful. Even He Yanrong stood up hurriedly and greeted, "Elder Feng." The old man did not respond. He went straight to his seat and sat down. As if there was no one else around, he closed his eyes and rested. Elder Feng's actions did not seem out of place to the people on the viewing platform. Instead, they felt that it was the case. However, in the eyes of the people below, there was an uproar. F*ck, who is that old man? Do his parents know that he's so arrogant? Do you F*king want to die? That's the head of the Big Dipper sect's 10 great elders, Elder Feng. His abilities are no weaker than sect leader Zhang. Hiss. I. The old man I was talking about just now was that sloppy one-star martial arts grandmaster over there. Don't F*king link my words to the revered Elder Feng. Do you want to die? F*ck your sister. You're obviously talking about Elder Feng. F*ck, how can I not know Elder Feng? You're really evil. You actually wanted to make enemies for me. Today, I've seen your true colors. Our friendship is over. Li Yunxiao looked at Elder Feng. If he accidentally glanced at him, this old man would seem ordinary and unremarkable. Even if he glanced at him lightly, he would not feel that there was anything special about him. However, if he looked closely, he would realize that his true face could not be seen clearly. He only gave off a feeling of being in a trance, his face faintly discernible. This old man is really strong. It's very likely that he's another half-step Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao secretly frowned. He did not know if this old man had been roped in by Tan Dijuan. If not, then when 2 half-step Emperor Wu attacked him at the same time, the danger would multiply. Haha, sect leader Liang is here too. Apologies for not coming out to greet you. On the viewing platform, He Yanrong smiled and stood up. Under the escort of a group of people, a middle-aged man in white walked over with a smile. He was dressed like a scholar and had the temperament of a sect leader. It was the New Moon Sect's sect leader, Xiao Minghui. The New Moon Sect was also one of the local factions in South Fire City. They had played an extremely important role in the process of fighting against the Chamber of Commerce. Li Yunxiao once again saw a familiar face. Liang Quan was also in the crowd behind Xiao Minghui. However, he had a stern face and looked absent-minded, as if he had something on his mind. There was also a slightly calmer man who looked similar to Liang Quan following behind Xiao Minghui. He was probably the vice-sect leader, Liang Yi. Elder He, you're too kind. To have Elder Yu accompanying me is already a great honor for Minghui. Xiao Minghui was cultured and refined, and his response was very generous and appropriate. Everyone was actually old acquaintances. Beside Xiao Minghui, an old man in a gray robe twirled his beard and smiled. To be able to chat with sect leader Xiao, I've gained a lot. He made an inviting gesture and arranged for Xiao Minghui to sit on the left of the front row, while he himself sat on the right, between He Yanrong and Elder Feng. It was obvious that he was ranked second among the group of elders, and his strength was also extraordinary. There were 4 empty seats in the middle. They were probably left for the few people with the highest positions in South Fire City. The 10 elders of the Beidou sect are all here. I've seen a few elders appearing one after another over the past few days, and now they're all here. As Elder Yu sat, the 10 elders of the Beidou sect were all present. Elder Feng was the leader. He still had his eyes closed and did not care about the outside world. The last one was Elder Liu, a 1-star martial honorable. Nonsense. Don't you know what day it is? The 20 disciples who are going to compete in the finals are all disciples of these elders. Of course we're concerned. Yes, it is said that if one is able to enter the top 10, the instructing elders will also receive great benefits. You should know that these elders are all martial saints. Any one of them would have great power in South Flame City. Look, it's the 2 sect leaders. The Beidou sect's Zhang Linghua and the Sky Scorpio sect's Li Fingyu. Li Yunxiao followed a ray of light and looked at the spectator seats. Several figures appeared. The man on the left was wearing a green robe. His eyes were deep and dark, but his face was slightly pale. He did not seem to be in good spirits. The man on the right was wearing a light smoky robe. His physique was more muscular, and his movements were calm. It was the Sky Scorpio sect leader, Li Fengyu. The arrival of the two immediately caused everyone in the spectator seats to stand up. Even Elder Feng opened his eyes slightly and nodded at the two. Li Yunxiao carefully extended his divine sense over, but it was immediately blocked by an invisible force. Instead, the force followed his divine sense and tracked him. His expression changed slightly. He decisively cut off his divine sense and pretended to be an ordinary cultivator. He looked at the people in the spectator seats with admiration. Zhang Linghua frowned slightly and glanced at Li Yunxiao. A hint of suspicion flashed across his face, but he only snorted lightly and did not think much of it. "Brother Zhang, what's wrong?" Li Fengyu saw that something was wrong with his expression and asked in surprise. Zhang Linghua shook his head and smiled. "Nothing. Brother Li, please take a seat." The two looked at each other and smiled. They walked up together and sat in the middle seat to the left, leaving two empty chairs. Everyone's eyes turned cold. They knew that the seats were reserved for the merchant groups. Although they were constantly fighting in the dark, everyone still got along harmoniously on the surface. This Li Fengyu is very strong. He actually set up a divine sense barrier. I can't find out anything about him. Li Yunxiao thought to himself. It was not that his divine sense was not strong, but if it was too obvious, he would be discovered very quickly. However, as long as he did not reach the level of Emperor Wu, he did not need to worry too much. After Zhang Linghua sat down, he said, "Let's begin." Elder Yu stood up and whispered, "Don't wait for Lei." Zhang Linghua waved his hand and cut him off. He said coldly, "We're ready." Since they don't want to come, there's no need for them to come. Elder Yu nodded lightly and walked forward. He said loudly, "The last day of the Big Dipper Sect's grand competition begins now. Now, according to the order in which you drew lots, you will enter the arena one by one." "Haha, sect leader Zhang, we're only half a step late. Are you going to reject us?" A clear and bright voice came from afar, shaking the entire mountain. Everyone looked outside, but it was empty. There was no one in sight. The entire mountaintop was empty, and no one knew where the voice came from. Zhang Linghua sneered and waved his hand. Everyone felt a gentle breeze brushing past them, giving them an indescribable sense of comfort. The breeze blew towards the mountaintop. A white glow surged up from the mountaintop, forming a light screen that enveloped the entire mountaintop, isolating it from the outside world. "Haha, sect leader Zhang is too stingy." The voice rang out again. A sound wave rippled through the air like a wave, pushing against the white barrier and causing it to deform. A gigantic rank 7 golden sun battleship appeared in the air, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. The entire mountain peak turned dark as the battleship slowly approached, as though it was about to collide with the defense. Everyone on the viewing platform changed their expressions, glaring at the warship. The rogue cultivators below were all shocked, and fear spread in everyone's hearts. Everyone knew about the relationship between the Chamber of Commerce and the local factions. Zhang Linghua stood up from his seat, his gaze sharp. "Ji Lin, come to my Big Dipper Sect's warship. I hope you can give me an explanation." A hearty laugh came from the battleship, and a few figures emerged from the battleship. The man in the lead was dressed in a green robe embroidered with dragon patterns using golden silk. He grinned and made a hand seal with one hand. The huge golden sun warship immediately turned into a mini boat and retracted into his palm. This person was the president of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce's South Fire City branch, Ji Lin. He carried the golden sun warship and laughed, "Sect leader Zhang, you worry too much. This golden sun warship is a gift that I have specially brought for the rising stars of the Big Dipper sect. It is the prize for the champion of this tournament." As soon as he said that, an uproar immediately broke out. Everyone was shocked. Although the Golden Sun warship was only a rank 7 item, its value was definitely above an ordinary rank 8 Xian artifact. In this era where arcane masters and treasures were scarce, even Emperor Wu rarely had a rank 9 Xian artifact. Rank 8 Xian artifacts were basically treasures that every martial artist yearned for. The young Big Dipper sect disciples on the viewing platform had a slight change in expression, revealing a look of surprise. This battleship was too huge and they basically had no use for it. But if they were to auction it off, they would definitely be able to exchange it for a low-quality 8th tier profound armament. Just thinking about it made them feel excited. This was especially so for Qingyu, who was one of the favorites to win the championship. His palms were already sweating. Zhang Linghua lightly said, "It's rare for Sect Master Ji to be so considerate. But don't make such a big move next time. I almost activated the mountain guarding Grand Array and blasted everyone into pieces." His words were filled with endless coldness, and all the martial artists who were clamoring around immediately shut their mouths. Only then did he remember the relationship between the two factions. His words were filled with coldness and contempt for the other party. Haha, sect leader Zhang is joking again. The Beidou sect's protective array is just child's play. It's not worth mentioning in the eyes of our Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. It's only good for scaring kids. Jilin brought his people down from the sky. After giving him a tit for tat, he smiled and said, "Today is the grand occasion of your sect. Let's not talk about these boring things." Li Fengyu also said with a gloomy face, "Indeed, please sit here. If it weren't for the Big Dipper sect's grand occasion, you wouldn't have been able to return." Haha. Jilin didn't mind. He sat beside the other two and said sarcastically, "Oh right, I saw Elder Lu of the Heavenly Scorpio sect last time. How come he hasn't appeared in a long time? Did something happen to him?" "You." Li Fengyu's expression changed drastically. His aura fluctuated as he shouted angrily, "It was indeed your doing." He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. "Good, good, very good indeed." Jilin sneered proudly. He crossed his legs and didn't say anything else. The other person beside him was much calmer. He also sat on the fourth chair and didn't say a word. Zhang Linghua glanced at that person. His pupils shrank as he said, "This scum looks unfamiliar. Is he a new recruit of your Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce?" The fourth person's face twitched a little. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, but he immediately recovered and didn't answer. Jilin laughed and said, "Haha, I almost forgot to introduce him. This is the president of the Heavenly Crane Chamber of Commerce, Fan Tianhe. Everyone should have heard of him, right?" They didn't hide their words at all. Everyone present heard them clearly and broke out in a cold sweat. If it were anyone else who said that, they would have been slapped to death. Li Yunxiao was stunned. He looked at Fan Tianhe. So this person was the president of the Heavenly Crane Chamber of Commerce who had been pressuring the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. As expected, he was in cahoots with the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. And from the looks of it, Jilin was the leader. Heavenly Crane Chamber of Commerce? Zhang Linghua frowned. His expression relaxed as he smiled and said, "President Ji, you must be joking. Your Chamber of Commerce has so many miscellaneous chambers of commerce. A few hundred disappear and a few hundred new ones form every day. The changes are too fast. How could I know so much? Who knows, the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce might suddenly disappear one day. That wouldn't be strange at all." Haha, faction leader Zhang is right. There is no Chamber of Commerce in this world that will exist forever. There is also no force that will stand tall forever. Jilin didn't care at all. He smiled and said, "However, the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce is a permanent member of the Chamber of Commerce. If we wait for the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce to disappear, the Big Dipper sect and the Sky Scorpio sect would have been long gone." Li Fengyu's face darkened. He snorted and said, "Permanent member?" The Chamber of Commerce's Martial Arts and Martial Arts Conference will be held in Xianxia City in a month. I heard that some extremely powerful existences will appear this time. Will the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce be able to maintain its position this time? I don't think you'll win. I plan to go to Xianxia City and open a bet that you'll lose. I'll come back after making a fortune." Jilin smiled and said, "Welcome, welcome. Faction leader Li is welcome to give us the primordial stones. When the time comes, the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce will raise more money to bet against you." Their words were full of mockery. They attacked each other, not willing to back down. The smell of gunpowder was getting thicker and thicker. However, they restrained themselves well and didn't attack each other. They were all old foxes. It was fine if they fought with their mouths, but if they really fought, it would be a big blow to their vitality. After they had attacked each other for a while, Zhang Linghua said, "Let the competition begin." Elder Yu nodded and stepped forward. "Disciples, please come up one by one according to the order in which you drew lots." In order to select the 10 direct disciples, the Beidou sect's competition rules were very reasonable. The disciples were divided into 2 groups based on their cultivation, and they would draw lots to fight. This way, they could prevent disciples with similar strength from being eliminated. The first to enter the arena was Meidonger. She gently leaped up from the viewing platform like a small green flower that had suddenly bloomed. The butterflies on her long dress danced with the sway of her body, giving off a simple and natural sense of beauty in the mountains. Everyone's eyes lit up. Meidonger leaped onto the largest arena and stole a glance at Li Yunxiao, who was in the crowd. She discovered that he was looking at her with a smile. She blushed and quickly turned her gaze away. Pingyingi said softly, "Young Master Yun, this girl seems to be interested in you?" Li Yunxiao turned his head and asked strangely, "Are you jealous?" Pingyingi was speechless. Ji Lin's eyes were also filled with admiration. He praised, "This girl is not bad. She's pretty and talented. It's a pity that she's casting pearls before swine." The other disciple of the Big Dipper sect also flew onto the arena lightly. He seemed very nervous. He only had the strength of a 3-star martial arts grandmaster. In his hand, he held a 6th-ranked profound artifact saber. He cupped his fists towards Meidonger and said with a bitter smile, "Junior Sister Mei, later on, please show mercy and give me some face." Meidonger smiled sweetly and said, "Senior Yun is too humble. I hope you'll let me have a few moves." Senior Yun smiled bitterly and shook his head. He grabbed his saber and waved it. "Junior Mei, please. I will do my best. I hope you won't be stingy with your teachings." After he finished speaking, he didn't act pretentiously. The saber let out a buzzing sound as it was injected with vitality. It attacked first. He knew the difference between him and Meidonger. If he made the first move, he might be able to hold on for a few more moves. He might even have a chance of winning. Meidonger stood motionless. She stretched out her hands and moved her body forward. Her arms were slightly extended, like a green water bird swimming gently. A circle of invisible energy appeared around her body, forming a circular defensive barrier. Clang! Senior Yun's saber slashed down and landed on the defensive barrier. The saber blade only pierced through halfway before it stopped. It was blocked by the spiritual pressure and couldn't penetrate any further. What? Senior Yun's eyes widened. He was overwhelmed with disbelief. Beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. How could the difference be so huge? He couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. How was he going to fight? He roared in shock and anger, "Unseal!" Surging essence force frantically poured into the 6th-tier profound artifact. The saber ray instantly expanded and the spiritual pressure it was under didn't seem as strong as before. It gradually pierced through. Meidonger's expression didn't change. Although her defensive power was continuously being shattered, she was still able to deal with it with ease. She retracted her hands, and the circular defensive power instantly disappeared. The saber light suddenly pierced upwards. She lightly tapped her feet on the ground and retreated. Her right hand clasped her fingers together and slapped the back of the saber. Bang! The saber was shaken to the side. Furthermore, the powerful force collided with the saber ray, causing Senior Yun's arm to go numb. He couldn't hold on to the saber's hilt anymore. After Meidonger slapped out with her palm, her body moved forward in coordination with her footsteps. She punched Senior Yun's right shoulder with her left hand. His entire body was instantly sent flying and fell outside the arena. The entire match only took a few breaths of time. It was simple and clear without any sloppiness. Everyone who was watching was stunned for a moment. Following that, the entire arena applauded and cheered. Meidonger's expression was calm. She didn't even pant for a moment. She stood there quietly after sending out palm after palm. Under the applause of the entire arena, she bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior Yun, for letting me win." Senior Brother Yun stood up from outside the arena. He only felt that his entire right side was numb and cold. He couldn't feel anything at all. He smiled bitterly and said, "Junior sister is too strong." Senior brother accepts his loss wholeheartedly. He didn't feel that there was anything to be ashamed about. He put away his treasured blade and returned to the viewing platform. Li Fingyu's eyes sparkled as he praised, "The Beidou sect is indeed full of talents. Among the younger generation, there is not only Qingyu, who is almost a martial emperor. But I think Mei Donger's talent is even higher than Qingyu's." Zhang Linghua smiled and did not say anything. Ji Lin remained silent. It was rare that he did not say anything sarcastic. When the other 18 disciples on the viewing platform heard Li Fingyu's praise, they all had different expressions. They all had their own thoughts. A fierce look flashed in Qingyu's eyes before he calmed down. Yuan Qiushuang was also among them. Her expression was scarier than anyone else's, and her fingers were almost digging into her palms. Yingrong was also very satisfied with Mei Donger's performance. She nodded her head in approval to show her encouragement. The following disciples also fought fiercely, causing the surrounding martial artists to scream. There was no longer a relaxed duel like the first one. However, Li Yunxiao was completely uninterested in all of this. He yawned again and again, almost falling asleep. He only opened his eyes slightly when the top disciple of the younger generation, Qingyu, went up. He wanted to see how strong this lad was. Qingyu's opponent sighed and kept mumbling about his bad luck. It was a 5-star martial ancestor fatty. He walked up the ring with a big hammer, causing a burst of laughter. The fat man's master had a gloomy expression on the stage as he suddenly shouted, "Bai Zimo, cheer up and be serious. If you don't perform at your best, you'll suffer." The fatty's fat jiggled and he quickly focused. He placed the big hammer on the ring and his aura continued to rise. His comical action caused the crowd to laugh. Qingyu could not help but smile and say softly, "Junior brother Bai, don't be nervous." Bai Zimo snorted, "How can I not be nervous when my opponent is you?" He secretly whispered, "Senior apprentice brother Qing, let me hold on a little longer. If I'm defeated by you in just a few moves, my master will scold me to death." A trace of craftiness flashed across the fat man's face. Taking advantage of the time he spoke, he suddenly made a move. His short and fat leg kicked the copper hammer. With a wing sound, the hammer flew up like a meteor and arrived in front of Qingyu in an instant. This attack was as fast as lightning, and the light on the hammer greatly increased, looking like a fireball that gave off intense light. Bai Zimo poured all of his power into it, planning to use a sneak attack to succeed. This was too sudden, and no one could react in time. They all scolded the fatty for being too cunning. Qingyu's pupils suddenly shrank and a mocking look appeared on his face. He snorted inwardly, "Humph, how many moves? Do you think you can withstand a few moves from me?" Without any hesitation, he threw a punch at the huge copper hammer. Bang! Under everyone's horrified gazes, the copper hammer was actually blocked by a small fist. The tip of Qingyu's fist emitted an extremely strong pressure and suddenly bounced off. The huge hammer deformed at a visible degree, turning into an oval shape. Then, it bounced off, and the huge rebounding force was transmitted to Bai Zimo's body. Qingyu snorted coldly. Changing his fist into a palm, he chased after the hammer and slapped it. With a pung, the hammer's vibrating force increased, and it instantly crashed back into Bai Zimo's body, sending his fat body flying. Bai Zimo didn't even have the time to make a sound. His whole body turned into a meteor and flew several hundred meters, falling into the valley. This change happened too quickly. Everyone didn't have time to react to Bai Zimo's despicable and cunning move. They discovered that the fatty had already disappeared. The whole audience was stunned. Bai Zimo. On the viewing platform, Bai Zimo's master turned pale with fright. He turned into a beam of light and flew into the valley. Qingyu's face was cold as he stood on the arena. His gaze swept across the viewing platform with a pleased expression. His gaze lingered on Mei Donger for a moment before disappearing. Elder Yu's face darkened as he said, "Qingyu, that punch of yours had already decided the outcome. Why did you chase after him with a palm?" Bai Zimo suffered such a heavy blow. I'm afraid it's hard to tell if he's dead or alive. Don't you know that in a fight between fellow disciples, you should stop when you go too far? Qingyu could hear the deep reprimand in his words. He unwillingly snorted, it was that fat pig who ambushed me first. Elder, you didn't blame the person who ambushed me, but instead blamed me for being ruthless. If not for my strength, I'm afraid the one lying on the arena right now would be me. I wonder if Elder Yu would also uphold justice for me at that time. Elder Yu's face flashed with anger. He was about to reprimand Qingyu. Zhang Linghua raised her hand and stopped him. Next round. When Qingyu saw that the sect master had come out to protect him, he was secretly delighted. He flew back to the viewing platform. Jilin suddenly laughed. Sect Master Zhang, this disciple is very interesting. The Beidou sect is indeed full of talents. They don't lack any kind of people. Zhang Linghua said indifferently, likewise. Elder Yu also considered that it wasn't appropriate to bicker with Qingyu in this situation. Thus, he announced the start of the next round. Li Yunxiao shook his head slightly, as if he didn't approve of Qingyu at all. Ping Yingyi sneered. This fellow thinks he's smart and wants to show off his strength. In the end, he left a very bad impression on these elders. He even praises himself and thinks he's infallible. He won't be able to achieve much. The results of the top 10 were out very quickly. Next up was the ranking battle between the top 10. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Becoming a disciple of the sect master and becoming a personal disciple was already an undeniable fact. As for the ranking battle of the top 10, only a few people had such thoughts. After all, only the top 3 could make a request to the sect master. Qingyu and Shi Kaishan had basically been decided internally. There was only one spot left, and only a limited number of people had the qualifications to fight for it. Zhang Linghua looked at the high-spirited crowd and smiled. Back then, I was just like all of you. I walked out of this arena. The future of the sect rests on all of you. I hope that the Beidou sect can become a top sect in the eastern region. Anyone who mentions the Beidou sect will feel deep veneration. We will definitely not let the sect master down. The 10 people felt their blood boil as they shouted in unison. Their voices shook the entire valley, echoing continuously. Even Jilin's expression changed slightly. Zhang Linghua nodded in satisfaction and gestured for Elder Yu to continue. Elder Yu took out 10 small balls and said, there are a total of 5 groups of numbers here. As long as you catch 2 people with the same number, you can compete. 10 beams of light shot out from his hands. The 10 disciples were shocked and quickly chased after them. Each of them reached out to grab the light beams. Qingyu was the first to grab one. When he opened his hand, the ball of light condensed into a small ball with a bright red one on it. The other people's hearts tightened. They carefully opened their hands, afraid that they would have the same number as Qingyu. As the light shone, they began to condense one by one. Mei Donger's expression suddenly changed. The round ball in her hand had a clear one imprinted on it, everyone's gazes fell on her hand. Hearing this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they had gloating expressions on their faces. Yuan Qiushuang couldn't help but giggle. Junior sister Donger is really lucky. You actually have the chance to ask senior brother Qingyu for advice. We are so envious. Mei Donger's face was full of despair. Her eyes suddenly became empty and lifeless. Qingyu was slightly startled. Then, he snorted coldly and revealed a cold smile. Yingrong watched from afar and frowned. She waved her hand and beckoned Mei Donger over. Donger, don't feel too burdened. This is also a good chance to test yourself and see how big the gap between you and Qingyu is. I think this is a good thing. Mei Donger pursed her lips. Her lips were a little pale. She shook her head slightly. What's wrong? Yingrong was stunned. She frowned. Is there something on your mind? Mei Donger didn't say anything. After a while, she shook her head. No. Yingrong patted her shoulder to show encouragement. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Just do your best. As for that Qingyu, although he sent by Zimo flying with one move, he wouldn't dare to treat you like this. With me around, I definitely won't let you get hurt. Mei Donger's heart warmed. She responded softly. The number ball in her hand had already been squeezed into a ball. It had no shape at all. After drawing lots, Elder Yu said, "Let's begin. Perhaps none of you were able to display your full strength in the previous matches. This match will be the most difficult one for everyone. Because the strength of any fellow disciple is not to be underestimated. The two number ones, come up now." As his voice fell, Qingyu raised his head to the sky and laughed. He flew down from the viewing platform in an extremely carefree and unrestrained manner. He maintained that indifferent smile on his face, as if he did not care about any of the matches and was just casually playing around. Only someone with this kind of strength could have this kind of attitude. Everyone was waiting to see who the unlucky fellow would be. They saw the little green flower, Mei Dong floating down. Her face was ashen, but it made her look even more beautiful. What? It's actually her? Everyone was shocked, and then they shook their heads and sighed in regret. Mei Donger's fresh and pleasant image and extraordinary strength had instantly become the person with the most fans. When everyone saw that she was Qingyu's opponent, they all showed bitter expressions and sighed. Qingyu elegantly extended his hand. He smiled and said, "Junior sister Mei is known as the most talented person in the Big Dipper sect. Senior brother has always been troubled by the fact that he didn't have the chance to meet you. Today is a coincidence, and I can finally fulfill my wish." Mei Donger took a deep breath and calmed herself down. A sword appeared in her hand. She pointed it at Qingyu and scolded, "Senior brother Qing, I will do my best. No matter who my opponent is, I must enter the top 3. Qingyu was bewildered, his face darkening. "You have to enter the top 3? You dare to say that in front of me? I wanted to play with you for a while, but it seems like you don't need it anymore. Junior sister Mei, let's hurry up. It's getting late. Our fellow apprentices are still waiting to compete." His words carried a hint of coldness. Yingrong frowned when she heard this and became somewhat vigilant. Mei Donger nodded. "Be careful, brother." Her sword danced like a flower, stabbing through the air. The sword light was like a snake's tongue flickered unceasingly, pointing down from a distance. Qingyu sneered, waving one hand. With a light movement, dozens of palm shadows appeared, smashing the sword lights. He laughed loudly, Mei, are you dancing?" He nimbly descended from the sky and punched out tens of times in an instant. Each of his punches condensed into fist shadows that smashed onto his opponent's long sword. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly, and he actually managed to suppress each of Mei Dong's sword attacks. Even before the sword light was released, it was repelled. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. How strong was his eyesight and control to be able to do this? This kid was clearly showing off. But he had the capital, his realm was 3 stars higher than Mei Donger's, which made him look down on everything. He didn't put Mei Donger on the same level as him, playing with her like a cat playing with a mouse. Mei Donger's face slightly changed, but she didn't show much emotion. It was all within her expectation. However, before her sword could stab out, it was bounced back by a giant force, putting her in a disadvantageous position. Yingrong frowned, but she didn't have any good solution. The gap between their cultivation bases was too big. Qingyu showed off to his heart's content, feeling that he had earned a lot of attention. After laughing loudly, he clenched his fists, making a strange hand seal, pressing down. It was like a mountain falling down, or a sea overturning. A giant attack covering the entire arena rumblingly fell down. Mei, didn't you want to beat me to enter the top 3? Why haven't you used your powerful skills yet? Don't always give in to me. Haha. Mei Donger was startled, feeling the entire space being squeezed. Her body was almost deformed under these 2 fists. Ji Lin sneered and said, "Your sex competition is indeed marvelous. It's like a monkey show." Li Fengyu also frowned and said, "This Qingyu is too arrogant and conceited." His previous attacks were completely playful, and now he was using such a large area of effect attack. He was completely ignoring his opponent's foolishness. This person's strength and talent are not bad, but his mind is still not mature enough. A hint of anger flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He snorted and opened the heavenly eye between his eyebrows. A trace of the primordial astral wind flashed. An ear-piercing tearing sound suddenly rang out on the stage. Qingyu's mountain-like fist pressure suddenly seemed to be split apart, like an airbag that had been punctured in an instant. What happened? Qingyu was startled. He felt as if all the energy in his body had been drained away, revealing an empty space in his body. In fact, he couldn't even keep his balance in the air, as if he was about to fall. What happened? Everyone on the viewing platform frowned as if they had sensed something strange. Zhang Linghua's gaze moved down from the stage, sweeping through the crowd one by one. The yellow-robed middle-aged man behind Elder Lu had a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes as he glared at Li Yunxiao. Mei Dong'er was overjoyed. The long sword in her hand emitted a dazzling natural light, and her entire body turned blue. From afar, the long sword was glowing with a watery light. It was her ultimate skill, the water ice palm. Using the sword as a palm, she and the sword became one, instantly attacking Qingyu. Although she didn't know why her opponent's energy suddenly drained 1,000 miles, this was definitely the best opportunity. She didn't expect to win in one strike. Qingyu was startled when he saw the sword light flying towards him. He hurriedly made a few hand seals, forming a battle armor around his body. As soon as the armor appeared, the sword light slashed towards him. Clang! The long sword pierced through the armor without any resistance, and directly struck the armor itself, emitting a violent sound of metal clashing. Mei Dong'er's heart tightened. She didn't expect Qingyu to have a battle armor on him. This was the only chance to win. If she missed it, she would regret it. She couldn't be bothered to be stingy with this treasured sword that had accompanied her for many years. She poured all her strength into it, gritted her teeth, and stabbed forward. Ka! Finally, a cracking sound rang out. With the sword as the center, the battle armor on Qingyu's body began to crack like a spider web. Ah! My battle armor! Qingyu let out a furious roar. Waves of energy erupted from his body as if he had gone berserk. His battle armor shattered with a loud bang, turning into gusts of strong wind that shot towards Mei Dong'er. The long sword in Mei Dong'er's hand also lost a lot of chi after shattering her opponent's armor. She hurriedly retracted her sword and danced around her body, shaking off the pieces of armor one by one. Crisp sounds rang out continuously. Qingyu's eyes were filled with towering rage. Although the armor was only of the 5th level, it had cost him a lot of money to purchase. He had always cherished it, and very few people knew about it. Furthermore, the attack just now was even more humiliating, causing him to be incomparably furious. Once he caught his breath, he charged forward with a loud roar. Die! Mei Dong'er shook off a series of pieces of armor. Seeing Qingyu's attack coming down, she didn't retreat. Instead, she stabbed out with her long sword once again. How dare a grain of rice try to show off in front of me? Qingyu shouted loudly, and both his fists directly collided with his opponent's long sword. Pung! The treasured sword broke, and the fist force lost its support, dissipating by more than half. However, there was still a portion that pierced through the air, sending Mei Dong'er flying far away. I am a 9-star martial arts great master. No matter what tricks you use, you will never be able to cross the huge gap between the 3 stars. Qingyu's attack had succeeded, and he no longer cared about his demeanor. Right now, he only wanted to defeat Mei Dong'er as soon as possible and save his face. He slowly rose into the air and raised his right hand high up. A golden light flashed on his index finger. The surrounding primordial chi began to form a vortex with his finger as the center line. It was as if the space was trembling under the force of his finger. That is, Xianxia was shocked. She turned to the elder beside her and said angrily, Dao Qing's finger? You actually taught him such a domineering martial arts technique? The elder beside her was dressed in a black brocade robe. He had a smug look on his face as he said, Why is elder he so alarmed? With Qingyu's cultivation and talent, can't he learn it? With the strength of a 9-star martial arts great master, using this technique would allow him to be infinitely close to a martial emperor. Of course, Mei Dong'er is elder he's disciple, and she must have learned many impressive martial arts. Naturally, there is no need to be afraid. Haha. He was extremely smug, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xianxia's expression was extremely gloomy. She glared at him fiercely, wishing she could go up and slap him a few times. After the elder laughed for a while, he also felt that it was inappropriate. More importantly, he was attracted by Xianxia's gaze. His forehead was slightly dripping with cold sweat. If he offended this old witch, she might sneak up and beat him up. He was no match for this old witch, so he naturally shut his mouth. However, the proud expression on his face did not diminish in the slightest. Li Fengyu sighed and said, "The force of this finger has already reached the level of a one-star martial emperor. That girl definitely won't be able to withstand it." "What a pity." Zhang Linghua said, "Not bad. These two are talents with great potential. I am very satisfied with their performances." Under the might of that finger, Mei Dong'er also felt a sense of helplessness. It was as if that finger was an existence that would end everything. After it was pointed, everything would come to an end. Although her treasured sword had been damaged by Qingyu's punch earlier, she was not injured. However, under the might of that finger, she felt that she could not summon up her will to fight. "Am I going to lose?" Mei Dong'er smiled bitterly. A difference of 3 stars in cultivation was indeed a chasm that was difficult to cross. If she was not fated to be in the top 3, then she would not be able to fulfill her promise to him. A desolate look flashed on Mei Dong'er's face. She turned her head slightly to look at the person below the arena. However, Li Yunxiao was looking at her with a smile in his eyes, filled with encouragement. Suddenly, Mei Dong'er's body trembled. Thoughts flashed through her mind. She suddenly remembered that night at the inn, the shocking palm technique that Li Yunxiao had imprinted in her mind, gentle as water. She suddenly restrained her thoughts and swept away all the negative emotions in her mind. She started to carefully recall that imposing figure in her mind. Every single movement of that figure was extremely gentle. That person seemed to be the embodiment of the essence of water, and every single move of his contained the supreme heavenly Tao. Mei Dong'er's body unconsciously began to imitate that figure in her mind. Her hand movements were extremely gentle and firm. They were like a trickling stream, curved and weak, yet able to pierce through rocks and split mountains. Yingrong's pupils suddenly shrank. She looked at the changes in Mei Dong'er's body with amazement. At this moment, a misty water vapor appeared around her body. Her entire body was covered in a light blue color. Her appearance could not be seen clearly. Moreover, she could not understand the martial intent contained in each of her moves. "Elder He," Zhang Linghua suddenly asked, "what martial technique is Mei Dong'er using? Did you teach it to her?" Yingrong's heart tightened. She suddenly realized that everyone was looking at her, including Chamber of Commerce's Ji Lin and Fang Tianhe. At this time, she naturally could not say that she did not know. She could only brace herself and say, "Yes. That day in the scripture pavilion, I found a nameless water martial technique. It's extremely powerful, so I taught it to Dong'er." "Oh?" Zhang Linghua made a sound of surprise and didn't say anything else. However, the seriousness in his eyes became more and more intense. He stared at Mei Dong'er's figure without blinking. Not only him, but Li Fengyu's face was also tense. Listening to Yingrong's words, it must be an amazing martial technique left behind by the Northern Scorpion School. Both of their factions had been passed down by the Northern Scorpion School. It was normal to find martial techniques in some ruins or ancient books. However, at this moment, what Mei Dong'er had just performed was obviously not that simple. Even Qingyu's master realized that something was wrong. His eyes flashed with fear. He angrily stared at Yingrong, cursing in his heart. "This damn bitch really knows how to act. Humph, one strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. Under my powerful cultivation, all your techniques are useless." Qingyu's face showed a trace of disdain as he shouted, "Junior Mei, to be able to force me to use this technique, you are very talented. That's more than enough. Daoqing finger, destroy for me." His expression was cold as he pointed his finger downwards, forming a long line in the air as it flew towards Mei Dong'er. Mei Dong'er raised her eyes, which were as calm as water, without a single ripple. At this moment, she felt that her surroundings were filled with water elements, allowing her to freely pluck them. Her entire body's movements followed the figure in her mind's eye as he finally used the final technique. His palm slammed down, gentle as water. Boom! That smooth, jade-like hand slammed down lightly, but everyone felt as if they could hear the sound of the waves. Everyone felt as if they were in the middle of a vast ocean, with the power to topple mountains and overturn seas rolling towards them. This The people on the viewing platform were the first to be shocked, and their faces turned pale. The power of that palm instantly engulfed Daoqing's finger, as if it had swallowed a small pebble. Then, with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, it instantly engulfed the dumbfounded Qingyu. Ah, no! Qingyu's entire body was enveloped by the monstrous power of the palm. He screamed in horror, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. The water elements in the surroundings were endless, surging up endlessly as if there was no end to them. He wanted to escape from this earth-shattering palm, but found that he had become a small boat under this palm, and could be destroyed at any time. Rumble. Finally, the power of the Daoqing finger completely collapsed, and the sky was filled with water shadows, entangled like a shadow. Mei Donger's face was pale. That palm had exhausted all of her strength, and she felt her body wobbling, unable to stand steadily. She also looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Qingyu was bitterly resisting the palm, and was about to collapse at any time. Is this really my doing? She muttered to herself in shock. No, I will not lose. You're just a little girl, and you want to win against me? Dream on. Under the palm, Qingyu suddenly took out a pill and swallowed it. Immediately, his eyes became demonic, and his body began to transform. Demon transformation pill? This kid is interesting, he's actually putting up a desperate struggle. I wonder what kind of monster he'll turn into. Li Yunxiao watched with interest as Qingyu began to transform. In the spectator seats, Yingrong's expression suddenly changed. She shouted, "Elder Yu, hurry up and judge. That kid cheated by using the demon transformation pill." Qingyu's master stepped forward and shouted, "What cheating? Elder He, I'll have to trouble you to speak nicely. Where's the rule against of the demon transformation pill? Even turning into a demon depended on one's own strength. It was just a manifestation of one's strength. In the history of the competition, there has been no lack of demonic cultivators." Although Elder Yu also wanted to help Mei Donger, the other party's words were indeed reasonable. He nodded and said, "That's right. Using medicinal pills is not against the rules of the competition. Elder He, please take a seat and don't make any noise." Yingrong was furious, but had nowhere to vent her anger. It wasn't easy for Mei Donger to turn the tables with a heaven-shocking palm technique that she had learned from somewhere. However, her opponent had used a demon transformation pill. From the looks of it, her essence energy was already exhausted. It was impossible for her to continue fighting, and she would definitely lose. She stomped her feet repeatedly and paced back and forth in front of her, unable to calm down. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a demonic beast resounded in the arena. In the center of the water energy, Qingyu finally turned into a demon. His body was twice as big, and his body was covered in fur. He was actually a brown bear. It's actually the Earth Bear. Interesting. Li Yunxiao was stunned, and then revealed a worried look. He also noticed that Mei Donger was at the end of her rope. The Earth Bear was at least a martial emperor, and could not fight. His archaic heaven's eyes had already attracted Zhang Linghua's attention. He did not dare to act recklessly, and could only wait and see. Roar! Mei Donger, you deserve to die. Qingyu's eyes were as huge as lanterns. His two furry palms slapped down, immediately dispersing the water element in the sky. He roared a few times and punched down. Earth Bear Fist. Rumble. The entire mountain peak trembled, and a huge gust of wind from the fist engulfed Mei Donger in an instant. Everyone was petrified. They did not expect Qingyu to be so sharp. He had just finished his transformation and escaped with his life, and he immediately attacked with a fatal blow. What? Stop. Everyone was shocked. Zhang Linghua also shouted angrily. Yingrong even flew down from the viewing platform, wanting to save Mei Donger. But it was too late. Everyone watched in despair as Mei Donger was swallowed up by that force. It was too late. Ping Yingyi also licked his lips, and felt a thirst in his throat. Suddenly, his heart trembled, and he found that Li Yunxiao had disappeared, leaving only a faint spiritual force in the air. His pupils constricted, and he looked towards the center of the energy. In front of Mei Donger, a faint black shadow appeared. Is that you, In her daze, Mei Dong'er saw the youth's appearance. She found it hard to believe, and she knew that this was definitely an illusion. In this kind of situation, even her master would be powerless, but she was very willing to believe it. Even though she was destroyed by that attack and turned into butterflies that scattered in the air like a colorful dress, she still felt very warm. You're too desperate," Li Yunxiao said indifferently. Mei Dong'er's nose turned sour, and she could not help but cry. "As long as you know, I'm willing to risk my life. It's just that I won't be able to get into the top 3. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. "Silly girl, it's fine. It's just a teleportation array. If I really can't do it, I can just fly over." Mei Dong'er could not help but cry. She hugged Li Yunxiao's arm tightly, afraid that the illusion in front of her would suddenly disappear, and she would fall into endless despair. "Alright, wait for me to take care of this black bear first before hugging." The devil sky armor appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. It was like a pocket-sized fortress, and demonic chi condensed in the surroundings. Qingyu's shocking fist force could not penetrate the armor at all, and all of it dispersed along the exterior of the devil sky armor. It was like a small stream of spring water scouring a big stone, or a mayfly trying to shake a big tree. "What? This is..." The surrounding people were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. No one saw clearly how Li Yunxiao went up. It was as if he suddenly appeared there. Yingrong was also stunned. Her body suddenly stopped in midair, and she looked down in disbelief. Ji Lin's pupils constricted, and he said softly, "Form displacement transposition." Fang Tianhe, who was beside him, was startled. The legendary form displacement transposition that only a 7th grade soul power can use? Other than Qingyu's impressive fist force, the entire mountain was immersed in a dull silence. There was not a single sound. Tan Dijuan, who had transformed into a yellow-robed middle-aged man behind Elder Lu, had an extremely ugly expression. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were spewing fire. Li Yunxiao had used form displacement transposition in advance, and he was afraid that he had become the focus of everyone's attention. It was almost impossible to assassinate Zhang Linghua now. Zhang Linghua's gaze gradually focused, and her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Yuan Shoshuang's mouth was wide open, and her face was filled with horror. She looked at the extremely suave figure blocking in front of that damned Mei Dong'er under the shocking fist force. Other than the horror in her heart, there was even more jealousy that burned her heart. Why didn't she die? Why did she get all the benefits? Liang Quan, who was in the New Moon Sex team, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He pointed to the arena and said anxiously, "Father, it's him. He's the one who hit me." Liang Ye's pupils constricted slightly. Xiao Minghui, who was beside him, also frowned and shook his head slightly, indicating that they should not act rashly. On the arena, the earth bear that Qingyu had transformed into widened his bell-like eyes. His huge body stopped in the air in disbelief. After he had transformed into a demon, the power of that punch was at least at the level of a 3-star martial emperor, but it was actually blocked by a 5-star martial ancestor kid. Furthermore, it looked like he was doing it with ease. Actually, after this punch, there was no need for Li Yunxiao to summon the demonic sky armor. He was just afraid that Mei Dong'er would not be able to protect her well, so he used the battle armor to defend himself. Li Fengyu whispered in Zhang Linghua's ear, "Who is this kid? His battle armor is very strange. I have a feeling that I can't see through it." Zhang Linghua's expression was still cold, and she did not say a word. Li Yunxiao looked at the stunned Qingyu, and the surrounding fist force gradually dissipated. He put the armor back in between his eyebrows, and said coldly, "Have you played enough?" Swoosh! He instantly rushed up and ruthlessly punched at the heart of the earth bear. There was no elemental energy fluctuation, it was purely the fist strength of the physical body. It shook the air to the point that it made a creaking sound, and the space was visibly compressed. What? Everyone was shocked, especially the experts on the viewing platform. They could see the power of this punch. Even Elder Feng, who had been calm, stood up from his seat and said in shock, "There is no origin power at all. How is this possible?" Qingyu roared, and his voice shook the entire mountain top. A huge furry fist smashed towards the compressed space. He did not believe that the punch of his 3-star martial emperor, and the Earth Bear's demon transformation, which was known for its strength, could not defeat his opponent. Boom! The two forces collided. The compressed and distorted space was blocked by the fist of the Earth Bear. It only stopped for a few breaths' time, and then continued to be compressed, directly deforming the big furry fist. Pop, pop, pop. A series of explosive sounds came from the arm of the Earth Bear. Unexpectedly, the whole arm was shattered by the power of that punch. Ah! A loud scream rang out from Qingyu's mouth as he hurriedly retracted his fist. As his arm shattered, his demonic transformation also started to fade. Li Yunxiao's fist energy broke through the distorted space and slammed into Qingyu's chest. A huge furry figure screamed miserably in the air as it was sent flying towards the valley. This outcome was exactly the same as when he had dealt with Bai Zimo. Qingyu had also been sent flying into the valley by Qingyu's fist. Who would have thought that retribution would come so quickly? Qingyu. Qingyu's master, an elder with the surname Lu, cried out in pain and rushed out. His eyes were filled with rage when he glanced at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly as he replied with a look of disdain. The elder was so angry that he roared again and again. However, he didn't have the time to deal with him as he chased after Qingyu into the valley. Li Yunxiao descended from the sky and landed lightly in front of Mei Dong'er. He smiled faintly and asked, "Are you all right? You're real?" It was only then that Mei Dong'er reacted. She looked at Li Yunxiao with a shocked expression. She could not believe that the man whom she had been in a trance, who had sent the wild beast flying with a single punch and saved her, was actually real. Li Yunxiao laughed. How can there be such a powerful illusion technique that can send a huge black bear flying? Mei Dong'er was still shocked as she said, but with your strength, how can you defeat senior brother Qing? Li Yunxiao laughed, he's just an ant. I can kill him in a matter of minutes. The surrounding people were also shocked speechless. The short scene just now was like an illusion. Even now, they still couldn't recover from it. Elder Yu's voice rang out, "Who are you? How dare you disrupt my Big Dipper sex tournament?" Although his voice was stern, there was no hint of reprimand or dissatisfaction. Li Yunxiao stood in front of Mei Dong'er and looked at the spectator stand. He said calmly, "I don't care about your Big Dipper sex tournament. My friend's life is at stake. Naturally, I have to save her. If it were you, would you do nothing to save him?" Elder Yu raised his voice and said, "It's not wrong to save them, but the Big Dipper sect has its own rules. You've interfered and ruined the competition, which means you've broken the rules. Now, quickly report your name and origin, then stand quietly to the side and await my judgment." Yingrong pulled a long face and snorted heavily. Rules are dead, but people are alive. If people are dead, what's the use of rules? I also wanted to save Dong'er just now. If I was the one who saved Dong'er just now, wouldn't you have asked me to tell you my name and where I came from? Then, you would have waited quietly for me to be dealt with. Elder Yu's face changed. He never expected that Yingrong would target him in public. He coldly snorted, "Elder He, pay attention to your status." Only then did Yingrong feel that it was inappropriate to be in public. She snorted coldly and sent a message to Li Yunxiao, "Kid, don't be afraid. With me here, they won't dare to do anything to you." Putting aside the fact that Li Yunxiao had saved Mei Dong'er, Yingrong liked him very much and wanted to take him in as a disciple. Li Yunxiao pulled Mei Dong'er's hand and said, "Go to your master." He already had a premonition that things wouldn't be peaceful after this, and he was afraid that Mei Dong'er would be hurt. Mei Dong'er was shocked, and she refused to go over. She said anxiously, "What about you? Listen to Elder Yu's arrangements and don't resist. Master will definitely protect you." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and tapped Mei Dong'er's shoulder. Immediately, a wave of energy entered her body and sealed her meridians. He grabbed her arm and threw her over to Yingrong. He said softly, "It will naturally be undone in a moment. This arena is no longer a place for you to stay." Yingrong caught Mei Dong'er, and after a few breaths, her expression changed drastically. She was shocked to find that she couldn't undo the seal on Li Yunxiao's finger. After pushing Mei Dong'er away, Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "I'm really not interested in reporting my name and waiting for my punishment. Why don't you continue? I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Elder Yu smiled and said amiably, young people with a bit of ability tend to be arrogant and conceited. I can understand that. But since you violated their rules, you have to accept punishment. These are things that your elders didn't teach you. Today, the Beidou sect will teach you so that you don't die for no reason in the future. Li Yunxiao smiled. I think you should come and learn some other day. Your sect's grand competition is still waiting. Why are you talking so much with him? This brat deserves to die. Elder Lu flew up from the valley and landed on the arena. He held Qingyu's body in his arms, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he roared, Qingyu's meridians are all broken. He won't be able to recover to his peak without at least a year and a half. Even if he recovers, his future cultivation will be greatly affected, and his innate talent will drop. Qingyu, who was in unbearable pain, didn't know how serious his injuries were. As soon as he heard his master's words, his vision darkened and he fainted. Elder Yu's expression changed greatly, and the other elders were also moved. If it was just a minor injury, it wouldn't be a big deal. They could just treat it as a lesson. Which warrior didn't walk a path full of scars? However, directly breaking someone's meridians and ruining their innate talent was the same as cutting off their future. Ji Lin and Fan Tianhe exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with contemplation. Zhang Linghua was also furious. Although Qingyu's character was flawed, it was undeniable that he was extremely talented. He was the strongest among the younger generation, and he would definitely be the pillar of the Beidou sect in the future. Now that he had been destroyed like this, he shouted angrily, "Take him down." Without waiting for the others to take action, Elder Lu threw Qingyu aside like a piece of merchandise and rushed forward with a loud roar. The power of his domain force suddenly spread out, locking Li Yunxiao in place to prevent him from escaping. Elder Lu couldn't restrain his anger. Only by tearing his opponent apart would he be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Moreover, he was afraid that the other elders would beat him to it, which would give this brat a chance to live. Mei Donger's face turned pale. She hurriedly grabbed He Yingrong's arm and begged, "Master, please save him. You must save him. He acted rashly to save me." In that moment of desperation, who could have grasped the situation properly? Hurting senior brother Qingyu was an unintentional mistake. He Yingrong revealed a look of embarrassment. Even so, this Li Yunxiao's attack was indeed too ruthless. Now that Zhang Linghua had spoken, she didn't dare to act recklessly. Moreover, in the presence of so many sect masters and Chamber of Commerce, she couldn't go against her sect master's words. Li Yunxiao was suppressed by the power of the domain force, but he didn't seem to care at all. He sneered, he transformed into the earth bear, and that was the most severe damage to his meridians. Even if I didn't punch him, he wouldn't be much better off. Moreover, when he attacked that fatty, he seemed to be even more ruthless than me. Elder Lu shouted angrily, "That is an internal matter of our sect. How can an outsider like you interfere? If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to quell the hatred in my heart." His right hand formed a claw in the air and clawed down like an eagle attacking a chick. "If it's hard to quell, then I will keep this hatred in my heart forever." A golden glow emitted from Li Yunxiao's body. He turned into a sharp blade and slashed the power of the domain force, then flew into the air. Elder Lu's claw landed on the ground, shattering a large piece of the 6th grade material. What? He can ignore the power of the domain force? All the martial venerables present, except for Tan Dijuan, were shocked. Elder Lu was even more shocked. Looking up, he saw that the blazing sun in the sky was suddenly blocked by an object. A huge shadow fell from the sky, which was an ancient bell that was constantly growing larger and larger, as if it were trying to envelop him. "How dare you show off in front of me? Heavenly roar godly fist." Elder Lu was not intimidated by the power of the imperial bell. His robe fluttered, and a gust of wind blew. He formed a fist on his arm and punched at the ancient bell. In his opinion, his martial venerable's punch was enough to shatter the ancient bell, and the remaining force would knock Li Yunxiao down from the sky. Even if he was not killed, he would be severely injured. Rumble. When the punch landed on the imperial bell, a piercing sound wave was heard. The expressions of the people on the mountain peak changed drastically. Some of the weaker cultivators even staggered and vomited blood. But soon, the sound disappeared, and the dynasty bell fell in the blink of an eye, covering Elder Lu, who was standing there with a blank expression on his face and a look of disbelief in his eyes. With a loud bang, the entire arena made of alcade flying stones cracked, and the dynasty bell was pressed down on all sides, leaving no gaps at all. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Li Yunxiao slowly descended and stood in the air above the imperial bell. He stared at the spectator stand coldly and asked softly, "Who else wants to educate me?" No one made a sound for a few minutes. Even Tan Dijuan was shocked. He knew that Li Yunxiao was difficult to deal with, but he had never fought with him, so he knew nothing about his true combat strength. However, it was too cruel to suppress a martial venerable with a single move. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of Elder Lu's punches kept coming from the imperial bell. He was trying to break out of the bell, but the sound was getting weaker and weaker. Inside the bell, the sound wave produced by the punches was amplified by the walls of the bell. Even though Elder Lu was a martial venerable, he could not withstand the power of the sound wave and began to howl in pain. Soon, he learned his lesson and stayed inside the bell, not daring to move. He was afraid that if he made a sound, he would be amplified by the walls of the bell and suffer greatly. Ping Yingyi and Shang Guanyuan were also so shocked that they could not close their mouths. They felt lucky that they did not provoke this person. Zhang Linghua's face was gloomy. A faint fluctuation of original force appeared around her, and she said word by word, "Take him down." The elders behind her stood up one after another. Even He Yingrong could not help but step forward, ready to take action at any time. Mei Dong'er was completely stunned and could not think. Haha, interesting. Faction leader Zhang, you've been kicked into your old nest. Your elders can't do anything. Do you need me to help you? Ji Lin laughed out loud, as if he was taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Even Li Fengyu kept silent. Although the Sky Scorpio sect and the Bei Dou sect had joined hands to fight against outsiders, it was just a facade. They were still fighting against each other in the dark. After all, the two sects had the same origin. They were competing for a lot of resources. Thus, they were happy to watch the show. Zhang Linghua snorted coldly. Several revered martial artists' auras flew out from the viewing platform, aiming at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao didn't panic at all. With a cold face, he said with a smile, "Since we've started this, let's play it big. Let's do it." His words stunned everybody. They didn't know what he meant. Zhang Linghua's pupils shrank, his eyebrows knitted together. A spiritual power appeared around Li Yunxiao. He disappeared from his spot instantly. A moment later, his face was close to Zhang Linghua, almost touching the tip of his nose. Ah! Zhang Linghua took a deep breath, but he didn't panic. He reached out his hand, trying to capture Li Yunxiao alive. When Li Yunxiao was teleporting, he had sensed the spiritual fluctuation around him. He was prepared for it. Although he was angry, he had prepared for it. Haha, it's the half-step Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao felt the power under his grasp. It wasn't the pure Jiutian Emperor aura. He smiled and snapped his fingers. A flame appeared on his fingertip, burning towards his palm. Zhang Linghua's pupils suddenly shrank. He actually sensed great danger from that small cluster of flames. He hurriedly changed his claw into a fist, and a powerful force shook off from his fist, wanting to repel everything around him. Moreover, he took a step forward, and his left palm mercilessly slapped over. He didn't want to capture Li Yunxiao alive anymore. He wanted to slap him to death. Li Yunxiao chuckled and used teleportation, disappearing into thin air. Zhang Linghua sneered. She leaped into the air and grabbed towards the right. In the next moment, Li Yunxiao's body appeared there. His face was filled with great fear. "No matter how much you jump around, you're still ants beneath me." Bang! Zhang Linghua's punch landed on Li Yunxiao's body, directly breaking open a large hole. It was a tragic sight. Ah! No! Mei Dong'er screamed miserably. Her face was drained of all color, and she was stunned. Li Yunxiao, who had a large hole in his chest, revealed a vicious expression and said angrily, "You're so King hateful." Gradually, his body twisted in the air, turning into a ray of light and dissipating. How is that possible? Zhang Linghua's whole body trembled. He felt that the figure just now was real. It couldn't be an illusion. To be able to trap an expert who was half a step away from Emperor Wu, how heaven-defying must one be to do that? Not only him, but Li Fengyu, Ji Lin, and the others also changed their faces. It was because they didn't realize that the figure just now was just an illusion. At this moment, everybody was dumbstruck. Mei Dong'er pulled herself together from the despair. She was bewildered as if she couldn't adapt to the great emotional fluctuation in a short time. The elders who had flown out of the observation platform halted in the air in shock. They didn't have time to rescue Elder Lu, who was being suppressed under the imperial bell. They flew back to the observation platform to punish Li Yunxiao. He's here. Li Yunxiao's real body immediately appeared behind Zhang Linghua. The third eye in his glabella opened. A flow of flame power mixed with the immemorial astral wind shot out like lightning, aiming at Zhang Linghua. After using this technique, he was still worried. He condensed the earth-breathing soil in his hand and slapped it down. He suppressed the space in this area to prevent the other from escaping. It wasn't an illusion that was destroyed. It was his starlight soul body. Not to mention his current soul power, even a normal 9th-grade alchemist couldn't trap an Emperor Wu in an illusion. That's why he gave up his starlight soul body. It was just a 2nd-grade soul anyway, so it wasn't a waste. Pop. The flame and astral wind attack hit Zhang Linghua's body directly. His eyes were filled with fear and desperation. He had sensed the extreme danger of the attack and wanted to dodge it. However, he found that the space was suppressed and he couldn't move. It was just a blink of an eye. He didn't have time to break the space confinement. He could only watch the 2 elements shoot into his body and destroy it crazily. Damn it! Zhang Linghua screamed in anger. Finally, he punched out, shaking off the space confinement. His body was collapsing, and he slapped his palm toward Li Yunxiao. There weren't any fancy moves. It was just a furious palm from the half-step Emperor Wu. It wasn't any weaker than the 1-star Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao had first used instant teleportation and then condensed a starlight soul body to act as a substitute. At this moment, he had even directly used the 3 elemental powers. His soul power had long been depleted. His body suddenly released a powerful bright moonlight, and his physical body swelled up. The demonic sky armor also flew out from between his brows and transformed into his body. Bang! That palm instantly extinguished the moonlight and blasted on the devil sky armor. The originally pitch-black devilish light flickered incessantly, but it was also dispersed by the force of the palm. The impact hit the armor. Instantly, Li Yunxiao felt a powerful force surging through his armor and into his body. Even his powerful fleshly body's defensive power had collapsed at that moment. His internal organs felt an indescribable pain as he spat out a mouthful of blood and his entire body was sent flying. Boom, he felt that his body was in a very bad situation. Not only was the opponent's essence force destroying his body, but he also couldn't believe that when Zhang Linghua's palm force penetrated the armor, the devilish aura in the devil sky armor was also shaken into his body. At this moment, the 2 forces were destroying his body. Especially the devilish aura that could corrode everything. Even his overlord body couldn't withstand it and started to collapse. Zhang Linghua's situation wasn't any better than his. After the 2 elemental powers rushed into his body, the destructive power was even stronger than the devilish aura. These 2 streaks of level 10 strength, even a martial emperor would not be able to withstand them. His body started to crumble before Li Yunxiao did. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his skin started to crack. Sect leader! Everyone exclaimed. The major forces were even more dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the hero of Nanhua City, the Big Dipper sect's sect leader Zhang Linghua, who was half a step away from Emperor Wu, would die in the hands of a martial arts great master in such an inexplicable way. This reality that they saw with their own eyes was hard for everyone to accept. Sect leader! Elder Lu and Tan Dijuan, who was behind him, immediately rushed forward. Elder Lu supported Zhang Linghua, his eyes filled with concern. Zhang Linghua's face was extremely ugly. His body was covered in blood, and his condition was worsening rapidly. He raised his trembling hand and wanted to take out the elixir from the ring, but he couldn't do anything. He looked at Elder Lu for help. Elder Lu's face was indifferent. He said, "Let me help you." Why are you in so much pain? Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Zhang Linghua was stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at Elder Lu in disbelief. He then lowered his head and saw that Elder Lu's fist had directly broken through his chest and came out from his back. Ah? Sect leader! Everyone cried out in shock. Everyone was stunned, and their brains couldn't adapt at all. Don't come any closer. Elder Lu pulled out his arm and grabbed Zhang Linghua's neck. His sharp eyes swept across all the elders, and he said coldly, I will kill anyone who takes a step closer. The rest of the elders all stopped in place, not daring to move an inch. Although Zhang Linghua's condition seemed hopeless, they still didn't dare to act rashly. They didn't want to hasten his death. He Yingrong said angrily, Elder Lu, why are you doing this? Li Fingyu, Ji Lin, and the others were stunned. They quietly retreated to the side and watched coldly. They all knew that something big was going to happen to the Beidou sect today. Zhang Linghua's voice trembled, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. His face was covered in cold sweat. Why? Let me say it. Tan Dijuan, who was behind Elder Lu, walked out and attracted everyone's attention. His imitation transformation technique was immediately dispelled, and he reverted to his original goatee appearance. You're Tan Dijuan! He Yingrong exclaimed. She immediately recognized Tan Dijuan's identity. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she stood rooted to the ground. Tan Dijuan looked at her and said, He Yingrong, it's been so many years. You've become an elder of the Beidou sect. But none of you would have guessed that I'm still alive, right? He Yingrong's dazed expression gradually melted. She said bitterly, so it's you. I understand now. But so many years have passed. Why can't you just let it go? This is a great disaster for the Beidou sect. Disaster? Tan Dijuan's eyes flashed with anger. He roared, what Zhang Linghua did in the past was also a disaster. I'm just helping Master clean up the sect and take back what belongs to me. He glared at Zhang Linghua, a long-lost pleasure appearing on his face. He laughed, haha, Zhang Linghua, you didn't expect this, did you? And I didn't expect you to be so useless, dying at the hands of a mere Wuzong kid. Haha. He laughed a few times and turned to look at Li Yunxiao, who was sitting on the imperial bell, meditating and suppressing his injuries. His eyes were also filled with deep fear and viciousness. Even he would not be able to escape the few moves that Li Yunxiao had just used. And this kid's age? This person was too dangerous. He must not be allowed to live, but if he made a move now, it would disappoint everyone. After all, everyone had seen Li Yunxiao's actions just now. He was their greatest contributor. If he killed him now, who would dare to work for him wholeheartedly in the future? Tan Dijuan immediately made a decision in his heart. He temporarily suppressed the matter of taking Li Yunxiao's life. After this matter was over, he would then send someone or personally take care of him. Looking at his current injuries, it would be impossible for him to recover without a year and a half. Elder Yu, capture them for me. Tan Dijuan's gaze turned to He Yingrong and the two elders behind her. Those people were all shocked. He Yingrong was even more shocked. Elder Yu, you also betrayed him? So you all planned this long ago. A trace of shame flashed across Elder Yu's face, then he said frankly, the matter back then, it was Zhang Linghua who deceived his master and killed his ancestors first. Today is merely karma. He Yingrong trembled with anger and said angrily, who else betrayed him too? Tan Dijuan roared with complacent laughter and said, besides you, Elder Sima, Elder Feng, and Elder Lu who's being suppressed beneath the bell, the other 6 elders are all righteous people, and they refuse to be swayed by evil. He Yingrong, if you still have the slightest thought of right and wrong, follow me too. He Yingrong's expression changed drastically. She did not expect the situation to tilt so sharply. Her gaze swept across the group of elders one by one. Everyone glanced at her coldly. Only Elder Sima was wrapped in a black robe and her expression could not be seen. At this moment, Elder Feng, who had not said a word all along and had even opened his eyes, finally moved. A trace of fear flashed across Tan Dijuan's eyes as he opened his mouth and said, Elder Feng, you should also be aware of the matter back then. Zhang Linghua is worse than a pig or a dog. Now, he deserves it. I hope that Elder Feng can look at the bigger picture and not help the wicked. The trend of the times cannot be reversed. This Elder Feng also had the cultivation of a half-step to Emperor Wu. If he resisted, it would indeed be a big problem. Among all the elders, only Elder Yu and himself could slightly contend against him. If they could directly persuade him without expending a single soldier, that would be the best plan. Elder Feng did not seem to hear Tan Dijuan's words. He slowly stood up from his seat and looked at the faces of the crowd with a desolate expression. He sighed and said, I didn't expect that I would lose my heart to this extent. Have I not done well enough all these years? How could I disappoint all of you? TCH. What? What do you mean? His words were like a clap of thunder that shook everyone's hearts. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked over in shock. At this time, Zhang Linghua, who was captured by Elder Lu, suddenly revealed a bitter smile. His entire appearance began to change, immediately turning into another person. His old appearance was revealed. It was actually Elder Feng. The original Elder Feng also changed at the same time. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he revealed the appearance of Zhang Linghua. His eyes were like lightning as he stared straight at Tan Dijuan. Junior brother, the imitation transformation technique is our sect's ultimate technique. You can do it, so can I. Bang! This shocking change in events caused everyone to turn pale with shock, and monstrous waves surged in their hearts, especially the 6 traitorous elders. All of their faces had turned pale. They did not expect the situation to suddenly take a turn for the worse, and the one to die in place of Zhang Linghua was actually Elder Feng. As for Zhang Linghua, she was completely unharmed. Li Fengyu and the rest were also dumbfounded by this turn of events. Each and every one of them secretly cursed, damn, that old fox, too cunning, this is really going to be a good show to watch. Zhang Linghua's appearance caused everyone's hearts to feel as if a huge rock was pressing down on them. In an instant, the situation that they originally thought was settled was suddenly reversed, and everyone's palms were sweating. You're so cunning, you actually let others die in your place. Tan Dijuan glared at him, full of hatred, and said through gritted teeth, you're still as despicable and shameless as always. Zhang Linghua sighed and said, Junior brother, put Elder Feng down. Under his gaze, Elder Lu trembled with fear and hurriedly threw the half-dead Elder Feng over. After Zhang Linghua caught him, he checked his body and instantly changed his expression. He said in shock, what a powerful elemental power. Tan Dijuan said coldly, these were originally used to deal with you, what a pity, Elder Feng has become your scapegoat. Elder Feng laughed bitterly and immediately coughed out large amounts of blood. He stuttered, don't waste energy. I die, without regrets. Everyone felt a wave of sorrow in their hearts when they saw this, especially the other elders. All of them felt a sense of sympathy for the loss of their own kind. Yingrong stomped her feet and said angrily, Tan Dijuan, this is what you wanted to see? What else can internal strife accomplish other than depleting the Beidou sect's strength? What will you gain from this? Tan Dijuan said angrily, Zhang Linghua killed him, what does this have to do with me? He stared coldly at Zhang Linghua and said, so what if you found a scapegoat? My plan has not changed at all, it's just that what was originally used to deal with Elder Feng is now used to deal with you. All of you, attack, we must not let Zhang Linghua escape. The other 6 elders immediately moved and surrounded Zhang Linghua in a battle formation. Each of them had an abnormally serious expression on their faces. After all, the opponent was a powerhouse half a step from Emperor Wu, killing them was as easy as killing ants. Among everyone present, the only ones who could stand up to him were Elder Yu and Tan Dijuan himself. The remaining few could at most restrain him for a while. Yingrong stood there in shock. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She couldn't kill Zhang Linghua, but she also couldn't help Zhang Linghua kill these 6 fellow disciples who lived with her day and night. Elder Sima and Luo Xinran behind him also stood motionless. Both of them were shrouded in black robes, their expressions indiscernible. The battle on the viewing platform was about to break out at any moment. The people from the other factions all retreated and watched from afar. Zhang Linghua's gaze swept across the 6 people and he sighed. You are all the pillars of the sect. If you all die, the overall strength of the Beidou sect will plummet, and the entire sect will be in danger. I do not want that to happen. If the 6 of you have the intention to repent, stand on my side now, and I will not pursue today's matter. The 6 people's expressions changed slightly, and they looked at each other nervously. They were afraid that someone would join them at the last minute, and also afraid that they would lose the opportunity if they joined too late. Cold sweat covered their foreheads, and they did not know what to do. Tan Dijuan's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. Everyone, don't you know what kind of person Zhang Linghua is? Do you believe him when he says he will not pursue anything? Look at Elder Feng, he has already caused his death. Do you think you will have a good ending by following him? Determination appeared in the eyes of the 6 people, and they no longer hesitated. Today's matter could not be erased. Even if Zhang Linghua said he would not pursue it, only the heavens knew what he was thinking. There was still a long way to go in the future, and there was enough time to slowly deal with them. Since they had already boarded the pirate ship, there was only one path to walk, and there was no turning back. Zhang Linghua sighed, looked at the already dead Elder Feng beside him, and said mournfully, Elder Feng volunteered to replace me. Before the sect competition, I received news that something big was about to happen, but I did not expect it to be you, junior brother. After Elder Feng found out, for the sake of the big picture, he forcibly replaced me, and had me observe from the side to control the situation. Elder Feng didn't die for me, he died for the sect. Tan Dijuan said angrily, nonsense. You really know how to quibble. If you were afraid of death, I would have killed you already, and nothing would have happened. The Beidou sect would still be the Beidou sect. Do you think that without you, the Beidou sect would not be able to survive? Zhang Linghua said quietly, back then, I did make a mistake, but I am not the person I used to be. If I could go back to the past, I would rather not be the sect master, and cultivate freely by myself. Junior brother, do you know how heavy the burden on my shoulders is? The local factions fight openly and covertly, and the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce watch from the outside, ready to devour and destroy us at any time. These years, besides cultivating, I have not had a day of peace. In the distance, Ji Lin's expression changed slightly, and he snorted softly. Li Fengyu, on the other hand, revealed a look of sympathy. He seemed to be able to understand Zhang Linghua's situation very well. The sect master was not as glorious as everyone imagined. The great pressure behind it was not something an ordinary person could endure. Zhang Linghua sighed, junior brother, I will give you the sect master position now, how about that? Tan Dijuan's expression changed, then he sneered, Zhang Linghua, don't play this trick. Even if you give me the sect master position, you cannot escape death today. I must avenge master. Zhang Linghua shook her head and sighed, no, you cannot kill me. Haha, what a joke. Tan Dijuan threw his head back and laughed, why can't I kill you? Do you think you can live just because you don't want to? After so many years, you're still as greedy for life and afraid of death. Zhang Linghua said indifferently, it's not that I am afraid of death, but the Beidou sect needs me. Without a master like Emperor Wu holding down the fort, the Beidou sect will be in a precarious situation. What? Tan Dijuan's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed dramatically. What did you say? Emperor Wu has a master holding down the fort, could it be that you? Zhang Linghua gently nodded her head and said, that's right, I broke through the threshold a few days ago and have truly stepped into the 9th heaven realm. What? When this news came out, everyone was shocked. All the warriors felt their hearts churn, and they felt a chill down their spines, especially Ji Lin and the others. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief, even Li Yunxiao frowned slightly, faintly sensing that something was amiss. At this moment, he was sitting on the imperial bell, barely able to suppress his internal injuries. However, if Tan Dijuan's side was defeated, he would be in danger as well. Damn, the situation has turned around. Li Yunxiao cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to extract a large amount of Yi Chi from the Universe God Monument, and began to repair his body. At the same time, he activated the Great Evolution Divine Skill, hoping to recover his soul power in the shortest time possible. If he did not make the best use of his time to prepare, once the situation collapsed, he would not be able to retreat anymore. You are Emperor Wu? No, I don't believe it. You lied to me. At this moment, Tan Dijuan suddenly became a little crazy. He roared, "You despicable villain! You lied to me and my master decades ago, and now you're lying to me again. I'm going to kill you." He quickly condensed a cloud of haze in his hand and rushed forward with a roar. Sigh. Zhang Linghua sighed and said, "I'm really tired of this, junior brother." He gently opened his hand, and an invisible force spread out from his palm, instantly blocking Tan Dijuan and trapping him in midair, rendering him unable to move. Bang! Rule of heaven and earth, Jiutian Emperor's Qi. At this moment, Zhang Linghua's aura made everyone shudder. Every movement of his was the power of rule of heaven and earth. He had truly entered the realm of Emperor Wu. No one had any doubts. Ji Lin and the others paled, losing their previous elegance. They felt chills all over their bodies. If a sect had a master like Emperor Wu to oversee it, it would become a first-rate force in the continent. It would no longer be a nameless gang. Any first-rate force was an existence that couldn't be ignored. No one dared to provoke them. The 6 elders surrounding Zhang Linghua were all stunned. All of a sudden, their strength relaxed. A sense of helplessness welled up in their hearts, and they all became dispirited. The Jiutian Emperor's Qi suppressed everything. Under the Jiutian Emperor's Qi, they were all like ants. No matter how many people they had, no matter how close they were to the Jiutian realm, as long as they hadn't mastered the rule of heaven and hadn't condensed the Emperor's Qi, they were just like ants. They couldn't resist Emperor Wu at all. Tan Dijuan was completely dumbfounded. He was trapped in the air with a dull face. He suddenly felt like a clown. He had trained hard for so many years and planned for so long, but in front of his opponent's absolute power, he was just like a grasshopper. He could only hop and hop, but he couldn't stop his opponent from lifting his foot and stomping on him. Zhang Linghua looked at him without any emotion in her eyes. She was as tranquil as still water as she lightly said, "I was indeed in the wrong in the past. But the truth is not what you know. I will tell you in detail later." He looked around and saw that everyone was as quiet as a cicada in winter, not daring to make a move. Hearing the name of Emperor Wu, they no longer had the slightest desire to fight. Ji Lin spoke with difficulty, "Congratulations to sect leader Zhang for entering the martial emperor realm. From now on, you are the strongest in the entire South Flame City." Li Fengyu also clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations, sect leader Zhang." He didn't dare to address himself as brother Zhang anymore. The difference of a single realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. He didn't have the qualifications to address Zhang Xian as brother anymore. Zhang Linghua said indifferently, "That's easy. The 2 of you can stay for now. I still have some matters regarding the mine that I need to discuss with the 2 of you." Ji Lin and Li Fengyu's faces were as ugly as a pig's liver. They knew that they would have to give up a lot of benefits this time. However, they had to lower their heads when they were under someone else's roof. The other party was Emperor Wu's strength. If they didn't comply, they would lose all their benefits. Ji Lin was still fine. After all, he was a member of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. The other party didn't dare to push too hard. On the other hand, Li Fengyu had a bad premonition. The Sky Scorpion School was originally a branch of the North Scorpion School. If Zhang Linghua used this opportunity to unite the 2 schools, it would be a great disaster. However, he was sure that Zhang Linghua wouldn't dare to do such a careless thing. Otherwise, if both sides were to suffer, the Chamber of Commerce would be the one to benefit. At this moment, he suddenly felt that having the Chamber of Commerce's existence was a wonderful thing. The 2 of them had their own thoughts, but they didn't dare to disobey Zhang Linghua's words. They both replied, "Yes, sect leader Zhang's order. We don't dare to disobey." Zhang Linghua's cold face revealed a smile. He said, "Good." He didn't pay attention to Tan Dijuan and the other elders anymore. Instead, he looked at Li Yunxiao, who was cultivating on the stage to heal his wounds. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's body was surrounded by strands of Yiwood Qi, which was rapidly healing his wounds. Zhang Linghua's pupils shrank. He realized that among everyone here, only Li Yunxiao was someone he couldn't see through. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you? I'll give you 3 breaths time. If I'm not satisfied with your answer." He didn't finish his sentence, and he didn't need to. Everyone understood that if he wasn't satisfied, they were done for. The South Fire City hadn't had an expert like Emperor Wu for many years. At this moment, Zhang Linghua's image was like an unreachable mountain in everyone's mind. Every word he said was like a great order that no one dared to disobey. Li Yunxiao didn't say a word. A large amount of Yi Qi flowed in his body. His body that had been corroded by the devil qi was gradually recovering. His physical strength grew stronger and stronger. Under the mighty body, the devil qi was gradually suppressed. Zhang Linghua frowned, and his face darkened. How dare he ignore him? The people around looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. Their hearts were beating like drums. They didn't know how bold this young man was to dare to face an expert like Emperor Wu. Mei Dong'er was even more anxious. She wanted to go out and plead for mercy, but was stopped by He Yingrong, who shook her head with a solemn expression. At this moment, everyone knew that Li Yunxiao's background wasn't simple. If it wasn't handled well, it could very well cause a big problem. She didn't dare to interfere. Ping Yingyi couldn't see through the young man in front of him. He was already drenched in cold sweat when he saw Tan Dijuan being captured. He was afraid that he would be implicated. The young man was Zhang Linghua's junior brother. It was very likely that he would be safe, but he and Shangguan Yuan would be in trouble. They might even be killed in an instant. Zhang Linghua's patience finally ran out after a few breaths' time. He spat out 2 words and said, "Very well." He raised his arm and punched through the air. The space on the viewing platform twisted. Everyone on it looked as if they were deformed. The Jiutian Emperor's chi condensed slightly under the wind of his fist and turned into rolling fist might that fell down. Zhang Linghua didn't use his full strength. He only used less than 10% of it. Because according to his calculations, the young man might not even be able to withstand this 10% of his strength. He wanted to capture him alive. There were too many questions in his heart that needed to be answered. Even if it was only 10% of his strength, it was still the power of rules and condensed Emperor's qi. Under the fist might, all the cultivators turned pale. They didn't even have the strength to escape. They stood there foolishly, not daring to move. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes. A blood-red crescent moon appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect it wrong. After Tan Dijuan failed, the first to suffer was him. At this moment, Genryu gradually integrated into his soul. His body began to transform. Dragon scales appeared on his body, and his face also became disgusting. That's demon transformation? Everyone was shocked. He Yingrong was also surprised. What kind of demon transformation is this? Why does it look like an ancient true dragon? Her words shocked everyone. It turned out that they weren't the only ones who thought this way. But how was it possible for a demon transformation to become an ancient true dragon? Everyone knew that the real ancient dragons were the true spirits of the divine realm of 10 directions. If it could be achieved through demon transformation, the mainland would have been in chaos. A light flashed in Li Yunxiao's hand. He immediately condensed a sword gleam in his hand. The imperial bell under his feet instantly shrank. It turned into a mini form and rotated in his left hand. The sword gleam in his right hand expanded and turned into a huge sword gleam. He performed a few strange movements in the air and slashed at the fist wind. Everyone shook their heads. Jiutian's Emperor's qi suppressed everything. No matter how strong he was, even a peak martial venerable would not be able to resist the power of Emperor's qi. Only Zhang Linghua's pupils shrank. Although Li Yunxiao's strange movements were incomparably ugly, it seemed as though he had condensed the rules after every movement. A huge question mark appeared in his mind. How is this possible? Even a martial venerable could only make use of rules slightly, let alone condense them. Zhang Linghua's heart trembled. Li Yunxiao was using the sacred fire hall's sacred skill. A faint power of rules gathered on the sword gleam. He slashed it down and shouted, "Time!" The sword gleam was like a rainbow, piercing through the sky and slashing at the fist force. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the fist force was cut apart like a piece of cloth. The Emperor's qi was suddenly broken. Everyone was shocked, including Zhang Linghua herself. Her brain short-circuited. Like many others, she began to rub her eyes, thinking that she was seeing things. Li Yunxiao had already turned into an arrow gleam and charged toward the foot of the mountain. "How dare you?" Zhang Linghua recovered from his momentary daze. His heart was in turmoil. He could not let this young man escape. He had to be captured. He did not care about his status. He suddenly flew down from the viewing platform and pointed his right hand at the sky. A spatial barrier appeared in front of him, stacking on top of each other. It was extremely thick and difficult to break through. Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. He knew that he was in deep trouble. His eyes immediately shot out a powerful spiritual force, forcefully distorting the layers of spatial barriers. His entire person used position displacement transposition, wanting to teleport over. Humph, although I don't know what secret technique you have to break through the Emperor's qi, it would be a great joke if I let you escape with my own hands. Zhang Linghua's voice resounded in the sky. His figure appeared above the distorted spatial barrier and slammed down with his palm. All the spatial anomalies disappeared and everything returned to a calm and comfortable state. The spatial rules and the surroundings gathered under his palm, suppressing Li Yunxiao under his palm. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn. He released the imperial bell in his left hand and punched above. The powerful sound wave spread out, creating layers of ripples under Zhang Linghua's palm. Zhang Linghua immediately felt the rhythm of the sound wave coming from his palm. His expression changed greatly. The power of this ancient bell had exceeded his expectations. However, no matter how heaven-defying his opponent was, he would definitely not be able to break through his palm. Just as he was about to make up his mind, his pupils suddenly contracted and turned into a look of shock. Under his gaze, Li Yunxiao's silhouette gradually turned into a faint green color and dissipated. Transforming into lightning. It's the Northern Scorpion Sect's lightning transformation divine technique. Li Yunxiao's body turned into lightning, causing Zhang Linghua to turn pale with fright. He was even more shocked than when he saw his Nine Heavens Emperor energy being broken. Not only Zhang Linghua, but all the higher-ups of the Beidou sect, as well as Li Fingyu and the others, were shocked when they heard the words Thunderization Divine Art. This was a name that had been passed down in the Beidou sect for a long time. It symbolized the most powerful cultivation method in the history of the Beidou sect. It allowed one's physical body to transform into an intangible body of lightning element. It could even activate the prime clear purple kingdom apocalyptic thunder. It was so powerful. The Beidou sect, the Sky Scorpio sect, and Pingyingyi were all dumbfounded. The moment Li Yunxiao transformed into lightning, he turned into a ray of light and shot towards the horizon. The speed of lightning was almost equivalent to teleportation. In an instant, he was already thousands of miles away. Even if Zhang Linghua was Emperor Wu, he could only lament his inadequacy and find it difficult to catch up. Zhang Linghua no longer had the calmness from before. His face was solemn. He turned his gaze to the viewing platform and landed on Mei Dong'er. Mei Dong'er was the only clue to find this person. Yingrong's expression changed slightly, but she knew that this was a serious matter and remained silent. Everyone on the mountain peak was still unable to recover from the shock. An expert like Emperor Wu had personally made a move, yet a 5-star martial ancestor had escaped right under his nose. Furthermore, this was Zhang Linghua's Beidou sect, which had the home advantage. Li Yunxiao was not as carefree as everyone thought he was. He used the lightning technique he had learned from the little person and was shocked to find that the Imu Qi he had gathered was being consumed at an alarming rate. Furthermore, he was far from the state of transforming into lightning that Zhang Linghua had mentioned. He only used the power of lightning to move at a speed similar to teleportation. In a few blinks of an eye, he had disappeared from the Beidou sect's mountain range. At the moment, he was seriously injured, and his strength was almost depleted. The entire South Fire City was under the surveillance of several major powers. He had no choice but to go to the Violet Cloud Trade Union. Jin Xian was the only person he could trust. After displaying the Thunderization divine technique, Li Yunxiao felt that his speed had reached an almost unimaginable level. Moreover, powerful lightning bolts appeared around his body to protect his body, preventing his body from collapsing due to the pressure from moving too fast. He teleported for a few breaths and arrived in the sky above South Fire City. Then, he descended toward the backyard of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. From afar, it looked like a bolt of lightning had struck down in an instant, and it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Boom, a huge hole immediately appeared in the backyard of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. Li Yunxiao was lying weakly in it, struggling to climb out. Who is it? Soon, there was a commotion in the courtyard. Jin Xian and Wu Chen immediately appeared in the courtyard, along with the female servants of the Chamber of Commerce. It's young Master Yun. How did you get hurt? Jin Xian was shocked and quickly went up to support Li Yunxiao. Seeing that there were no injuries on the surface, she knew that his internal organs were injured. Be careful, what happened? Li Yunxiao took a few deep breaths and said hurriedly, quickly, send me to Mo Huayuan's place in secret. You will soon become the center of attention. Be careful. With Jin Xuan's intelligence, she immediately understood the reason and asked in shock, who did you offend? She then ordered Wu Chen to make preparations. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, I only offended the Big Dipper sect, but the entire Southfire City is probably after me now. He glanced at the female servants around him with a worried expression. Wu Chen hurriedly said, don't worry, these female servants were trained by the Chamber of Commerce. They will never betray the Chamber of Commerce. Li Yunxiao nodded, that's for the best. Otherwise, if people know that I have been here, it will bring endless trouble to the Violet Cloud Trade Union. Wu Chen had already ordered people to bring a few sets of clothes and had them help Li Yunxiao change into them. She said, you just landed and caused too much of a commotion. Change into these women's clothes. Follow me to Mo Huayuan's place. It happens to be the monthly tribute time, so no one will be suspicious. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but frown as he looked at the light muslin dresses and the hairpins. Jin Xian scolded, a man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. What's there to be afraid of temporarily disguising as a girl? The beautiful female servants around them covered their mouths and laughed. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He thought about how he, Emperor Wu, was actually being chased by someone to disguise as a girl. If word got out, haha. Yuan Gaohan's loud laughter could be heard from the Universe God Monument. He said, Gu Feiyong, not only do you want to disguise as a girl, you also want to ask for help from my disciple. TSK, I have learned something new today. Li Yunxiao was not one to beat around the bush. Even after being ridiculed by Yuan Gaohan, his expression didn't change. He said with understanding, indeed, this isn't the first time I've been chased by someone and had to flee for my life. It's become a habit after a while. Putting aside the fact that he was a martial ancestor now, even Emperor Wu back then had to flee for his life multiple times. Thinking about it, it did not matter anymore. He changed into his clothes very quickly, causing Jin Xian to be dumbfounded. He looked like a heroic-looking young mistress, causing the beautiful female servants to sigh in admiration. Jin Xian said, it would be great if you were really a girl. Even if you could not become the world's #1, you would definitely be in the top 5. Li Yunxiao blushed. He had gotten used to fleeing for his life many times, but it was his first time being teased by a group of beautiful women while disguising as a girl. He was not used to it and said embarrassedly, let's go now. Jin Xian said, to avoid being noticed. Wu Chen, stay here to control the situation. I will bring the 3 beautiful female servants and young Master Yun to find Master Mo. Yes. Leave this place to me. Wu Chen hurriedly opened the back door of the Chamber of Commerce, allowing Jin Xian, Li Yunxiao, and the rest to leave quickly. On the other hand, she hurriedly made arrangements and pretended to be in a panic. She sent people to investigate what had happened. Just as Li Yunxiao and the rest left, dozens of divine senses entered the backyard one after another. All sorts of fluctuating auras completely surrounded the small courtyard, making it impenetrable. Along the way, Li Yunxiao told Jin Xian everything that had happened. Jin Xian was dumbfounded, her face filled with shock and disbelief. She looked at Li Yunxiao with a gaze filled with suspicion. She kept feeling that he was lying to her or was exaggerating. Indeed, Jin Xian could not be blamed. Without seeing it for herself, no one would believe that a martial ancestor could escape from Emperor Wu. Furthermore, there were dozens of martial saints present. She said seriously, I don't care what you did, but you have to keep your life and help the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce obtain a spot in the Merchant Union. This is what you promised me and also what you promised little sister Ling Er. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He knew that what he had said earlier had caused Jin Xian to misunderstand him as a frivolous and pompous person. However, he had no way of explaining himself. He could only laugh awkwardly and play dumb, not saying anything else. Along the way, the four of them also felt the tense atmosphere in the city. Occasionally, cultivators would fly over from the Big Dipper Sec's mountain range, and they were all heading towards the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Only now did Xianxia understand that the situation was far more serious than she had imagined. Although she did not believe what Li Yunxiao had said, she basically believed the reason. She rebuked him angrily, "For some illusory treasures and primordial stones, you helped the traitor of the Big Dipper sect to rebel. You really have a great life. Indeed, at the moment, it seems that only Master Mo can protect you, as long as he is willing." Mo Huayuan's position in South Fire City was very high. Even the Big Dipper sect or the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce did not dare to offend him easily. The few of them quickly arrived outside the courtyard that Mo Huayuan resided in. Xianxia was still half lying on the ground, dozing off, a cat's tail in his mouth. When he saw Xianxia and the others from afar, he hurriedly jumped up and welcomed them. He called out sweetly, "Elder sister Xianxia, why are you here?" Xianxia was speechless. If she did not know this brat's true colors, she would have treated him like a younger brother. Since there was the incident last time, she naturally did not have a good impression of him. She indifferently said, "The monthly stipend." Xianxia did not seem to care about Xianxuan's attitude at all. He smiled and said, "Elder sister Xianxia, there is no need to be so polite. After the incident last time, I'm afraid Master will not accept your monthly stipend." Xianxia said, "The Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce has always respected Master Mo. This is just a small token of our appreciation. It has nothing to do with the incident last time. I hope little brother will inform Master Mo." Her tone was clearly very cold towards Xianxia. However, the other party seemed to have expected it and was still full of enthusiasm. He hurriedly said, "There is no need to inform. The others will definitely have to be informed. Elder sister Xianxia, feel free to go in." He patted his chest and said, "If Master blames me, I will bear all the responsibility." Xianxia was speechless. How could this brat be so scheming and patient at such a young age? Li Yunxiao could not help but transmit his voice, "Old Yuan, your grand disciple is of the same lineage as you." "Bah!" Yuan Gaohan said angrily, "Huayuan must have been deceived by this brat's outer appearance. If I had not seen his face that day, I would have really thought that he was a promising talent. The world is really scary now. Such a child has such a temperament and scheming. It is really scary." The few of them quickly entered the small courtyard. Just as Xianxia walked past the large cauldron in the middle, she loudly asked to be seen. Mo Huayuan personally came out from the house, but there was not much enthusiasm on his face. Although he expressed his respect, he did not seem to welcome her arrival. He only said lightly, "What else is President Xianxia doing here?" Xianxia said, "Xianxia has specially come to deliver Master Mo's monthly stipend." Mo Huayuan's expression changed. He was embarrassed and angry. He said angrily, "Is President Xianxia here to deliberately humiliate me?" He had been defeated by Li Yunxiao. How could he still have the face to collect the monthly stipend from the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce? Xianxia sighed. "Master Mo, don't be so agitated. Can we talk inside?" Mo Huayuan snorted heavily and turned to enter the house. Although he did not invite them, it was obvious that he had agreed to let Xianxia and the others enter. Xianxia and Li Yunxiao looked at each other. One was full of bitterness, the other was playful. The four of them entered one after another. "President Xianxia, are you here to humiliate me?" As soon as Mo Huayuan entered the room, he immediately turned around and spoke angrily. His face was covered with a layer of green. Li Yunxiao walked up from behind Xianxia and grabbed the hair clip and hairpin on his head. He smiled bitterly and said, "Master Mo, I'm here to seek protection." "Ah, it's you." Mo Huayuan was shocked. Only now did he realize there was something else. His divine sense swept across Li Yunxiao's body, and his expression suddenly changed. "You're heavily injured?" He hurriedly helped Li Yunxiao to sit down and carefully examined him. He then said in shock, "How did you get injured so badly? It's already a miracle that you're able to come here alive." Xianxia's expression changed drastically. She was shocked. She saw Li Yunxiao talking and laughing along the way. She didn't expect him to be injured so badly. She immediately felt admiration for his tenacity. Mo Huayuan began to frown and ponder. He felt that Li Yunxiao's injury was very troublesome and was trying to find a cure. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Master Mo doesn't need to worry about the cure. I have my own way. It's just that the entire city is looking for me. I'll just hide here for a while. Mo Huayuan said in shock, the entire city? Who injured you? Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, Emperor Wu, Zhang Linghua. It's actually Zhang Linghua. Has he really advanced to Jiutian Emperor Wu? There are rumors in the outside world. It seems to be true. Mo Huayuan said in shock, since it was Emperor Wu who took action, how did you escape? Li Yunxiao said, we'll talk about this later. First, find me a secret room, then get me some source stones and other resources. Mo Huayuan nodded and said, don't worry. Since you're here, unless I'm dead, even Emperor Wu won't be able to take you away. He was about to call out to Xiao Xuanzi when he was stopped by Li Yunxiao, who said in a serious voice, the fewer people who know I am here, the better. Then don't inform Xiao Xuanzi. Mo Huayuan thought about it and felt that it made sense. He walked to the front of a pill furnace in his house and shot out a few spirit techniques. Immediately, a rumbling sound came from the ground and a hole appeared in the ground. Master Yunxiao, please. Mo Huayuan took the lead and walked in. The cave entrance was very dark, but after entering, he found that it was not as dark as he thought it would be. Instead, it was bright and magnificent. It was illuminated by all kinds of pearls, and after a few turns, it was very spacious. This is where I usually meditate. Master Yunxiao can heal his wounds at will here. Even if I die, they won't be able to find me. Inside the house, there were piles of various resources and a large number of primordial stones. Li Yunxiao was in a good mood when he felt the spiritual aura assaulting his face. He said joyfully, thank you, Master Mo Xian, let the 2 servant girls walk out in pairs to avoid being seen. 4 people come in and 3 people go back. Only 2 people are allowed to leave. Even if someone sees them, they won't be able to guess. Xian praised, young Master Yun is still the most meticulous. I will stay at Master Mo's place for a few days. I wonder if it will be convenient. Mo Huayuan said, of course it will be convenient. However, this place is simple and crude. I'm afraid President Xian won't be used to it. Li Yunxiao's heart moved. He took out a jade scroll from his ring and handed it to Xian, saying, inside is the improved refinement recipe. Time is tight, so I have been in a rush these few days. I have only improved the core 12 products. I will give the rest to you in a few days. Xian was shocked. She received the jade scroll in disbelief. It was as if it was a priceless treasure. She held it carefully in her palm, but there was more doubt in her eyes. However, it was not convenient for her to question him in person. Mo Huayuan's expression also changed slightly. He said, Master Yunxiao, I have seen the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild's products. Can you let me take a look at your improved recipe? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, up to you. They are all low-grade items. There is nothing to be secretive about. Xian was also secretly happy. She did not know how to verify the improved recipe. It was naturally best to have Mo Huayuan, an 8th-level refinement master, help to verify it. She quickly handed it over. Mo Huayuan received it and placed it on his forehead. He inserted his divine sense into it and carefully examined it. The information inside was clearly seen by his divine sense. Very quickly, his face became abnormally shocked. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in shock, These refinement recipes were really improved by you, Master Yunxiao? Xian's heart tightened. She did not know what Mo Huayuan meant. After all, this concerned the future of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. She became extremely nervous, not even realizing that Mo Huayuan had used honorifics in his words. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He had not seen the recipes inside, so he had no idea what modifications Yuan Gaohan and Gui Weshing had made. However, since it was Yuan Gaohan who checked it, it obviously could not be bad. He could only bite the bullet and admit it, nodding. Mo Huayuan was stunned. Admiration flashed across his face as he sighed from the bottom of his heart. Master Xianxia is truly remarkable. Mo Huayuan is completely convinced. Originally, although he was extremely shocked when Li Yunxiao defeated him last time, it was a result of various factors after all. However, the improved recipes in the jade slip filled him with endless respect. Jin Xian understood as well. She said in joy, Master Mo, what do you think of the recipes inside? Mo Huayuan said seriously, even if I did it myself, I wouldn't be able to achieve such remarkable results. Compared to these recipes, the products of the Heavenly Crane Merchant Guild are simply worlds apart. There's no comparison at all. Jin Xian was overjoyed. She looked at Li Yunxiao with great gratitude. Li Yunxiao said, there's no need to be so polite, President Jin Xian. We're all on the same side. His words of on the same side immediately made Jin Xian feel warmth, especially when the Merchant Guild was in a precarious situation. In this world, there were far too many people who added flowers to embroidery, but there were far too few who helped in times of need. As long as the Merchant Guild survives this crisis, young Master Yun will be the most esteemed guest of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild in the future. Jin Xian took out a storage pouch embroidered with clouds and passed it to Li Yunxiao. She said, these are the materials young Master Yun requested that day. They're almost all prepared. Joy flashed across Li Yunxiao's face. That's great. After receiving it, he checked it with his soul. Apart from a few precious items, everything else was present. Moreover, there were even more primary stones and starlight stones than he had requested back then. This was also why Mo Huayuan did not accept the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild's conditions. As a result, Jin Xian exchanged all the resources she had prepared for Mo Huayuan for what Li Yunxiao needed. Li Yunxiao naturally understood Jin Xian's current feelings. Sometimes, true friends did not need to say too much. He thanked her softly, then closed his eyes to recuperate. Mo Huayuan and Jin Xian left the secret room one after another. After some thought, Jin Xian still decided to entrust the jade slip to a beautiful servant to bring back to Wu Chen. Then, she teleported to the headquarters of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild as quickly as possible and immediately increased the production speed according to the recipe. At the same time, she cautiously instructed the beautiful servant to destroy the jade slip first if they encountered any danger that they could not resolve. It could not fall into the hands of the enemy. Her expression was solemn. The beautiful servant also knew the importance of the matter. She swore, this servant swears to complete the mission with my life. Otherwise, I'm willing to suffer the pain of 1,000 cuts and never be reincarnated. Only then did Jin Xian relax and allow her to be the first to leave. She was extremely at ease with these servant girls. They were all orphans that the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild had adopted from various places. They had gone through various training and upbringing since they were young. They were completely loyal to the Merchant Guild and would never betray it. Mo Huayuan looked at Jin Xian's anxious expression and smiled gently. There's no need to be so nervous, Guild Leader Jin Xian. Perhaps those recipes are as heavy as a mountain in the eyes of outsiders, even more precious than your life, but to Guild Leader Jin Xian, they're not worth mentioning at all. Jin Xian was stunned. Why do you say that, Master Mo? Those recipes carry the entire hopes of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. They're even more important than my life, so how can you say that they're not worth mentioning? Mo Huayuan's gaze landed on the entrance to the secret room. He said respectfully, with that person around, it's even more important than all the assets of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. As long as we have this person's assistance, the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild can rise again at any time. Now that we're being suppressed by the mere Heavenly Crane Merchant Guild, it's just a temporary crisis. Jin Xian was stunned. She sank into her thoughts before coming to a sudden realization. Mo Huayuan was not wrong at all. Their struggles were nothing more than a smile before those powerful existences. They would be annihilated with a wave of their hands. Only great strength was the greatest guarantee of survival in the world. Li Yunxiao was Ding Ling'er's friend, but he might not be Jin Xian's friend. Now that their interests were aligned, they needed each other. Coupled with their relationship with Ding Ling'er, they naturally walked together. However, if this person became a dragon in the future, would he still remember little Jin Xian under the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild? The more Jin Xian thought about it, the more shocked she became. The strength that Li Yunxiao had displayed was already shocking. She increasingly felt that she was in the midst of a great fortuitous encounter. If she could befriend this person and make him a true friend, then the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild would definitely have an unassailable position in the future 100 meetings of the Merchant Alliance. At this moment, she felt slightly vexed and inwardly blamed herself for not gathering enough ingredients for Li Yunxiao. She anxiously paced back and forth in the room and immediately ordered another servant girl, "Go find Wu Chen. No matter what, you have to get the last 7 ingredients that we haven't gathered. Remember, no matter what." She emphasized this a few times before dismissing the servant girl. However, she was unable to calm herself down, unable to enter a peaceful meditative state. Mo Huayuan smiled gently and said, "There's no need to think about it, Leader Jin Xian. Someone like Master Yunxiao will definitely not be held back by a few resources from you. The only way to befriend someone like him is to treat him sincerely. As long as you treat him sincerely, he'll definitely repay you 100-fold. However, if Leader Jin Xian tries to play tricks on him, then perhaps you will have no fate with him in this lifetime." Mo Huayuan's words enlightened the dreamer. Jin Xian thought about it carefully. Wasn't it the same? Li Yunxiao possessed such great strength in both martial arts and martial arts. Many merchant guilds would line up to curry favor with him. An existence like the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild, even if they gave it all to him, he might not want it. Indeed, the only way to befriend this person was to treat him sincerely. End of chapter 548. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.